In the Great Pirate Era, heroes rise up, and the weak have no choice. Rain, a young executioner from Rogue Town. Hands stained with blood, the road ahead shrouded in darkness. Until he discovers that he can plunder the power of judging evil. Since then, the physical strength of a strong person becomes his foundation. The swordsman's skill becomes his blade. The king's domineering aura became his crown. Their sins, in turn, became the points he could exchange for all the miracles in the world. A new legend begins with the end of another. When Rain personally judged the pirate king who ushered in a new era, starting with the king's legacy, he wanders the dark side of the world to make amends for those destined regrets. Amidst the towering flames of O'Hara, they guarded the last embers of civilization. Liberate the imprisoned sun in the cold shadow of Mary Gosa. He will reverse the tragedy of the hero and rewrite the course of the times. When the hypocritical justice of the world government collapses, when the chaotic freedom of pirates burns out, he will be the sole law, the final judgment. Chapter 1 Hellish Start. Years later, when Rain stood at the highest point of the Marine headquarters, overlooking the sea that he had personally suppressed, he can still vividly recall that distant afternoon in Rog, the cold sound of the bolt being chambered as he pulled the trigger for the first time. That day, he learned how to kill. Click. The cold, crisp sound of a gun being cocked rang out abruptly in my ears. Amidst a tearing, excruciating pain, Redden's consciousness was abruptly pulled from a state of chaos. My head hurt so much. What time did I work overtime again last night? I think it was to finish that dem PPT. I stayed up all night. Last night, after drinking with the client, it was already past 2 a.m., and I still had to go back to the company to finish the proposal. He shook his heavy head, his nostrils filled with the salty, fishy smell of the sea breeze. Wrong. Ren suddenly opened his eyes. What greeted the eye was not the ceiling of the 10 square meter shared room, but a blinding blue sky. Beneath his feet was a rough stone platform, and all around him was a dense crowd of people, the deafening roar of which crashed against his eardrums like a tidal wave. He looked down and saw a slightly oversized blue and white striped uniform with a large navy printed on the chest. In his hand, he held an old-fashioned long-barreled rifle that was taller than him. The cold touch from his palm sent chills down his spine. What's going on? Rain's pupils suddenly contracted. Directly in front of the platform, a burly man with a fierce face and blue shark tattoos on his body was tied to a wooden stake, cursing wildly. Making a movie? A prank show? The absurd thought was shattered the moment it surfaced by the cold voice beside me. Executioner, the time has come. Execute me. The scarred naval officer gave him the order in a completely emotionless tone. Executioner? Ryan's mind went blank with a buzz. Shouldn't I be in the office, coding in front of my computer screen? A typical office worker who can't even afford a decent takeout meal to pay off my mortgage? What the hell? I've been transported to another world? Are you kidding me? I've never even killed a chicken, and now I'm supposed to shoot a living person right from the start. His mind was racing, cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. What are you dawdling for? Follow orders. The scarred officer's voice carried a hint of impatience and disgust. Rain could sense that the gazes cast by the other naval soldiers around him were devoid of any sympathy, filled only with contempt and alienation. His brain was frantically processing the absurd scene before him. The overload of information filled him with a sense of powerlessness, as if he still had control of his body in that cramped shared apartment in the 21st century. Just as Rain was on the verge of a mental breakdown, a torrent of cold memories, not belonging to him, rushed into his mind without warning. The image flashed by rapidly. The homeland engulfed in flames, the disdainful looks from other soldiers in the mess hall, the bread that was stolen, the suffocating feeling when I was forced to wear the cold executioner's mask for the first time. The numbness, pain, and despair of this body's short life, along with the helplessness he felt in his previous life when he couldn't see the future, strangely overlapped at this moment, transcending time and space. A sense of fate called oppression gripped his heart tightly. The scarred officer's urging, the clamor of the crowd below, the curses of the prisoners in front of him, all the sounds flooded into Ryan's brain like a tide, completely overwhelming his reason. Panic, confusion, helplessness, all sorts of emotions intertwined into a piercing buzzing sound. Ryan felt as if his soul had left his body, like a spectator watching an absurd movie. He saw himself in the movie, a boy who had just turned 15, his body trembling slightly due to muscle memory under immense pressure, his fingers spasming as he pulled the trigger. Boom! A loud bang made his eardrums ache. The heavy recoil slammed into Ryan's shoulder, almost knocking him over, and the strong smell of gunpowder made him cough violently. Rain opened his eyes blankly and saw that the burly man on the wooden stake was already lifeless. Ended. Ryan dropped his rifle and walked dejectedly off the execution platform. The surrounding sailors scrambled to make way as if avoiding a plague. One veteran even spat on the ground and muttered, "Bad luck." Only then did the memory in his mind truly come to a complete end. Several keywords that had plunged him into an icy abyss clearly surfaced. Navy, Grand Line, Rogue Town. Redden's face turned deathly pale instantly. What kind of international joke is this? The world of One Piece. Rain felt his treasure syndrome was about to flare up. He had been thrown into this seemingly exciting and adventurous world, which was actually a chaotic world where the strong prey on the weak, lawless.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
And human life was worthless? The passionate friendships depicted in the comics simply cannot conceal the rampant burning, killing, and looting that can be seen everywhere on this vast sea. In terms of the level of oppression, it is known in the pirate world as Little Terra. His inner wailing was even louder than the gunshots from before, and everyone else who transmigrates to another world is either royalty or has a powerful background, but I'm just a young executioner with no rights. He staggered past the bulletin board in the square and glanced at the newspapers posted on it. The newspaper headlines were varied, some about a princess's scandal, some about advertisements for new cannons, and others about lengthy editorials. His gaze, like that of a drowning man searching for driftwood, frantically searched the newspaper for information that could pinpoint his location. Finally, his gaze froze on the upper right corner of the newspaper, on the date printed in small print, Highwind Calendar, 1498. 1498. Rain's pupils constricted instantly. 1498, more than 20 years before Luffy sets sail and the main story begins. The greatest advantage of time traveler's foresight is gone. Being ostracized by the group, with no hope for the future. I'm working a job that could break me down at any moment. It's over. My life is completely over. A suffocating sense of despair overwhelmed Ren, and his stomach churned. He could no longer hold back, rushed into an empty alley behind the execution platform, took off the heavy mask, leaned against the moss-covered wall, and vomited violently. In the murky sewage reflection on the ground, Ren saw his current appearance for the first time. A delicate face still bearing the innocence of a young boy, a face that should be sunny and cheerful at that age, was now deathly pale, his eyes filled with a fear and weariness that did not belong to his age. Just when Ren was vomiting bile so badly that he was almost fainting from exhaustion, his spirit and body had reached their lowest point. A cold, mechanical voice, devoid of any emotion, resounded directly in the deepest part of his mind. A severe mental shock to the host's soul has been detected, initial synchronization has been completed. The host has completed its first trial of sins. Sin trial system, successfully bound. Ren knelt on the ground, suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at the empty alleyway. His gaze shifted from despair to shock, and finally to a near-mad ecstasy, as if grasping at a straw. Chapter 2: The System of Criminal Trial. Ignoring the filth on his body, Rain followed the memories of the original owner in his mind and scrambled back towards the barracks. With a bang, he slammed the door shut, leaning against the cold iron gate, trying to calm himself down. There was silence all around. He then noticed that the room was pitifully small, with only a single bed and a tiny storage cabinet. But, luckily it's a single room. Fragments of memory tell him that it's because the identity of executioner is too unlucky, and no one wants to live with him. He was lucky enough to be assigned to a storage room that no one wanted as his dormitory. The good fortune of being isolated. Ryan chuckled self-deprecatingly, but this single room, which could keep out prying eyes, had become his perfect haven. He remained pressed against the iron gate, listening intently for a long time until he was sure there were no footsteps in the corridor. Only then, as if he had exhausted all his strength, did he slide to the ground. The darkness and silence made Ren feel a little safe for the first time. In his heart, with a trembling voice that was almost like a prayer, Ren called out, "System." A semi-transparent light screen emitting a faint blue glow quietly appeared before his eyes. Above the light screen were several large, clear characters, Sin Trial System. Below is the newly generated trial file. Prisoner, Bonebreaker Cass. Overall rating, N8. Status, executed. Sin Index, 120. Execution participation rate, 100%. Optional benefits, 3 options available. It's true, it's not an illusion. Every time traveler is indeed blessed. A storm raged within Rain, but his composure, honed from his past life as a corporate slave, forced him to study the text word by word. The culprit, Bonebreaker Cass, should be the pirate we just killed. Overall rating N8? Is N an abbreviation for normal? It sounds a lot like the rarity of gacha in my old mobile game. Sin Index 120. Ren glanced at the number, then at the sin points, 120 on his personal panel, and instantly understood. This should be based on the data of the crimes he committed during his lifetime. The more serious the crime, the higher the index, and I can get the corresponding points after I execute him. As for what the points can be used for, it is not clear yet. System rule, only evil will be judged. Targets with an evil index below 100 will not be judged and will not receive any rewards. Oh, there are restrictions. Ren raised an eyebrow. Ryan mentally estimated, a crime index of 100 points, that's roughly equivalent to having taken more than one life. I can check the archives another day to see what this Cass did. In other words, the system probably automatically filtered out those petty thieves who weren't guilty of capital crimes. That's fine. Ren had no objection to this, on the contrary, he found it very convenient. 100% participation in executions, because I dealt with it myself? If I fight alongside others and get finished off in the end, will my participation decrease and will my rewards be reduced? Is this encouraging me to personally kill those vicious pirates and become a nemesis of evil? Rain instantly understood the key to this setting. This system was encouraging him to engage in PvP. He took a deep breath, forcing his overheated brain to calm down. No, that's thinking too far ahead. Ren shook his head. This isn't a game, there are no respawn points. Everything is based on one premise. We have to survive first. You only have one life. If you lose it, you lose everything. His gaze remained fixed on the most crucial aspect, optional benefits. As he focused his mind, the column expanded, revealing 3 card-like options. Option 1, Physical Inheritance, Limited. Description, inherited the primary physique of Bonebreaker Cass. Option 2, Skill Inheritance, Combat Techniques. Description, inherited from Bonebreaker Cass, he honed his basic fighting skills through years of brawling. Option 3, Memory Fragments, Treasure Spot. Description, inherited from Bonebreaker Cass's memories of a treasure location. Ren frowned slightly as he looked at the parentheses following the first option. A small amount. His mind raced, and he immediately grasped the key point. This Bonebreaker Cass, although his name sounds terrifying, was probably imprisoned in the Logetown Naval Prison for quite some time before his execution. He was fed leftovers every day and never saw the light of day. Forget about exercising, he probably couldn't even stand up properly. He recalled that on the execution platform earlier, although the pirate looked fierce, he was indeed somewhat frail and thin. So that's how it is. The system extracts the power of the executed person in their current state. Because he was imprisoned for a long time, his body is no longer at its peak, so what I can inherit is only a small portion of his weakened physique. Having clarified this point, Ryan continued to calmly analyze the options before him. Memory fragments? The treasure of an ordinary pirate is probably only worth a few 100,000 berries. They are of no help to my current situation. Eliminate them? Skills or physique? This is practically a no-brainer. Physical strength is the foundation of all abilities. Even a small improvement would be a godsend for a 15-year-old still developing body. Moreover, as long as I don't actively show it off, no one will know about the improvement in my physical fitness. I choose physical inheritance. The instant his mind confirmed it, a stream of scorching, pure energy appeared out of thin air, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly washing over his limbs and bones. Well, Ren groaned, clenching his teeth tightly. He felt as if every muscle fiber in his body was being rewoven, and his bones were groaning under the strain. Those few seconds felt like an eternity. The moment the energy flow disappeared, an unprecedented sense of power filled Rain's entire body. He could clearly feel that his strength far surpassed what he had experienced before. But then, an overwhelming feeling of hunger instantly overwhelmed him. Ren was panting heavily, feeling like he could eat a whole cow. He mustered his last bit of strength and reopened the system to check his personal panel, which he hadn't opened earlier. Name, Corvo Rain. Age, 15. Rank, Private First Class. Physical realm, Beginner. Talent, none. Skills, none. Sin points, 120. Chapter 3 seems, alright too. Is this, the price to pay? Ren was panting heavily. The sudden surge of strength he had felt earlier had now turned into a burning emptiness in his stomach. He struggled to his feet and instinctively rushed to the small storage cabinet in the room, starting to rummage through it. The result was disheartening. Apart from a piece of slightly damp black bread and half a pot of cold water, the inside was empty. At that moment, Ren didn't care about anything else. He swallowed the piece of black bread, which could have been used as a brick, in a few bites with some cold water. The dry, hard black bread slightly filled my stomach, but the terrifying hunger only intensified. No, it's not enough at all. Ryan glanced at the wall clock, the hands pointed to 5:30 p.m. In my memory, the canteen at the naval base opened at 6 o'clock in the evening. At 6:30 p.m., when the peak dining time in the canteen had gradually passed and people were becoming sparse, Ren walked out of the barracks with his head down. Although the food in the cafeteria doesn't look very appealing, it's nutritionally balanced and unlimited. As long as you can eat it, no one will stop you from taking as much as you want. Rain, carrying his tray, glanced around the noisy cafeteria and noticed that most of the long tables were occupied by 2 or 3 people, except for one long table by the window, which was completely empty. He walked over expressionlessly and sat down alone. The previously noisy chatter and laughter around him seemed to be muted the moment he sat down, creating a brief silence before escalating even louder. Ryan paid no heed to this, his only thought now was to fill his bottomless stomach. He shoved the food into his mouth with astonishing speed. In his own world of consciousness, all his attention was focused on the blue screen in his mind that only he could see. I see. The overall rating is divided into N, R, SR, SSR, UR, LR, right? This isn't some strange mobile game system. A few minutes later, the plate full of food was emptied. He calmly got up, took the plate to the recycling area, and then, to the chef's astonishment, made an identical plate and returned to his corner. He was showing off his skills while rapidly processing the information from the system. Overall rating is the system's assessment of the judge's peak strength. The system divides them from low to high into N, common, R, rare, SR, super rare, SSR, extremely rare, UR, ultimate rare, and LR, legendary, which only exists in theory. The categorization is quite detailed, but I'm probably just a weakling right now. It's too early for me to think about that. As he delved deeper, Rain discovered the system's universal rules. Whether it was physical realm or the skills and domineering aura that could be mastered in the future, the system used a unified and clear 5-level standard to classify them. From lowest to highest, they are beginner, intermediate, advanced, top, and peak. Above these 5 clear levels, he also saw a gray, undetectable realm, displaying only 3 question marks. Above the peak, are there even higher realms? I'm only at the beginner level now. It seems that the small amount of physical inheritance I received just now only allowed me to barely reach the threshold that the system can recognize. As for the 120 sin points, he searched through the system for a long time before finally finding a gray exchange shop icon. After touching it with his mind, a small message appeared. No permission available. Why is this system acting so mysteriously? How could I not have permission to use my own system? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. When Ryan put down the 5th empty plate, the terrifying hunger that seemed to devour his internal organs was finally suppressed. The food the cafeteria makes is practically pig's swill, Ren thought to himself, frowning. But at least I'm alive. Walking on the stone path back to the dormitory, a salty sea breeze blew in my face, carrying the coolness of the night. The searchlight beams atop the towering watchtower swept across every corner of the base and the distant sea again and again. All of this gave Ryan a sense of unreal alienation. He tugged at his collar and quickened his pace back. Lying back on his narrow single bed, with his hands behind his head, Ryan began to formally plan his future. First of all, the goal is clear: survive and then become stronger. The way to become stronger is to use your current identity to continuously execute criminals and gain abilities through the system. This is the core. Physical strength, skills, domineering aura, all of these can be acquired through the system. As long as I execute enough criminals, and they are strong enough. At this thought, Ren's thoughts suddenly stopped. A thought, like a lightning bolt piercing the night, instantly struck his mind. Wait, where am I? Rogtown. It's the town of beginnings and endings, Rogtown. Doesn't that mean? Ryan sat up abruptly in bed, his heart pounding uncontrollably, as if all the blood in his body was boiling. The Pirate King? Gold Roger? This is where he was executed. This idea instantly made him so excited that his whole body went numb. That's a top-tier existence in the entire One Piece world? If I could execute him, what terrifying rewards would I receive? A meteoric rise to the top? Invincible beyond measure? But the next second, Ryan forced himself to calm down and began to recall that vague scene. No, we need to confirm the date first. Roger was executed in 1498, but the exact month and day aren't clearly stated in the comics. What month is it now? The date on the newspaper is, Ryan thought carefully, it seems to be March. He began frantically digging into the fragments of the original owner's memories, but as a 15-year-old boy soldier who had been ostracized, his memories contained nothing about the One Piece or Roger's execution, except for training, bullying, and the execution ground. There is no memory of Roger having started the Great Pirate Era, which means he definitely hasn't been executed yet. That means I still have time. Rain's breath became incredibly hot. As long as I quietly stay here and wait for that day, then let's just take off. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power within his body. Even at the basic level, his physique was already many times stronger than the body he had in his previous life, weakened by alcohol and sleepless nights. Ryan suddenly smiled with relief. Even though I've been transported to this godforsaken place. He touched his thick hair. But at least I look more than 10 years younger, and even my hairline is healthier. I remembered the face I saw in the reflection of the sewage during the day. And he's quite handsome. Plus, at least I started as a naval officer, which provides a stable guarantee before I fully develop my strength. Thinking about it this way, it seems like it's barely breaking even. Chapter 4. 3 months later. It was still 6:30 p.m. Ryan carried his third dinner back to the corner by the window. Old Hank, the head cook, who was eating at a table not far away, saw him get another meal and mumbled through his cigarette. Hey kid, are you trying to stuff 3 people's meals into one person's stomach? Rain simply nodded without saying a word, quietly putting the stewed vegetables and meat from the spoon into his mouth. 3 months have passed since he transmigrated to this world. Thanks to the physical inheritance provided by the system, Ren's body is now undergoing a savage second development. In just 3 months, his height has increased dramatically from less than 1.6 meters to 1.85 meters. His shoulders have become broader, and his navy uniform, which he has worn for years, now feels tight on him. Initially, his astonishing appetite and physical changes also caused some trouble. About a month ago, that day, the same group of veterans who liked to pick fights stopped him in the canteen, mocking him as a starving ghost reincarnated, and tried to snatch his plate. Before that, Ryan had always adhered to the principle of it's better to do less trouble and chose to ignore all kinds of exclusion and difficulties. But that day, the hunger that was magnified countless times overwhelmed the endurance of his adult soul. Ren didn't waste any words. He moved the instant the other person's hand touched the plate. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the 3 veterans were already lying on the ground, clutching their stomachs, curled up like boiled shrimp. Ryan, on the other hand, simply picked up his plate silently and, amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone, walked to the corner by the window and continued eating. From that day on, no one dared to cause him any trouble. Even his popularity at the Logetown naval base suddenly improved. No one dared to call him bad luck to his face anymore, and the looks of disdain that once scorned him had turned into awe. Although he was still lonely, at least he had gained peace and quiet. Indeed, no matter what world you're in, fists are the most effective way to communicate. Ryan muttered a curse to himself as he swallowed the last bite of black bread. I saw my blurry reflection in the clear window pane beside me. The boy in the reflection still had delicate features, but his face was gradually developing sharper, more defined contours. His eyes no longer held the fear and confusion he had when he first arrived, only a deep, unfathomable calm remained. He has already gotten used to life here. Leaning back in my chair, I enjoyed the long-lost feeling of fullness, while also experiencing a power within my body that was completely different from what I felt 3 months ago. The feeling of this power constantly growing stronger is truly fascinating. Ren clenched his fist, feeling the solid power within it, and his thoughts drifted further away. But we're still far from it. To have the ability to protect oneself, or even live comfortably, in this chaotic world, one would at least need the strength of a general, right? The chance to rise to the top in one step lies on this island. GOLD Roger, when are you going to turn yourself in? The lack of any news over the past 3 months has made Ren increasingly anxious. Not knowing how long he would have to wait, Ren suppressed his unrealistic fantasies and focused his attention on the present. I thought of the execution that had just taken place yesterday morning. Prisoner, Hookjack. Overall rating, N7. Optional benefits. Physical inheritance, in small quantities. Skill inheritance, basic navigation. Rain still chose physical inheritance without hesitation. He was prepared for the scorching energy flow and the subsequent feeling of weakness. However, the expected violent energy did not appear. A warm current, which could only be described as warm, flowed into his body, swirled around once without causing any pain or discomfort, and then disappeared. Ren could feel that his strength had indeed increased somewhat, but it was far from what he had expected, and even compared to every previous enhancement he had received. The hunger that followed was not as intense as before, it just made him feel like he had forgotten to eat breakfast this morning. Since his physical realm broke through from beginner to intermediate a month ago, this feeling has become increasingly obvious. The nourishment that these N-rank pirates who are bullying him near Logetown can provide has become increasingly scarce. The feeling of surging power that used to be has now been replaced by a mere warm current that is better than nothing. Couldn't we try harder to capture some powerful pirates? Rain sighed inwardly, then opened his personal panel with a thought. Name, Corvo Rain. Age, 15. Rank, Private First Class. Physical realm, Intermediate. Talent, none. Skills, Swordsmanship, Beginner, Shooting, Beginner. Sin points, 2,150. His breakthrough to the intermediate level in physical fitness was his biggest achievement in the past 3 months. Of the various miscellaneous skills he had drawn during those 3 months, he kept only the most practical ones, swordsmanship and archery, which finally gave him some decent means of combat. As for the 2,000 points, looking at the still grayed out store icon, Ren felt a toothache. Having money but nowhere to spend it feels worse than being in debt. As for his rank, he was promoted 1 level a month ago to Private First Class. He still does not receive a salary, only free meals and uniform. After finishing his meal, Ryan sorted out his thoughts on his way back to his dormitory. To avoid feeling too averse to his job as an executioner and to better understand his performance, he spent those 3 months going to the base's archives and going through the files of the pirates he had executed. He discovered that the system's crime index was not fabricated out of thin air. If the crime index exceeds 100, the crimes recorded in the case file, placed within the universal values of his previous life, would be enough to easily sentence him to death. As for the guy with the highest crime index of 550 that he has seen so far, Ryan thinks that shooting him for 5 minutes would be too lenient. This realization gradually replaced the guilt that Ren felt towards killing, a guilt rooted in the modern mind with a numb sense of cleaning up trash. He wasn't killing people, he was cleaning up trash. Back in his small private room, after changing his clothes, Ryan lay on the bed, feeling utterly bored. Dong dong dong. A hesitant knocking sounded at the door. Rain frowned, opened the door, and found a somewhat familiar-looking ordinary Marine standing there. At that moment, the Marine's face wore a fawning and awe-inspiring smile. Ryan, sir, the Marine awkwardly used a respectful title. I have orders that you have another mission tomorrow afternoon. Understood, Ren replied casually, preparing to close the door. Ah, please wait a moment. The Marine quickly took out a file from behind him and handed it over with both hands. This is the case file of this prisoner. This is the first time. In the past, the officers only treated him as a gun that didn't need to think, and never showed him these things. Ever since they learned that Ryan had a habit of going to the archives, they've actually started bringing his files over on their own initiative. Chapter 5 Last Wish. The following afternoon, in the central square of Rog, at the execution platform, Ren arrived at his job post 10 minutes early. He was somewhat surprised to find that there were more civilians who came to watch today than ever before. But unlike in the past, the crowd today was unusually quiet. There were no insults or curses directed at the pirates about to be executed. Instead, there were suppressed whispers rising and falling. Is it really Lord Buck? I don't believe it. Oh, he saved my daughter's life. How could he? Good people shouldn't end up like this. But the newspapers say he killed Hawk's entire family, 6 people in total. Wearing a cold mask, Rain listened quietly to the cacophony of opinions, his heart unmoved. But he knew that what these people were saying was true. When the time came, the familiar scarred-faced officer stepped onto the platform. He surveyed the agitated crowd below, cleared his throat, and, in a voice louder than ever before, read out the prisoner's charges. Lone Ranger Buck? As a pirate, he disregarded the law and broke into Hawk's mansion last Wednesday night, brutally murdering Hawk and his family of 6. His crimes are heinous, and the evidence is irrefutable. Scarface's voice echoed across the square. Trial by the Rogtown Naval Branch, the death sentence is to be carried out immediately. He suddenly waved his hand. Executioner, prepare. Upon hearing this, Ryan expressionlessly raised the long-barreled rifle in his hand and rested the butt against his now solid shoulder. Through the crosshair, he looked again at the man tied to the wooden stake. The file he had looked at yesterday involuntarily came to mind. Lone Wolf Buck, a pirate who has been active in the waters around Logetown for several years. He was homeless and lived a solitary life, robbing notorious wealthy merchants and wicked pirates, and using most of his spoils to help the poor in the slums of Logetown. Among civilians, his reputation was even better than that of the Navy. For this reason, as long as no one was killed, the naval branch in Logetown had always turned a blind eye to him. Until last Wednesday. That night, during a robbery of a local ruthless tycoon named Hawk, whether by mistake or out of desperation, he ended up causing the tragic loss of all 6 members of Hawk's family. 6 lives lost. This crossed the Navy's red line. Regardless of public opinion, the higher UPS issued a strict order, which led to today's execution. Redden's thoughts returned to what was before him. He looked at the man in the crosshair. He may have saved more than 60 people. But the law is the law, and his crime of killing 6 people is also a fact. His merits and demerits cannot offset each other. At this moment, Buck neither struggled nor cursed. Rain looked into his eyes through the mask. Those were unfathomable eyes. In those eyes, Ren saw the relief that everything had settled, the resentment towards fate, and the liberation that everything was coming to an end. But one thing I don't regret is that I don't regret it. Rain realized that he couldn't simply determine whether this person was good or bad, or whether he deserved to die. He was the executioner. His job is not to make judgments, but to execute them. Execution. The scarred officer's roar exploded like thunder. Ryan's fingers were as steady as a rock. The moment the order was given, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunshot brought an end to the legendary life of this righteous thief. Suppressed sobs could be heard from the crowd. In Redden's mind, the cold system notification sounded precisely on time. Prisoner, the Lone Ranger Buck. Overall rating, R5. Sin Index, 270. Execution participation rate, 100%. Optional benefits, 3 options available. Bucket list, active. A sin index of 270. It seems the system has calculated the weight of those 6 lives very clearly. Ren thought to himself, in the eyes of the system, there is no such thing as merits and demerits offsetting each other. Overall rating R5. That's a bit unexpected. As expected of a pirate who has been active for many years, he is the strongest pirate I have ever executed. Ren knew very well that this physical inheritance would be an unprecedented improvement. His gaze finally fell on the brand new term that appeared for the first time: bucket list. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the research, a red object flew towards him through the semi-transparent screen in front of him. Rain instinctively raised his left hand. Snapped. He held a ripe, red, rotten tomato firmly in his palm, its sticky juice slowly dripping through his fingers. He looked up and, through the mask, saw the faces below the stage, filled with anger and sorrow. They dared not do anything to the naval soldiers, and could only vent all their resentment on him, the executioner who had personally killed the hero. Without saying a word, Ryan threw the rotten tomato in his hand into the trash can next to him. He felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he had to wear this damn mask every time he was executed. Back in his small private room, which belonged only to him, Ren couldn't wait to open the system again. Bucket list, looks like a task system. He studied the faintly glowing icon carefully. Is it something that all criminals of our level or higher have, or is Buck an exception? Driven by intense curiosity, his mind focused on the words activatable. In that instant, a massive torrent of memories, not his own, exploded in his mind like an incredibly realistic VR movie. He saw everything. It was a stormy night. Buck broke into the mansion of wealthy businessman Hawk, his goal being to find enough of Hawk's ill-gotten gains to help bury in the slums. But he unexpectedly found an account book in the basement. The paper was covered with densely packed black ink, each line containing a cold name, an age, and a series of shocking prices representing Barry's worth of goods. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and flames erupted. Hawk, along with his 2 sons, blocked the only exit. I thought it was some rat. Hawk's fat face wore a contemptuous sneer. So it's that righteous thief in town who steals garbage. These kids, did you do this? Buck's voice was hoarse with extreme anger. Children. Hawk paused, then suddenly realized, and laughed even more arrogantly. Ah, you mean those missing brats in the slums? That's right, I sold them. Good-looking and obedient brats are hot commodities in the slave market. I advise you to mind your own business. He pointed upwards. Every single business deal up here is protected by my big boss. The adults above. The missing kid. The moment Buck heard those 2 words, his principle of not killing was completely shattered. The scene flashed by, showing mothers in the slums weeping and begging him to help them find their children's faces. Crimson instantly filled the entire field of vision. When all was silent again, Buck stood amidst the corpses, covered in blood, his eyes vacant. Just as he was preparing to take the ledger to the naval branch to surrender, a faint cry came from a secret room on the second floor. He saw the infant who had been hidden in swaddling clothes. It was the child of Hawk's unmarried daughter, who had been secretly raised at home because she didn't know who the father was. Looking at the innocent baby, Buck's empty eyes showed a complex mix of emotions. Finally, he carried the baby and disappeared into the rainy night. The scene shifts rapidly, and he sees Buck entrusting the baby to a middle-aged woman in the slum whom he trusts most and who has no children. After doing all this, he went to the naval branch and confessed to the robbery and murder. The torrent of memories ends here. Before Rain's eyes, the bucket list on the system screen finally displayed the specific text. Buck's last wish, a trust. Description: I killed all those scumbags, but I never expected there would be an innocent child among them. My life savings are hidden in the same old place. Please bring them out and give them to her, so that at least, she can raise that child safely. Mission objective: go to the location where Buck has hidden his savings, retrieve them, and hand them over to the middle-aged woman who is raising the baby. Task reward: unknown. After learning the full story, Ryan was a little stunned. Chapter 6 Second Reward. Rain looked at the number on the screen that represented Evil Sin Index, 270, and then at the bucket list below that clearly represented good. The system's judgment is extremely cold-blooded, only calculating the crime itself. This discovery made him think of another person. If even someone like Buck, who is regarded as a righteous thief by some ordinary people, has a sin index as high as 270, that legendary, unrestrained Roger, the pirate king revered by countless people, how many ordinary people were destroyed and killed in the great pirate era he ushered in? Then what terrifying astronomical figure must his crime index be? Thinking of this, Ren shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. He stopped thinking about whether Buck should have died or not, and he didn't reflect on the complexities of human nature. Because he knew very well that neither the righteous thief Buck in front of him nor the legendary pirate King Roger were people he was qualified to judge right and wrong. In this world where the strong rule, the weak don't even have the right to discuss good and evil. At present, Ren is undoubtedly still the weaker party. For him, there is only one important thing right now: to become stronger at all costs. Rain temporarily suppressed his curiosity about the will and focused his attention on the optional benefits in front of him. With his thought, 3 brand new cards appeared before him. Option 1, Physical Inheritance. Description: inherited the intermediate physique of Lone Wolf Buck. Option 2, Skill Inheritance, Stealth. Description: inherited Buck's stealth skills honed while evading capture, reaching the intermediate level. Option 3, Skill Inheritance, Shooting. Description: he inherited Buck's gun shooting skills honed over many years of thievery, reaching the intermediate level. Redden's eyes widened slightly. Intermediate level skill. This is a whole level higher than the basic skill he had drawn before. Whether it's stealth or shooting, both are fatally attractive to Ren, who believes in the path of survival. Redden's gaze slowly swept over the 3 options. After physical body, there are no more minor markings. He immediately noticed this detail. That makes sense. Ryan recalled the contents of the file. He committed the crime last Wednesday and was executed today, in less than a week. Given his overall rating of R5 by the system, his physical abilities wouldn't have declined much in such a short time. His heart instantly burned with passion. A near-complete physical inheritance of an R5 level powerhouse is definitely a chance for him to achieve a huge boost, but Ryan only thought about it for less than 3 seconds. Skills can be chosen later, but a strong physique is the foundation for survival in this world. Physical inheritance. The moment he confirmed it with his mind, a stream of pure energy, like a flood bursting through a dam, rushed into his body. Well, Ren groaned, his muscles tensing instantly as he lay on the bed, veins bulging on his forehead. This time, it wasn't the tearing pain of before, but an extreme soreness and swelling after being forcibly stretched open. He felt like a balloon being relentlessly pumped with water from a fire hose. Every muscle and every bone groaned under the immense pressure. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He clenched his teeth tightly, using all his willpower to guide and absorb the force washing over his entire body. A few minutes later, when the energy was finally completely absorbed by his body, Ryan collapsed on the bed, soaked to the bone, panting heavily as if he had just finished a marathon. But beneath this exhaustion lies an unprecedentedly powerful feeling. It's as if every cell in my body is filled with explosive energy. Along with this sense of power came a hunger that almost made him faint again. Hungry, so hungry. He struggled to get out of bed, enduring the aches and exhaustion all over his body, and stared intently at the wall clock. There's still an hour before the cafeteria opens. It was the same time of evening, in the cafeteria. When Ryan returned to his corner with the 11th plate, the entire cafeteria was completely silent. All the naval soldiers, including Old Hank, the head cook, stared at the slender boy with a giant-like appetite as if he were a monster. Ignoring all the stares, Ryan devoured the last piece of food. The terrifying feeling of hunger finally subsided slowly. Rain leaned back in his chair, feeling the reassuring sense of regaining control of his body. He couldn't help but fall into thought. A single R5 level physique upgrade requires enough food for nearly 11 people to replenish the energy deficit. What about SSR level or even UR level upgrades? That amount of food would probably require eating an entire sea king. When the night was deep and quiet, Ren changed into an inconspicuous set of casual clothes and, like a black shadow, silently blended into the night of Rogue Town. Guided by Buck's memories, they walked through several alleys and arrived at an abandoned brewery on the edge of town. He found the waterproof leather trunk under a loose stone slab in the underground wine cellar. Inside, neatly stacked berry bottles were revealed. Following the address Buck remembered, he found the small wooden cabin lit by a dim yellow oil lamp. He didn't knock on the door directly, but instead stepped into the shadows and quietly observed. The room was small and poorly soundproofed. Through the window, he could see a capable-looking middle-aged woman with graying temples mending something. At the same time, a soft, slightly off-key lullaby was faintly hummed from inside the room, filled with warmth. After confirming that everything was correct, Ryan took out a pre-written letter from his pocket, which briefly explained the origin of the money and Buck's last wishes. He quietly placed the box and letter together at the doorway. Following the code he remembered Buck used to knock on the door, he gently knocked 3 times, then turned and disappeared into the darkness without pausing. He heard the woman's puzzled opening of the door from inside the house, followed by a low sob, a mixture of suppressed joy and sorrow, after seeing the letter and the money box. On his way back to base, the cold, robotic system notification sounded in his mind. Buck's last wish, the entrustment completed. Settling unknown rewards. Rewards settled. Reward, you can choose one more optional benefit from Lone Wolf Buck's remaining options. Chapter 7 System Shop. As Ren had predicted, after fulfilling the last wish, he could choose again from the other party's optional benefits. As soon as he returned to his residence, Ren's mind quickly sank into the system, returning to the previous earnings interface. The 2 optional earnings he had previously given up reappeared before his eyes. Skill Inheritance, Stealth, Intermediate. Skill Inheritance, Shooting, Intermediate. I really want both of them, can I grab them both quickly? Ren stared at the 2 skills, caught in a dilemma. Shooting is an ability that can instantly enhance combat effectiveness, but I don't have any place to fight right now. Stealth, this type of ability is the first of its kind to appear in the system. Its strategic value is immeasurable. After a brief hesitation, Ren made his choice. Skill Inheritance, Stealth, Intermediate. Countless pieces of knowledge and muscle memory about how to conceal one's form, eliminate one's aura, and move in the shadows were instantly etched into the depths of his mind. Rain could feel that if he wanted, he could easily blend into the shadows in the room right now. After doing all this, Ren was satisfied and prepared to shut down the system and go to sleep. But he suddenly noticed that the once gray shop icon in the corner of the menu was now glowing with a blue light and was no longer unselectable. Huh? When did it unlock? It didn't even ring. Ren mentally scoffed, but clicked on the link without hesitation. The light screen before them instantly transformed. 2 tabs composed of golden patterns appeared at the top of the light screen. Regular items, dimensional treasures. Ryan's thinking was clear. He first clicked on the more plain regular products section to browse. The next second, a dazzling list appeared before his eyes like a waterfall. Rows of goods, like display shelves in an armory, instantly appeared before his eyes. Naval Standard Longsword, price, 200 sin points. Naval Standard Flintlock Rifle, price, 200 sin points. Superior Weapon, price, 20,000 sin points. Description, after redemption, you can customize a unique and high-quality firearm from the system. Fine Blade, price, 20,000 sin points. Description, after redemption, you can customize a knife from the system that rivals the quality of a top-grade, fine-duty knife. Legendary Weapon, price, 500,000 sin points. Customize a one-of-a-kind legendary firearm. Supreme Great Sword, price, 500,000 sin points. To commission a sword comparable to the 12 Supreme Grade swords. Not only are there knives, but also firearms that are rarely mentioned in the original work, but the good ones are not available for purchase at the moment. Ryan calmly closed the page. He knew very well that these things were irrelevant to him for the time being. Following the weapons section is the items section, where items like Seastone bullets, permanent pointers, vitality cards, and devil fruit encyclopedia, which are extremely rare and valuable outside, are all clearly priced here. I even saw the devil fruit compass. You can designate a fruit, and the compass will guide you in the direction of the fruit. This seems to be part of the One Piece universe, but it's something I've never seen in the manga before. What excited him most were the items under the categories of skills and dominance. In the skills category, he saw his 2 skills that were only at the basic level. Skill, Basic Swordsmanship Rightward Arrow Intermediate Swordsmanship, price, 1,000 sin points. Skill, Basic Shooting Rightward Arrow Intermediate Shooting, price, 1,000 sin points. Skill, Intermediate Stealth Rightward Arrow Advanced Stealth, price, 10,000 sin points. Next, he clicked on the Domineering category. Most of the items there were grayed out. Haki, Basic Armament Haki Rightward Arrow Intermediate Armament Haki, gray locked. Unlock condition, the host must first awaken or master Basic Armament Haki. Haki, Beginner Observation Haki Rightward Arrow Intermediate Observation Haki, gray locked. Unlock requirements, the host must first awaken or master Basic Observation Haki. As expected, Domineering Aura cannot be bought out of thin air. One must first master the basic ability. Ren was not surprised by this. After browsing through all the products, Ryan confirmed 2 core rules in his mind. First, this shop is almost all-powerful, offering everything from weapons and skills to upgrades to aura and various techniques. The only exception is physique, which cannot be purchased directly with points, and upgrades to any of the abilities cannot exceed one major level of physique. Secondly, the skill upgrade packs and domineering aura packs in the shop can only improve his existing abilities, not allow him to learn a completely new skill out of thin air. I see. Ren instantly understood the system's optimal growth path. The essence of the exchange shop is an upgrade station, not a learning machine. Its purpose is to quickly upgrade my basic skills to intermediate or even advanced levels, saving me a lot of time. But execution acquisition is the real treasure trove. It's not only the only way to obtain physical strength, but also the opportunity to acquire rare talents and brand new skills that can't be bought in stores at all. After all, the value of a powerful expert's physical inheritance is definitely not something that can be measured in a few thousand or tens of thousands of points. At this moment, Ryan's thoughts became incredibly clear. From now on, any optional gains must be prioritized for those that cannot be purchased from the store, such as physique or rare skills/talents, while sin points should be used to quickly upgrade existing low-level regular skills. After clarifying his thoughts, Rain looked at his sin points, 2,420 balance, and no longer hesitated. System, exchange for swordsmanship, intermediate, and archery, intermediate. 2,000 sin points consumed. Exchange successful. Two massive streams of information flooded his mind, presenting him with countless techniques, tips, and combat experiences related to swordsmanship and firearms, all readily available for his use. Ren realized that as long as he started practicing, he could probably reach the intermediate level in these two skills in just 2 or 3 days. After finishing his business, Ren, with a hint of curiosity, clicked on the Dimensional Treasures tab, which looked very high-end. Unlike the densely packed list of regular products, this page is extremely simple. There was only a magnificent golden display stand, and in the very center of the stand, an item floated. Below it was a line of small print, refresh countdown, 2231 on the 29 ST. Upon closer inspection, Ryan realized it was a strangely shaped camera. This month's rare item, dress-up camera. Description: simply place the designed clothing pattern into the camera, point it at the target, and take a picture. The target will instantly be dressed in the clothes in the pattern. Price: 80,000 sin points. Rain looked at the description of the item and fell silent. There was a full 10 seconds of silence. That's it. 50,000 points, just for changing clothes. Still the rare treasures that are only refreshed once a month. This system, is it probably run by some perverted goddess who loves changing clothes? Ren felt his sarcastic spirit burning brightly. He closed the improper page without hesitation. After all, he would never be willing to spend 5 points to exchange for such a thing for a long time to come. Chapter 8: Roger Arrest. 3 days have passed since Buck's execution. The sun was blazing in the open-air training grounds of the naval base. Swish dash! A swift blade of light drew a cold arc in the air, precisely severing a fallen leaf from a wooden stake in front of it, while the stake itself remained completely still. Rain slowly sheathed his sword and exhaled a breath of stale air. In just 3 days, he had completely synchronized the swordsmanship, intermediate skill he had redeemed from the shop. With the system's support, his daily progress was comparable to the months of hard work of an ordinary person. Now, his swordsmanship has firmly reached the intermediate level. I should be able to improve my shooting skills in the next day or two. My physique seems to be approaching the next level as well. In the past few days, Rain has performed 2 more physical inheritance processes by executing newly captured pirates. Although both were minor improvements at the N level, he clearly felt that he was only 1 step away from the next realm. This rate of progress. Could it be that the original owner of this body was actually a hidden genius? Ren then shook his head self-deprecatingly. Whether one is a genius or not is no longer important in the face of the system. Just as he was basking in the pleasure of this steady increase in strength. OM-. Suddenly, all the radio den mushy in the base simultaneously sounded the highest level alarm, sharp enough to pierce eardrums. The piercing alarm blared throughout the town of Logue. All the naval personnel who were resting, patrolling, or training suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked in astonishment toward the direction of the broadcast. A solemn and chilling voice, emanating from the loudspeakers of every base, announced in a high-pitched tone to all the soldiers within. Urgent report: the Pirate King, Gold Roger, has been successfully captured by the Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. After a brief period of deathly silence, the entire base erupted in thunderous cheers. Finally, has it arrived? Hours later, as the first wave of newsbirds arrived in droves, more detailed information spread throughout the world. The newspaper's front page headline, in the most eye-catching style, read: "The legend ends. Marine hero Garp personally ends the Pirate King era." Another piece of news plunged everyone in Rogtown into even deeper shock and fervor. The world government has decided that Gold Roger will be publicly executed in Logetown, the hometown of the Pirate King, in 3 months. As Ryan stared at the line of text in the newspaper, his eyes burned with intense passion. 3 months later, Roger finally received the ultimate gift package from this newbie village. If I eat this, I can ascend to the heavens in 1 step. Meanwhile, in the basement of a dark tavern in the port of Logetown, a group of pirates sat around a table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. They were remnants of the pirate crew of Mad Shark Diego, who had been executed by Rain earlier. Big brother, we've found out. Who is that masked executioner? I spent 60,000 berries to find out from a marine. A pirate with a scar on his face said through gritted teeth. Damn it. The one-eyed leader slammed his fist on the table. You dare not touch those officials, but you dare not touch a mere executioner. We have to do it? We need to use that brat's head to avenge our captain, another pirate exclaimed excitedly. The newspapers all say that in 3 months, this place will be full of big shots from Marine headquarters. Then we'll never have another chance to avenge our captain. But that kid is very reclusive and almost never leaves the base. We have no chance to make a move. A ruthless glint flashed in the one-eyed man's eyes. Then let's dive in. Tonight is our last chance. Kill him, and we'll head out to sea immediately. Late at night, in Redden's single dormitory room. I just finished an execution this afternoon and am lying in bed ready to see what I've gained today. At that very moment, Ryan's ears suddenly twitched slightly. After breaking through to the intermediate level in the physical realm, his 5 senses were already far beyond those of ordinary people. In the still of the night, he could clearly hear a few deliberately muffled footsteps coming from the corridor outside the door. These were definitely not the footsteps of the night patrol. Moreover, the intermediate level stealth skills he inherited from Buck not only taught him how to hide himself, but also gave him a beast-like intuition in the dark. Ren could clearly sense that the hiding skills of the guys outside the door were ridiculously clumsy, full of flaws, and that they had an undisguised violent killing intent. Assassination. The thought flashed through Ryan's mind for a moment, but then he realized something was wrong. In this base, I'm just an executioner ostracized by everyone, powerless and without influence. I'm neither in anyone's way nor do I have any secrets worth silencing. Who would want to kill me? As his thoughts raced, his gaze unconsciously swept over the execution rifle that had just been wiped clean in the corner. Are you here for revenge? Rain's eyes instantly turned cold. Boom! The dormitory door was kicked open with tremendous force. 4 dark figures wielding knives and guns rushed in like wolves, only to find the room empty. Where are they? The one-eyed leader roared in a low voice, filled with astonishment. The next second, a cold voice, like the whisper of death, rang out behind them. Are you looking for me? Several pirates turned around in alarm, only to find that Rain had appeared behind them at some point. You brat, die. The pirate closest to him roared and swung his sword at him. Ryan didn't even look at him. He simply took a step forward, turned to the side, and delivered a precise chop to the other man's neck. Click. Without a scream, the pirate collapsed silently to the ground like a lump of mud. All of this happened so fast that the other 3 didn't even have time to react. Ryan didn't want to use a knife, much less a gun. He found it dirty, especially in his own room. With his intermediate level physique, Redden's figure transformed into a blur of motion, moving at high speed within the confined space. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 dull thuds, the fight came to an abrupt end within 3 seconds. Looking at the dead intruders scattered on the ground, Ren frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and decided to report to his superiors. 5 minutes later, the patrol team and the duty sergeant who rushed over, looking at the pirate's cleanly and neatly killed body, and then at Rain standing to the side yawning, almost dropped their jaws. You did all of this by yourself? The sergeant asked in shock, his voice trembling. They sneaked into my dorm, probably to avenge some pirate. Ren nodded, his expression unchanged, as if he were talking about something trivial. Sergeant, if there's nothing else, may I go back to sleep? Okay. The sergeant subconsciously stepped aside, his brain still in a daze. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, who looked at him as if he were a monster, Ren nodded politely and turned to go back into the house. Back in my room, it felt as if I had just gone out to take out the trash. In my mind, a series of notification sounds indicating the completion of the trial of sins echoed. Really? Ren muttered to himself, his voice showing no surprise whatsoever. Just as I thought. From the very first day he was bound to the system, he had a hunch. The name Judgment of Sin emphasizes sin rather than the form of judgment. The system was activated because of the execution. It just so happened that he was in that position and was the first person to encounter the way to end evil. Tonight's assassination attempt was not only a minor crisis for him, but also a long-awaited experiment to verify whether his system could work outside the execution ground. Now, the experiment has yielded results. With a thought, he opened the system's trial file. When he saw the 4 crystal-clear new files at the very top of the log, a smile of complete control finally appeared on Ryan's lips. He glanced at the nearly 1,000 sin points provided by the 4 N-level pirates, and then scanned the optional benefits that held no appeal for him. With a thought, Rain unhesitatingly chose physical inheritance for the entirety. 4 faint but cumulative warm currents flowed into his body, making his physique, which was almost at its limit, even stronger. Chapter 9 The Storm is Brewing. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. This period, however, felt exceptionally long and oppressive for the entire ocean. First, Pirate King Gold Roger surrendered to the Navy, and then flying pirate Shiki the Golden Lion caused a ruckus in Marineford before being arrested and imprisoned. The successive end of these 2 legends weighed heavily on the hearts of all pirates, like a mountain. The pirates on the entire sea felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. The pirates' arrogance was dealt an unprecedented blow, and the entire sea unexpectedly entered a period of calm seas. This is a good thing for ordinary people, but for Ryan, it means that his greatest source of experience has been almost completely cut off. For 3 whole months, the Logtown branch failed to capture many pirates who needed to be executed. Although there was no systemic assistance available at the moment, Ren did not slack off. On the outskirts of Rog, on a remote coastal cliff, Ren was shirtless, his slightly tanned skin glistening with sweat. Though not yet 16, he was already nearly 2 meters tall, his slender frame covered with smooth, firm muscle lines, exuding a power beyond his years. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and then, as if taking a leisurely stroll after a meal, casually threw a straight punch forward. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a short, muffled thud, as if a fist had struck soaked leather. Ren slowly withdrew his fist, looked at the knuckles that didn't even have a red mark, and nodded in satisfaction. The very next second he retracted his fist, a clear fist print sank deep into the incredibly hard rock before him. Centered on the fist print, a spiderweb of fine cracks silently spread, instantly covering the entire rock. Call. A sea breeze blew by. Splash. The entire reef, like a sand sculpture weathered by the elements, silently collapsed before him, turning into a pile of rubble. So, I can become stronger without the system. Rain felt the powerful force surging within him, and his heart was filled with joy. He also gained a deeper understanding of the system's power. It's just too slow. Without the foundation laid by the system, it might have taken me 5 or even 10 years to reach my current level on my own. With a thought, he opened his personal panel and reviewed the overall changes over the past 3 months. Name, Corvo Rain. Age, 15. Rank, Private First Class. Physical realm, Advanced. Talent, none. Skills, Stealth, Intermediate, Swordsmanship, Intermediate, Shooting, Intermediate, Combat Skills, Intermediate, Cooking, Intermediate, Navigation, Intermediate. Sin points, 220. 2 more non-combat skills have been added: Cooking and Navigation. This was the one he chose when he recently executed the pirates, thinking that it's better than nothing. When he tried to upgrade these 2 skills in the shop, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the upgrade price of these non-combat skills was much cheaper than that of combat skills of the same level. Although they were just 2 non-combat skills, Rain felt that the points were well spent. He put on the uniform shirt draped to the side, stretched his body, which was a little sweaty from exercising, and walked towards the naval base. The closer he got to the town, the more clearly he could sense the recent changes in the atmosphere. This time of day would normally be the busiest in Rogtown, but now, pedestrians hurry along the streets, their faces showing unease and fear. The port was packed with all sorts of ships, making it far more crowded than usual. Redden's gaze swept quickly across the crowd. He saw reporters from all over the world who had come after hearing the news. He saw a bounty hunter with eyes as greedy as a hyena. And then there are those pirates who make no attempt to hide their violent aura. The storm is brewing. Ren thought to himself, the sharks all over the world have smelled the blood. The tension reached its peak when he arrived at the gates of the naval base. The base gates were now guarded by a group of elite soldiers he didn't recognize at all. The chilling aura emanating from them was far beyond anything the Navy from the Rogtown branch could match. Halt. Password? Show your identification. Even though Ryan was wearing a Navy uniform, he was stopped without any politeness. Rain gave the password expressionlessly and handed over his identification tag. The head guard carefully checked it before coldly waving his hand to signal for passage. Ryan could clearly sense that the atmosphere of the entire naval base had completely changed. The patrolling soldiers, who had been in pairs, were now in groups of 5, each armed to the teeth, their eyes sharp as eagles. The entire base was like a sophisticated war machine programmed for wartime operations, running coldly and efficiently, with every part exuding a dangerous aura that kept strangers at bay. As Rain walked through the heavily guarded base and returned to his secluded dormitory, before he could even sit down, a series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. Rain, Captain Stock wants to see you, immediately. The messenger at the door said urgently. Stock. Ryan raised an eyebrow. It was his scarred superior. With a hint of doubt, he followed the messenger to the captain's office on the 2nd floor of the base. To his surprise, Captain Stock was not in his office, but stood straight at the door like a wooden stake, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Upon seeing Ryan arrive, Stock immediately pulled him aside and, in an unprecedentedly tense voice, whispered his instructions. Kid, listen up. There's a big shot from headquarters inside. When you go in, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, and don't say things you shouldn't say. Just answer whatever the big shot asks, understand? Countless thoughts flashed through Ryan's mind in an instant, but he still nodded calmly. Clear. Stock took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and stepped forward himself to knock on the door respectfully. Report? The person has been brought. A gentle female voice came from inside. Let him in. Yes. Stock first stood up abruptly, then carefully pushed open the door and winked at Ryan. Ren went inside. The office was dimly lit, with the lights off. Only one figure sat in the captain's chair, his back to him, quietly gazing out the window at the scenery of Logtown. As if sensing his arrival, the figure slowly turned around. By the natural light coming through the window, Ryan could see her face clearly. She had a head of meticulously styled short silver hair, and although there were some signs of age on her face, her skin was still very well maintained. What is most impressive are her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, as if they could see through all the conspiracies and evils in the world. His back was ramrod straight, and he exuded a unique aura that blended intellect and authority. It was none other than the Navy Headquarters Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Chapter 10 Lieutenant General Tsuru. Lieutenant General Tsuru did not speak immediately. She simply sat quietly in the chair, using the natural light from the window to peruse the rather thin file in her hands, and slowly read it aloud in a calm tone. Name, Corvo Rain. Age, 15. Background, war orphan, adopted by the Logetown branch. A year and a half ago, he officially took over as the branch's executioner. That concludes the archive. After he finished reading, a long silence fell over the office. For the first time, those sharp eyes looked away from the file and landed on Ryan, as if trying to see right through him. Rain, Lieutenant General Tsuru began slowly, asking a seemingly unrelated question. Are you afraid of your job? Rain's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm and slightly reserved, like a young man meeting an important person. Reporting to Your Excellency. Ren bowed slightly. It is my duty, and I am not afraid. The corners of the crane's mouth seemed to curve into a barely perceptible arc. You've done a very good job. She picked up another document on the table. In the past year and a half, you've carried out 21 executions, all of which were completed smoothly. For a newcomer, and a teenager of 15 or 16, that's a very good record. Her tone shifted, becoming sharper. So, answer me, Ryan. Why did you choose this job? Ryan mentally scoffed. Why are you asking me why? You old fox, you have my file in your hand. How could you not know why I'm doing this? Isn't it because I have no connections and am ostracized that I'm assigned this dirty and tiring work? You're pretending to be ignorant and asking pointless questions. Although he was inwardly cursing, Redden's face remained expressionless. Without the slightest hesitation, he replied in a numb tone perfectly befitting his persona. Reporting to Your Excellency, because it is an order. Upon hearing this answer, his sharp eyes finally softened. She stopped probing, leaned forward slightly, and her tone became extremely serious. Very well. Then, I have an even more important order to give you. He bypassed all formalities and went straight to the point. The Navy needs an executioner with absolutely outstanding mental fortitude and ability to carry out Roger's execution. I have chosen you. They didn't give Ren a chance to speak. Tsuru continued, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. To demonstrate the dignity and justice of the Navy, you cannot wear a mask for this execution. You will stand before the world with your true face. Redden's pupils contracted slightly. Tsuru took in his reaction and assumed he was worried about retaliation, so she offered him a generous deal. I know this will make you a thorn in the side of pirates all over the world. But don't worry. After it's done, I'll apply for merit for you and promote you to captain, so you can leave this dangerous place, Logetown. From private to captain, that's like rising to the top in one step. However, in Ryan's mind, alarm bells were ringing. Captain. Are you kidding me? I just want to be an unnoticed executioner, quietly grinding experience points. How can I remain invisible after being promoted? How can I execute criminals? He reacted almost immediately. Ren abruptly stood at attention and saluted, his face filled with the excitement typical of a young man blinded by great honor, and shouted, Your Excellency, please forgive me for refusing your reward. A hint of surprise flashed in the crane's eyes. To be able to personally execute the Pirate King and rid the sea of this greatest evil is the highest honor for me as a Marine. Ryan's performance continued, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. I don't need any extra rewards or promotions. I just want to fulfill my duty as an executioner. Looking at the boy in front of him, whose face was flushed with a sense of mission, he was deeply moved. She had seen too many Navy men chasing fame and fortune, but she had never seen such pure justice unmoved by fame and fortune. Good, good. A genuine smile of satisfaction appeared on Tsuru's face. The Navy needs pure soldiers like you. I approve your request. Crane didn't insist, but she made sure to remember the name Rain. Such a promising talent shouldn't be wasted in Logetown, she thought. Meanwhile, Ren was overjoyed. Phew, that was close. I finally got rid of the official position. Now the newbie gift pack is in the bag. I'd do anything, even run naked to the execution site, let alone not wear a mask. Crane had no idea what he was thinking. She stood up, walked up to Rain, and her tone became extremely serious. Then go back and prepare properly. Roger's execution is scheduled for 3 days from now. Do not leave the naval base before then. Yes. Ryan saluted again, then turned and left the office. Outside the door, Captain Stock was indeed still standing guard like a wooden stake. Seeing Ryan emerge, he immediately pulled him to a corner of the corridor, lowered his voice, and asked with a hint of threat. Hey kid, stop right there. What did that important guy say to you? You didn't say anything inappropriate in there, did you? Looking at his anxious expression that screamed don't drag me down, Ryan found it somewhat amusing, but his face remained calm and composed. Nothing much, he said in a flat tone, as if reporting the weather. Just asking about some routine work. Humph, routine work. Stock clearly didn't believe a word of it. With his intelligence, he could easily guess that this was most likely related to the major event 3 days later. Looking at Ryan's expressionless, handsome face, he felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of irritation. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, and said irritably, Get lost? Remember, behave yourself these next few days and don't cause me any trouble. Ryan nodded, said nothing more, turned and left, leaving Stock alone, wondering anxiously. The night before the execution, Ryan was alone in his single room, the moonlight shining through the window onto his calm, expressionless face. The execution rifle that usually accompanied Ren had been completely disassembled. Every part was wiped spotless with a clean white cloth and gun oil, reflecting a cold luster in the moonlight. His movements were calm and focused, without a single unnecessary action. One by one, the cold parts were perfectly assembled back together, emitting a crisp and pleasant mechanical sound. When the last part was put in place, a perfect murder weapon was once again presented to him. Rain raised his rifle and aimed through the sights at the moon, which was half hidden by dark clouds outside the window. After a long while, he spoke in a low voice, as if asking about the gun, or as if talking to himself. Gold Roger. Let me see just how worth you, the Pirate King. Chapter 11 The Day of Execution. Central Square in Rogtown. The sky was cloudless, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky, baking the stone pavement to a burning heat. In stark contrast to the clear weather, the atmosphere in the square was extremely oppressive. Tens of thousands of people, journalists, pirates, and bounty hunters flocked from all over the world, crowding the place to the point of being impassable. They were like participants in a grand, twisted festival. The air was thick with sweat, alcohol, and a near-manic excitement. This was a death celebration that attracted worldwide attention. Naval Base, inside the dormitory. Ryan put on a brand new Navy uniform. He was not wearing a mask. Calmly gazing at his blurry reflection in the window pane, a handsome young man. Boom thump dash. Deep within the base, a somber bell tolled. Time is up. Ryan left the dormitory and joined the escort team composed of elite troops from headquarters. He and another stern-faced lieutenant colonel from headquarters followed behind the man, one on his left and one on his right. Gold Roger. As he stepped out of the base gates and onto the final path leading to the center of the plaza, a deafening roar, as if it were a tangible force, crashed against him. His five senses, which far surpassed those of ordinary people, were subjected to an unprecedented and terrifying shock at this moment. The clear, distinct shouts, laughter, cries, and curses from tens of thousands of people mingling together made his head buzz. It's exactly the same as the one in the comics I read in my past life. As Rain looked at the sea of people before him, this thought unconsciously flashed through his mind. No, completely different. He immediately overturned his own statement. All of this feels so real. The pungent smell in the air, a mixture of countless people's sweat and cheap alcohol, was real. The slight vibrations caused by countless people treading on the stone pavement are real. The distorted expressions on the faces of the surrounding crowd, a mixture of fanaticism, greed, fear, and excitement, were real. Ryan's gaze finally settled on the tall figure walking a few meters ahead of him. He is no longer a legendary symbol on paper, nor a two-dimensional character on the screen. He is a real person. Ryan could see the subtle wear and tear on his famous red captain's coat, a result of years of sailing. He could hear the dull clatter of the special shackles on his feet as they dragged along the cobblestones. He could see his black hair fluttering slightly in the sea breeze. The man, handcuffed and smiling, calmly walked toward his death. And myself. Rain looked down at his hands, which were covered in white gloves and were about to raise the execution rifle. He was the one who would personally send him on his way. At that moment, Ryan realized from the bottom of his soul that he had traveled through time. He is no longer a reader who comments on the plot from across a screen. Rather, he is a participant who is about to kill the protagonist of the old era in this real, cruel, and infinitely possible world. A complex emotion, a mixture of absurdity and morbid excitement, surged wildly within him. He looked at the man in front of him, whom he was about to kill with his own hands, his mind free of all distractions, filled only with an unprecedented coldness and focus. When Rain's feet stepped onto the massive wooden execution platform, several meters high and built specifically for the Pirate King, the clamor of the entire world seemed to fade away at that moment. He could see the boundless sea of people below, composed of thousands upon thousands of frenzied, distorted faces. He could hear the wind and his own heartbeat, steady and relentless, suppressed in his chest. At the edge of his field of vision, he could see several giant, one-eyed video den mushy transmitting every scene here in real time to all parts of the world. He and the stern-faced lieutenant colonel from headquarters stood on either side of Roger, guns in hand, behind him. On a slightly lower platform below the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku was solemnly holding a long document listing his crimes. In the shadows of buildings further away, the naval hero Garp, the man who should have been standing in the most prominent spot, enjoying the cheers of the world, was now alone, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, his dog-head hat pulled low, making it impossible to see his expression. Beside Sengoku, the chief strategist Tsurugi frowned, her wise eyes filled with worry about the overly smooth grand ceremony before her. Sengoku stepped forward and began to read aloud to the world the crimes of Gold Roger, the Pirate King. In the year 1484 of the sea calendar, Gold Roger, leading his pirate crew, ravaged the seas and challenged the world government. Sengoku's voice was solemn and chilling, but Rain was not listening at all. He raised his eyes, those extraordinary eyes, and carefully surveyed the crowd below the stage. He saw it. Amidst the roaring crowd, there was Shanks, a red-haired boy wearing a straw hat, sobbing uncontrollably, and beside him, Bucky, a red-nosed boy who was also crying so hard that snot bubbles were coming out of his nose. Mihawk, a young swordsman with a cold expression and sharp eyes that seemed to cut everything in two. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth and an arrogant expression. Doflamingo, a blonde young man wearing sunglasses and with an arrogant smile on his face. Tall and imposing, without a beer belly, with a sickly excited smile on his face, Gecko Moria. And there's Smoker, the white-haired young soldier who's mixed in with the navy and looks at the stage with a face full of glory and longing. And, in the most inconspicuous corner, there was a man wearing a hooded cloak, with strange patterns tattooed on his face, who seemed to be just an indifferent bystander monkey D-Dragon. The big shots of the future have all arrived. Ryan murmured to himself, appreciating the grand drama about to unfold, a drama called The New Era. And I am the one responsible for drawing back the curtain. Finally, the lengthy list of crimes committed by the Warring States period was read aloud. He raised his right hand high, then swung it down sharply, issuing a command that resounded throughout the square. Execution. In that instant, the whole world fell silent. As if by reflex, Rain instantly raised the longsword in his hand and aimed it at Roger's back. But his mind went completely blank, as if a buzz had gone off. Wait, make our move now. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? This isn't right. What happened to the dying words? Shouldn't some random character jump out and ask where the treasure is, and then Roger delivers his epic-making declaration? Why did we jump straight to the last step? They're not playing by the rules? He stood like a statue, still holding his knife, completely still. This eerie hesitation plunged the entire room into a deathly silence. The lieutenant colonel stared at him in astonishment. Captain Stock below was terrified. Sengoku's brows furrowed deeply, while Tsuru's eyes were filled with astonishment and suspicion. In the shadows, Garp unconsciously clenched his arms, which were crossed over his chest. The whole world was waiting for the gunshot that would end an era, but at this moment, in the square, there was only the sound of the wind. Ryan's gaze swept over the numb, fanatical, and greedy faces below the stage. No, not now. The current Roger is just a captured pirate king. His crime index is not low, but it is far from reaching its peak. This world is already a stagnant pool. Rain's pupils reflected Roger's composed figure. You saw through all of this long ago, didn't you, Roger? You will use your own death, and that elusive great treasure, to ignite the suppressed power and courage of the entire world? You will use this uncontrollable desire to challenge this corrupt and chaotic world. This is the only way you can think of to save this terrible world, set the whole world ablaze and forge a new one. Your greatest achievement and my greatest treasure is that you have embarked on a chaotic great pirate era, drawing ambitious people from all over the world to the seas. Speak up, Roger. A man like you wouldn't just die like that, would you? Say that sentence. As if hearing the cry from the depths of his soul, Roger, who had been calmly awaiting death with a smile on his face, seemed to sense the unusual silence. He slowly turned around, and for the first time, his incredibly deep eyes, which had seen the ends of the world, fell on the boy behind him. In those eyes, Ren saw no fear or hatred, only a hint of curiosity about the unexpected pause, and a kind of understanding as if he had already seen through everything. At that moment, Ryan even had the illusion that Roger had seen through his 15-year-old body and into the mature soul that did not belong to this world. He understood the fleeting stage that the boy had created for him. Then, with the last of his strength, he let out a triumphant laugh and declaration that ushered in a new era, addressed to the whole world. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, go look for it on the high seas. I've left everything in the world there. Chapter 12 Amazing Profits. When Roger's bold declaration resounded throughout every corner of the world via the video Den Mushi, the entire Logue Town Square fell into an eerie silence. Bastard. Below the execution platform, Jean Guo's face, which was as majestic as a Buddha's, turned ashen instantly. He never imagined that a lowly executioner's momentary hesitation would give the world's most wicked criminal an opportunity to overthrow the world. A flash of cold light. The sharp blade pierced the heart with pinpoint accuracy. An era has come to an end. And another, more chaotic and insane era officially began amidst the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh. Ren didn't care about any of this. The moment the blade pierced through, all that remained in his mind was the system's heavenly notification sound. Prisoner, GOLD Roger, the Pirate King. Overall rating, LR3. Status, executed. Sin Index, 217,790. Execution participation rate, 100%. Optional benefits, 16 options available. Bucket list, active. The next second, a long, seemingly endless golden list suddenly unfolded in Ren's mind. Rain's consciousness was almost swallowed up by this dazzling sea of golden light. Optional benefits. Physical inheritance, limited. Description, inherited the peak physique of Pirate King Roger. Skill inheritance, Roger-style swordsmanship. Description, he has inherited the essence of swordsmanship from One Piece, which is enough to rival the world's strongest swordsman, and has reached the peak level. Special skill inheritance, divine evasion. Description, inherited from Roger, this is the ultimate slash unleashed by imbuing his sword with Conqueror's haki. Skill inheritance, navigation. Description, he has inherited Roger's top-notch sailing experience, enough to conquer the entire Grand Line, and has reached the pinnacle level. Inherited power, observation haki. Description, he inherited the pinnacle of observation haki from the Pirate King Roger, which allowed him to hear the voices of all things, and has reached the peak level. Haki inheritance, armament haki, limited amount. Description: he inherited the pinnacle of armament haki from Pirate King Roger, which was enough to easily unleash Ryuo, and has reached the peak level. Inherited domineering aura, Conqueror's haki, limited amount. Description: he inherited the unparalleled Conqueror's haki of One Piece Roger, a power capable of intimidating hundreds of thousands of people, and has reached the peak level. Memory fragments, Laugh Tale. Description: inheriting all of Gold Roger's memories of the final island, Laugh Tale, including its exact location, the truth about One Piece, and the Void Century. Warning: this legacy contains a vast amount of information that could potentially upend the world. It's big, this time it's really big. While Ren was still marveling at the list that could be described as a treasure trove of the gods, a system notification sound, like a death knell, suddenly exploded in his mind. Due to the large number of options available, please make a choice within 30 seconds, otherwise one will be randomly selected. 30, 29, 28. Damn it! Is this just making things worse? Ren roared inwardly. Is this a choice that can be made in 30 seconds? He forced himself into a state of extreme calm, his gaze sweeping across the top of the list at an inhuman speed, like the most sophisticated scanner. His brain was working at an unprecedented speed. Physical strength, small amount. Armament haki, small amount. Conqueror's haki, small amount. That's right. Roger was terminally ill and was already on his deathbed before his capture. His physical abilities, armament haki, and Conqueror's haki abilities that require energy and willpower were no longer at their peak. What he could inherit now was just scraps. Choosing that would be a huge loss. His gaze continued downwards, sweeping over the Roger-style swordsmanship, divine evasion, navigation techniques. These were powerful, but most of them were not what he needed immediately. As for memory fragment, Laugh Tale, coupled with that bright red warning, he didn't even bother to glance at it. Just kidding. You can find out when I'm strong enough. This isn't something I need to think about right now. His gaze finally locked onto the only perfect option in the center of the list that had no negative labels. Inherited power, observation haki. Description: he inherited the pinnacle of observation haki from the Pirate King Roger, which allowed him to hear the voices of all things, and has reached the peak level. That's right. This is it. Ren's heart pounded. Observation haki, especially the talent of hearing the voice of all things that originates from the soul and is not affected by the body or mentality? This is Roger's only perfect legacy. 3, 2. The countdown is about to reach 0. Inherited haki, observation haki. Next second. In Ren's perception, the world exploded. A torrent of information, indescribable in any language, exploded directly in Rain's brain. The previous uproar was instantly broken into countless independent and meaningless fragments. Immediately afterwards, his hearing expanded wildly outward from him, like a wild beast breaking free of its shackles, covering the entire town of Rogue. He heard the groaning of the execution platform beneath his feet. He heard the thunderous heartbeats of tens of thousands of people in the square. He heard the faint cry of a baby being woken up, several hundred meters away. He heard the sound of a seagull flapping its wings thousands of meters away. He heard the breath of the sea, the whisper of the wind, and the thirst of swords and spears for blood. Countless sounds, countless images, countless emotions, countless wills, all poured into his brain indiscriminately and savagely in that short instant. The whole world has become a hell made up of countless noises? Rain couldn't even put up a fight. His brain crashed instantly under the onslaught of information, everything went black, and he fell straight backward, completely losing consciousness. On the execution platform, Sengoku looked at the crowd below the stage, which had completely descended into frenzy and chaos, and trembled with rage. He slammed his fist on the railing in front of him and roared, "It's all that executioner's fault." His hesitation allowed Roger to say those words, and everything was ruined. Wrong. Upon hearing the sound, Jean Guo looked over and saw that he was staring intently at the execution platform, at the boy whose body was swaying and slowly falling backward. Look at him. Upon hearing this, Jean Guo looked over and saw that Rain's face was deathly pale, and blood was seeping from his 7 orifices. Roger's final Conqueror's haki was aimed at the executioner closest to him. Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice was calm and clear. This child not only raised his sword, but also, in order to complete his order, used his willpower to confront the Pirate King's haki head-on. She said slowly, "Feel this. His life force is as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. He wasn't scared unconscious, he's using his willpower to resist Conqueror's haki, and his mental energy has been completely drained, leaving him on the verge of death." Sengoku was taken aback upon hearing this, and immediately released his observation haki. Sure enough, Rain's condition was just as Tsuru had said. A complex mix of guilt and admiration welled up in Jean Guo's heart. The anger in his eyes slowly subsided. This boy, with the body of an ordinary marine, withstood the dying haki of the Pirate King and was even willing to burn his life to complete his mission. He's a promising talent. Quickly, Sengoku made a decisive decision and ordered the medical team behind him, save him. Chapter 13 Peak Level Observation Haki. Ren woke up in soft sunlight. The smell in my nasal cavity was no longer the rust and smoke of the execution ground, but the clean and refreshing smell of disinfectant. The pure white bedding, the soft pillows, and the cries of seagulls coming from outside the window all gave him a feeling of being in another world. He struggled to sit up and found himself lying in a clean, quiet private medical room. Although his body was still as weak as if all his strength had been drained, the excruciating pain of having his soul pierced by millions of steel needles had eased considerably. How long have I been unconscious? He recalled the terrifying sensory explosion, and his heart still skipped a beat. Just then, the door to the ward was gently pushed open. Lieutenant General Tsuru walked in carrying a steaming cup of tea, a gentle smile on his face, as if he were looking at a junior member of his family. How are you feeling, Ryan? Upon seeing this important naval figure, Ryan instinctively pretended to struggle to get out of bed and salute. Reporting to your excellency. Lie down, child. Lieutenant General Tsuru placed the teacup on the bedside table and pressed down on his shoulder in a gentle tone that left no room for argument. You are a wounded soldier now, but also a hero. Ryan's mind went blank for a second. A hero? Me? Ren was completely bewildered. Didn't I crash on the spot because I couldn't handle the system's onslaught? How did I become a hero? Looking at Ren's face, which was filled with shock and bewilderment, Lieutenant General Tsuru's admiration deepened. She thought the child was unaware of the extraordinary thing he had done. Tsuru spoke slowly, her voice carrying a hint of comfort. Don't worry, Rain. After you fell unconscious, Sengoku learned the whole story. Roger's final conqueror's haki was aimed at the executioner closest to him. The other lieutenant colonel present was so stunned that he couldn't move. Lieutenant General Tsuru, seeing that Rain still looked somewhat bewildered, assumed he didn't understand the word, so he slowed down and explained in a more colloquial way. Conqueror's haki is a kingly talent that only 1 in a million possesses. It cannot be cultivated later in life, it is innate. A possessor can make someone with weak willpower faint simply by virtue of their aura. Roger was the most outstanding possessor of this talent. And you? Vice Admiral Tsuru's gaze softened further. You not only raised your sword and carried out your order, but you also used your willpower to confront the Pirate King's haki head-on. Now the entire base knows that there is a marine in Logetown who dared to use his willpower to confront the Pirate King Roger, and ultimately defeated him. Ren opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Of course I know what Conqueror's haki is, but fighting against it? Fighting against it? What the hell? I was just after his legacy, and I got knocked out by the system. Can that be considered heroism? But he immediately realized that this senior naval officer was defining his character. So he perfectly portrayed the image of a simple, upright, and even a little naive young soldier, struggling to get up and salute again, his face flushed red with excitement and shame, stammering, reporting, Your Excellency. I just completed the order. Get some rest. Vice Admiral Tsuru pressed him down again, his eyes overflowing with admiration. The Navy will never forget the contributions of any hero. She didn't linger any longer. After finishing her speech, she turned and left, citing her busy schedule. Throughout the entire conversation, she didn't mention anything about Ryan's hesitation in the execution. After the crane left, Ren lay alone on the bed, processing the information he had just received, a very strange expression on his face. A hero? Just because I fainted. He immediately realized that he was being used by this naval chief of staff as a pawn to counteract Roger's negative influence and establish a positive image for the Navy. Is this considered a battle of wits? It's really comparable to Zhongli faking his death. That's fine, Ren chuckled self-deprecatingly, completely relaxing. At least, the charge of hesitating to carry out the execution is definitely off. He lay down on the hospital bed, bored, and continued to rest. Although he didn't know how long he had been unconscious, his body recovered quickly with the help of the Navy's top medical resources. A young nurse walked past his ward carrying a tray full of medicine bottles. At that moment, without warning, a sudden afterimage flashed through Ren's mind. He saw that the nurse, slipping on the wet floor, cried out in surprise, lost her balance, and the entire tray of medicine was about to shatter on the ground. Okay. Ren paused for a moment, before he could even offer a word of advice. The next second, reality perfectly overlapped with the afterimage in his mind. Sure enough, the nurse slipped, let out a cry of surprise, and fell backward, the tray in her hand about to fly out of her grasp. In that split second, Ren had no time to think. With terrifying explosive power, his body sprang up from the hospital bed like an arrow released from a bow. In a flash, he appeared behind the nurse. One arm encircled her soft waist, holding her unsteady body firmly in his embrace. His other hand, as if appearing as several phantoms, reached upwards and caught the completely overturned metal tray with perfect precision. Immediately afterwards, his wrist twitched, tilted, and adjusted its angle with an extremely subtle frequency that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Ding, ding, clang, clang. In midair, the medicine bottles and syringes that had scattered like celestial flowers were guided by an invisible hand, and one by one, they landed back on the tray in the exact same order they had taken off. When the last glass bottle cap clicked softly and spun twice on the tray before coming to a stop, the entire tray was exactly the same as it had been before it fell. Thank you. The young nurse was both surprised and delighted. Her cheeks flushed as she thanked her and hurried away. Ryan sat frozen on the bed, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He rushed to the window, looked out at the azure sky, and focused his attention intently on a seabird circling overhead. This time, he saw it much more clearly. He clearly saw that what extended from the seabird was no longer a single trajectory, but several, even dozens, of indistinct golden threads, interwoven into a chaotic web of the future. Each thread represented a possibility. Among them, only one thread is becoming increasingly clear and dazzling, transforming from an invisible to a tangible form at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trajectory pointed to a loaf of bread that a merchant had just bought. In his mind, Ren began to count silently. 3, 2, 1. In reality, the seabird's movements were exactly the same as the scene he had imagined in his mind. It wasn't until the merchant whose bread had been stolen let out an angry curse that Ryan snapped out of his shock. His breath became incredibly hot. This is the peak level observation haki. His voice trembled slightly with extreme excitement. Not only does he possess Roger's own hear the voice of all things talent, but he can even foresee the future. After a brief moment of euphoria, Ryan's calm, working-class mind immediately poured cold water on his fiery excitement. No, I have a huge weakness now. He began to analyze the situation calmly. I can see that someone will shoot me in the future, but can my superior physique guarantee that I can 100% dodge an invisible bullet? I can see the enemy's next attack, but can my intermediate swordsmanship block their weapon? This imbalance is too dangerous in the face of true power. Chapter 14 Crazy Consumption. A strong sense of crisis drove Rain to immediately immerse himself in the exchange shop. He looked at his enormous score of Sin Index, 458, 210, and his eyes became incredibly fervent. The goal is very clear: to address our weaknesses. Rain first clicked on the most crucial category, Domineering. Haki, Peak Observation Haki Rightward Arrow, Observation Haki, Gray Locked. Haki, Basic Armament Haki Rightward Arrow Intermediate Armament Haki, Gray Locked. Unlock condition: the host must first awaken or master Basic Armament Haki. Ryan looked at the list and nodded knowingly. The level above the peak still shows. He looked at the Observation Haki section and wondered, I wonder if I must also reach the peak in physical strength to unlock the subsequent paths. In other words, my Observation Haki and Armament Haki are currently in a state where they cannot be improved with points. Since he couldn't increase his domineering aura for the time being, he turned his attention back to the skills category, which could bring the greatest boost to his combat power at the moment. His physical strength level is at the advanced level. According to the rule that skill level cannot exceed level 1 of physical strength, he can now upgrade any skill to the highest level. Ryan immediately began this arms race that was all his own. System. Skill, Intermediate Swordsmanship Rightward Arrow Advanced Swordsmanship Rightward Arrow Top Tier Swordsmanship, Exchange. Consumes 110,000 Sin points. Next up were shooting skills. Looking at the 10,000 points required to upgrade from Intermediate to Advanced to top level on the panel, Redden's finger hovered in midair. After hesitating for a moment, he finally looked away. Although I read a few One Piece fanfictions in my previous life, there were also powerful protagonists in them who had mastered gun skills to the extreme. Ren pondered to himself. But for me now, I still need to use my best resources where they are most needed. Using 100,000 points to upgrade shooting is indeed a bit of a waste. After all, his core combat strength right now is swordsmanship. Moreover, he also needs to prepare for the astronomical amount of resources required to break through from top tier to peak in the future. For shooting, the advanced level is sufficient for now. Having figured this out, Ryan continued with the following steps. Skill, Intermediate Fighting Techniques Rightward Arrow Advanced Fighting Techniques, Exchange. Consumes 10,000 Sin points. A series of instructions were issued. Rain watched as his more than 338 Sin points rapidly dwindled, eventually settling at balance, 210. He squandered 150,000 points in just over 10 seconds. In Redden's heart, there was no pity, only boundless passion. The next second, a massive flow of information, like a landslide and a tsunami, surged into Redden's brain. Countless details about swordsmanship, shooting calculations, stealthy breathing, and joint locks in combat, all of them, like the deepest memories, were clearly presented before him. Ren realized that this knowledge was now entirely his. He felt that as long as he spent 1 to 2 weeks familiarizing himself with and adapting to it, he could completely transform this vast amount of theory into his own true strength. As Ren absorbed the massive flow of information in his mind, he calmly pondered. Gold Roger, the Pirate King, the man who stood at the top of the sea, his abilities were only rated as peak. Now, my swordsmanship has reached the top level, combined with my advanced physique and peak observation haki. I finally have the initial strength to protect myself on this vast sea. With increased strength, equipment naturally needs to keep up. He then set his sights on the arsenal within the regular goods category. Although there is also a Sandai Kaititsu in Logetown, considering the ferocity of that sword and the relatively low price of a good katana, I still plan to have it custom-made directly. Just as Ryan was about to pay the 20,000 points, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a line of small, flashing text below the product icon. First ever custom-made high-quality melee weapon, fine-grained, and high-quality firearm, excellent grade, free order. Wow, such a good thing. Ren was delighted. This system was quite user-friendly, it even had a free trial function. Although it was limited to this one tier, it saved him 40,000 points. Free things are always great. He immediately stopped hesitating. System, exercising your free privileges, customize a good sharp knife. Requirements, tough blade, forward biased center of gravity, suitable for rapid slashing. Customization successful. Rain felt a weight in his hand as a jet black katana appeared out of thin air in his grasp. The scabbard was wrapped in the skin of an unknown deep-sea fish, gleaming with a cold, eerie light. The hilt was wrapped with dark green hemp rope, providing an excellent grip. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath. OM dash! A soft sword cry echoed in the air. The blade was thin and narrow, radiating a chilling aura. The center of gravity is perfectly distributed in front of the blade tip, as if it were born for swift thrusts and ultimate slashes. Since the first order for firearms is also free, let's not waste it. Rain glanced greedily at the higher-end great knives and famous guns sections, only to find that there were no free options there, and the prices were still shockingly expensive. He couldn't help but purse his lips in regret. Forget it, one shouldn't be too greedy. System, customize a superior weapon. Requirements, long range, strong penetration, some stability can be sacrificed. Customization successful. Immediately afterwards, a completely black semi-automatic pistol appeared out of nowhere in his other hand. The gun body has smooth and simple lines, without any unnecessary patterns. Everything is designed for practicality. The cold metallic texture, the heavy feel in the hand, and the barrel that is longer and thicker than that of ordinary pistols all demonstrate its ultimate performance. Ryan casually tossed it in his hand and could immediately sense its perfect balance. This gun was undoubtedly tailor-made for precise long-range strikes and lethal penetration. Looking at the two new pieces of equipment tailored for him, Ren was quite satisfied, but unlike other swordsmen or gunmen, he didn't immediately start thinking excitedly about what domineering and resounding names to give them. In the shop's list, above the good grade sword, there are even stronger great grade sword and the legendary supreme great grade sword. These two pieces of equipment are sufficient for current use, but they will eventually be phased out in the vast ocean where powerful individuals will emerge in the future. It's just starter gear for temporary use, there's no need to invest too much emotion in it. Ryan thought calmly to himself. Let's think about the name when we can get our hands on a supreme greatsword or a legendary weapon. After doing all this, Ryan glanced at his remaining 338,210 sin points. His gaze calmly shifted to another tab in the store Dimensional Treasures. There are still a few days until the monthly update. That thing should still be there. He did a quick mental calculation, then clicked on it. Sure enough, right in the center of the golden display stand was the same antique ring that he had his eye on before, but had never been able to afford. This month's rare item, storage ring. Description, contains a 5 cubic meter independent space, accessible by thought. Time flows almost zero within the space, ensuring perfect preservation. Living beings cannot be stored within. Price, 80,000 sin points. As an item he had been eyeing for a long time, Ren did not hesitate at all and directly crossed out 100,000 points. Redeem successful. As the system notification sounded, a plain-looking, jet-black ring appeared out of thin air in Ren's palm. Ren put it on his index finger, and it fit perfectly. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The custom-made knives and guns that had just been redeemed from the system vanished into thin air in an instant. Convenient. Ryan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The value of this ring far exceeded those 100,000 points. Rain glanced at his remaining sin points, 228, 210, and let out a long sigh of relief. Having done all this, Ren was satisfied and prepared to log out of the system. But at that moment, his mind inadvertently caught sight of an icon emitting a faint golden glow. Bucket list. Ryan's movements suddenly stopped. Damn, I almost forgot. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. It's been days. Could it have already expired? With extreme trepidation, he focused his mind on the icon. The light screen unfolded, and below Roger's file, after the line of text bucket list, the words, to be activated, were still clearly marked. Ren let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's still there. That being the case, then let me see. Gold Roger, what is the last wish of the Pirate King who ushered in an era? He made up his mind. System, activate the bucket list. Warning, once a legendary, LR, legacy is activated, it cannot be cancelled. Please confirm. Unable to cancel. His mind subconsciously flashed through the system logs of other bucket lists that he had permanently shelved and never bothered to look at. Ake's dying wish, to find and kill the tavern owner who betrayed him. Bloodshark Flores's last wish, to drop a massive bomb on the Loketown naval branch and have the entire branch perish with him. Most pirates' dying wish is to complete these kinds of trash missions filled with revenge and a desire for destruction. Fortunately, if you don't want to do it, you can just leave it there. So far, apart from what Buck entrusted to him, Ryan hasn't touched any of them. However, Roger's mission was clearly marked as non-cancelable. Ren's gaze returned to Roger's golden last wish. However, the other party is Gold Roger. He thought to himself, given his magnanimous character, surely his last wish wouldn't be so unseemly. Curiosity about the last wishes and the desire to choose the super gift package again outweighed caution against the unknown risks. Let's gamble. With a determined look, Ryan made his decision. Confirm. As Rain confirmed his thoughts, the line of text finally shone with a brilliant light and appeared before his eyes. Gold Roger's last wish, bloodline. Description, I ushered in the Great Pirate Era, giving countless people the dream of pursuing freedom, but my only bloodline may never attain true freedom in his lifetime because of this. If possible, I hope he can live freely without being bound by my name and be able to choose his own life. Mission objective: in the future, find Gold Roger's only bloodline and, when faced with an inevitable death he cannot choose, protect him once, allowing him to have the right to choose his own life. When Ryan saw this last wish, he froze on the bed. In his mind, the towering flames of the Marineford War in the original work flashed by, as did the figure with lava piercing his chest, and the world-renowned pronouncement of the Sengoku commander. The only bloodline. Death is inevitable, a choice we cannot make. Ryan's eyes became incredibly complicated. Does this mean I have to do what his last wish requires? Ren muttered to himself. The goal is to save the only bloodline of the Pirate King. If the Navy finds out, I'm afraid I'll be thrown out as a traitor. However, this dilemma lasted for less than 10 seconds. Ryan's eyes returned to calm, and a self-deprecating sneer appeared on his lips. What are you struggling with? The Marineford War? That's more than 20 years from now. He shifted to a more comfortable position and leaned lazily against the pillows. A glint of ambition flashed in his eyes, an ambition he himself was unaware of. What level of power will I have in 20 years? Maybe I'll even be able to sit on the Void Throne under Imsbat. At that time, protecting someone will be just a matter of me saying a word. He shook his head, banishing these far-fetched and somewhat arrogant thoughts from his mind. Why think so much? Anyway, that's something to worry about in the future, so let's enjoy the present for now. He closed the bucket list interface, temporarily sealing this heavy entrustment deep within the system. Chapter 15. 6 months later. June of 1499 in the Highwind calendar. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the office of Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Tsuru, a Marine respectfully placed a list on her desk. Lieutenant General Tsuru, this is the final list of candidates for the new elite training camp. Please take a look. Tsuru nodded, picked up the list, and quickly scanned it. It listed naval geniuses handpicked from the 4 Seas and the Grand Line. Smoker, the guy Kuzan recommended? A Logia-type devil fruit user, he's got good talent, but he's a total troublemaker. She continued reading and saw several more familiar names, realizing who they were. After looking at the list, she gently placed it on the table, her fingers tapping unconsciously on the surface, as if she were thinking about something. After a long while, as if she remembered something, she picked up her pen and carefully added a name to the end of the elite camp list. Logetown Naval Branch, Corvo Rain. That's fine then. She handed the list back to Habing. Then, she picked up the Den Mushi on the table and dialed a number she hadn't contacted in some time. Brew brew brew. Chaka. As the call connected, the Den Mushi on the table narrowed its eyes into crescent moons, and a few smile lines appeared at the corners of its eyes. His mouth stretched out in an exaggerated grin, and a goatee, just like Garp's, grew out of his mouth. A boisterous voice came from the other end of the Den Mushi. Oh, it's Tsuru. What brings you here to call me? Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru's tone had also relaxed for once. Is he still enjoying himself in the East Blue? Ha ha ha, of course. The Den Mushi mimicked Garp's hearty laughter. The senbei here is much better than the ones at headquarters. As it spoke, a series of crackling sounds came from the other end of the Den Mushi. After a few casual words, he changed the subject and got to the main point. Since you're in the East China Sea, could you also pick someone up from Rogtown for me? Who is it that would make your chief strategist speak up personally? You should remember the Marine who executed Roger, Tsuru said calmly. Rain. On the other end of the phone, Kapna's signature laughter abruptly stopped. Den Mushi's expression also fell into a long silence. A few seconds later, Garp's voice rang out again. It is good. East China Sea, the sea off Rogtown. A small fishing boat gently sways with the waves on the calm sea. Roger's death did not end an era, instead, his dying declaration ushered in an even more chaotic and insane great pirate era. Countless people with dreams and ambitions flocked to the sea from all over the world. And as the starting point to the Grand Line, Logetown became the forefront of this era's wave. Every day, countless rookie pirate crews gather here, set off, and are then arrested and lose their lives. As the only executioner in Logetown, Ryan's work has entered an unprecedented peak season. For the past 6 months, Ryan has been subjected to torture to the point of numbness. Only today did Ren finally get his first full vacation in 9 months. At that moment, his gaze sharpened slightly. At the edge of his vision, a tiny black dot was slowly approaching. It was a pirate ship flying the Skull and Crossbones flag. Rain suddenly unleashed his peak-level observation haki. His world instantly became incredibly quiet. Wind speed, humidity, the rise and fall of ocean waves, and even the trajectory of dust particles in the air were all incorporated into his calculations in an instant. On that pirate ship several kilometers away, the heartbeats of every pirate sounded like drums in his ears. In his vision, the entire structure of the ship became as if it were transparent. The moment his thought arose, his perception, like an invisible lens, instantly zoomed in, passing through the deck and focusing on the captain's cabin. A burly man with a face full of scars was standing on the table, holding a bottle of liquor and laughing wildly. On his thick arm was a scar that looked like a centipede. Target, locked. Ryan slowly picked up the finely crafted, jet-black pistol from beside his feet. He didn't even get up, remaining in his fishing posture, but casually raised his arm, pointed towards that distant direction, and pulled the trigger. Boom. A faint, almost inaudible sound on the vast ocean. Several kilometers away, in the captain's cabin of the pirate ship, the maniacal laughter abruptly stopped. One of the pirates turned around in horror and saw that their captain had a small bloody hole in his forehead, and before the smile on his face had faded, he fell straight backward. Trial successful. Prisoner, Whip Scargar. Overall rating, R8. Status, executed. Sin index, 530. Execution participation rate, 100%. Sin points gained, 530. Optional benefits, 5 options available. He could hear the chaos on the pirate ship opposite him clearly, even from several kilometers away. He stood up and put away his fishing rod. When the pirate ship, which had lost its captain, drifted a little closer, Rain placed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. The blade is drawn. He pointed in that direction and waved forward. 100-meter-long cyan sword aura, like a crescent moon, shot out from the blade. At a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive, it instantly traversed a distance of several thousand meters, flashing past the center of the pirate ship. The next second, amidst the desperate screams of countless pirates, the entire pirate ship was neatly broken in two with a loud bang. In my mind, a series of trial successful notification sounds flashed across the screen. Rain calmly sheathed his sword, as if he had only done a trivial matter. Over the past 6 months, a steady stream of new pirates has provided Rain with abundant resources. Thanks to the start of this great pirate era, although most of the pirates appearing in the East Blue are weak and insignificant, their sheer number is overwhelming. During these 6 months, Rain was fortunate enough to encounter a few individuals who possessed even a basic understanding of armament haki. After successfully unlocking basic armament haki through the trial, he unhesitatingly used his sin points to raise his armament haki to the current limit that his physique could support top level. Even after exchanging for top-tier armament haki, thanks to the numerous pirates he's encountered over the past 6 months, his sin index still has a surplus of over 250,000. The only drawback is that his physical realm progresses slowly after reaching the advanced level. The pirate ship was currently filled with R-rank and N-rank minor pirates. Rain didn't even bother to examine the optional benefits closely. After casually confirming and selecting physical inheritance for all of them, several weak warm currents rippled almost imperceptibly within his surging power, before disappearing instantly. If he didn't carefully observe, he wouldn't even be able to be sure whether he had become stronger. Really? Ren sighed helplessly to himself. Since my physique reached the advanced level, the nutrients that R-rank and N-rank pirates can provide have been decreasing. If you want to take it a step further and step into the threshold of the top, you probably have to go and judge those truly big shots. Thinking of this, Ren opened his personal panel to check. Name, Corvo Rain. Age, 16. Military rank, Sergeant. Physical realm, Advanced. Talent, hearing the voice of all things. Skills, Swordsmanship, top level, Shooting, Advanced, Stealth, Advanced, Combat skills, Advanced, Cooking, Advanced, Navigation, Advanced. Haki, Observation Haki, Peak, Armament Haki, top level. Sin points, 657,210. Equipment, Fine Quick Sword X1, Excellent Firearm X1, Storage Ring. Chapter 16 Garp, no reason to be calculated. Over the past 6 months, a steady stream of new pirates has provided Rain with abundant resources. Thanks to the start of this great pirate era, although most of the pirates appearing in the East Blue are weak and insignificant, their sheer number is overwhelming. During these 6 months, Rain was fortunate enough to encounter a few individuals who possessed even a basic understanding of armament haki. After successfully unlocking basic armament haki through execution, he unhesitatingly used his sin points to raise his armament haki to the current limit that his physique could support top level. Thanks to the various pirates he encountered over the past 6 months, even after exchanging for top-tier armament haki, he still had a surplus of over 250,000 sin points. Rain felt the immense power within him, a power that was now vastly different from what it had been 6 months ago, and silently estimated its extent in his mind. I should now be at about the average level of a lieutenant general in this unit. However, Rain's mind drifted to several figures from his previous life's manga. I wonder what positions Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru hold now. I'm still quite far from being a real monster. Thanks to Vice Admiral Tsuru's heroic pronouncements of resisting the overwhelming power and saving face for the Navy, Rain not only escaped punishment after recovering from his injuries but also became a hero of the Logetown branch. Not long after, a symbolic commendation order was issued from headquarters, promoting him from private to sergeant. However, at Ryan's own insistence, he was not transferred from the executioner position, which was considered extremely unlucky by others. Rain had no interest in military rank, and the meager allowance of a sergeant was nothing to him. For him, nothing was more important than the legitimate and continuous judgment of evil. After all, executing criminals is like a bloody but clearly rewarding job. Every execution yields sin points and optional benefits as rewards. And fishing. Thinking of this, he picked up his fishing rod, looked at the empty fish bucket at his feet, and sighed with some frustration. As expected, I have absolutely no talent for fishing. He stood up, put away his fishing rod, and silently planned in his mind, I'll have to keep a close eye out another day to see if any pirates have the fishing skill. With this unrealistic idea in mind, Ren steered the small boat back to the port of Logetown. In the very center of the harbor, on the berth usually reserved for high-ranking officials, stood an enormous naval warship, quietly at rest. Headquarters ship? This size, which Vice Admiral has arrived? A question flashed through Redden's mind. But when his gaze followed the long hull of the ship and slowly moved upwards, finally landing on the iconic figurehead, he was filled with a sense of wonder. What comes into view is a magnificent and enormous dog head statue. There is only one warship in the entire Navy, and even on the entire ocean, that possesses this insignia. It belongs to the man hailed as a naval hero. Ryan steered the small boat slowly toward the harbor. They discovered that all the naval soldiers were looking at the dog-headed warship with a mixture of admiration, excitement, and awe, and they were even somewhat absent-minded during their daily patrols, as if just being able to see that ship once more was a great honor. Carp, what's he doing in Logetown? Rain's doubts deepened, so he parked the ship in an inconspicuous corner and quietly returned to the base. As soon as he stepped through the door, his superior, Captain Scarface Stock, rushed out from the side as if he had seen a ghost. Hey, boy, you're finally back. Stock grabbed Ryan, his voice trembling. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages. Ryan pointed expressionlessly to the fishing rod in his hand. Fishing. Stock reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with fur. He snatched Ryan's fishing rod and slammed it to the ground. What kind of time is this to be fishing? Hurry, come with me, Lieutenant General Garp, he specifically asked to see you. Amidst the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of countless sailors, Rain walked alone onto the deck of the dog-headed warship. He saw that the legendary naval hero was wearing a white suit, sitting cross-legged on the deck, eating senbei with gusto, and waving at him impatiently. I've been waiting for you for ages, Ran. Carp's voice, like his personality, gives off a carefree and easygoing vibe. Reporting to Vice Admiral Carp. Sergeant Corvo Rain of the Logetown Naval Branch, reporting for duty. Zaya, he said, you're an interesting kid. Garp waved his hand, yawned, and mumbled, it seems like some elite camp is starting soon, and they asked me to pick you up on my way. Anyway, just come with me. Elite Battalion? Lieutenant General Crane? So, after refusing a promotion that time, he was still assigned a position in the end. Ren thought to himself. But he reacted immediately, standing at attention and saluting, his face showing a mixture of trepidation and determination, reporting to Vice Admiral Garp. Thank you very much for your and Vice Admiral Tsuru's high regard. However, I feel that I still need to continue to hone my skills in Logetown. I hope to continue to contribute to the Navy here. Garp stopped picking his nose, glanced at him, and suddenly burst into laughter. Enough nonsense. Sometimes I have to obey Little Crane's orders. Just go when I tell you to, pack your things quickly, and we'll be leaving in 10 minutes. Ryan's prepared arguments were instantly shut down by Carp's unconventional remark. Looking at the naval hero in front of him, who was picking his nose and laughing carefree, he felt a sense of powerlessness. Damn it. I've met my nemesis. My performance, which I used to deal with clever people like Lieutenant General Tsuru, is completely useless against this guy. He doesn't reason with you at all, nor does he listen to your pledges of loyalty. He just says one thing, go, if he tells you to. Ren sighed inwardly, knowing that he couldn't escape it today. Yes, Lieutenant General Garp. He could only stand at attention and salute helplessly. Unable to find a reason to refuse, Ryan could only helplessly return to his dorm to pack his luggage. All the important things were in the ring, so he casually grabbed a few clothes and pretended to pack them up. Then, under the watchful eyes of the entire Logetown branch of the Navy, he boarded the dog-headed warship. The warship slowly set sail and left the port of Rog. Rain stood alone on the ship's railing, gazing at the town of beginnings and ends receding into the distance. He felt no reluctance, only a sudden sense of unreality. It's just that my advanced physique was suddenly taken away from the beginner village. It really makes me feel unsafe. He sighed inwardly, but quickly overcame the unease. However, from another perspective, being forced to change jobs may not be all bad. His physical abilities have been stuck at advanced for some time now. The pirates around Logetown are almost all N-rank and R-rank weaklings, with even SR-rank ones being rare, so the nutrients they can provide are negligible. Staying in the East China Sea is a real waste of time. Go to the Marine headquarters. The elite training camp not only allows you to systematically learn the 6 powers. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, learning it is definitely worthwhile. More importantly, once you graduate, you'll most likely be assigned to a branch in the Grand Line. At that time, the quality of the pirates I can execute will be completely different. Thinking of those powerful figures on the Grand Line who often had bounties of tens of millions, Ren's eyes couldn't help but become somewhat fervent. Just as Ren was lost in thought, calculating his future development path, Carp had somehow appeared beside him, wearing a half-smile on his face. He patted Ryan on the shoulder, making casual conversation. Kid, I heard from Xiao He that you're an orphan. Rain's mind was on high alert, but he immediately put on an expression of gratitude for his mentor and stood at attention, replying, yes, Vice Admiral, the Navy adopted me. Without the Navy, I wouldn't be who I am today. Garp responded non-committally and did not continue the topic. He turned around and stood side by side with Ryan, both gazing at the vast, calm sea. What a peaceful sea, Garp suddenly said, his voice lacking its usual energy and instead carrying a complex sense of, gonkai, deep emotion. But it is in this weakest sea that the most troublesome guy came from. Ren remained silent, not responding. He knew who Carp was referring to. Garp seemed completely lost in his memories, saying to himself, that bastard, he spent his whole life causing me trouble. I never thought that even in death, he would leave me and this world with such a huge mess. His tone sounded like a complaint, but Ren detected a hint of mutual respect in it that even Garp himself seemed unaware of. Everyone in the world says I'm the hero who captured him, Garp said, his tone suddenly turning somewhat self-deprecating, but I still don't really understand him. Kid, Garp suddenly changed his tone, asking a seemingly unrelated question. You were the closest person to him when he died. In your eyes, what kind of person was Roger? Ryan paused for a few seconds, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before slowly beginning to speak. Reporting to Lieutenant General Garp. I cannot comment on him. From a personal perspective, he may be a successful adventurer who has reached the end of his dream. But in the end, Ryan paused, he used his death to usher in an even more chaotic and evil era. His sin lies not in what he did in life, but in what he will cause after his death. After hearing these words, Garp's face, which always wore a casual smile, turned serious for the first time. He turned his head sharply, and his usually sleepy eyes became incredibly sharp, as if he wanted to see right through Ren, inside and out. He finally understood why the crane said that this little devil was very interesting. Chapter 17 The Iron Fist of Love. The warships set sail, bypassing the inverted mountains, and instead sailed directly into the legendary calm belt. This is a shortcut to Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. However, at that time, the Navy had not yet mastered the technology to embed seastone into the bottom of warships to avoid sea monsters. For ordinary warships, this was an absolute no-go zone, a death route with a slim chance of survival. But this warship is an exception, because it belongs to Garp. The sea was as calm as a mirror, without a breath of wind, only the splashing sound of warships breaking the surface with manpower and backup power. Rain stood alone on the ship's railing, gazing at the dangerous and unknown sea. Is this the calm belt? He could sense that beneath the calm surface of the sea lurked countless immense, suffocating auras. That was the territory of colossal sea kings, a forbidden zone for humanity. Just then, without warning, the once calm sea water suddenly began to boil violently, as if some enormous creature was rapidly rising from the seabed. The next second, boom! With a deafening roar, the sea exploded. A colossal sea monster, its size beyond belief, shot into the sky, carrying with it tons of seawater. Its mere half-exposed body was enough to block out the sunlight, casting a huge shadow that instantly enveloped the entire warship. Compared to that terrifying, scale-covered body, the giant warship of the Navy headquarters looked as small as a toy model. This monster had a ferocious head like that of a prehistoric crocodile, and each fang in its gaping maw was thicker than a mast. It let out a deafening roar, accompanied by a nauseating stench, and slammed its jaws down onto the deck. If that bite lands, not only a person, but the entire warship would be bitten in two in an instant. Faced with this attack that resembled a natural disaster, the Marines of an ordinary branch would probably have collapsed to the ground in fear. But the Marines on this ship were different. They were elites who had fought alongside naval hero Garp for many years. At this moment, a tall, slender figure wearing a trench coat silently stepped forward. Garp's second in command, the man who always wore a wide-brimmed hat, had his right hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. Even when facing such a colossal creature, his breathing remained terrifyingly steady, as if he were about to draw his sword and cleave the Sea King in two at any moment. Rain stood to the side, watching the adjutant's posture, his eyelids twitching slightly. Isn't this the Sword King, Bogart? Are we about to see him make a move? However, just as Bogart was about to strike, a white figure flew over his head like a cannonball. Ha ha ha, what a huge fish! Dinner's all set for tonight. With a signature laugh, Garp appeared in midair. Facing the colossal Sea King, he made no fancy moves, simply throwing a punch. There was no hardening effect from armament haki, and not even any techniques were used. It was just an ordinary punch. Iron Fist of Love, fracture. Bang. A dull, loud bang. Rain's pupils contracted sharply. He witnessed firsthand how the massive Sea King's head instantly caved in like rubber, and before it could even let out a cry, its enormous body was sent flying by the terrifying force of that punch. Boom! The sea monster crashed back to the surface, creating a giant wave hundreds of meters high. The entire warship shook violently. Phew, I used a little too much force. Garp landed lightly on the deck, flicked his wrist, and grinned at the dumbfounded Ren. Hey kid, scared out of your wits? In the new world, these kinds of fish are everywhere. Watching Garp's tall figure directing the soldiers to retrieve the Sea King's corpse, the slight sense of smugness that had risen in Rain's heart earlier, thinking I'm not bad, vanished instantly. No haki was used, and no devil fruit was obtained. Pure physique, pure power. Is this the power to stand at the pinnacle of this world? The next few days of the voyage were surprisingly calm for Ren. Garp seemed to genuinely treat Rain as just an ordinary recruit he'd gone along the way. Every day, aside from eating and sleeping, he would stand at the bow of the ship, laughing as he threw cannonballs for practice, and he never once looked for Rain. In the days that followed, Ryan behaved like an ordinary Marine, taciturn, and rarely leaving his room except to eat in the mess hall. On this day, Ryan was sitting cross-legged in the cabin, deep in thought with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. He walked to the narrow porthole and looked out. At the horizon, a towering steel gate, seemingly capable of completely separating the sky from the sea, stood silently. Above the door, the two characters for justice exude an aura of majesty and solemnity. Just then, a loud bugle call and excited shouts from naval soldiers came from outside the cabin. Marineford, we've arrived. Chapter 18. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. As the massive steel gate, a symbol of absolute justice, slowly opened, an island completely different from what Ren had imagined appeared before his eyes. In his vision, Marineford, the naval headquarters, should be a massive military fortress with heavy security, numerous gun emplacements, and patrols everywhere. But what comes into view now is a vibrant city. Admittedly, the outermost ports and fortresses still resembled war fortresses filled with steel and the smell of gunpowder. Inside the port, dozens of warships, as large as mountains, were moored. On the docks, countless naval personnel were carrying out replenishment and drills in an orderly manner, and the muffled roar of artillery firing could even be faintly heard in the distance. But beyond this defensive line, the city's interior is filled with a completely different atmosphere of everyday life. On the wide and clean streets, you can see not only sailors in uniform, but also young mothers pushing strollers, elderly couples walking hand in hand, and children playing and laughing. Here you'll find residential areas where naval families live, markets bustling with vendors' calls, restaurants, and pubs. It's like a perfectly preserved paradise. Standing on the deck, watching all this, Rain couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With the Marine headquarters right next door, the security here was incredibly good. It was arguably the most livable city for ordinary people on this chaotic sea. Hey kid, stop standing there like an idiot, get ready to disembark. With a scallion cracker dangling from his mouth, Garp mumbled a few words of encouragement before being escorted off the ship by his men. He casually pointed to a young Marine standing guard on the dock and ordered in a nonchalant manner, "Hey, you, take this new kid to the elite battalion's reporting area." "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp." The Marine was startled, immediately stood at attention and saluted, then quickly ran to Rain and said nervously, "Please come with me." Ren nodded and followed behind the Marine, his feet setting foot on Marineford soil for the first time. Driven by the damned caution deep within the soul of a transmigrator, Rain made a thought and used his observation haki to quickly scan the entire island like an invisible radar network. A moment later, Rain withdrew his senses. There are quite a few strong individuals here. This discovery led Ryan to quickly finalize a further education plan in his mind. A new recruit from a remote branch suddenly displays terrifying strength comparable to a lieutenant general in headquarters? This would most likely attract the attention of higher UPS, but what would follow would be endless questioning, investigation, and various high-intensity missions beyond their rank. There's absolutely no need to cause this kind of trouble, Ren thought to himself. He has no shortage of means to acquire power. During his year in this elite camp, all he needs to do is demonstrate a talent sufficient to acquire high-quality resources. It's unnecessary to fully expose his strength, which is comparable to that of a lieutenant general. Anyway, as long as I stay for a year, I can graduate smoothly and lead a team to sea. I'll just treat this year as a paid long vacation at headquarters and take some further training. That's the main administrative building up ahead. The young Marine seemed to notice Rain's silence and took the initiative to introduce it, his tone gentle. The elite camp's reporting area is right here. Rain looked in the direction he was pointing and nodded. Just then, the young Marine's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Ryan, pulled him to the side of the road, and quickly stood at attention, giving a perfectly standard military salute. Ahead, a tall naval admiral draped in a coat of justice was leading a group of his men toward them. He had long, dark purple curly hair tied in a high ponytail, and wore sunglasses. His expression was as cold and aloof as an iceberg that had never melted. "It's Major General Enigmo," the young man said in a low voice, introducing him to Rain. The ONI Spider Major General walked past them with a sidelong glance, not even looking at them once, as if they didn't exist at all. Only after the other party had gone far away did the young Marine breathe a sigh of relief and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Ren remained silent, gaining a deeper understanding of the depth of the situation. They soon arrived at the reporting area. Inside sat a somewhat lazy-looking naval civilian sergeant. "Report? New recruits reporting for duty at the elite training camp," the young Marine saluted. "Name?" the sergeant asked casually without even lifting his eyelids. "Corvo Rain." "Rain." The sergeant frowned, carefully searching through the list from beginning to end, then looked again, and finally slammed the list on the table impatiently. "There's no one named you here. Kid, you've got the wrong place, haven't you? The elite camp isn't a place just anyone can come to. This." The young Marine immediately became anxious, wanting to explain that this was someone personally brought by Vice Admiral Garp. Rain remained calm, knowing that Lieutenant General Tsuru would not make a mistake in such a matter. Sure enough, the sergeant seemed to remember something and muttered unconsciously, "Wait. I remember now, Lieutenant General Tsuru did add a name to the end of the list a few days ago." He quickly flipped to the last page of the list and sure enough, he saw a handwritten name at the end, with he clearly written in the recommenders column. He quickly retrieved the corresponding identification tag and key from the drawer, handed them over, and concealed his inner shock with a calm tone. "Found him, Corvo Rain. You've come at the perfect time, the elite camp officially begins tomorrow." After handing the keys and ID card to Ryan, he added, "Meet at the central training ground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Your dorm is room 307 on the 3rd floor. Your roommate should already be here." Ryan took the things and nodded. "Understood." He didn't say anything more and turned to leave alone. The young Marine who led the way quickly left after completing his mission, leaving only the sergeant in the reporting office. Watching Ryan's retreating figure, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and secretly rejoiced that he hadn't offended this mysterious young man too much. As Ryan walked towards his dormitory, he quickly drew up a crystal-clear roadmap for his growth during the next year of his time in the elite camp. Marineford is teeming with powerful individuals, but conversely, it's also the safest place, with virtually no chance of foolish pirates offering themselves experience points. This means that for at least the next year, the system's core judgment of sin's function will be largely useless. Just consider it a break for myself. After being an executioner for so long, can't I enjoy myself a little? There was a sense of contentment in Redden's eyes. As for how to spend this rare long holiday, learning the Naval Six styles and the ultimate technique life return would be a good pastime. During my rest, I'll train a little at my own pace and see if I can naturally break through my physical limitations and reach the top level in this comfortable environment. After roughly outlining this year-long vacation guide, Ryan smiled with relief and headed towards the dormitory building. Chapter 19. My roommate is a smoker. Ren went up the stairs to the third floor. The corridor was long, with identical iron doors on both sides. Before he could even find room 307, a strong, almost pungent smell of cigar smoke forcefully entered his nostrils. Ren paused, his brow furrowing. This smell, is someone burning something in the hallway? He instinctively quickened his pace, wanting only to find his room and get away from this area as quickly as possible. However, the further he walked, the stronger the smell became, as if the source was right ahead. He stopped in his tracks. In front of him was the dormitory door with the number 307 on it. The pungent smell of smoke stubbornly seeped out from the cracks in the door. Ren stood at the door, silent. Is this a human-shaped self-propelled incinerator? He took a deep breath, and with a sense of trepidation like opening a blind box, resignedly inserted the key into the lock. What greeted him was not his dormitory, but a fairyland completely shrouded in thick smoke. The light was distorted by the murky smoke, reducing visibility to less than 3 meters. A strange smell of cigars mixed with sweat filled the air, causing him to cough incessantly. The room was a mess, with empty food wrappers, empty bottles, and crumpled, smelly socks scattered everywhere. In the center of that paradise on earth, a figure's silhouette appeared. He had a head of unruly white hair, wore only a white vest that revealed his muscular physique, and arrogantly held 2 cigars puffing out thick smoke in his mouth. Rain's heart was instantly filled with irritation. Holy crap, that signature white hair, that reckless smoking style, there's no doubt, it's the future smoker. Very good, Ryan thought expressionlessly, on the first day of school, I've already encountered a human chimney. It seems that it will be a bit difficult to stay here peacefully for a whole year. Just as Ren was internally complaining, the figure heard the door open. Without even turning his head, he called out in a very impatient, hoarse voice. New here? Close the door, the smoke's all gone. Rain took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to turn and leave. He decided to try reasoning with this unruly chain smoker first, then try a more forceful approach. He closed the door expressionlessly, placing his only bag on a patch of floor that appeared fairly clean. Then, with a kind and harmless smile, he stepped forward and spoke first. Hello, my name is Ryan, and I will be your roommate from today onwards. He paused for a moment, then asked in a very polite tone, I personally have a bit of an intolerance for the smell of smoke. How about you smoke on the balcony or in the hallway? Smoker slowly turned his head, his sharp eyes looking at Ren from head to toe with undisguised disdain. Huh. He sneered as if he had heard the funniest joke, then took a deep drag on his cigar and blew a thick cloud of smoke precisely into Ren's face. Intolerance? That's your problem. Smoker gestured with his chin towards the door, his tone extremely arrogant. This is my territory. I can do it wherever I want. If you can't stand it, then get out and sleep in the hallway. Ryan's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes, behind the choking smoke, instantly turned icy cold. He tried to reason with you in his calm tone. According to Article 7 of Chapter 3 of the Regulations for the Management of Naval Recruit Training Camps, smoking is strictly prohibited in the dormitory area. I'm just reminding you not to violate the regulations. This is a lie. Rain had no idea whether there were any regulations governing naval recruit training camps, but he bet Smoker wouldn't care about such things either, so he just made one up. Regulation. Smoker reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with fur. He leaped off the bed, almost face to face, and growled in a menacing manner. Don't try to intimidate me with those bullshit rules. In my world, might makes right. Before he could finish speaking, his entire lower body transformed into a billowing cloud of white smoke without warning. The smoke, like a living tornado, instantly engulfed the entire cramped dormitory, including Ran. Since you like reasoning so much, Smoker said with a sneer of arrogance, then I'll have a proper chat with you. The next second, the smoke tornado smashed open the dormitory door, carrying Rain out into the corridor. Rain didn't put up any resistance. Even with his current strength, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't bump into the tables and chairs if they fought. Going outside was a good option. Smoke enveloped Rain as he appeared in the corridor, the commotion immediately alarming the neighbors. Many dormitory doors quietly opened, and heads peeked out, eager to watch the spectacle. Ryan even spotted a tall woman with pink hair, almost as tall as Smoker, whose long legs were encased in navy-style trousers, making her look straight and slender, and particularly eye-catching. The girl's face showed little expression, she simply glanced around with a lazy, amused look. Huh? Wait, was that a woman watching the commotion? Ryan's thoughts suddenly veered in a strange direction. So the elite training camp is co-ed? Has the Navy headquarters become that open-minded? As the smoke cleared in the corridor, Smoker returned to his physical form. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, and grinned defiantly at Ryan. Kid, repeat yourself now. What were you trying to say? I didn't hear you. The surrounding area was filled with cheers and whistles. At this tense moment, when swords were about to be drawn and war was imminent, all of you, stop the fuck. A roar like thunder exploded from the end of the corridor, making everyone's eardrums buzz. A tall, burly instructor with a black iron jaw tattooed on the lower half of his face appeared there at some point. His eyes were so fierce they looked like he wanted to devour someone alive, and his face was filled with an anger that could frighten a child to tears. The new recruits who had been watching the commotion scurried back to their rooms like startled rabbits, leaving the corridor empty in an instant. Instructor Iron Jaw rushed to the two men in a few steps. He glanced at the almost solid smoke in room 307, then looked at the tense standoff between Ryan and Smoker, his brows furrowing deeply. Very good. It seems you two have a lot of energy. A ferocious smile appeared on the face of the Iron Jaw instructor. Since you're so energetic, why don't you go to the solitary confinement cell and have a good connection? He pointed towards the stairs and shouted in an unquestionable tone. You two, now, immediately, get to the solitary confinement cell? Neither of you are coming out until tomorrow morning. Chapter 20. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Boom. The heavy iron gate slammed shut behind us with a dull thud. The solitary confinement room was suddenly plunged into darkness. A damp, musty smell filled the air, and the cramped space made each breath particularly difficult. The only ventilation opening was the iron window on the high wall, through which a few weak rays of moonlight struggled to squeeze in, casting dappled patterns of light on the floor and barely outlining the room's shape. Damn it! A suppressed curse broke the silence. Like a wild beast trapped in a cage, Smoker paced back and forth restlessly, the sound of his military boots on the stone slabs sounding particularly jarring in the small solitary confinement cell. I've been here for so many days, but this is the first time I've been put in solitary confinement, and it's because of a new student who just arrived. It's all that pretentious brat's fault. Smoker was filled with pent-up anger. Meanwhile, the protagonist of his anger, Rain, completely ignored him. He simply walked calmly to a corner, casually wiped the dust off the ground with his hand, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. It was as if he hadn't been locked up, but simply found a new place to meditate. This ignorance infuriated Smoker more than any mockery. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. He stopped in front of Ren and spoke in a condescending, provocative tone. Hey kid, trying to play dead? You think this will all be over if you don't say anything? Rain slowly opened his eyes. In the dim light, his gaze was as calm as a deep pool of water. Otherwise what? His tone was completely flat. Do you want to discuss whether or not smoking is allowed here? Don't you dare mention that to me again. Smoker was instantly hit where it hurt and completely exploded. I'll make sure you understand right now, whether in the dorm or here, you have to follow my rules. He roared, and his huge fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, slammed down hard towards Redden's cheek without any fancy moves. In his view, this punch was enough to teach this arrogant newcomer what it means to respect one's seniors. He was even prepared to stomp on the opponent's foot after he fell to the ground. However, facing this fierce punch, Ren didn't even change his posture. Just as Smoker's fist was about to strike his nose, his upper body, which was sitting cross-legged, leaned back like a ghost, leaving a blurry afterimage. Smoker's fist grazed his nose, the sharp wind even ruffling his bangs. Smoker's pupils contracted sharply, and he was startled. So fast? He didn't have time to retract his fist, let alone make a next reaction. Because a dark shadow, several times faster than his punch, had already torn through the dim air and was heading towards him. It was Redden's fist. However, a mocking sneer appeared on Smoker's lips. He had no intention of hiding at all. As a Logia-type devil fruit user, physical attacks are a joke to him. He had completely elementalized his abdomen, waiting for the opponent's fist to pass through his smoky body in vain. Then he could leisurely grab the opponent's arm and let this arrogant brat taste what it's like to be controlled by smoke. He wanted to show this newcomer what a Logia-type devil fruit user is. Boom! A short, muffled sound rang out. The expected feeling of emptiness as a fist passed right through me didn't happen. Instead, I experienced an incredibly real, excruciating pain. The sneer on Smoker's face had not completely faded before it froze into a bizarre expression that was a mixture of shock, pain, and disbelief. He looked down and saw Ryan's fist silently pressed against his abdomen. In the dim light, he couldn't see that, for a moment, the surface of Redden's fist was covered with a layer of darkness deeper than the shadow. All he knew was that the fist seemed to have grasped a solid in a wisp of illusory smoke, and an incomparably domineering force pierced through his elemental defenses without any hindrance, striking his internal organs solidly. Well, a sharp pain, like a red-hot iron, suddenly exploded in his abdomen. Smoker felt as if his internal organs had been twisted together by that punch. He opened his mouth wide, and his whole body arched down like a boiled shrimp. Hey, what's going on in there? Be quiet. Outside the door, the impatient warnings of the Marines on guard could be heard. Just as Smoker was about to collapse to his knees from the excruciating pain, a hand as strong as an iron clamp shot out and covered his mouth tightly, silencing all his groans of pain. Immediately afterwards, a voice with a hint of amusement, like the whisper of a devil, gently rang in his ear. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. This was the last thing Smoker heard before he completely lost consciousness. The last thought in his mind was a huge question. How did he hit me? Smoker, times. After an unknown amount of time, when Smoker regained consciousness, it was already dawn. The first light of dawn shone through a small window in the high wall, illuminating the dust swirling in the solitary confinement cell. He struggled to sit up, feeling a lingering pain in his abdomen and a dizzy head. A hallucination. He shook his head and looked towards the corner. There he saw that Ryan was still sitting cross-legged in the same position as before, motionless, as if he had been meditating there all night. Perhaps, that punch was just a hallucination caused by my anger? Just as he was thinking this, the figure in the corner seemed to sense his movement and slowly turned its head. In the soft light of dawn, a remarkably kind smile appeared on Redden's face. Ah, you're awake. That smile, like a key, instantly unlocked the floodgates of Smoker's memories? It's not a hallucination. Smoker's face turned pale, and he was about to continue his stubbornness and say something more. Rain had already stood up, stretching her neck, which was stiff from sitting for so long, as she slowly walked towards him. It seems we have reached a preliminary consensus, he said in a calm tone. He walked up to Smoker, squatted down, looked directly into the man's surprised and suspicious eyes, and continued, I don't want any trouble, and you shouldn't bother me either. Let's have a peaceful year and keep to ourselves. As for the no smoking rule in the dorm, I believe you already understand. He paused, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. And what happened last night, if you tell anyone, then next time, I might not be able to control my strength. Smoker felt a chill run through him. Looking at the kind smiling face so close to his, he felt, for the first time, a similar terrifying pressure from this new student as he had from Lieutenant General Cusin, who was known as a monster. Chapter 21 Black Arm Zephyr. The iron door to the solitary confinement cell was roughly pulled open, and blinding morning light flooded in instantly, causing both of them to instinctively squint. Get out here, the instructor roared impatiently. Ryan and Smoker walked out without a word. The instructor's threatening gaze swept over them, and when he saw Smoker's slightly pale face, a disdainful sneer appeared on his lips. If I see you causing trouble again, it won't be as simple as just locking you up for one night, he said ruthlessly. Now, get to the central training ground and assemble. Smoker's face was ashen. He walked forward without saying a word, instinctively keeping a distance of 2 or 3 meters from Rain, his eyes darting away, avoiding eye contact. Ryan, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened, stretching his neck, which was a little stiff from sitting cross-legged all night, while wondering what the cafeteria would serve that day. The two had barely walked a short distance out of the detention building when a lazy, teasing voice came from the roadside. Oh, it seems like last night's exchange was quite intense, Smoker. They saw the pink-haired woman from yesterday leaning against the wall, a cigarette dangling from her lips, observing them with great interest. Smoker paused, his face turning even uglier, but unusually, he didn't lash out. He simply uttered a few words through gritted teeth, mind your own business. After saying that, he quickened his pace without looking back. Tisk, what an impolite man. The woman curled her lip dismissively. Her gaze then curiously fell on Ryan, who stood behind her with a perfectly normal expression. Long pink hair, a cigarette that's always in her hand, Ren was completely unmoved. No doubt about it, it's the future black prison Hina. He ignored Hina's probing gaze and followed Smoker straight toward the central training ground. When he arrived, he was immediately captivated by the sight before him. It was a vast open-air training ground, paved with hard bluestone, covered with deep scratches left by various training sessions. The area was surrounded by weapon racks that looked like small mountains and all sorts of unheard-of training equipment, and the whole place was filled with a grim atmosphere. Hundreds of elite recruits have assembled and formed neat square formations. But inside the formation, things were far from as calm as they appeared. These chosen ones from all corners of the world and the Grand Line, each of them carried an undisguised arrogance. They sized each other up, their eyes filled with scrutiny and a strong sense of competition. The air was thick with tension, as if a fight could break out at any moment over a provocative glance. Smoker's arrogant I'm the best attitude naturally attracted a lot of attention. As soon as he entered the ranks, several equally domineering-looking guys cast unfriendly glances at him. Ryan quietly walked to the back of the line, found the most inconspicuous spot, and stood there, observing everything with a cold eye. Tisk tisk, these hormone-fueled brats, Ryan thought to himself. So much energy. Just as the atmosphere on the training field was becoming increasingly tense, a heavy sense of oppression, like that of a mountain, suddenly enveloped the entire training field without warning. All the noise and commotion came to an abrupt halt in that instant. Rain suddenly looked up and saw a burly figure, as imposing as a demon god, standing on the high platform of the training ground. Standing over 3 meters tall, with his signature short purple hair standing on end like steel needles, and wearing large sunglasses that obscured his eyes. He carried no weapons, but his arms, which hung naturally at his sides, were thicker than an average person's thighs, exuding a sense of oppression more terrifying than any weapon. Former Navy Admiral, now Chief Naval Instructor, Black Arm Zephyr? Without wasting words, Zifa loudly announced to each new recruit. I don't care which branch's ace you were before, or what devil fruit abilities you have. From today onwards, you only have one identity here, naval recruits. In the coming year, I will forge you like a bronze ingot. Those who cannot withstand it, get out. Only those who remain to the end are qualified to become the true high wall and sword that protect justice. He glanced around at the recruits below the stage, whose faces had turned pale at his imposing manner, and his voice suddenly rose. Now, does anyone want to quit? The entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Here it comes, the boss's favorite part, making grand promises and giving corporate culture speeches. Ryan stood in the queue, completely unfazed, even feeling a bit like yawning. But, this old man's intimidating presence is far stronger than that of my bald boss in my past life who only knew how to brag. Zifa seemed quite satisfied with the recruits' reactions. He slowly raised his large hand and pointed to the testing area next to the training ground, where various precision instruments were placed. Very good, he announced in a cold tone. Before I forge you, I need to see what you're made of. First lesson of the semester, an entrance placement test. The test consists of 3 rounds, Deo power value, pressure resistance, and real combat. Let me make this clear from the start, he said, his voice cold and unforgiving. You don't need to worry about failing any one of these criteria and being fired, because those of you standing here were all once the elite of the branch. He paused, his tone becoming even more sinister. However, your overall grades will determine your class in the coming year. Those who rank in the top 10% will enter the monster class, where you will enjoy top-tier resources and priority guidance. The middle 70% of people will enter the elite class, where you will receive regular training that matches your level. And the last 20%, Zifa's lips curled into a cruel smile, you will enter the preparatory class. Your rations will be the leftovers of others, and your training volume will be 3 times that of others. You will use your blood and sweat to wash away that shame. Every month, there will be an opportunity for a re-evaluation. Whether you want to climb up or rot at the bottom is entirely up to you. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Shock and solemn expressions were evident on the faces of all the new recruits. This blatant class division was far more stressful and challenging than direct elimination. Oh, you're going to do this class division thing. Ryan quickly assessed the situation in his mind. While the top 10% of the elite class is undoubtedly a golden springboard for newcomers, it's purely a constraint for him. He already possesses the strength of a vice admiral, and he's only here to get his hands on the naval 6 powers and life return for free. If he were to join the elite class and be under Zephyr's constant surveillance, it would only cause trouble. The middle 70% of the elite classes can be left unattended as long as they check in on time. That's the perfect study room. Having figured this out, a relaxed smile appeared on Ryan's lips. Don't strive for first place where you're limited in every way, nor suffer hunger and toil at the bottom. Just achieve a stable, top-tier result. Chapter 22 Placement Test, Part 1. As soon as Zifa finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire training ground instantly became restless and uneasy. Instructor Iron Jaw stepped forward, his booming voice echoing throughout the area. Now, let's begin the first round of testing Deo power. Those whose names are called, come forward one by one. Those with less than 80 Deo power will be placed directly into the preparatory class. The test queue was quickly set up. Hank, a burly recruit, who looked like an ace in the branch, was the first to step forward. He took a deep breath and threw a punch with all his might. 125 points of strength. Pass. The recruit breathed a sigh of relief, but there was no joy on his face. This result was clearly not outstanding. The next few people passed through without incident, with their scores mostly hovering between 100 and 150. Soon, a somewhat thin-looking guy exerted all his strength but only managed to type 79. Amidst a sea of regretful glances, he was mercilessly led to the preparatory class area. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly somber, a resounding name was called out. T-Pen. A young man with bright eyes and a tall, thin build, like a ruler, stepped out of the line. Rain looked at his excessively thin face. This guy, he looks kind of familiar, he muttered to himself. He seems to be a named character in the original manga, but I can't remember him. It's all because you're a guy. I remember Hina very clearly. Just as Ryan was complaining, T-Pen had already meticulously assumed the most standard naval combat stance, and with a loud shout, he threw a punch. 420 Deo power? Excellent. The moment this number was announced, the entire audience erupted in uproar. This was the highest score so far, almost 3 times the average. T-Pen ignored the gasps around him, simply gave a silent salute, and returned to the queue. Next up, Rossi Nandi. The blonde boy clumsily ran up, nearly tripping over his own left foot, which drew a burst of laughter. His face flushed with nervousness, he closed his eyes and, as if he were going all out, threw a punch haphazardly. 221 points of strength. Pass. Upon hearing this unexpectedly high number, Rossi Nandi was startled and quickly bowed before hastily retreating. Hina. Despite her young age, Hina already possessed a mature and sophisticated air. She gracefully stepped forward and took off her coat. Instead of using her fist, she spun around and delivered a swift and powerful kick with her high heel, accurately striking the bullseye of the testing device. 310 Deo power? Excellent. The audience gasped again, casting awe-inspiring glances at this strong and charismatic woman. However, the real shock was only just beginning. Smoker. When the instructor called his name, Smoker spat out his cigar and strode out. He didn't look at anyone, his face no longer displaying its usual nonchalant expression, but instead a cold, intense focus. Last night, he was so stunned by Ryan's incredible punch that he questioned his existence. He desperately needed to solidify his position as the strongest through an overwhelming display of power, and more importantly, to subtly demonstrate his true strength to the monster hiding in the corner. He walked up to the machine and assumed a standard naval combat stance. Oh, that troublemaker is actually taking this seriously. The instructors were all somewhat surprised. Smoker took a deep breath, exerted force from his waist, and twisted all the strength in his body into one, smashing it out without holding back. Boom! The tester emitted a violent roar as it struggled to keep up with the load, and the numbers on it skyrocketed at an unprecedented rate, finally settling on a number that made everyone gasp in shock. 602 Deo power. That's a monster. Even the instructors wore expressions of shock. The new recruits present were also buzzing with discussion. Are you kidding me? Is this really the kind of power a recruit could produce? T-Pen's record was broken so quickly. I heard he's a Logia-type devil fruit user. The amplification that devil fruits provide to the body is truly terrifying. Indeed, for teenagers, their bodies are far from reaching their full potential. Top-tier devil fruit users like Smoker have their bodies passively strengthened by the power of their fruits year after year, giving them a physical starting point far beyond their peers. Amidst the unparalleled gasps of the crowd, Smoker showed not a trace of smugness. He slowly withdrew his fist, then abruptly turned around, his hawk-like eyes piercing through the hundreds of people in the queue, fixing on Ren with undisguised provocation. It's as if it's saying, see, this is my true power. Last night, you were just lucky. As Smoker basked in the gazes of a mixture of awe and envy from the crowd, many more extras passed by before finally the last name was called. Rain. With the instructor's call, the audience, who were still reeling from the shock of Smoker's terrifying number, snapped back to reality. After Smoker's phenomenal performance that ignited the entire arena, the subsequent Marines seemed rather mediocre, even boring. Therefore, Rain's appearance didn't attract much attention, most people's eyes remained fixed on Smoker. Smoker, however, ignored the praise around him and stared intently at Ryan as he walked onto the stage. With a calm expression, Ren walked to the testing device. Like every hard-working recruit before him, he took a slight stance, took a deep breath, and then, with all his might, shouted and threw a heavy punch. The numbers on the tester jumped rapidly a few times before finally settling on a relatively good number. 265 Deo power. The testing instructor glanced at it, nodded slightly, and wrote on the roster, Rain, 265 Deo power. Excellent. Zifa, standing on the high platform, glanced thoughtfully at Ren, seemingly hesitating for a moment, but ultimately remained silent. A sparse murmur of discussion arose from the surrounding queue. Hearing the not bad comments around him, Smoker's face turned even uglier than it had been in solitary confinement the night before. He stared intently at the number 265 on the testing device, his eyes wide and bulging, his teeth grinding together. 265? Are you kidding me? Smoker felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. That punch that landed on my stomach last night, it was definitely more than 265. The force of that punch, even if it wasn't 1265, was close. This guy was definitely acting. He could have easily won first place, so why is he hiding in the middle? What is he trying to do? Hina, who was standing not far from Smoker, keenly noticed Smoker's unusual behavior. She glanced with interest at Ryan, the transfer student whose data was excellent but not outstanding, then looked at Smoker's expression, which seemed as if he had seen a ghost, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. Rain walked back to the queue, let out a long sigh, and felt the primal power within him that he had forcibly suppressed. I definitely don't need to go to the preparatory class. I'll just spend the next year in the elite class. Chapter 23 Class Placement Test, Part 2. The Deo Power test ended, and nearly 30 people were deemed unqualified. Zifa stood on the platform again, his sharp eyes sweeping over the remaining people. Round 2, the pressure test. His voice was icy. It's simple, withstand my spirit. Falling down means failing. Before the words were even finished, a terrifying aura, as if it were tangible, suddenly descended. That wasn't Conqueror's haki, but a purer, more refined, iron-blooded killing intent honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The air seemed to thicken instantly, and countless auditory hallucinations of battlefield carnage exploded in my ears. I even had a terrifying hallucination of rivers of blood flowing before my eyes. Pft, pft. In an instant, nearly 100 new recruits turned pale and collapsed like felled wheat, some even foaming at the mouth and passing out. Rossi Nandi was trembling violently, sweat streaming down his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and stood firmly on the ground, refusing to fall. Tina, T-Pen, and the others also looked grave and fought back with all their might. Only Smoker, though he also felt a lot of pressure, still stood straight, his face full of defiant arrogance. Most of his attention was focused out of the corner of his eye on the trembling figure at the very back of the group. He wanted to see for himself how this monster was going to continue his act. At the very back of the group, Ryan perfectly portrayed an ordinary elite with a strong will. His legs were trembling uncontrollably and rhythmically, and fine beads of sweat were seeping from his forehead. His breathing became heavy, and he looked like a small tree in a storm, which could break at any moment, but stubbornly stood up. His mental world was actually clear and bright. I see. This isn't Conqueror's haki. Rain calmly analyzed the terrifying aura released by Zephyr. It doesn't have that innate kingly quality. It's more like pure killing intent and will, a unique spirit forged through countless life and death battles. He secretly compared it to himself. Interesting. If Conqueror's haki is an innate talent, then is this something like a pseudo-Conqueror's haki that has been trained later? While analyzing the situation, he didn't forget to continue his performance. If the trembling of the leg muscles increases a little more and the expression becomes 3 times more painful, that'll be about right. When the aura dissipated, fewer than 100 people remained standing. The third round, practical assessment. Zephyr announced. One-on-one sparring with your instructors, 1-minute time limit? I'm not looking at the winner or loser, but at your potential. Smoker's opponent was none other than Instructor Iron Jaw. He took the initiative, using the power of the smoke fruit to constantly harass and restrain the instructor, and combined with his powerful physical skills, the fight was evenly matched, and he even forced the instructor to take a step back. His performance was rated as excellent. Redden's opponent, on the other hand, was an ordinary major physical training instructor from headquarters. He completely abandoned his top-level swordsmanship and only used the most basic fighting techniques. The major of this unit is naturally quite strong, but he is no match for Rain's peak-level observation haki. In his perception, all of the instructor's attacks were like slow-motion shots in a movie. From the exertion of muscles to the shift of the center of gravity, and then to the trajectory of the attack in the next second, every detail was crystal clear, and there were flaws everywhere. This is too difficult. Ren was internally complaining. To deliberately create an opening in front of a slow-motion machine full of loopholes and force yourself to be hit is 100 times harder than killing the opponent in one move. The battle begins. Ryan clumsily turned to the left, barely dodging the instructor's straight punch. He then frantically raised his arm, barely managing to block the following whip kick. In the latter part of the fight, he seized an opening left by his opponent's carelessness due to continuous attacks and luckily landed a punch on the instructor's shoulder. Then, near the end, he was exhausted and reacted a beat too slowly. The instructor kicked him in the chest, and he staggered back a few steps, but stubbornly did not fall down. Solid foundation, commendable willpower, but seriously lacking in practical experience, and reaction speed needs improvement. The instructor gave the final evaluation, overall rating, above average. After all the tests were completed, the final class assignments were posted on the bulletin board. Smoker, Tina, T-Pen, and a small number of elites unsurprisingly entered the monster class. A large number of people were assigned to the elite class. Those whose test scores were abysmal dejectedly headed towards the preparatory class area. The Iron Jaw instructor stood in front of the list and began to announce it loudly. When he read out, Rain, elite class, a perfectly timed expression of relief appeared on Ryan's face. He was completely inconspicuous among the elite class. I'm already wondering what delicious sea monster dishes will be served in the elite class cafeteria at noon today. At noon after the class placement test, all the new recruits, regardless of which class they were assigned to, flocked to the same central canteen. Because it was the first day of shift assignments, the logistics department hadn't had time to adjust, and everyone was still eating communal meals. With a hopeful expectation of saying goodbye to the past and embracing a new life, Ryan mingled in the crowd and stood in line. It's finally over. Rain's heart was filled with longing for the future. After eating pig feed in Logetown for more than a year, the Marine Headquarters canteen, and the elite training camp, things should be a little different now, right? The legendary Sea King cuisine, here I come. He looked out the window at the huge soup pot, which resembled a small boat, and imagined that it contained tender, juicy sea monster meat that was rich in protein. However, when the cafeteria lady scooped up a spoonful of food and slammed it onto his plate, Ryan's smile froze. It was a large, gray, mushy stew with a strong, fishy smell, indistinguishable raw ingredients. Ryan looked around. He noticed that not only the elite class, but even the spirited members of the monster class, including Smoker, had the exact same food on their plates as him, that indescribable gray stew. Ren broke down on the spot. Are you kidding me? This is Sea King cuisine? This is clearly protein feed made by throwing Sea King meat, bones, and internal organs, along with some unknown vegetables, into a pot and cooking them for 3 hours. Looking at the pile of food in front of him, the ingredients of which were indistinguishable, Ryan turned the plate around 2 or 3 times, still not knowing where to start eating. This is simply a crime? It's a blatant desecration of fine ingredients? I never suffered this kind of humiliation, even though I ate gutter oil takeout for 10 years in my past life. However, Ryan tried to comfort himself, thinking that since they hadn't been assigned to classes yet, everyone was probably eating the preparatory class food together, and everything would be better tomorrow, right? Finally, despite the protests of his empty stomach, Ryan pinched his nose, closed his eyes, and, as if drinking Chinese medicine, forced down the indescribable food, mouthful by mouthful. Unexpectedly, after that feed was ingested, a strong feeling of fullness mixed with an astonishing amount of heat quickly spread from the stomach. Ren was completely stunned. This stuff, although it tastes like something out of hell, it's really effective. Ryan analyzed objectively in his mind. The ingredients are indeed of high quality, and the energy contained in it far exceeds that of ordinary food, which is very beneficial to the body's recovery after high-intensity training. But as soon as this rational thought arose, another voice, full of restlessness and resistance, roared in his heart. But eat this kind of stuff every day? Are you kidding me? What's the difference between this and turning yourself into a machine for KPIs? Your body might become stronger, but isn't the point of life to satisfy your appetite? If you eat like this for a year, you'll definitely get Jade syndrome. Chapter 24. Sorry, I went a little too far last night. In the afternoon, everyone has half a day of free time. Without lingering for a moment, Ren walked straight out of the elite training camp area and headed towards the living quarters of Marineford. The bag he brought from Logetown was just a tattered rag bundle he'd hastily crumpled up to appease Carp. Inside were nothing but a few old clothes. Since I'm going to be living here for a year, I'll have to prepare some necessities that will improve my quality of life myself. The residential area of Marineford was far more prosperous than he had imagined. The streets were clean and tidy, lined with shops, and filled with an atmosphere of peace and stability. He went into a department store and, familiar with the place, bought brand new towels, toothbrushes, soap, and a set of soft, pure cotton pajamas. After finishing my shopping, I decided to treat myself. Following the aroma of food wafting through the air, Ryan found a clean and elegant-looking Western restaurant on a bustling commercial street. This is it. He pushed open the door and, guided by a waiter, sat down at a seat by the window. Sir, what would you like to order? Without even glancing at the menu, Ryan asked the waiter, what's your most popular signature dish? That is undoubtedly our pan-fried sea king tenderloin with black pepper sauce, made with the freshest and most tender parts of small sea kings that were caught this morning from the calm zone. This is it, Ryan said without hesitation. And a cream of mushroom soup and a rum ice cream. Let me splurge a little, just to celebrate, getting into the elite class, he thought to himself. Soon, accompanied by a sizzling sound, a steaming hot sizzling steak was served. It was a perfectly seared, golden brown steak, about the size of an adult's palm, covered in a rich sauce of crushed black pepper. The aroma of butter and garlic mingled with the scent of meat, forcefully filling Ryan's nostrils. He cut off a small piece and put it in his mouth. The meat was so tender that it hardly required any chewing. The rich juices mixed with the slightly spicy black pepper sauce instantly exploded on his taste buds. What? Ren let out a satisfied sigh. This is food fit for humans. He was moved to tears. Compared to this, what I ate for lunch was nothing but sludge from a sewer. After the meal was finished, Ren leaned back in his chair, contentedly enjoying this long-lost sense of happiness. Sir, the total is 52,000 berries. The waiter smiled and handed over the bill. The smile on Ren's face froze slightly. 52,000. He stared at the number on the bill, feeling his heart bleed. This one meal is almost equivalent to a month's living expenses for an average family in Rogtown. He subtly reached into his pocket, actually taking out a few bills from his storage ring to pay the bill, while frantically calculating in his mind. The money I looted from the pirates I dealt with outside the execution platform adds up to several million berries. By East Blue standards, I'd definitely be considered a tycoon. But with prices here of 50,000 berries per meal, my meager funds simply can't support this kind of lavish eating every day. Carrying the groceries he had purchased, and filled with boundless anticipation for future financial freedom and food freedom, Ryan walked towards the dormitory building. He pushed open the door, and the pungent smell of smoke from the dormitory yesterday was gone. The room was still a mess, but at least the air was much fresher. Smoker was exercising in his dorm room, shirtless and covered in sweat, doing push-ups with one index finger on the ground. The wooden floor beneath him creaked and groaned under the terrifying force. Each time he pushed himself up, he would let out a suppressed growl through his teeth, as if he wanted to vent all his frustration and confusion through training. Ryan completely ignored his exaggerated performance. He took out clean towels and toiletries from his luggage and began to tidy up his bed and closet, making his small area distinct from Smoker's garbage-like environment. Ryan's disregard was the biggest provocation for Smoker. He suddenly leaped to his feet, crossed his arms over his chest, leaned against the railing of his messy bed, and stared intently at Ryan. After a long silence, Smoker finally couldn't hold back and spoke first. 256 Doki. Are you taking me for an idiot? Without turning his head, Ryan continued spreading out the sheets. The test was very difficult. I was just lucky and barely passed. This answer made Smoker's eye twitch violently. He suppressed his impending rage and probed from a different angle. Luck? Then tell me, don't you think it's a bit of a waste for someone who can even hit a Logia-type devil fruit user to come to recruit training camp? Rain quickly glanced at Smoker's expression, which showed only confusion and resentment about his own strength, with no sign of recognizing him. It seems he didn't recognize me as the executioner who executed Roger. This discovery completely put Rain at ease. That's good. Since he's just curious about my strength, it'll be much easier to fool him. He slowly turned his head, his face showing an expression befitting his age, tinged with a hint of distress and helplessness. He sighed and sat up from the bed. Did you feel it too? Redden's voice carried a perfectly timed hint of confusion. I don't know why either, but my power is sometimes very unstable. Most of the time, I'm just an ordinary person, but occasionally, I suddenly unleash power that I can't even control. He looked at Smoker's skeptical face, which screamed, "Are you fucking kidding me?" and continued his nonsensical ramblings with a straight face. "Lieutenant General Tsuru sent me here, probably, hoping that Chief Instructor Zephyr could help me solve this unstable problem. As for that punch last night," Ren gave an incredibly sincere apologetic smile. "Perhaps, my unstable state flared up again. Sorry, I hit a little too hard." Chapter 25 is still about protein feed. The elite training camp truly began the morning after the placement test. There were none of the teaching methods I had imagined. Before you learn how to kill, you must first learn how to survive on the complex and ever-changing battlefield. My name is Shiuzo. I was once the adjutant of Chief Instructor Zifa. From now on, I will be your physical training instructor. An instructor stood at the front of the group, his voice loud and powerful. Today, your only task is to squeeze out every last drop of your strength. The first training exercise was a cross-country run around the island with a 300-kilogram load. The entire team was led by Shiuzo himself, while the other physical training instructors, like fierce sheepdogs, constantly shuttled back and forth on both sides of the team, looking for the lambs that had fallen behind. They would suddenly rush to a recruit's side without warning, their rough hands grabbing the recruit's wrist like iron clamps, pressing down hard on the pulse with 2 fingers. After a few seconds, it will unleash a deafening roar. "Your heart rate has dropped? Are you just taking a walk here? Get running." Accompanying the roar was the leather whip that left a bloody welt on the back. The crisp crack of the whip and the new recruit's groans of pain became the background music for this island-circling training exercise. With Rain's advanced physique, this level of weighted running was indeed no different from taking a walk for him. His heart rate was so stable that he could hardly feel any fluctuations. Unlike those eager to show off geniuses who rush to the front, he doesn't deliberately feign exhaustion. Ryan simply maintains a completely natural and relaxed demeanor, keeping pace with the group in the middle. For him, this level of training was simply a change of scenery and a chance to breathe fresh air. He didn't intend to stand out too much in the training camp, otherwise he would inevitably be entrusted with important responsibilities in the future, working overtime and going on missions every day, which would completely contradict his life plans. He blended into the crowd, neither conspicuous nor falling behind, perfectly integrating into the daily rhythm of the elite class. Next up was the second training exercise, deep-sea pressure training. The recruits were taken to a rocky shore near Marineford. The icy sea water lapped against the slippery moss, making it extremely difficult to even stand still. Their task was to use a specially made rope, thicker than an arm, to try to pull up a huge rock that was submerged hundreds of meters deep in the sea. This is not just strength training, but a brutal test for muscles. 1, 2, pull, 1, 2, pull. Instructor Shiuzo's roar echoed like war drums along the coast. The recruits all had ferocious faces, bulging veins, and muscles taut to their limits. Every exertion of force was accompanied by a suppressed growl. And Ren, too, was just another face in the crowd. This amount of weight and pulling force wasn't even a warm-up for him. He spent most of his energy mimicking the ferocious expressions and heavy breathing of the people around him. Just then, a short, startled cry rang out. Rossi Nandi, who was in the group, was not very coordinated to begin with, and the moss under his feet was extremely slippery. He stumbled and the rope in his hand slipped out of his grasp. He lost his balance and was pulled by the huge force, screaming as he slid down into the dark trench. The two recruits standing not far from him not only did not help, but exchanged a malicious glance, ready to watch the clumsy recruit make a fool of himself. Ren, who was not far away, saw all of this. The name he heard during roll call yesterday morning echoed in his mind again, carrying a lingering sense of familiarity. His gaze unconsciously locked onto that head of messy, brilliant blonde hair that stood out conspicuously in the sunlight. I remember now, it's Corazon, that clumsy yet gentle man who's like a fool. In Rain's mind, there was an image of the man in the snow who, in order to save a child, was shot multiple times but still died with a smile on his face. Honestly, when I read comics in my past life, I felt that this guy with the big blonde hair shouldn't be treated like this by fate. Although the current situation is not fatal, being hit by the reef could easily result in a few broken bones. In the blink of an eye, Rain seemed to be overwhelmed and suddenly slid to the side. He pretended that he was also being pulled unsteadily by the boulder under his feet, and suddenly staggered a big step toward Rossi Nandi. In that seemingly unbalanced step, his military boots inadvertently stepped hard on the rope of Rossi Nandi, which was taut due to the enormous tension, and crushed the rope firmly against the edge of the wet reef under his feet. Squeak dash! The rope made a screeching sound as it rubbed against the rocks, and the immense friction momentarily halted the rope sliding into the sea for a fraction of a second. That fraction of a second of pause gave Rossi Nandi, who was about to be dragged into the water, a chance to catch his breath. He felt the pull on his hands suddenly loosen, and his survival instinct made him immediately straighten his posture, grab the remaining rope tightly, and use all his strength to stabilize his body. At the same time, Ryan himself cried out as if he had stepped on someone else's rope and lost his balance again, rolling on the ground before finally grabbing his own rope again in a disheveled state. The whole process was chaotic yet logical, looking like an accident caused by physical exhaustion. Instructor Shiuzo's furious roar followed. Useless thing? You can't even hold the rope steady? Get up and keep going. During the brief rest period, the recruits collapsed on the ground like dead dogs, panting heavily. Rossi Nandi, like a big golden retriever covered in mud, limped over to Ren, his face filled with relief at surviving the ordeal and uncertain gratitude. Rain, he asked hesitantly, just now, was it you? Ryan was leaning against a rock, looking exhausted. Hearing this, he weakly opened one eye and looked at him blankly. Huh? What? It's my rope, it seemed like just now. Oh, you mean that? Ryan looked like he had just realized something but was still shaken. He said breathlessly, don't even mention it. I slipped just now and almost got pulled down too. I stepped on something. Luckily, I didn't trip you. Seeing Ryan's sincere yet fearful expression, Rosinandi's doubts vanished, replaced by an even stronger sense of gratitude. He was convinced that Ryan had deliberately fallen to save him, even at the risk of being scolded by the instructor. No, you've helped me a lot. Rossi Nandi quickly waved his hand, looking at Ryan with utmost sincerity. Anyway, thank you, Ryan, really. After a day of training, Ryan couldn't wait to head to the cafeteria. Today is the first meal after the official class assignments, and he still clings to the last glimmer of hope. Yesterday's communal meals might only be temporary. Now that we've been divided into classes and there are class distinctions, the food for the elite classes should at least look like that of elites, right? However, when he walked to the window reserved for the elite class and saw that the cafeteria lady was still scooping out that indescribable grayish gruel from the pot, his last hope was shattered. Undeterred, he held his tray and looked past the crowd towards the monster class's dining area, which was separated from the others, not far away. The food there was indeed different. Everyone had an extra piece of meat on their plate compared to them. Smoker was poking at the nearly charred steak with his fork with a look of disgust, as if he were poking at a rock. Ryan withdrew his gaze and expressionlessly shoved the protein feed into his mouth. Although the food in the cafeteria was terrible, Ren could clearly feel that this scientific training, combined with the cafeteria's protein feed, had indeed produced a slight, almost imperceptible, improvement in his physique. At this intensity, if the training volume could be increased tenfold and maintained continuously for 10 years, perhaps, on my own, I could also hone my physique to the threshold of the top level. A monster who reached the rank of lieutenant general at headquarters at the age of 26 through sheer physical strength, anywhere would be considered a true genius. But the moment that thought arose, Ren ruthlessly extinguished it. But, 10 years. Living like animals for 10 years, eating this kind of pig feed every day? Are you kidding me? I don't have that kind of patience. Ren swallowed the last bite of feed, feeling the warmth and fullness in his stomach. The path to genius is too tiring. I'd rather find a shortcut. Chapter 26 Smoker left behind. The hellish, purely physical training lasted for 2 weeks. When Chief Instructor Zephyr gathered the now much stronger recruits at the port, almost everyone thought that an even more brutal second round of physical hell was about to begin. However, Zephyr pointed to a giant naval transport ship outside the port. Starting today, we will begin a 2-week survival training program on a deserted island without supplies. On the large screen behind him, a map of a grotesquely shaped island lit up. The target location is an uninhabited island, Gigantia, located 300 nautical miles southeast of headquarters. Zephyr stepped forward and pointed at the map with his pointer. The voyage takes a day and a night. The island has a changeable climate and is home to a large number of unrecorded wild beasts. Occasionally, some foolish pirates will use it as a temporary base. Let me make this clear from the start. Zephyr's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. We will send you to the island and then immediately return. 2 weeks later, we will come back here to pick up the survivors, or your corpses. He scanned the room and finally added the most crucial rule. In this training, both the monster class and the elite class will participate, operating in groups of 2 to 3. Anyone who fails to find a teammate before boarding the ship will be disqualified and relegated to the reserve class. This last rule was like a bomb, instantly detonating in the crowd. The previously lifeless queue immediately became restless. Those with strong abilities began to scrutinize each other, searching for equally powerful teammates. Those who performed poorly looked anxious and glanced around. Amidst the chaos, a figure hurriedly pushed through the crowd, like a frightened golden retriever, and ran straight towards Ren at the back of the line. Ryan. Rossi Nandi stopped in front of him, panting, his face full of nervousness and sincerity. Have you chosen your teammates? If not, could you be in my group? Looking at his sincere, almost silly face, Ryan nodded calmly without hesitation. Okay. He didn't dislike this clumsy but incredibly warm-hearted golden retriever. Moreover, having a seemingly harmless teammate makes it easier for him to hide himself. Great. Rossi Nandi exclaimed with relief, a bright smile spreading across his face. Evening, dormitory 307. Ryan was casually stuffing some outdoor supplies into his backpack, including ropes, a flint, and steel, water purification tablets, etc. Of course, this was purely for show. The actual supplies had already been prepared in the storage ring. Smoker paced restlessly back and forth in the room. During the team formation time in the afternoon, he stood there with his arms crossed, looking like who among you trash is worthy of me. The result was that everyone tacitly avoided him, this human volcano, and formed their own teams. After a long silence, Smoker finally couldn't hold back any longer. He stopped and, in an extremely unnatural voice, stammered, "Hey, Ren, have you found the team?" Without looking up, Ryan checked the buckle on his backpack and casually replied, "Found it. Rossi Nandi invited me." This answer instantly turned Smoker's face ashen. He had assumed that, given Ryan's withdrawn personality, he would surely be one of the leftovers. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Ryan's hands moved without stopping, and he saw right through him. "Let me guess. Did you stand there for ages, waiting for someone to ask you to team up, only to find out in the end that everyone else had already teamed up except for you? You're talking nonsense." Smoker bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I'm the one who thinks those losers don't deserve to be on my team." Ryan's smile deepened. He turned around, leaned against the bedside table, and looked at him with a knowing look, before slowly speaking. "Oh, is that so? Then why don't you go find your lover Hina? I think she's quite a match for you in terms of ability." "You." Smoker's face instantly turned a deep liver color, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, and his eyes looked like he wanted to devour Rain alive. But thinking back to the punch he received in the stomach, Smoker held back. Ryan turned around and saw Smoker's frustrated expression, almost bursting with anger but not daring to provoke him. He secretly found it amusing, but decided to stop while he was ahead. He shrugged, muttering to himself, "However, our team is still short one person. If you really can't find anyone and don't want to go to the reserve class, I wouldn't mind taking on another burden." A suffocating silence fell over the dormitory. Just when Ryan thought the guy would stand there all night, Smoker finally moved. He abruptly turned around, his back to Ren, and as if defiantly defying the wall, he forced out a barely audible and indistinct sentence through clenched teeth. Then count me as one, okay?" The sound was so faint it was like a mosquito buzzing. Ryan's hands, which were tidying his backpack, did not stop for a moment, as if he had not heard anything. Just when Smoker thought Ryan hadn't heard his request. "Yes, no problem." The massive naval transport ship set sail on time early the next morning. After a day and a night of sailing, a huge island shrouded in mist appeared on the horizon of all the new recruits. The transport ship stopped several nautical miles from the island's shore. "Attention, everyone." Zephyr's voice rang out across the ship via the public address system. "Now, grab your backpacks, jump overboard, and swim to shore on your own. Training begins now." As soon as the order was given, chaos erupted on the deck. Most of the new recruits jumped into the sea without hesitation, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The few devil fruit users in the group stood still, their faces grim. On this vast ocean, their once proud abilities have become their greatest burden. Ultimately, without exception, they all, with the help of their teammates, awkwardly paddled towards the shore using all sorts of varied methods. At this moment, everyone truly understood the profound meaning behind Zephyr's necessity to form a team on the high seas. Even the most powerful ability users need companions to rely on. Damn it. Smoker stared at the bottomless sea, his face extremely grim. Although he can transform himself into an element and fly at low altitude over the sea, it consumes a huge amount of energy. If he loses strength and falls into the sea, he will only face death. While he was still hesitating, Ryan had already strapped his backpack on and calmly said, "Grab my shoulder." Smoker's face instantly turned a deep shade of liver. "What do you take me for? A landlubber who can't swim?" Ryan replied simply. "Or are you planning to wait here for the instructor to throw you in?" Smoker instinctively wanted to say something in response, but didn't know how, and finally reluctantly reached out and put his hand on Ryan's shoulder. Seeing this, Rossi Nandi offered to carry Ryan's bag, but Ryan smiled and declined his offer. Dragging Smoker along, he effortlessly jumped into the sea and swam towards the shore at a steady and efficient pace. A few minutes later, the three successfully reached a beach on the island. As soon as he got ashore, Rossi Nandi collapsed onto the sand, panting heavily, because he was exhausted. Smoker knelt on the ground, coughing violently to expel the seawater he had swallowed. As a devil fruit user, the feeling of being completely powerless after being soaked in seawater was truly unpleasant for him. Having recovered his strength, Smoker looked at the endless primeval jungle before him, finally fixing his gaze on the composed Ren, and asked dryly, "Hey, what do we do now?" Clearly, after this period of friendly interaction, he had subconsciously come to regard this seemingly ordinary roommate as the one with the final decision-making power in the three-person team. Chapter 27 I'm just good at organizing. Ryan didn't rush to answer Smoker. Observation Haki acts like an invisible sonar, instantly sweeping across the entire island's terrain. A moment later, Rain pointed in a direction deep into the jungle. "Over there, 2 kilometers away, there's a waterfall, and behind the curtain of water is a dry cave. Let's go there first and set up camp." Smoker and Rosinante followed behind, somewhat skeptical. When they actually traversed a dense jungle and found the perfect camp that was exactly as Ryan had described, Smoker and Rossi Nandi were both astonished. This is a huge natural cave hidden behind a waterfall. Outside, the sound of rushing water was deafening, but inside the cave it was unusually dry and quiet. The floor was flat rock, and the ceiling was high, so there was no sense of oppression. It was like a natural sanctuary. "All right, you'll be staying here for the next 2 weeks, Rain announced. Just as Smoker and Rossi Nandi were marveling at this amazing camp and preparing to gather firewood and lay out hay in the most primitive way, Ryan stopped them. And many more. Rain didn't want to reveal that he had a storage ring, but he also didn't want to actually live the life of a savage for 2 weeks. So, to the astonishment of the two men, he placed his backpack, which looked like it could only hold a few changes of clothes at most, on the ground. He opened his backpack, reached inside, and pretended to be struggling to find something. Then, he took out a soft moisture-proof mat from that small bag. Before the two could react, he pulled out a second one, and a third one. Next came 3 warm-down sleeping bags, a bright kerosene lamp, a gleaming set of cookware, and even a portable tent large enough for 3 people. Smoker's eyes twitched violently. He looked at the huge pile of things on the ground, then at the deflated backpack in Ryan's hand, and finally couldn't hold back anymore. He snatched the backpack, examined it thoroughly, and then roared, "Do you think we're idiots? How could such a small bag possibly hold so much stuff?" Ryan looked at him and gave him a friendly smile. "What, can't you fit it all in? Take a look." He took the empty backpack, and then, in front of the two of them, slowly stuffed the huge tent back in, under their incredulous gazes. Then came the sleeping bag, the cookware. That little backpack seemed like a bottomless pit, easily swallowing everything. Of course, all of this was simply something he quietly took back into his storage ring. After the last sleeping pad disappeared from the bag, Smoker was completely petrified. He couldn't say a word, just staring at the magical scene before him, feeling as if his worldview was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground. "Wow, Ryan." Rossi Nandi looked at him with eyes full of admiration. You're a magician. "Just basic packing skills," Ryan said, patting imaginary dust off his hands, sounding a bit pretentious. A few minutes later, a luxury camping base was set up. To give the two idle men something to do, Ryan pointed to the jungle. "You two are in charge of the first dinner." Smoker, fueled by a surge of energy, charged into the woods and soon returned with a strangely shaped pheasant. Rossi Nandi then speared a few fish back from a nearby creek. After returning, the two quickly cleaned and prepared the food outside the waterfall, then chose the simplest and most direct way to cook it. They grilled it directly over a fire. The result was predictable. The outside was charred black, the inside was uncooked, and it had a strong earthy smell. Luozinandi excitedly handed over a piece. Ryan took it expressionlessly, ate only a small bite, and then stopped chewing. He remained silent for a full 3 seconds, then calmly tossed the piece of roasted meat in his hand into the fire. He stood up, said only one sentence, "Wait," and disappeared into the jungle. Less than 5 minutes later, accompanied by a series of earth-shaking footsteps, Ryan dragged a giant porcupine the size of a small truck and easily tossed it in front of the two men. Next up is Ryan's solo performance time. He drew his fine, swift sword from his waist. The thin blade did not reflect any light in the firelight. Smoker and Rosinante only saw a blurry flash of light as the huge porcupine's hard bony armor, thick fat, and lean muscles were perfectly separated in an almost artistic way. The entire process was smooth and fluid, without a single unnecessary movement, as if he were not handling ingredients but performing a precise surgical operation. This guy, even his swordsmanship is. Smoker looked at the perfectly dismembered pile of meat, once again shocked by the discovery of Rain's power. Ryan ignored their shock. He skewered the best pieces of tenderloin and ribs and placed them on the fire. Then, he slowly took out small glass bottles containing different seasonings from that 4-dimensional backpack. He unscrewed one of the salts, poured out a pinch of coarse sea salt, and flicked it with his fingers, sprinkling the salt evenly over the roasted meat. He then opened another one, crushed a few black peppercorns in his palm, and the spicy aroma instantly filled the air. Finally, he took out a small pinch of herbs, crushed them, and gently rubbed them onto the surface of the meat. Sizzle! The sound of the first drop of oil falling into the campfire. An unprecedentedly rich aroma of meat, mixed with the complex fragrance of spices roasted by flames, instantly enveloped the entire cave. Smoker and Rosinandi's stomachs both growled at the same time, much to their dismay. Finally, when the steaks were grilled to a perfect golden brown, Ryan handed them both steaks. Smoker and Rosinante no longer cared about dignity or restraint. They reached out and took the scalding hot roast meat, biting into it fiercely. Tasty? The moment their teeth broke through the crispy outer layer, the two felt as if their souls were flying. The scalding hot, rich meat juices exploded in their mouths. The tender meat, which required almost no chewing, combined with the pure saltiness of the sea salt and the perfect touch of spices, created a delicious torrent that instantly overwhelmed all their taste buds. The two could no longer utter a word. They were like wild beasts that hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, frantically tearing at the roasted meat in their hands, their mouths greasy, and their faces showing an expression of happiness they had never seen before. This was the first truly delicious meal they had since arriving at the training camp. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, Ryan sighed, his dissatisfaction written all over his face. He cut off a piece of the tenderest pork tenderloin, took a bite, and frowned. "Sigh, it won't do. The cooking time is a bit off, and the spices aren't complete enough. Most importantly, why doesn't this dish glow?" Smoker and Rosinandi stopped moving at the same time. Their mouths were stuffed with roasted meat, and they stared blankly at Ryan with the look of utter disbelief. Glowing? Why does the food glow? Chapter 28. Let's make a deal. A few kilometers outside the cave, at a temporary campsite, Hina and her 2 female teammates were gathered around a campfire, staring expressionlessly at the charred seabird beside the fire. Without seasonings and with the cooking time not properly controlled, it tastes dry and tough, and has a lingering fishy smell. But on a deserted island, this is the easiest source of protein to find. Just then, a gentle evening breeze, carrying an incredibly rich and domineering aroma of meat, drifted over. A short-haired female soldier suddenly stopped chewing. She sniffed the air hard and looked at Hina in confusion. Hina, you must have some secret seasoning hidden in your mouth. Why does it suddenly smell so good? Another female soldier stopped as well, a look of rapture on her face. Yeah, what is this smell? Just smelling it makes my mouth water. Hina herself had already stopped what she was doing. Her eyes, which always carried a hint of languor and composure, were unusually wide open at this moment. She slowly raised her head, her nostrils flaring slightly, and followed the seemingly magical fragrance, looking towards a certain direction in the jungle. That aroma, a blend of pure meaty fragrance and the smoky aroma of roasted fat, seemed like an invisible hand, forcefully gripping the taste buds of all of them. The three of them, without prior agreement, focused their gazes on the dark, unpalatable piece of charcoal beside the fire. Silence. The next second, the three of them, with perfect coordination, simultaneously threw the food in their hands into the fire. I can't take it anymore. The short-haired female soldier was the first to stand up, her face filled with craving and resentment. I have to go see. Who is it that can make such heavenly food on this deserted island? Hina, we really need to go and scout it out. Hina also stood up, extinguished the campfire, and her eyes sparkled with unprecedented curiosity. The three women, like three cheetahs lured by a fragrance, followed the scent carried on the wind and plunged into the dark jungle. They crossed streams and ravines, but were eventually stopped by the sound of a waterfall. The source of that fragrance that haunted their dreams seemed to be behind the waterfall. The three exchanged a glance, then carefully circled around to a high point on the side of the waterfall, parted the damp bushes, and looked down. Then, a scene unfolded that shattered their worldview. Behind the enormous waterfall, a warm campfire burned in a dry, bright cave. Around the campfire, three figures sat together. Two of them were tearing at large, golden brown, juicy ribs of meat with the ferocity of starving ghosts. The third figure was leisurely leaning against a cot that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, slowly cutting a small piece of roast meat with a knife and fork, and even had a drink placed next to him. Hina recognized the three people: Smoker, Rosinante, and Ryan, whom Hina is very curious about. After calmly weighing the options for a moment, Hina led her teammates out from the front, through the rushing water curtain, and appeared at the edge of the campfire's glow in the cave. Who goes there? Smoker and Rosinante were startled by the sudden appearance of the three figures and jumped up almost instinctively. Rosinante frantically searched for his weapon, but tripped over his own foot and almost fell. Smoker stepped in front of the campfire, his mouth still stuffed with meat, and assumed a fighting stance, his eyes instantly turning incredibly fierce. Ren didn't even raise his head. His observation haki had already captured everything. Upon noticing the arrival of the person, he continued to slowly and methodically cut his piece of roast meat with his knife and fork, as if he had expected it all along. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, Smoker saw the face of the person who came in. His tense fighting posture instantly relaxed, replaced by a kind of irritability mixed with displeasure and headache. Tisk, it's you, Hina. He mumbled indistinctly, but didn't completely let his guard down. Relax, Hina means no harm. Hina raised a hand to indicate that they meant no harm. Her eyes, which always carried a hint of laziness, swept over the wary Smoker and the clumsy Rosinante beside him, before finally settling on that excessively relaxed figure. Hina just followed a scent that shouldn't be on this deserted island. She didn't mean to steal your dinner. She paused, a playful smile curving her lips, and finally revealed her true thoughts. However, Hina was indeed surprised. It seems that some people's survival training is more comfortable than their life in Marineford. What are you looking at? Smoker finally swallowed the roast meat stuffed in his mouth, grabbed a large rib still dripping with oil, and brandished it like a spiked club. This is our roast meat. Rain didn't even look at him, but calmly raised her hand, making a calm-down gesture. This simple action, however, forced Smoker to suppress his impending outburst of arrogance. Hina's gaze didn't linger on Smoker, but slowly swept over the tents, cookware, and sleeping bags on the ground, finally landing on the seemingly ordinary little backpack next to Rain. We originally came here following the smell of delicious food, but now, Hina is more curious. She turned her gaze back to Ren. How did you manage to move a logistics warehouse to this deserted island? Rain used the same trick again, pointing to the backpack with an innocent look on his face, and giving an explanation that sounded like an insult to one's intelligence. I'm just better at packing. This answer, which sounded like it was meant to fool a fool, caused Hina's brow to furrow almost imperceptibly. Her two teammates behind her wore expressions that said, "Are you kidding me?" Gurgle gurgle. A loud and long rumbling sound suddenly rang out in the quiet cave. The atmosphere instantly became incredibly awkward. The two female soldiers behind Hina blushed instantly, wishing they could disappear into the ground on the spot. Their eyes, however, remained fixed on the sizzling, oily roasting meat over the fire, and they swallowed their saliva frantically. Rain picked up his fine knife and, amidst the tense stares of Smoker and Rosinante, who cried out mine, took the initiative to cut a large, fragrant, and succulent rib from the roast pig. The crack sound of the knife slicing through the crispy outer layer and the sizzle sound of the juices being squeezed out seemed to become the most beautiful music in the world at that moment. He placed the piece of roasted meat, enough to drive anyone crazy, on a plate made of huge leaves, but did not hand it over. He simply held it in his hand and calmly looked at Hina. Want some? If you do, let's make a deal. However, Hina's reaction completely exceeded Ren's expectations. Instead of stepping forward, Hina took a step back in a flustered manner. A strange look flashed in her usually languid eyes, and a faint blush even appeared on her cheeks. Hina wants to remind you, she said, arms crossed, in an extremely subtle tone, that even if you're a great cook and quite handsome, don't think you can get away with just a piece of grilled meat. Chapter 29 No work, no food. Hina didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already self-evident. Cough cough cough. Rossi Nandi, who was standing next to him, immediately spat out the meat he was eating. Even Ren, who maintained a calm and collected demeanor, couldn't keep his composure any longer. What are you saying? For the first time, Ren's eternally calm voice cracked. Who said they wanted to trade your, what? What kind of nonsense are you thinking? The moment he lost his composure, a murderous aura, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces, rose from behind him. Without turning around, Ryan knew it was Smoker's gaze. Damn it, I overdid it. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. He had no doubt that if he had simply nodded and said Smoker would have rushed over and splattered him with blood. He dared not pretend any longer, quickly coughed twice, forcibly steer the conversation back on track, and put on a serious expression. What I mean is, this meal wasn't free. He glanced at Hina, then at his two teammates, and said in a deep voice, do you think this island survival trip is just a vacation for us? Don't be naive. Judging from Chief Instructor Zephyr's style, those instructors will definitely drive all the pirates in the nearby waters to this island like livestock to be our sparring partners. My conditions are simple. Rain's gaze finally fell on Hina. What you have to do is capture pirates, alive. Then bring them here to me in exchange for food. Catch pirates. Hina's doubt deepened upon hearing this. She took a step forward, her sharp gaze locking onto Rain. Although Hina can't see through you, you should be stronger than all of us, right? Why don't you do it yourself? Upon hearing this, Rain didn't rush to answer, but calmly asked in return, strong? Hina, do you remember what my Deo power value was in the entrance exam? Hina's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, 256. Smoker is 602. Rain shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. So, you're saying that I, with a dominance of 256, am stronger than Smoker? This rhetorical question left Hina speechless for a moment. She could not refute the irrefutable facts. But she trusted her intuition more. This man in front of her was definitely not as simple as he appeared. But you, she chose her words carefully, pointing to the backpack beside her, your unbelievable methods. Those. Ren gave a troubled smile and sighed. Those are just tricks to survive, not for fighting. In terms of direct combat, I'm just a barely passable recruit. He looked at Hina's still suspicious eyes and changed the subject. Besides, this is training for all of us. If I do everything myself, what are you all doing here? As spectators. This reason is irrefutable. Hina was silent for a moment before finally asking the last question. So, what exactly do you want to do by capturing pirates? Ren slowly lowered his head, his voice becoming deep and filled with a sense of vicissitude beyond his years. I am an orphan who lost my family because of pirates. To catch pirates, of course, you have to kill them all by yourself, one by one. This is not a lie. After all, the original owner did become an orphan because of pirates. The next morning, in the cave behind the waterfall, a small pot was placed on the fire, bubbling and simmering with a fragrant meat porridge, which Rain had made with leftover porcupine meat and some rice from last night. Rossi Nandi was awakened by the fragrance. He rubbed his eyes, crawled out of his warm sleeping bag, and smelled the fragrance in the air, a happy, silly smile spreading across his face. Smoker sat cross-legged on his sleeping mat with a dark expression and a complicated look in his eyes. He slept soundly last night, but also felt suffocated. He slept soundly because the sleeping bag was soft, the cave was dry, and there were no wild animals to disturb him. He felt suffocated because all these blessings came from the monster who made him question his existence with a single punch. As Ryan leisurely ate his breakfast, he noticed the longing looks in Smoker and Rosinandi's eyes. Ran, busy eating, and too busy to reply, simply nodded his chin toward the pot. Rossi Nandi immediately ran over excitedly and filled a bowl for himself. Smoker hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, despite his stomach's protests, reluctantly picked up the bowl. After breakfast, Rain began assigning tasks to the two, hunting, gathering, or piracy. You two have to keep busy. No work, no food. Smoker frowned as he looked at the relaxed Ryan and asked, shouldn't we go work too? Otherwise. Ryan looked up and glanced at him. You think this breakfast is free? Smoker was instantly speechless. Indeed, he was indebted to the man who had paid for his meal, and he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. He paused, then added a sentence. Only I can enjoy my vacation here. You. Smoker finally turned his dissatisfaction into appetite and buried himself in his food. Of course you have to do the work, Ren calmly analyzed in his mind. If I kill all the pirates by myself, it will cause too much of a stir. Once my strength is exposed, I will definitely be entrusted with important tasks in the future, and I will have to work overtime and go on missions every day. That would completely contradict my life plan of retiring safely. Rain was very clear about his role. He had no intention of becoming a hero until his physique, domineering presence, and all his skills were at their peak. Moreover, most of the pirates on this island are safe monsters that the instructors carefully selected and deliberately put in. Even if there are a few R-rank pirates, they're not very valuable. It would be a huge loss to expose yourself for a little bit of experience. He watched the two people enjoying their meal, a slight smile playing on his lips. Using food to employ this group of free laborers is the choice that maximizes profits. Thinking of this, Ren slowly pulled out a hardcover book from his thin uniform pocket, bigger than the pocket itself. Smoker nearly spat out his porridge when he saw this. He looked at the bizarre book, then at Ryan's unremarkable pockets, and felt his brain was about to explode. Chapter 30 Variables. And so, several days passed. Rain's cave gradually transformed from a quiet camp into a pirate acquisition station and a central kitchen. The first transaction was completed on the evening of the third day. Hina's team kept their promise and appeared outside the waterfall, dragging two pirates whose legs had been broken and who were tightly bound. Ryan calmly checked the quality of the goods and then handed them 3 sizzling pieces of roasted meat wrapped in large leaves. Hina and her teammates ate until they were moved to tears after 2 days of not having enough to eat. The news spread like wildfire among all the new recruits who were starving and living on insects and half-cooked roast meat every day. Have you heard? There's a canteen near the waterfall cave, and the food there is absolutely delicious. He can trade pirates for food? Real roasted meat? The kind sprinkled with spices. How many can one pirate exchange for? So, starting from the 4th day, more and more groups began to come to the cave on their own initiative. They dragged all sorts of pirates, half dead and battered, and lined up outside the cave, like laborers waiting for their boss to pay them. Rain became the man at the top of the food chain on this deserted island. He even established a clear exchange rate. The number of servings of grilled meat that could be exchanged varied depending on the pirate's strength. He single-handedly transformed the entire ecosystem of desert island survival training. As pirates, this hard currency, become increasingly scarce, conflicts may even erupt among new recruits over it. Deep in the jungle, 2 different teams simultaneously discovered a small pirate crew of only 3 people. Before the pirates could react, the 2 groups of new marines started fighting over a few mobile dinners. We saw it first. These 3 portions of barbecue are ours. Bullshit. We surrounded them. You won't get our barbecue. Those few pirates squatted there, completely bewildered, watching the 2 groups of marines fight tooth and nail for them, their worldviews utterly shattered. Is the Navy really this competitive now? This isn't the way to compete for performance targets. Meanwhile, Ryan watched the farce from afar, a playful smile curving his lips. Tisk tisk, a perfect market economy model. When a resource becomes scarce, its value will rise infinitely, even triggering vicious competition. I wonder if Chief Instructor Zifa would be furious if he knew that I turned his survival training into a practical economics class. On the evening of the 12th day, as usual, a long queue had formed in front of the cave in Rain. The new recruits, as if handing in homework, threw the tightly bound pirates on the ground and waited for the mess hall to open for lunch. Looking at the string of N-level and R-level trial records on the system panel, Rain yawned with some boredom. They're all small fry, and their crime index isn't low, but they offer absolutely nothing of value. This training is so weak. Did the instructors eliminate the real dangers? Just as he was thinking this, his observation haki, which had long become instinctive, suddenly picked up a completely different signal. An aura filled with pure killing intent and the smell of blood appeared abruptly on the other side of the island, like a lighthouse in the night. Those were definitely not the kind of pirates that these new recruits in training camp could handle, the kind of pirates whose training equipment they were trained to deal with. Ryan paused almost imperceptibly as he distributed the roast meat. He slowly raised his head, gazing into the depths of the dark jungle, a look of confusion on his face. What's going on? A pirate with this kind of strength, isn't it a bit too much to push these new recruits too hard by putting him on the island? Or, is there a master lurking in the shadows, preparing to let the recruits grow by facing life and death? The Grand Line, an unknown sea shrouded in thick fog. A naval warship was sailing through the waves, its deck filled with wary sailors, and a tense atmosphere permeated the air. Jun stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze blowing through her smooth, black hair, which was as silky as fine satin, with a few strands playfully clinging to her fair cheeks. She wore a pure white justice cloak, but underneath she wasn't wearing a standard naval uniform. Instead, she wore a well-tailored light pink shirt and pure white trousers, which perfectly accentuated her tall, model-like figure. Beside her long, slender legs, her beloved sword, Kanpura, rested quietly. That pretty face, capable of driving countless men crazy, now held no trace of languid charm, but rather a hint of solemnity. An adjutant, his face still stained with blood, strode forward, gave a standard naval salute, his voice filled with heartfelt reverence. Report to Commodore Jun. The target, the skull-smashing pirate's ship, fled northwest this morning using the dense fog, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. We have lost track of them. Tisk, a bunch of cunning rats. Jun's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently tapped the cold railing of the ship. Although she hadn't seen the other ship since this morning, the fact that she had completely lost sight of her target still left her feeling somewhat unwilling. The adjutant looked at the young officer in front of him with awe. At only 25 years old, he is already one of the youngest brigadier generals in the unit. Yesterday's fierce battle was almost entirely won by Brigadier General Jun, who single-handedly overwhelmed the opposing team. Facing Skullbreaker Koster, whose bounty was a staggering 90 million berries, she used less than 10 moves to cut him and his sword in two. If it weren't for this dense fog, this group of pirates, who were quite well known in the Grand Line, would have been wiped out long ago. Commodore, look, the adjutant said, unfolding a nautical chart and pointing to a blank area. There are no islands in this area for resupply, and the nearest port is thousands of miles away. The only place the pirates can land is that uninhabited island near Marine Headquarters Gigantia. If they escape there, their damaged ships will be trapped and unable to be repaired. Gigantia. Jun nodded, about to give the order, but the name suddenly reminded her of something. Wait, she called to her adjutant, her tone turning serious. Immediately establish emergency communications with Marineford. A few minutes later, Jun's expression changed upon learning that the elite training camp was conducting survival training in Gigantia. Not good. She immediately issued the most urgent order, full speed ahead, target, Gigantia. Meanwhile, on a deserted island, inside a waterfall cave, Rain stopped distributing the roasted meat and carefully sensed the powerful aura that had suddenly appeared, filled with pure killing intent and the smell of blood. Fortunately, because it was mealtime, most of the new recruits on the island were gathered here, so the uninvited guests probably hadn't noticed that there were people on the island yet. Ryan picked up a cup of hot tea to moisten his throat, then handed over the task of distributing the food to Rossi Nandi, who was helping him count the number of people. You take my place, Ryan said in a low voice. It's paid according to contribution, don't make a mistake. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he made up a lame excuse, saying he needed to use the restroom, and with a flash, he vanished silently into the shadows of the jungle. Rain's figure moved swiftly through the jungle shrouded in night, like a ghost, the grass and leaves brushing against his body without making a sound. Soon, he arrived at a cliff overlooking the pirates' landing site and took out a high-powered telescope from his ring. Through the binoculars, he saw a scene that made him frown deeply. Chapter 31:1/. The group of pirates docked on the shore in what was clearly a Navy headquarters-style warship. On the beach next to the warship, a huge bonfire was burning brightly. A dozen or so pirates were gathered around a campfire, all of them wounded and looking exhausted. They devoured the half-cooked meat like wild beasts that hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, gulping down mouthfuls of rum. The leader was a burly man nearly 3 meters tall, with one arm wrapped in thick bandages, from which blood was still seeping out. Damn it. I finally survived. A one-eyed pirate swallowed the meat in his mouth and said with lingering fear, damn, what luck. We actually ran into a Navy warship here. Otherwise, our wrecked ship would probably have sunk in another half hour. Who says otherwise? Another pirate took a big gulp of wine and chimed in. I wonder if that female Navy woman with the knife caught up with us. That's a real monster. Mentioning that woman caused all the pirates to pause, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Don't fucking mention it, roared a pirate who was bandaging his wounds. Boss, sword and all, was cleaved in 2 by her in one stroke. My legs are still weak. The mention of their leader caused all the pirates to pause, and the atmosphere became even more tense. The towering man slammed the barrel of liquor he was holding onto the beach and roared, shut the hell up. The boss is dead, so I'm the new boss? Once we've rested up, we'll start again, and we'll avenge the boss sooner or later. Even so, the undisguised fear deep in his eyes had already betrayed him. Rain's gaze slowly shifted from the group of reveling pirates to the warship that had been seized as a trophy. The ship was covered in signs of battle and large patches of dark red blood, making it a shocking sight. The Navy flag on the ship had also been torn down and was being used by a pirate to wipe the mud off his feet. Rain put down his binoculars, closed his eyes, and focused his observation haki to its limit, slowly scanning the warship. There was no sign of life on that huge warship, it was deathly silent. Hidden in the shadows of the cliff, Ryan's mind raced, instantly connecting all the clues. I see. He calmly analyzed in his mind, a group of pirates being chased by the Navy fled into this area in a panic. Then, on the outskirts of this uninhabited island, they found a ship that was on guard to protect us rookies. And then, they killed all the instructors on board and stole the ship. Rain instantly understood that the reason why the Navy on the warship fought to the death was because they were worried that the students on the island would be affected. Looking at that naval warship, I felt an indescribable sense of regret. Ren sighed softly. The next second, Ren quickly recovered, realizing that there were more important things to do right now. Instead of taking immediate action, he quickly mentally assessed the risks based on the conversation he had just overheard. They were being hunted down by a powerful female marine. There don't seem to be any female admirals in the marine headquarters right now. In other words, the one hunting them down is at most a vice admiral level fighter. The fact that they were able to kill the captain of this pirate crew in one strike, even though they still managed to escape, shows that the pirate crew's strength is just so-so. That self-proclaimed new leader is probably only at the level of a colonel in the headquarters. After assessing the enemy's strength, Ren made a decision instantly. The risks are manageable, so we can proceed. After making the decision, Ren did not hesitate at all. Like a ghost, it slid down the cliff and silently disappeared into the shadows of the jungle. The pirates had set up several sentries around the beach, but these so-called guards were useless against Rain's observation haki. He had initially planned to use firearms to eliminate these sentries, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Ryan casually picked up a few pebbles from the ground and weighed them between his fingertips. With a thought, a layer of jet black armament haki instantly spread from his fingertips, enveloping several ordinary pebbles. Puff. A barely audible thud. Before a lookout hiding in the treetops could utter a sound, a pebble had already pierced his eye socket with pinpoint accuracy, completely destroying his brain. Trial successful. Prisoner, Milo. Overall rating, R4. Pft, pft. 2 more soft sounds followed, and the other 2 sentries hidden in the bushes fell silently in the same way. Trial successful. X2. After clearing the perimeter, Rain's figure, like the Grim Reaper in the night, silently appeared behind the group of pirates by the campfire. They continued to drink heavily in celebration of their survival, completely unaware of the impending death. Hey! A calm voice suddenly rang out behind them. Huh! All the pirates were taken aback and subconsciously turned around. They saw that a tall, young Navy man had somehow appeared behind them, wearing a harmless smile. The Navy. The towering giant was the first to react. He grinned maliciously and grabbed the giant axe beside him. You've got the gates to hell, not heaven? Men, get them. His words came to an abrupt end. A crescent-shaped cyan sword aura flashed out from Redden's scabbard at a speed too fast for the naked eye to detect, instantly sweeping across the entire beach. Fast? Too fast? It was so fast that they only saw the dazzling blue light, and didn't even have time to draw their weapons. As Rain slid his sword back into its sheath with a soft click, the dozen or so pirates behind him remained in various poses. Some were still drinking, some were preparing to get up, and some even had sinister smiles on their faces. The next second, their bodies were cleanly severed in two, like wood carvings precisely cut. Blood, like a fountain, instantly stained the entire beach red. Only one pirate remained alive. He was the burly man who proclaimed himself the new boss. He stared in disbelief at his separating lower body, then looked in horror at the young Navy man before him, his voice filled with the madness and bewilderment of dying. Who are you? In his mind, the pink figure that had cleaved his former boss in 2 days was now back in his mind. Even more terrifying than that female Navy woman. These were his last words to this world. Chapter 32 Jun's surprise. Rain ignored his dying words and simply looked calmly at the mess before him. He quickly settled the system rewards. The haul this time was quite impressive. The dozen or so pirates combined contributed nearly 10,000 sin points. Especially the last strong man who died, whose overall rating actually reached SR level, which could provide him with a rather good physical inheritance. Ren could clearly feel a powerful warm current flowing into his body. His long stagnant bottleneck in his advanced physique loosened a bit under the impact of this new power, and he seemed to be one step closer to the threshold of top. After collecting all the rewards, Ren turned his gaze back to the beach. This is troublesome. He looked at the smooth cuts on the pirates' bodies, having been too busy showing off. These clean and crisp cuts are something no recruit could produce. Rain intended to go forward and use brute force to create some signs of a battle on and around the corpse, such as adding more wounds to the corpse or punching a few craters in the ground to make it look like a fierce battle. However, as he stepped out of the shadows and approached the beach stained with blood and entrails, a strong stench of blood mixed with the putrid smell of entrails assaulted his senses. Looking at the scattered, still slightly twitching limbs, Ryan's mild obsessive-compulsive disorder instantly kicked in. Forget it, he took a step back in disgust, abandoning the idea of faking the scene. It's too disgusting, let's just leave it at that? After a moment's hesitation, Ren decided to leave immediately. Before leaving, his gaze passed over the blood-stained beach and landed on the battered naval warship. He looked at the naval flag that had been torn down and used to wipe his feet, remained silent for a moment, and then went forward to bury it. He whispered something in a voice only he could hear. I've avenged you. Having said that, he didn't linger for a moment, turning and disappearing into the darkness of the jungle. Let's take it one step at a time. Hopefully, that female Navy officer who's chasing us is just an amateur with poor eyesight. A few minutes later, in front of the waterfall cave, Ren bent down, dipped his hands into the cool pool water to wash them briefly, then stood up and walked into the cave, casually shaking the water droplets off his hands as if he had just finished using the toilet. When he returned to the food distribution line, the cold murderous intent on his face had vanished, replaced by an innocent and harmless expression. All right, I'm back. He casually took the leaf-covered plate used to distribute the roast meat from Rosanandy's hand. Who's next? While the new recruits were lining up, Ryan picked up the teacup he had placed on the rock by the campfire and took a sip. The tea was still warm. The next morning, a naval warship slowly approached the quiet coastline of Gigantia Island. Jun stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze making her pure white coat of justice flutter in the wind. After several days of pursuit, her silky black hair was slightly disheveled by the sea breeze, and her light pink shirt was stained with some dust from the battle. But this did not diminish her charm at all, on the contrary, it added a breathtakingly dashing and heroic air to her. As the transport ship approached the shore and the scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the deck. A similarly styled naval warship lay battered and bruised on the beach, like the wrecked remains of a stranded giant. Jun looked at the warship, and her usually composed face turned completely cold. Am I too late? Her hand gripping the knife handle tightened unconsciously. As the warship docked, Jun was the first to leap off the deck, leading a team of elite naval personnel ashore. The air around them was filled with the lingering smell of blood. Jun ignored her surroundings and walked straight to the scene of the massacre, which was stained dark red with blood. Something's not right. Jun crouched down to examine the pirates' corpses, and her eyes narrowed sharply when her gaze fell on the wounds on the pirates' bodies. The confusion on her face vanished instantly, replaced by an incredulous shock. This is a perfect arc. The wound was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest tremor or hesitation. The sword strike was so light, as if it wasn't even meant to kill. Like moonlight, it brushed across the pirate's body with a gentle yet icy touch. However, this seemingly light sword strike contained the most extreme sharpness and the most resolute killing intent. This is, Jun murmured to herself. As a master swordsman, she couldn't even believe her eyes. What a terrifying slash. She could imagine the scene in that instant, a flash of light, faster than sight, so light it made no sound, and before the enemy could react, their life had already been reaped by the bright moon. Jun suddenly stood up, her face even a little pale. She quickly examined the other bodies, each one in the same spot, the same light yet deadly crescent moon. A chill ran down her spine. This understanding and control of swordsmanship, she gripped the famous sword Kanpura at her waist, her voice hoarse, is even above mine. A monster with the strength of a swordsman. What kind of person is hiding on this island? Reporting to Brigadier General Jun. Her adjutant's voice interrupted her thoughts. He jogged over and reported gravely, 3 more bodies have been found in the jungle. After verification, it's confirmed that all the remnants of the Skull Crusher pirates are here. Everyone, Jun murmured to herself. As she looked at the scene of carnage cleared by a single person, a possibility flashed through her mind. A bounty hunter who's just passing by, she thought instinctively. But as soon as the thought arose, she immediately extinguished it. No, she shook her head. How could someone with such skill become a bounty hunter? More importantly, if it's for the bounty, why leave the body here? Without a corpse, how can you exchange it for the reward? Logically, it doesn't make any sense. Jun stood there, lost in deep thought, feeling as if her thoughts had reached a dead end. She glanced subconsciously at the adjutant standing ramrod straight beside her, awaiting her next command, and sighed inexplicably. Sigh. If only Lieutenant General Tsuru's staff were here, she thought helplessly. At times like this, if I had a smart enough external brain to analyze things with me, it wouldn't be so much of a headache. In the end, she gave up on this unrealistic fantasy. As a commander, she knew exactly what she needed to do right now. Never mind. She pulled herself out of her thoughts, her eyes regaining their sharpness and decisiveness. Dispose of all these pirate corpses? Also, send a team to board that warship and collect the remains of our fallen comrades. Prepare to return to port. Yes, sir, the adjutant saluted immediately. What about the new recruits on the island? Should we go and inquire about their situation? The adjutant asked hesitantly. Jun shook her head and glanced into the depths of the jungle. No need. Her voice was calm and unquestionable. Judging from their clean and efficient methods, they don't want to leave any witnesses. Even if we go to the recruits, we probably won't get anything useful out of them. Our task is to clean up this mess and then bring our colleagues home. Chapter 33 6 Forms of Cultivation. 2 days later, at Naval Headquarters, in the Marshal's office. The pursuit went awry, resulting in the destruction of one of our warships and the deaths of all 32 naval officers and men on board. Jun, do you have any explanation for this mistake? Seated behind his desk is the current admiral of the Navy Steel Boskai. His muscles, as if cast in steel, made his marshal's uniform bulge, and his voice was like a booming bell, full of unquestionable authority. No explanation. Jun stood ramrod straight and answered calmly, the loss of my colleague this time is entirely my responsibility for the failure of the pursuit. Humph. Steelbone Kong snorted coldly, his powerful aura filling the entire office. Your responsibility? 30-odd lives, a warship, and all you get in return is a flippant responsibility. He took a new appointment document from the drawer and threw it on the table. From today onwards, you are temporarily relieved of all overseas missions and transferred to the elite training camp as a specially appointed swordsmanship instructor. When you've put away that arrogant air of yours, you can set sail again. Yes, Marshal. Jun saluted without any objection. However, as she turned to leave the office, the image of that cold, pure sword energy involuntarily surfaced in her mind once again. The 2-week desert island survival training has officially ended. After Rain dealt with the remnants of the Skull Crusher pirates, the next 2 days were peaceful, and no further incidents occurred. When the instructor's transport ship arrived as scheduled, all the new recruits appeared, full of energy, even radiant. Upon returning to Marineford, all the new recruits reassembled at the central training ground. Zifa stood on the high platform, his gaze sharp as lightning, slowly sweeping over each new recruit below. He had expected to see a group of survivors who, though disheveled, had resolute eyes. However, what he saw was a group of new recruits with rosy complexions and high spirits, and even, they had all gained weight. Zephyr's serious expression faltered instantly. He paused, then, following procedure, spoke in his booming voice, very good. It seems you've all been eating quite a lot these past 2 weeks. He originally wanted to say he suffered a lot, but looking at the rosy faces below the stage, he couldn't bring himself to say the last 2 words. The scene was quite awkward at one point. The new recruits below the stage all showed embarrassed expressions. Many of them subconsciously touched their rounded bellies and secretly glanced at the calm figure at the back of the line. It's supposed to be a survival story on a desert island, but some people actually brought their kitchens there. Eating different things every day, and even having desserts occasionally, this life is better than in Marineford. No wonder I'm gaining weight. Ahem. Zephyr coughed again, forcibly changing the subject, his face regaining its serious expression. However, you all performed very well this time. Everyone returned without any casualties. This is a first in the history of our elite training camp. Zifa made no mention of the warship guarding the deserted island, or the Navy personnel who died protecting them. On this vast sea, sacrifice is so common. Looking at the group of recruits below the stage, who had gained weight but whose demeanor was much more composed than before, Zephyr finally nodded. Barely, they're a decent group of Navy personnel. He paused, then his voice suddenly rose, filled with encouragement. Now that you have learned how to survive, from today onwards, you will begin to learn how to fight. The next lessons will be Naval 6 styles, firearms shooting, and practical swordsmanship. Your detailed class schedule has been posted on the dormitory bulletin board. Your new hell will begin promptly at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Disband now. The morning after the desert island survival training ended, the elite training camp returned to its usual order after a long absence. Inside the huge indoor training hall, hundreds of new recruits sat cross-legged on the cold floor, completely silent. After 2 weeks of free-range behavior, they were actually looking forward to this group class. Physical training instructor Shiuzo walked to the front of the group, his loud and powerful voice echoing in the empty training hall. Listen up, all of you. From today onwards, you will begin to explore the true realm of superhumans, the 6 styles of the Navy. And your first lesson is the one that tests your willpower and body control the most among the 6 moves iron block. Instead of explaining the profound theories, Shiuzo used the most straightforward method to explain the essence of this skill. Listen carefully. The principle behind the iron block is to accelerate the flow of blood throughout the body in an instant, infuse it with consciousness, and mobilize every muscle fiber to perform synchronous compression and hardening beyond their limits. This will give you steel-like defense on a physical level. He took a deep breath, suddenly assumed a horse stance, and all the muscles in his body tensed up instantly. Iron block. With a loud shout, his exposed upper body was instantly stained with a deep, metallic sheen. Another instructor next to him, holding a heavy wooden sword, used all his strength to slash hard at Shiuzo's arm. Crack. The wooden sword snapped in two with a snap, scattering fragments everywhere. Not even a white mark was left on Shiuzo's arm. This astonishing scene made all the new recruits gasp in shock, their eyes burning with fervor. I see. Rain sat at the back of the line, thinking to himself, I remember reading something in a manga from my past life about how the iron body is essentially a form of extreme physical armor, a kind of beginner and weakened version of armament haki. For someone like me who has already mastered top-tier armament haki. With a thought, he immersed his consciousness into the system interface. The moment the instructor finished explaining the principle, he saw a new icon appear in the skills list: iron block, beginner. But the next second, something unexpected happened. The skill level behind the iron block was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Iron block, beginner, rightward arrow iron block, intermediate, rightward arrow iron block, advanced. In just a moment, the skill level was fixed at advanced. Ren understood instantly. The 6 styles of the Navy, to put it bluntly, are just basic physical techniques taken to their extreme, and then packaged with unique skills to make them easier to promote and standardize. For someone like me who has already mastered its superior version armament haki, this kind of low-level skill is indeed not worth spending money on. I can just get it right in one step. With this in mind, Rain wondered how much it would cost to use sin points to break through to the top level. The next second, I received a system notification that the highest level for a single 6 styles skill is advanced. Chapter 34 Jun Instructor. Now, let's begin practicing. Shiuzo's command interrupted Rain's thoughts, and the entire training hall was instantly filled with all sorts of strange muffled sounds and suppressed groans of pain. The recruits began punching their bodies repeatedly with their fists, trying to find the feeling of hardening their muscles. The difference in talent was on full display at this moment. Most people just end up bruised and battered, making no progress whatsoever. A pure martial arts expert like T-Pen, with his amazing perseverance and unparalleled control over his body, managed to harden his forearm in just half an hour, and with a low growl, crisply flicked away a wooden stick used by an instructor for testing, drawing gasps of amazement. Smoker, relying on the powerful physique granted by his Logia-type devil fruit, quickly mastered the technique. Although still quite rusty, he was already able to temporarily harden some of his muscles. Hina demonstrated a uniquely feminine level of precise control. Instead of pursuing large area defense, she quickly learned how to individually and rapidly harden her lower legs or forearms, appearing both clever and efficient. Although Razananti is still clumsy, he works harder than anyone else. Unlike others who simply pounded, he repeatedly tried to mobilize all his strength, resulting in either muscle cramps from excessive force, writhing in pain on the ground, or his face turning red from suffocation due to incorrect breathing rhythm. But his unwavering, almost obsessive perseverance made many of the new recruits who had initially mocked him take notice. Ryan, on the other hand, perfectly portrayed a student with mediocre talent but who worked hard enough. It wasn't until the course was almost over that it finally hardened for a fleeting moment. During lunchtime after training, Ryan noticed a strange phenomenon in the cafeteria. The rate of leftover food in the cafeteria is at least 3 times higher than before. The new recruits all looked at the protein feed on their plates with long faces. Many of them only managed a few bites before leaving with their barely touched plates. Clearly, after tasting Rain's divine cuisine on the deserted island, their palates had become quite discerning, making them even more resistant to the canteen's food, which was hardly any cooking at all. It seems that the saying "it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality" is a truth that applies to all places. Ren expressionlessly gulped down his portion of feed, his heart completely unmoved. In the afternoon, at the sword training ground. When the swordsmanship instructor appeared at the door, the entire training ground was instantly set ablaze. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a smart black kendo uniform slowly walked in. Her form-fitting clothes perfectly accentuated her stunning figure, and her smooth black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, swaying gently and rhythmically behind her with each step. Her fair and pretty face, lightly made up, added to her charm. What was most captivating were her slightly languid eyes when her gaze swept across the entire room. All the new recruits who met her eyes subconsciously held their breath, their hearts pounding. Her appearance instantly captured the hearts of all the male soldiers present. My God, such a beautiful instructor. I think I'm in love. Instructor Shizuo stepped forward and loudly introduced, from today onwards, this is your specially appointed swordsmanship instructor Commodore Jun-sama of the headquarters. Jun? Ryan stood at the back of the line, and his heart skipped a beat the moment he heard the name. Jun, no way. In an instant, the conversation between the pirates and the female marine with a sword before they died flashed through his mind. What's going on? I just cleaned up the mess, and now the person in question is chasing after me to become my instructor. He immediately adjusted his expression, making himself look no different from the male soldiers around him who all had lecherous expressions. Jun walked slowly to the front of the group, gave a brief self-introduction, and then began to explain the most basic sword-holding posture. The way of the sword begins with your feet. Your lower body is the foundation of your power. She personally demonstrated a standard midsection knife-holding stance, holding the knife with both hands, the tip pointing straight forward, and her entire aura instantly became like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Now, everyone, hold this position. Feel your feet like tree roots digging into the earth. Your knives are extensions of your arms. All the new recruits immediately imitated her movements, assuming the posture of holding a knife. Half an hour later, Jun began to patrol the area. As she walked, she casually tapped the blades of the new recruits, which were trembling slightly from the force of the tapping, with the scabbard of her beloved sword, Kanpura. Keep your hand steady when holding the knife. Don't use excessive force. Lower your center of gravity. Are your lower bodies as soft as noodles? Each of her taps produced a crisp clanging sound from the recruits' knives, and the swaying of their bodies revealed various problems in their posture. Soon, she walked up to Ryan at the back of the line. Like everyone else, Ryan kept his head down, his face showing just the right amount of nervousness and admiration, his arms trembling slightly uncontrollably, perfectly concealing himself in the crowd. As before, Jun scabbard inadvertently and gently touched Rain's trembling blade. At that very moment of impact, when, with a crisp sound, Rain controlled the muscles in his wrist, causing his saber to sway slightly at the moment of being struck, befitting a talented recruit. Not too much, not too little, perfect. However, Jun's steps came to a near unnoticed pause. She sheathed her sword, her gaze lingering on Reden's face for a few more moments. A slight ripple stirred in Jun's heart, but it had nothing to do with swordsmanship. This recruit is quite handsome. Rain immediately sensed that gaze lingered on him longer than it would on a typical recruit. I'm doomed. His heart pounded. I've been found out. Where did I slip up? The way I held the knife? Or did she see through my disguise? Has she already connected me to what happened on the desert island? This woman's intuition is incredibly sharp. But his expression didn't change at all. He still looked admiring and nervous, perfectly playing the role of an ordinary recruit. Jun withdrew her gaze, her expression unchanged, and continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Chapter 35. Is this the kind of plan you could come up with? That evening, after finishing his day's training, Ryan pushed open the door to dormitory 307. He spotted Smoker immediately. Instead of doing his usual extreme training, Smoker sat unusually on the edge of his bed, his brow furrowed, his face looking like he'd been constipated for a week, a conflicted look on his face as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. When he saw Ryan return, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words, only letting out a muffled groan of displeasure from his nose. Ryan knew perfectly well that something was up with this guy, but he deliberately didn't say anything. He just walked back to his area and started tidying up his training clothes that he had changed out of that day. An eerie silence fell over the dormitory, broken only by the rustling sound of Rain tidying up his clothes. Smoker grew even more anxious seeing Ryan's relaxed demeanor. He paced restlessly by the bedside, shifting his position several times, but finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Hey, he said in an extremely unnatural tone, have you eaten enough today? Ryan paused in his tidying of clothes and turned around in surprise. He hadn't expected Smoker to ask such a question after holding it in for so long. He nodded subconsciously and replied in a matter-of-fact tone, I'm full. The cafeteria doesn't limit the amount. If I'm not full, I'll get more. Smoker, asterisk. No, I mean, the kind of food in the cafeteria. He struggled to find the words. How do you manage to eat your fill? It's all right, I guess. Ren shrugged, his expression as indifferent as if he were talking about something trivial. I used to be at the Logetown branch, and the food there was even worse than this. Smoker was completely speechless. He felt that all the words he had been preparing in his mind for so long, and the courage he had finally mustered to speak, were choked back by Ryan's casual remark. With a helpless expression, he fell backward onto his messy bed. Frustrated, he pulled a cigar from his pocket, and was about to light it when he suddenly seemed to remember something. He glanced at Ryan across from him, who was slowly folding his clothes, and finally, reluctantly, stuffed the cigar back into his hand. Ryan caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. He found it somewhat amusing and was too lazy to tease the guy anymore. Speak, Ryan turned around, leaned against his wardrobe, crossed his arms, and spoke calmly. What do you want from me this time? What do you mean again? When have I ever begged you? Smoker sprang up from the bed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and said in a somewhat blustering tone. But when he met Redden's ambiguous smile, and remembered that he needed Redden's help, his initial arrogance quickly deflated. His voice unconsciously softened. Don't you think the food in the cafeteria is terrible? Ryan glanced at him, said nothing, but gestured for him to continue with his eyes. Smoker's eyes darted around, and he scratched his messy white hair as he continued. I think it's so unfair that you're such a good cook, and you're eating such awful food with us. Look, how about this? Every night, I'll use my devil fruit ability to sneak in, open the cafeteria door, and then you can take the opportunity to come in and make something delicious, to treat yourself. He finished speaking in one breath, but his voice grew softer and softer towards the end, clearly indicating that he himself felt a little unsure about the idea. Ryan was stunned after hearing this, and his gaze turned scrutinizing as he looked Smoker up and down. No, he said with some doubt, this plan, could a muscle-bound chain smoker like you have come up with? He leaned forward, his tone becoming playful. Tell me honestly, who gave you this idea? How did you know? Smoker blurted out instinctively. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, wishing he could slap himself on the spot. Wasn't that just admitting guilt? Seeing the I knew it look in Rain's eyes, Smoker completely gave up. Frustrated, he plopped back onto the bed and, in a fit of despair, confessed to his accomplice. It was Hina? It was Hina's idea. She didn't eat a single bite of food at noon today and came to me saying that ever since she ate your cooking on the desert island, she just couldn't swallow a single bite of the food in the cafeteria. So she asked me to wait for you to come back so we could discuss it. After listening, Ryan did not answer immediately. He simply looked at Smoker, who was acting like he had given up on everything, with those half-smiling eyes, making the other man feel uneasy. So, Rain finally spoke, a hint of amusement in his voice. The genius of the monster class, the future hope of the Navy, is going to do this kind of undisciplined thing just to fill his stomach. His tone shifted sharply. Your plan is riddled with flaws. What time do the kitchen patrols change shifts? In which cold storage are the top quality ingredients stored? If the Navy on night duty discovers it, who will be responsible for cleaning up the mess? A barrage of questions left Smoker sweating profusely, and he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. Seeing the bewildered look on the other person's face, Ryan slowly leaned against the cabinet and said as if delivering a final verdict, Fine, I was really overthinking it if I relied on you. But I agree to this. Smoker's eyes lit up instantly, and he was about to speak when Ryan raised his hand to interrupt him. But, Ryan said, his eyes calm yet filled with a sense of pressure, I'm here to get the food, and it's not free. He looked at Smoker and said clearly, word by word. From now on, no matter what you see me do that is beyond your comprehension, you must keep it a secret unconditionally and be ready to cover for me at any time. Of course, you also have to wash the dishes and pots after every meal, Ryan added before finishing. He calmly calculated in his mind. Since we're living under the same roof, this guy will discover some of my secrets sooner or later. Rather than waiting until then to create unnecessary trouble, it's better to bring him onto our ship now. If you could win over a future pillar of the Navy with the simplest of methods like food, that would be the most worthwhile deal in the world. Chapter 36 Who's there? Late that night, an hour after lights out was sounded. Naval Base, kitchen. Fuck dash. Large chunks of sea monster meat sizzled on the hot iron plate, the fat being rendered out and emitting a caramelized aroma. With practiced ease, Ryan sprinkled on the spices and coarse salt, and the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire kitchen. Ryan had just finished making his first sea beast meat rice bowl, thick steaks pan-fried until golden brown and slightly charred, cut into bite-sized strips, placed on top of glistening rice, and then drizzled with his special thick sauce. The sauce seeped into the rice along the grain of the meat, and the irresistible aroma of meat, oil, and sauce made Smoker's Adam's apple bob wildly. He eagerly moved closer. However, instead of rushing to eat, he first picked up the empty food container next to him and hurriedly stuffed the freshly cooked pork chops and rice into it, his movements extremely clumsy. Hey, Ryan glanced at him and couldn't help but tease, you haven't even eaten yet, and you're already packing food for others? Are you being so attentive? Does Hina know about this? Get out. Smoker's face flushed red, and he retorted stubbornly, Hina. Hina was the one who proposed this plan. I certainly can't forget her contribution. As he spoke, he carefully closed the food box and pushed it to a safe side. That woman has been nagging about this all day. If I don't bring her some, she'll drive me crazy tomorrow. After doing all this, Smoker finally picked up his own bowl, sat down like a hungry wolf, buried his head in the bowl, and made muffled huff sounds. Looking at his starving appearance, Ryan couldn't help but chuckle. He had considered inviting the golden retriever next door to join him in enjoying the good life, since the guy seemed like a decent person. To everyone's surprise, Rossi Nandi refused with a serious expression, saying that he thought the food in the naval mess was good enough. Seeing this, Ryan didn't press the matter further. Just eat yours. Ryan smiled, carefully arranged the steaks on the hot plate onto his plate, and sat down to eat. His movements were refined, but he ate at an astonishingly fast pace. Yes, the heat is just right. Ren nodded in satisfaction. He really had to thank the pirate who provided him with cooking skills. Although he couldn't remember the pirate's name, a chef who can't cook is definitely not a good pirate. I don't know, Ryan said, cutting off a piece of meat as a thought flashed through his mind. That curly-browed kid who dreams of finding all blue, will his cooking skills ever be as good as mine? And so, a month passed in the blink of an eye with intensive training during the day and extra help at night. Under Zephyr's hellish training, the entire recruit camp was transformed. All the new recruits' physical fitness and willpower were elevated to a whole new level. Training for the Navy's 6 styles has been fully launched, although most people are still at the beginner stage where they can barely leap 3 to 5 meters with shave and can only kick 2 or 3 times in the air with moonwalk. However, there are also exceptionally talented individuals who can master all 6 styles of the Navy. Shooting and swordsmanship are also mandatory daily lessons. Among them, the most popular course among all the male Marines was Commodore Jun's swordsmanship instruction. This future general candidate is both dashing and charming. Even if she just casually twirled her sword, the unique charm of that blend of a faint perfume scent and the aura of steel was enough to make these hormone-fueled recruits blush. There were even a few fearless guys who would fight each other to get a front row seat where she would guide, or beat, them. The operation of the Midnight Diner trio has long been a perfectly closed loop, tacitly understood by all. Hina used her meticulousness to thoroughly understand the logistics intelligence network, from patrol shift schedules to inventory lists for high-end ingredients, and even pinpointed which piece of meat was intended for which officer. Smoker became the group's security guard and porter, using the smoke fruit to cover Rain's comings and goings and to carry the ingredients back. And Rain is the absolute core and soul of this small group, using irresistible food to completely win over these 2 future backbone forces of the Navy. It was another cold, windy night. The kitchen, however, was steaming hot and warm, like springtime. Ryan and Smoker were sitting in front of a makeshift stove. On the stove was a huge, deep iron pot, the culinary creation that Ryan had suddenly come up with tonight, a hot pot. Inside the pot, a broth made from sea animal bones and unique spices was bubbling violently. The entire soup was a deep red, with countless dried chilies, Sichuan peppercorns, and spices floating on top. The domineering spiciness and savory aroma, mixed with the rich aroma of butter, form a delicious storm that is almost solidified. Just smelling this aroma is enough to make your pores open and your mouth water. On the table in front of the two, there was a small mountain of slices of top-grade marine mammal meat that had just been borrowed from the cold storage, with the snowflake-like marble texture clearly visible. There were also neatly arranged thick-cut meat rolls, as well as various washed vegetables and fresh seafood caught that day. Smoker, shirtless, took a big gulp of sake he had borrowed from the head chef. The steam from the pot made him gasp for breath, his face flushed with a satisfied spiciness. Awesome. He picked up a large piece of freshly cooked meat, soaked in spicy broth, and stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing, he mumbled, "Seriously, Ryan, I feel like your cooking skills have gotten even better." He gestured, "The rice bowl you made a month ago was already the most delicious thing in the world. How can this hot pot be this delicious?" "Really?" Ryan slowly swished the meat slices in the hot pot, taking a sip of his drink as well. "I think it's just that the ingredients are particularly good tonight." No, Smoker shook his head with a rare serious expression. "The ingredients are good, but your cooking skills have really gotten better. Are you always this stubborn when it comes to cooking?" After spending a month together, Smoker had long since lost his initial wariness of Ryan. Although he was still occasionally stubborn, he had come to regard him as a true friend. "Seriously, Ryan," Smoker glanced at him sideways, "you're a monster. You eat as much as I do for 3 days every night, and you don't have an ounce of fat on you. And I feel like you're getting stronger and stronger." Upon hearing this, Rain glanced discreetly at the system panel that only he could see. Name, Corvo Rain. Age, 16. Military rank, Sergeant. Physical realm, Advanced. Talent, hearing the voice of all things, returning life to its source. Skills, swordsmanship, top tier. Shooting, Advanced. Naval 6 styles, Advanced. Stealth, Advanced. Combat skills, top tier. Culinary arts, top tier. Navigation, Advanced. Hacky, observation hacky, peak, armament hacky, top level. Sin points, 657,210. Equipment, fine quality knife X1, excellent firearm X1, storage ring, small weather bottle. The mini weather pot is an item that was added to the system last month. It's inexpensive but has a very interesting effect. It can change the weather within a 1 kilometer radius. Ren thought this thing might have unexpected effects in the future, so he bought it on a whim. This month of Navy 6th style training might be strenuous for others, but Rain didn't find it difficult at all. With his exceptional physique and peak-level observation hacky, he quickly advanced all 6 techniques to the advanced level almost immediately upon contact. Life return is a top-level technique for controlling the body that naturally arises from cultivating the 6 forms to a high level. Why do I eat so much? He thought to himself. Of course, it's because I can perfectly convert all the food I eat into energy and physical strength through the return of my life. Probably, because I digested it well, Ren replied casually. TCH. Smoker clearly didn't believe him, but he didn't ask any further questions. He simply raised his glass. Whatever? Come on, let's toast to our great chef Ren. To the food we can't finish, Ryan said with a smile, raising his glass as well. Their wine glasses were about to touch in midair. Sudden. Who's there? A clear, melodious, yet authoritative female voice suddenly came from the shadows at the kitchen entrance. The drunkenness on Smoker's face vanished instantly, and the glass he had just raised fell to the ground with a clatter. Chapter 37. Don't just stand there. The dormitory in Jun is located in a relatively quiet small building on the base. She had just finished her routine meditation and bath, and now, wearing a silk robe, she walked to the window and opened it. A cool night breeze swept in, ruffling her long, slightly damp, black hair. She gazed at the bright, clear moon in the sky, lost in thought. For some reason, she recalled the slash she had witnessed on Gigantia Island last month. It was just like the bright moon, cold and clear, light as if it carried no killing intent, yet contained an extreme sharpness capable of cutting through everything. That level, she murmured to herself, a hint of longing and resentment flashing in her eyes. When will I be able to reach it? This thought made her feel a tightness in her chest. Jun raised her hand in slight frustration and ran her fingers through her long, smooth hair. Her hair, like the finest silk, slipped through her fingers, and a pleasant scent, a blend of the fragrance of shower gel and her unique body odor, wafted faintly in the cool air. Now I won't be able to sleep. She shook her head and decided to go for a walk, feel the cold wind, and calm her chaotic thoughts. She casually picked up her beloved knife Kanpura from the shelf, and in a flash, she disappeared from the dormitory. Jun had no specific destination, he simply wandered aimlessly through the quiet base under the moonlight. As she unconsciously wandered into the alley near the kitchen, her steps suddenly halted. An extremely strong and overpowering scent, which shouldn't be present in the dead of night, forcefully entered her nostrils. It's not the usual taste of cafeteria food cooked in large pots, but a spicy and numbing aroma that blends rich butter, strong spices, and an extremely fresh and fragrant flavor. The smell was like a hand, forcibly arousing her appetite, which she shouldn't have had, and also arousing her vigilance as a brigadier general. The kitchen. Jun's eyebrows furrowed slightly. At this time, the kitchen lights should have been off long ago. Who dares to be so bold? She moved swiftly and silently made her way to the source of the kitchen. Who's there? The crisp rebuke was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploding instantly. Redden's pupils suddenly contracted. Oops, he cursed inwardly. The hot pot was so delicious tonight, and the wine was just right, that he became so engrossed in it that he relaxed his usual vigilance using his observation haki. That voice, it's Brigadier General Jun. What is this woman doing in the kitchen in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Ryan's mind raced, and almost instinctively he was about to speak up and pin all the blame on Smoker next to him. After all, this guy had promised to cover for him if anything happened. However, he was just about to speak. Call. A slight whirring sound of smoke rising could be heard. Ryan turned his head sharply, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Smoker, standing next to him, completely disregarded any comradeship and instantly transformed into a wisp of smoke upon hearing the sound, drifting out through the half-open window. What's even more infuriating is that, in the instant he turned into smoke and ran away, he didn't forget to use the smoke to roll up the food box on the table that was packed up and prepared for Hina. Ren was instantly paralyzed. You brat. He was so angry he almost cursed out loud. You're the first one to run away when trouble comes, huh? Running away is one thing, but you remembered the food you brought for Hina? I'll settle this score with you when we get back. In that brief moment of distraction, a tall and beautiful figure slowly walked in from the shadows at the kitchen entrance. Jun was wearing a fine, dark blue silk robe, the sash of which seemed to have been tied casually after her bath and was now hanging loosely at her waist. Her long, jet black hair, not tied up as it had during the day, was casually draped over her shoulders, still slightly damp from her recent shower. A few playful strands of hair clung to her slightly exposed, delicate collarbone, making her skin appear even more exquisite, like the finest white jade. Just then, a ray of cool moonlight shone through the half-open window and fell squarely on her. The moonlight seemed to penetrate the already thin silk, faintly outlining the breathtakingly perfect curves beneath the robe. Without the constraints of military uniforms and the majesty of daytime, Jun under the moonlight loses some of its sharpness and gains a more languid and charming allure that makes one's blood boil. That face was truly stunning. Her features were exquisitely perfect, especially her phoenix eyes, which narrowed slightly when she saw the table full of food. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating charm unique to mature women. She stood there casually, one hand still resting on the kinpura at her waist. The extreme beauty and danger were perfectly blended in her, creating a unique aura that almost made the air thick. Although Ryan had lived 2 lives and considered himself to have seen it all, he was already tired of seeing all sorts of internet celebrity faces and goddess faces. But the woman before him was a truly natural and exquisite beauty, a blend of heroic spirit and gentle charm. It's a fatal attraction that makes your heart race even though you know she's dangerous. For a moment, even with Redden's composure, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart, and his breath caught in his throat. The air seemed to freeze. Jun's beautiful eyes merely glanced at the steaming hot pot, then at Ren, before she spoke up. Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet it carried an invisible sense of oppression. Sneaking into the kitchen without permission, stealing ingredients supplied to officers, drinking late at night. Sergeant Rain, any one of these charges is enough to land you in a military court. Now, what do you have to say for yourself? After a moment of distraction, Ren had already regained his usual composure. He suppressed his contempt for Smoker's desertion and put on an innocent smile. Commodore Jun, you've misunderstood. It was all Smoker's doing. He was just about to start making excuses and shift all the blame onto the guy who fled to escape punishment. What is this? Jun suddenly interrupted him, her gaze falling on the hot pot bubbling with red oil. Even she had never seen this cooking method before. Reporting, Brigadier General. Ryan's mind raced, and he immediately adopted a professional tone. This is hot pot. A kind of dish that can bring out the umami flavor of the ingredients to the maximum. As he spoke, Rain frantically racked his brains for a way to escape. Just then, Jun made a move that caught him completely off guard. In a flash, she snatched the chopsticks from Ryan's hands, which he hadn't even had time to put down. Commodore Jun simply took Rain's chopsticks, casually stirred the pot, and precisely picked up a slice of meat covered in spicy broth. Under Rain's dumbfounded gaze, she parted her red lips slightly and put the piece of meat into her mouth. The next second, Jun's beautiful eyes widened instantly. The ultimate numbing, spicy, fresh, and fragrant flavors exploded on her taste buds at the same time. The tenderness of the meat slices, the richness of the broth, the complexity of the spices, this unprecedented taste sensation left her completely stunned. Immediately afterwards, a strong, pungent spiciness belatedly surged up, and even Jun was so stimulated by this sudden heat that her pretty face turned red and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Almost instinctively, she reached out and grabbed the glass of sake that Ren had just drunk from on the table, and downed it in one gulp without thinking. The refreshing liquor suppressed the burning sensation, and an indescribable feeling of comfort shot straight from the throat to the top of the head. Jun let out a long sigh of relief, her eyes, which had been moistened by the spiciness, squinted slightly in comfort. She seemed to have completely forgotten that she was there to arrest people. The next second, to Ren's utterly petrified gaze, Commodore Jun casually lifted the hem of his robe and sat down in the spot where Ren had just been sitting. She picked up a piece of meat with Ryan's chopsticks, without even looking at Ryan, and commanded in an unquestionable tone. What are you all standing there for? Can't you see there's almost no meat left? Chapter 38 Not So Gentle. For the rest of the time, Ryan expressionlessly took on the role of a waiter, mechanically adding new slices of meat and vegetables to the still boiling hot pot. Jun clearly enjoyed the meal immensely. Perhaps due to the alcohol, the collar of her silk robe became increasingly loose, and her fair and beautiful face was flushed with an alluring blush. Her phoenix eyes were misty and alluring. Her eating movements remained elegant, but her speed was by no means slow. Ren was silently calculating in his mind. Damn it, is this woman a glutton? Smoker prepared so much food, and I'm still not full. She's almost eaten it all by herself. Finally, when the broth in the pot was almost gone from cooking for too long, Jun reluctantly put down the chopsticks that should have belonged to Rain. She let out a long sigh, rested her chin on her hand, and gazed at Ren with interest through her watery phoenix eyes, as if she were pondering something. The satisfaction brought by alcohol and delicious food made her appear somewhat languid at the moment. Sergeant Rain, she suddenly said. Here. Ren stood at attention. Jun tapped the table lightly with the end of her chopsticks. This hot pot tastes very good. Your cooking skills are much better than those chefs at headquarters who can only make pig feed. She paused, then changed the subject, but this is Marineford. Here, strength is what truly matters. Jun's languid eyes re-examined Rain, then she shook her head. I remember you. Your training during the day swordsmanship, rokushiki, hand-to-hand combat everything was. She seemed to be searching for the right word, but finally shook her head. It's all a mess. Ren. He immediately and cooperatively put on a ashamed expression. Jun continued to scrutinize Rain with her lazy eyes. Although his strength is lacking, his stamina is passable, so he can be considered a promising talent. How about this? Jun sat up straighter, the effects of the alcohol and languor seemingly fading, and regained some of his brigadier general's authority. I'm the kind of person who never eats other people's food for free. I see you have some talent, but you lack more detailed training. Starting tomorrow, I will give you private tutoring and guidance in your cultivation. Her tone suddenly shifted, her red lips curving into a playful smile. In exchange, you also have to give me special meals in private. From now on, whenever I'm hungry, I want to be able to eat your cooking. When Ryan heard this, he almost burst out laughing. What a joke! With his top-tier equipment, what could a mere commodore in Jun possibly instruct him on? How to use a sword? But then I thought about it again and realized I really couldn't refuse. Tonight's incident could be a big deal or a small one. Trespassing in the kitchen, stealing ingredients, if she really takes any of these things seriously, I'll inevitably run into a lot of trouble. Agreeing to it might be a way to save face for yourself. Having figured all this out, Ryan's face instantly lit up with an expression of being flattered. His acting skills were impeccable. Commander Jun? You mean it? Rain stammered excitedly, "You're willing to personally instruct me?" Of course I'd love to. Forget about special meals, I'll cook whatever you want to eat every day." Seeing Ryan's excited, never seen anything like this before expression, Jun was very pleased. She liked the feeling of being in control. Now that she was full and satisfied, it was time to go back to sleep. Jun picked up her beloved sword, Kanpara, and walked to the kitchen doorway. She suddenly turned around, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, but her eyes had regained some clarity. She looked at Ryan, a playful smile curving her lips, then it's settled. The first class starts tomorrow night. Remember to cook something delicious, don't disappoint me. After saying that, she vanished into the night in a flash, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. Half an hour later, Ryan finished cleaning up the mess with a blank expression, cursing Smoker 100 times in his mind, and went back to his dormitory. Smoker was indeed awake, sitting on the edge of the bed with a pleading look on his face, just like a death row inmate awaiting trial. When he saw Ryan return, he shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat. Without saying a word, Ryan took off his coat and began to flex his wrists. The atmosphere in the dormitory was extremely oppressive. Smoker finally couldn't hold back any longer. He swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, barely above a whisper, "You're back. Commodore Jun." Ryan stopped what he was doing, turned around, and looked at him calmly with the gaze one would give a dead man. Smoker felt uneasy under her gaze, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and roared, "Are you going to beat me up?" Ryan smiled. "Beat you up?" He walked step by step to Smoker, bent down, and gave him a friendly smile. "Not that gentle. Smoker, Omega." The next second, a series of muffled thuds of fists hitting flesh echoed from the dormitory, followed by Smoker's suppressed screams of agony. "What the hell did you promise me? To cover for me? Is this how you cover for me? Run? You ran faster than me." Half an hour later, Ryan withdrew his fist, feeling refreshed. Smoker lay on the ground, bruised and battered, curled up in a ball, too weak to move. He groaned softly, inwardly screaming for his life. Liar? This bastard is definitely a liar. His previous claim of not being able to control his power, that was clearly a lie. Ryan ignored Smoker, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, and went straight to his bedside to sit down and calmly weigh the gains and losses of the night. Beating up Smoker was just a way to vent his anger. The real focus tonight was the deal he made with Jun. Although it's a waste of time to act with her, Ryan rubbed his wrist, it might not be such a bad thing. He knew very well that his unremarkable performance in the recruit camp would eventually be exposed. The fact that Brigadier General Jun was giving him private lessons was a perfect cover. A slight smile appeared on Ryan's lips. "If my strength improves by leaps and bounds in the future, I can easily attribute it to Commander Jun's excellent guidance. With such a reasonable and powerful excuse, I doubt anyone will have any doubts about me. Not to mention..." Involuntarily, Jun's exquisite face under the moonlight tonight, and the curves of her figure faintly visible beneath her silk robe, flashed through Rain's mind. With such a beautiful teacher giving me private lessons every day, it doesn't seem like such an unbearable chore. Thinking of this, Ren felt completely delighted. As for Smoker, "Hiss, bastard, you went too far." Smoker's groans could still be heard intermittently from the ground. Rain ignored him, washed up, and lay down to cover himself with the blanket. As his good roommate let out a serenade-like, melodious groan of pain, Ryan closed his eyes. "I slept exceptionally well that night." Chapter 39 Pretending to be a pig to eat feed. The next day, in the evening, right after the regular training session ended, Smoker and Hina stealthily made their way to a hidden corner of the kitchen. "It's all that bastard's fault," Hina said through gritted teeth, her voice low. "What time is it? Dinner's just over. Everyone in the kitchen is still here, and we're already trying to steal things. Enough with the nonsense." Smoker's face darkened further. He had been badly beaten yesterday, and half of his face was still swollen. Commodore Jun specifically requested an early midnight snack. "Do you think we dare refuse? Besides, that bastard Rain has abandoned his post." "What?" he said. Smoker mimicked Ryan's kind demeanor from last night. "From now on, I'll only be responsible for cooking. All other work is up to you two." "Damn it, he's treating us like laborers." The two looked at each other and saw deep despair in each other's eyes. After a flurry of activity, the two men, panting, carried a heavy bag of top-quality ingredients and handed it over to Ryan, who had been waiting for them at the agreed location. Ryan took the ingredients, weighed them in his hand, and smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you for your hard work." Smoker, his face swollen, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Ryan ignored him. "It's the same time tomorrow, don't be late." After saying that, he ignored the murderous looks in their eyes, picked up the ingredients, and left. Carrying the groceries, Ryan spent some time finding the location of Jun's dormitory based on her description from the previous night. The dormitory door was ajar. Rain knocked on it, and Jun's languid voice came from inside, "Come in." As Rain pushed open the door, a scent mingled with the fresh fragrance of shower gel and a subtle, alluring aroma characteristic of mature women wafted towards her. This was his first time visiting Jun's private space. The dormitory was spacious, but the decor was surprisingly simple, even a bit cold. Aside from the necessary furniture, the most common decorations were the weapon racks and several bookshelves standing against the wall. Ren paused in the entryway, somewhat embarrassed to find that there were no guest slippers at all. "That, Commander Jun. I rarely have customers here." Jun's voice came from the inner room. She seemed to know what Rain was hesitating about. No need to change your shoes, come in barefoot. Yes. Rain took off his military boots, his bare feet stepping on the cool wooden floor, and carried the ingredients through the simple living room toward the separate small kitchen. Most officers' quarters are equipped with such a small, separate kitchen, but judging from the brand new kitchenware and spotless countertops, it is clear that its owner has hardly ever used it. Meanwhile, at the living room table next to the kitchen, Jun, having just finished bathing, was still wearing that languid dark blue silk robe, sitting there slowly and meticulously wiping her beloved sword. "You're 3 minutes late," Jun said without looking up. "Reporting, Brigadier General." Ryan began skillfully handling the ingredients. "Your new schedule has put a lot of pressure on Smoker and Hina, so they were a little late." Ryan skillfully shifted the blame to Smoker and the others, making no mention of the time he had wasted searching for the Jun dormitory. "Oh." Jun finally looked up and gave him a half-smile. Ryan shrugged, stopped talking, and began to focus on cooking. This time, instead of making hot pot, he prepared several dishes with complex preparation and subtle aromas: steamed deep-sea fish, seafood tendon, and bone soup, and a delicate stir-fried mushroom dish. When the dishes were served, their subtle yet exquisite aroma still made Jun's eyes light up slightly. Jun first tasted a bite of steamed fish. The melt-in-your-mouth tenderness and just the right amount of seasoning made her pause. I took another sip of the sea animal tendon and bone soup. The rich and savory flavor, which seemed to penetrate to my very bones, instantly dispelled the fatigue of a day's training. She then stopped being polite, her movements remaining elegant but her speed quickly devouring all 3 dishes. Jun put down her chopsticks and let out a barely audible sound of satisfaction. She leaned back lazily in her chair, a charming blush rising on her fair face from the steam of the food. "It tastes good." She nodded. Seeing this, Ryan didn't say a word and began to clear the table of dishes. Jun looked at him with great interest. "Oh, you're also in charge of after-dinner service." "We can't expect you, Brigadier General, to do it yourself," Ryan replied calmly, quickly restoring the small kitchen to its spotless state. After Ren finished tidying up, Jun stood up, stretched, and her silk robe accentuated her even more stunning curves. "Let's go." She regained her Brigadier General's authority. "Come with me to the training ground and let me see just how strong you really are." Night had fallen, and the public training ground behind the base was deserted. Moonlight shone on the empty ground, making it appear exceptionally quiet. Jun led Rain to the center of the field. Jun casually pulled 2 bamboo swords for practice from the weapon rack beside her, tossing one to Rain. "Attack with all your might. I need to know your strengths before I can decide how to teach you." "Yes." Rain took a deep breath and gripped the bamboo knife tightly. Shaved. Ren stomped his foot on the ground and darted away in a flash. However, his control over the shave was clearly still unfamiliar. He had the speed, but the trajectory was somewhat stiff and full of flaws. Jun didn't even budge. She simply turned to the side, and with the bamboo knife in her hand, she struck first despite being behind, lightly touching the path of Ren's charge. With a sharp snap, the bamboo knife struck the nerve in Rain's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The bamboo knife in Ryan's hand clattered to the ground, and he also fell to the ground in a disheveled manner due to inertia. Jun put away her bamboo sword and shook her head, a complete mess. She walked up to Ren, and a pleasant fragrance instantly filled his nose. "Watch closely." Jun's voice was close at hand. "The true combination of rokushiki and swordsmanship is not about rushing to the enemy and then striking, but about completing the charging and slashing in the process." She suddenly flashed, and although she only moved 1 meter in place, a piercing whistling sound came from the air. Bang! She tapped a training stone next to her with her bamboo knife. Ryan closed his eyes thoughtfully and stood still. A few minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes and drew his knife again. Boom! Before Rain could fully complete his slash, Jun's bamboo sword struck his wrist, and the sword slipped from his hand again. "Something's not right." Jun frowned. "You used your ankle too early, your killing intent leaked out prematurely? Are you trying to tell the enemy I'm going to kill you?" Undeterred, Ryan got into position again and charged forward once more. This level of performance was far more mentally taxing for Rain than a real battle. He began to find it somewhat tedious, and his attention was inevitably diverted. "You're so stiff? Did you even listen to what I said?" Jun's rebuke carried a hint of helplessness as she casually swung her bamboo sword again, preparing to strike his weakness precisely as she had done before. However, just as the bamboo sword was about to strike Rain's shoulder, Ren's body moved instinctively. Pretending to be a pig for too long caused Ren to lose focus. His swordsmanship instincts and observation hacky predictions automatically took over his control of his body at this moment. In that split second, at an unbelievable little angle, he subtly lowered his wrist. When a sharp, piercing crash suddenly rang out, Jun's languid expression froze instantly. She felt an extremely terrifying recoil force rushing back along the blade of the bamboo knife, as if she had struck not a bamboo knife, but a mountain. That force was so domineering that Jun felt a violent tremor in her hand and her wrist went numb. She was even forced back several steps by the recoil. The training ground fell into a deathly silence. Damn. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. They've overdone it. Jun had just regained her balance when she looked up at Rain in shock, about to speak. Ryan reacted 10 times faster than her. Ouch. A blood-curdling scream pierced the night sky. The bamboo knife in Ren's hand clattered to the ground, and he fell to the ground with a thud, clutching his wrist and rolling around on the ground. It's broken? It's broken? Brigadier General? My wrist? It's going to break. Jun. She stood there, looking at the man on the ground, who was clutching his wrist and howling, with a complicated expression. Then she slowly looked down at her own right hand, which was barely able to hold the knife. Was that just now a coincidence? Or? Jun put away his bamboo sword, walked over, and gently kicked the pretending to be dead Rain on the ground with his toe. Get up. Stop pretending. Jun put away her bamboo sword, walked over, and gently kicked the pretending to be dead Ren on the ground with the toe of her exquisite military boots. With a cry of ouch, Ren grimaced as he got up from the ground, rubbing his cramped wrist with his left hand. A pleasant aroma, a blend of fresh scent and faint sweat, suddenly wafted towards me. Taking advantage of Rain's momentary lapse in attention, Jun reached out and grabbed the wrist that Rain was rubbing. Ren, Sigma. She examined Ryan's wrist carefully. The skin was smooth, the bones were well proportioned, there wasn't even a trace of redness or swelling, let alone any signs of cramps. She slowly raised her eyes, her stunning face very close to Ryan's, a half-smile playing on her lips. Cramp. Yes, Brigadier General. Rain looked at Jun somewhat embarrassedly. It's probably because training was too tiring today. Jun stared at him for a full 3 seconds, then suddenly chuckled and released his hand. Today's instruction is over. She turned and walked out, stopping at the door without looking back, and simply said, I want to eat tempura tomorrow night. Chapter 46 Months later. 6 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Night had fallen, at the private training ground in the back hills of Marineford. The moonlight poured down like mercury, illuminating the two figures colliding at high speed on the open ground. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp metallic clanging sounds were more frequent than ever before. Jun's Kanpura sword always seemed to be subtly pointing at Ren's weaknesses. Clang. Another heavy blow struck, and Rain barely managed to block Jun's blade with the back of his own knife. He was jolted back 7 or 8 steps before he could regain his balance, his arm holding the knife trembling slightly. Damn it. Ryan cursed inwardly. Is this woman a cat? She teases me like this every day. Has she discovered something? Stop. Jun slowly sheathed her sword and stood still. She was still dressed in her usual casual, relaxed attire, but at this moment, her phoenix eyes, which were always moist, held a hint of barely perceptible irritation. For the past 6 months, she has tried countless methods, but she has never been able to elicit the same reaction from Ryan that night. The man in front of me was like a sponge. No, he was like a slippery lump of mud. For every point you advance, he retreats in a disgraceful manner. He's always on the verge of collapse, making it impossible to see his true nature. Your 6 styles have reached the top level of the elite class. Jun began to summarize the evening, her calm tone concealing her inner turmoil. Under my guidance, your swordsmanship has also barely developed its own style. Damn style. She thought to herself. She paused, a hint of amusement in her voice. There's not much I can teach you right now. What you lack is practical experience. Yes, I will work even harder. Ryan responded loudly, as if he had been greatly encouraged. It was so tiring acting. Ryan yawned silently to himself. During these 6 months, Ryan was under considerable pressure in order to fulfill her role as a teacher. Fine, I'll let it go for the sake of being able to eat delicious food legitimately. Redden's gaze swept over Jun's curves, which appeared even more alluring under the moonlight. And with such a beautiful teacher practicing with me every day, it's not too bad. Alright, that concludes today's instruction. Jun stretched, her stunning curves barely concealed beneath her silk robe. Tomorrow night, I'd like a more lavish meal. Yes, I promise it will taste delicious. Late at night, in dormitory 307, Smoker lay sprawled on the lower bunk, snoring loudly. Ryan sat cross-legged on the upper bunk, meditating with his eyes closed. He has been living a comfortable and low-key life lately. Aside from occasionally playing the role of an ordinary recruit who is hardworking but not particularly talented in front of Jun who comes to visit him, he perfectly implemented the no fighting, just pass principle in all the open tests in the camp. He's like an inconspicuous background figure in the training camp, quietly enjoying the core resources of headquarters for free. In the past 6 months or so, besides Smoker and Hineda, he has also gotten along well with another person, namely Big Golden Retriever Razananti. Although they weren't in the same dormitory, Rossi Nandi and Ryan, both students in the elite class, still had quite a bit of interaction. His kindness and often clumsy actions made Ryan think he was a very interesting guy. Snoring boom. Smoker's snoring suddenly rose a notch. Rain's meditation was interrupted. He opened his eyes, his brow furrowed slightly. He casually tore off a small piece of paper from the table next to him and crumpled it into a small ball between his fingers. A barely perceptible wisp of dark armor color instantly covered the small crumpled paper. Rain didn't even look at it, and flicked his finger. Call out. The crumpled paper sliced through the air with a soft whistling sound, accurately striking Smoker's open mouth on the opposite bed. Well, Smoker's snoring stopped abruptly, and he jerked as if he had been choked. He then rolled over and mumbled a few unhappy words in his sleep. The world was finally quiet. Ryan then lay down contentedly and closed his eyes. The next day, early in the morning, at Marineford's largest training ground, all the new recruits were present. The atmosphere was somber and solemn. Zifa stood on the high platform, with a group of generals behind him. 8 months. Zafina's powerful voice echoed throughout the entire square. 8 months ago, you were a bunch of trash. Useless scoundrels. And today, he said, his gaze sweeping over everyone, you all standing here, at least, look a little like the Navy. Over the past 6 months, you have all undergone systematic training. Zephyr surveyed the ranks, a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction in his voice. Some of you, who couldn't even master shave, are now proficient in the 6 powers. Some of you have even touched the threshold of Haki, gaining the right to stand on the high seas. But more importantly, Zephyr clenched his fist, his voice rising, I saw the change in your eyes. From initial confusion and weakness to current determination and fearlessness. This is the Navy's most precious asset. You are no longer brats, but real Navy soldiers. Jun stood at the back, looking at the calm figure in the queue, a proud smile curving her lips. But Zephyr changed the subject, the real test is only just beginning. Your basic training is now over. Your final test. Zifa suddenly pointed to the row of imposing warships docked in the harbor. It will be a 3-month onboard training program. You will truly set foot on the sea, to face those vicious pirates head-on. To witness the true nature of justice and evil. This is your first lesson as true naval officers. Chapter 41 I choose Lieutenant General Sakazuki. Zifa raised his hand, silencing the recruits' commotion. Quiet. Next, I will announce the training fleets available for selection. Each of you has one opportunity to choose. Of course, I will also make adjustments based on your characteristics. Zifa picked up the list, and the entire square was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The first one? A warship belonging to Vice Admiral John Jarndal. Zifa said in a deep voice, Lieutenant General Jaendo is in charge of coastal patrols. He is mild-mannered and suitable for learning basic naval warfare and intelligence gathering. If you want to build a solid foundation but are afraid of death, you can choose him. A commotion broke out in the ranks, with many new recruits who considered themselves lacking in ability clearly tempted. The second one? Vice Admiral Momonga's warship. Vice Admiral Momonga is in charge of patrolling the main route of the Grand Line and is highly skilled in swordsmanship. He should be given priority consideration for any new recruits whose main combat ability is swordsmanship. In the ranks, several new recruits, including Rain, who carried swords, were noticeably stared at by those around them. Jun also watched Rain with great interest, wondering what his choice would be. The third one? Lieutenant General Huashaishan's warship. Lieutenant General Fire Mountain has been stationed in the Marineford area for many years. He has a steady style and mature tactics. He is suitable for those who want to learn fleet command and positional warfare. The fourth one? Vice Admiral Strawberry's warship. Vice Admiral Strawberry is in charge of patrolling the latter half of the Grand Line. He excels in assault combat, making him a good fit for those who want to quickly improve their combat skills. Upon hearing this, Hina's eyes lit up instantly. The fifth one? Vice Admiral Kuzan's warship. Vice Admiral Kuzan is in charge of patrolling the entrance to the New World. He believes in burning justice. Don't be fooled by his lazy appearance. His strength is unfathomable, and he is also passionate about fighting pirates. At last, Zifa's tone became extremely serious. The sixth one? Vice Admiral Sakazuki's warship. Vice Admiral Sakazuki is in charge of the most combat-ridden clearing operations in the first half of the Grand Line. He believes in absolute justice. Zifa's voice rose 8 octaves, carrying an unprecedented sternness. His warships consistently have the highest casualty rate. Without a shred of mercy, without the slightest hesitation. Therefore, I only recommend those who are not afraid to die and are prepared for the consequences to choose him. Boom. After the list was announced, the entire square erupted in chaos. Lieutenant General Sakazuki? My god, he's here. Are you crazy? Go to his ship for an internship? I don't want to die on the Grand Line on my first day. But Lieutenant General Sakazuki's combat achievements are the highest. I'll still choose Lieutenant General Jaender, at least he'll survive. Quiet. Zephyr roared again. Now, starting with the monster class, step forward one by one and state your choices. Hina, step forward. Hina stepped forward without hesitation and saluted. Report. I choose Vice Admiral Strawberry's assault fleet. Zephyr nodded. Reason. Report. Hina believes that surprise attacks are the fastest way to hone combat and command skills. Very good. Approved. Zephyr was very satisfied. Next. Smoker. Smoker strode forward, his voice hoarse yet booming. Report. I choose. He glanced at the list, a glint of fanaticism in his eyes. Vice Admiral Sakazuki's warships. He wants to choose the strongest? Rejected. Zephyr rejected it without even thinking. Why? Smoker exclaimed. You're too impulsive, just like Sakazuki. Zephyr glared at him. Then, with a flourish of his pen, he declared, Smoker, you're being transferred to Vice Admiral Kuzan's warship. Go and come down for 3 months. Smoker's face instantly turned a deep shade of liver, but under Zeph's unwavering and stern gaze, he could only roar resentfully, yes. Next, the new recruits stepped forward one by one to make their choices. After hesitating for a long time, Rossi Nandi reluctantly stepped forward and chose Vice Admiral Jaendo's warship. His appearance drew laughter from many people, but it also livened up the atmosphere in Jaendo's team. Another character that Ren vaguely remembered, T-Pen, with his distinctive square face, chose Vice Admiral Momonga's warship without hesitation, clearly a determined swordsman. Most of the monsters and a few of the elite chose Flying Squirrel, Strawberry, and Fire Mountain. The remaining trainees all flocked to Jaender's warship. Soon, the names of the 6 lieutenant generals were filled with people, except for below Sakazuki's name, there is no space. No one dared to choose him. Sakazuki himself was not present on the high platform, but the naval captain in charge of taking notes already looked rather grim. Zephyr frowned, this was something he had expected. Finally, he looked at the last few remaining members of the elite class. Rain, step forward. Brush. All eyes instantly focused on Ren. Over the past 6 months, Ryan's reputation has spread throughout the entire recruit camp, but it's mostly infamous. Someone leaked the news that Commodore Jun is giving Rain special training every night. This immediately made Ryan the public enemy of all the new recruits, especially the men. Jealousy, envy, and sarcastic remarks like "why him" occur every day. As for who first leaked the news, Smoker, who is usually tight-lipped, said he didn't know either. Who will Ryan choose? It must be Vice Admiral Mominga? Isn't he always practicing his swordsmanship? No, I guess he'll choose Lieutenant General Jaender. He seems so averse to trouble, he definitely doesn't want to go to dangerous places. Jun watched him with great interest, also curious about what choice her interesting young man would make. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ren calmly walked out of the line. He stood ramrod straight, his gaze sweeping over the 6 names. Ultimately, it came down to Sakazuki's name. Following Akainu offers the best chance to effortlessly accumulate sin points. After thinking it over, Ren stepped forward. In the deathly silence of the entire hall, his calm yet resonant voice clearly echoed throughout the square. Reporting to Chief Instructor Zephyr, I'm applying to join Vice Admiral Sakazuki's training fleet. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent for 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, a commotion broke out among the surrounding Navy personnel. He's gone mad? He's gone mad. Has Ren been driven mad by Brigadier General Jun? How dare he choose Sakazuki? Isn't he afraid of losing his life? On the high platform, even the colonel in charge of recording would steal glances for confirmation. Jun's playful smile faded slightly, and she raised an eyebrow with interest. A hint of surprise flashed in her phoenix eyes, but more than that, it was exactly as she had expected. Zifa was also a little surprised by Ren's choice, staring intently at him. Ren, are you sure? This is not a game. Rain raised his head, meeting Zifa's gaze, his eyes resolute and unwavering. Report? I'm sure. Only by facing the cruelty of the sea can one truly understand the weight of justice. Rain remained calm and composed, spouting nonsense without batting an eye. This flawless argument left Zifa speechless for a moment. The tough chief instructor frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on the recruit who always acted like he was just going to pass, as if trying to see through his true intentions. But Ryan just stood there quietly, his eyes full of calm. Zephyr silently scrutinized him for a full 10 seconds. All right. He finally nodded, and with a flourish of his pen, said, I approve. But you'd better put away your usual leisurely demeanor. The sea isn't a boot camp. When you get your head chopped off by pirates, nobody's listening to your grand pronouncements. Yes. Chapter 42 Clark's Glasses. After the mobilization meeting, Zephyr announced that everyone would have half a day to prepare, and that they would officially board the ship and depart early the next morning. After the announcement of disbandment, the entire recruit camp was in an uproar. Ryan undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's discussion. This guy, who had been specially trained by Brigadier General Jun for half a year, became the public enemy of all the male soldiers, and now he has taken the initiative to choose Lieutenant General Sakazuki, who is taking the most risk. Is that guy crazy? Why isn't he going to run for Lieutenant General Jaender? I bet he's been getting special training from Commodore Jun for half a year, he doesn't even know his own name anymore. Exactly, he thinks he's invincible. Just wait, he'll regret it. Ryan ignored these comments. He returned to his dormitory, where Smoker was sitting on his bed, his face dark, polishing his weapons. As soon as Ryan pushed open the door, another voice came from the corner of the room. You're finally back, Ren. Hina stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall, clearly having been waiting for a long time. Smoker got out of bed and looked at him with a complicated expression. Are you serious? Sakazuki, why did you have to choose that guy's ship? Ren calmly began packing his luggage. Actually, there wasn't much to pack, as everything was in his storage ring. Hina is very worried about you. Hina said coldly, but the worry in her eyes could not be hidden. Although Lieutenant General Storoberry is also a combat officer, at least he won't use recruits as cannon fodder. You can still back out now. Smoker scratched his head in frustration. Although I was originally going to choose Lieutenant General Sakazuki, you're different. He stared intently at Ren. I know you're strong like a monster. But you don't need to act tough like that, do you? Smoker knew very well that Ryan's style of doing things had nothing to do with Sakazuki's justice, and that he must have had reasons for choosing to go to Sakazuki's ship that he didn't know. Ryan looked at the two of them with some surprise. For the past 6 months, he had been ordering them around, but their relationship seemed to be getting better and better. Don't worry. Ren patted Smoker on the shoulder and smiled faintly. You know my strength. I'm actually safe wherever I go. Damn it! Who the hell is worried about you? Smoker yelled, as if his tail had been stepped on. I'm afraid that if you die, there will be no one to cook for us. Hina agrees, Hina echoed expressionlessly. Rain laughed, all right. Tonight it'll be the midnight diner. I'll cook your meals first so you can have a hot meal, then I'll go find Commodore Jun. At least you still have some conscience. That night, in the dormitory in Jun. Perhaps it was out of guilt that he wouldn't be able to fulfill his special tutoring duties for some time to come. The dishes tonight were exceptionally lavish. Ryan displayed his top-notch culinary skills without holding back. When several dishes were placed on the table, the rich and enticing aroma made even the usually composed Jun's mouth water. It seems you're in a good mood tonight. Jun poured both of them a glass of expensive red wine. Brigadier General, I'm not an adult yet. I can't drink alcohol, Ren reminded him. Jun gave him a half smile. Stop talking nonsense. The first time you sneaked food in the kitchen, weren't you drinking with Smoker? Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. Ren, _ He had no choice but to pick up his wine glass and lightly clink it against Jun's. The two enjoyed the sumptuous dinner in silence. Jun's movements remained elegant, but the speed at which she ate revealed her satisfaction with the meal. Tell me about it. Having finished eating, Jun put down her wine glass, her phoenix eyes shining brightly under the light. Why did you have to choose Sakazuki? Rain switched to the standard answer, reporting, Commodore, the Navy's duty is to eliminate evil. I'm going to the front lines. Boom. Jun kicked Rain in the shin, interrupting him. Don't spout that nonsense that Professor Zephyr loves to hear in front of me. She looked at Rain seriously. Tell the truth. Ren remained silent for a moment. This is really troublesome. He sighed inwardly, knowing that he wouldn't be able to fool them today without revealing some shocking information. That being the case, he raised his head, and the somewhat nonchalant expression vanished instantly, replaced by a perfectly measured yet slightly suppressed calm, the very same excuse he had used to fob off Hina on Gigantia Island. He turned to look at the moon outside the window, the red wine in his glass reflecting the cool moonlight. Commodore Jun, he began softly, my hometown, is a very small island in the East China Sea. Jun was taken aback. This was the first time Rain had brought up his past on his own initiative. When I was very young, Ren said calmly, as if recounting someone else's story, a group of pirates landed. They stole everything and burned down all the houses. He paused, his voice lowering. I was hidden in a cellar and listened to screams and cries for a whole day and night. When I came out, I was the only survivor. Rain turned around, meeting Jun's gaze. His dark eyes reflected Jun's figure, revealing just the right amount of hatred. My purpose in joining the Navy has always been simple, not for any lofty justice. I just want to make the pirates pay the price. He raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Vice Admiral Sakazuki's route will definitely be the route where he encounters the most pirates. Jun was completely stunned. Her playful and languid expression froze instantly, replaced by an indescribable shock and heartache. She looked at the handsome young man in front of her and was surprised to find that, without her noticing, his height was almost the same as hers. I was used to his carefree and somewhat joking demeanor, and I was also used to him cracking jokes and teasing me with food and little anecdotes. It was only at this moment that Jun suddenly realized that this boy, who was not yet 17 years old, was carrying such a heavy past. She instinctively reached into her pocket for a women's cigarette and lit it to calm her complicated emotions. The slender cigarette was already between her fingers, but just as she was about to light it, she suddenly stopped. She thought of the boy across from her. He seemed not to like the way she looked when she smoked. Jun's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and then she gently broke the unlit cigarette in 2 fingers. The broken cigarette was casually tossed aside, as if nothing had happened. Rain, her tone softened involuntarily, the justice that Sakazuki believes in is magma that will burn everything. I'm worried about you. I fear that your hatred will burn you to ashes first. Thank you for the reminder, Brigadier General. Ryan's expression returned to calm. I will be careful. Phew, if acting skills could be recorded by the system, I'd probably have top-tier acting skills too. Seeing that Jun wasn't pressing the issue, Rain secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jun gave him a deep look. Never mind. She stood up, picked up an exquisite wooden box from the weapon rack behind her, and tossed it over. What is this? Ren caught it. You've neglected your knife too much. Jun crossed her arms. That was a set of whetstones and polishing oils I used to use. Consider it payment for the hard work you've put into cooking for me these past 6 months. When Ren opened it, a slight thought crossed his mind. This set of tools is quite valuable. It's late, you should go back and rest early too. Jun waved her hand. If you come back alive 3 months from now, remember to make up for all the meals you missed during this time. It is good. Ryan returned to dormitory 307. Smoker was already asleep, snoring loudly like a war drum. Rain frowned, casually picked up a small ball of paper, covered it with a thin layer of armament tacky, and flicked it with his finger. Snapped. The crumpled paper landed precisely on Smoker's forehead. The snoring stopped abruptly, turning into a soft grinding of teeth. Today is the monthly refresh day for dimensional treasures. Although it's been a long time since Ren has found anything he likes, he still maintains the habit of checking it every month. This time, his eyes were immediately drawn to the page as soon as he clicked on it. Clark Kent's glasses. Description: a seemingly ordinary pair of glasses, yet it possesses the power of cognitive dissonance. Once you wear it, no one will recognize you. Friendly reminder: do not use near phone booths, and do not expect it to stop bullets. Price: 10,000 sin points. Redden's eyes lit up instantly. Good stuff. This thing is practically tailor-made for him. 10,000 points, not expensive at all. Buy. As points were deducted, a pair of ordinary black-rimmed glasses appeared in Ryan's hand. He smiled with satisfaction and put them away. Chapter 43 Encountering Pirates. The next day, early in the morning, in the port of Marineford, several Vice Admiral-class warships stood ready. With a simple bag on his back, Ryan boarded Vice Admiral Sakazuki's naval warship, which was filled with a somber atmosphere. Today he was wearing a pair of ordinary black-rimmed glasses, which added a touch of scholarly air to his handsome and aloof face. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, he saw a familiar figure frantically trying to pick up a fallen suitcase, but instead tripped over the rope and fell flat on his face. Ryan walked over and calmly extended his hand. Thank you, you're so kind. Golden Retriever Rosinante grabbed his hand and got up, brushing off the dust and bowing his head in gratitude. Rain didn't say anything. Seeing that the other party did not react, Rosinante raised his head in confusion, took a closer look at the person in front of him, and realized that he did not recognize him. Seeing this, Ryan slowly took off his glasses. Reha. Rosinante's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. When did you start wearing glasses? I didn't even recognize you. Just got it set up, still getting used to it. Ren casually replied, though he knew what was going on. As expected of a system product, the effect is outstanding. By the way, how did you end up on Vice Admiral Sakazuki's warship? It was Mr. Sengoku. Rosinante got up dejectedly. He said my training wasn't tough enough, so he forced me here to let Lieutenant General Sakazuki hone me properly. Looking at his naive and clueless expression, only one thought crossed his mind. Sengoku, are you sending your adopted son to his death? Just then, a cold, hoarse voice, seemingly carrying the smell of sulfur, came from behind the two of them. It seems that you two are Teacher Zephyr's new recruits. The two of them turned around abruptly. A very tall man stood before them. He wore a lieutenant general's cloak emblazoned with the word justice, and a cigar dangled from his lips. Beneath the cloak, however, was a jarringly dark red floral shirt. His sharply defined face carried an innate sternness and brutality. It was Lieutenant General Sakazuki. Rosinante froze in shock, awkwardly giving a salute. Hello, Lieutenant General. Ryan calmly stood at attention and saluted. Corvo Ryan? Reporting for duty. Sakazuki's gaze swept over Rosinante, his sinister eyes revealing undisguised disdain. Then he turned to Ryan, his scrutinizing gaze seeming to see right through Ryan's bones. I don't care what kind of womanly kindness you learned from Teacher Zifa. He spoke coldly, his voice not loud, yet it drowned out the sound of the waves. On my ship, justice has only one definition, and that is complete justice. The slightest hesitation in the face of evil is a desecration of justice. What you need to do is eradicate evil completely, leaving no chance for it to reignite. Do you understand? Yes. Rosinante shouted in fright. Rain remained calm. Yes, Lieutenant General. Sakazuki gave Ren a deep look. The calmness of this new recruit surprised him even more than Rosinante's excessive panic. He then said no more, turned around, looked at the boundless sea, and exhaled a thick plume of smoke from his cigar-smoked mouth. Set sail. With a command from Sakazuki, the steel behemoth roared and slowly sailed away from Marineford. It was the third day after the warship left Marineford. The weather in the first half of the Grand Line is as unpredictable as a child's mood. One second the sky is clear and blue, the next second it might be a raging storm. On Sakazuki's warship, the atmosphere was as oppressive, somber, and chilling as the worst weather on the sea. This is completely different from the atmosphere of the recruit camp. The Marines on board were all expressionless, and their movements were as efficient as machines. They rarely spoke to each other, and apart from the sound of the waves and commands, there was not a sound on the deck. For Golden Retriever Rosinante on this ship, it was a complete disaster. His clumsy nature was magnified infinitely here. He would slip and fall flat on the deck, kicking over the buckets. He would spill coffee on his own hands while pouring coffee for officers, his hands trembling, causing him to scream and drawing cold stares from everyone. During training, he was unable to adapt to the intensity of training on the Sakazuki warship. In just 3 days, he became a laughingstock on the warship. Sakazuki was too tired to even get angry at Rosinante's incompetence. He simply ignored Rosinante. That kind of disregard and contempt that comes from the core is far more hurtful than direct insults. Ryan, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He was a man of few words, but meticulous in his personal affairs. He gave his all in every daily training session, perfectly embodying the image of a promising recruit in an elite training camp. Ren neither mocked nor deliberately distanced himself from Rosinante's clumsiness. On this ship where everyone was like a machine, Ryan was practically the only person Rosinante could talk to. During training breaks, Rosinante would awkwardly come over, hand Ryan a bottle of water, and quietly complain about how terrible the food on the ship was, or how horrible Vice Admiral Sakazuki was. Rain mostly listened calmly, occasionally humming in agreement, without offering much comment. He knew in his heart that what Rosinante needed to complain about was not a solution, but just some emotional comfort on this cold ship. It would be enough if someone was willing to listen to him. Ryan didn't mind being a listener. Right now, as Ryan does push UPS, he listens to Rosinante's rambling and thinks to himself, I wonder when we'll be able to open for business. As if in response to his expectations, at that moment. Beep beep. The piercing alarm shattered the silence on the deck from the watchtower. Pirate ship spotted at 3 o'clock ahead. Confirmed? It's the finger-severing pirates. Bounty, 3,500 million berries. Crackdash. The deck, which was lifeless just a second ago, suddenly came to life. All the Marines instantly entered combat mode, and that chilling, murderous aura transformed into tangible killing intent, permeating the air. Rosinante's palms were sweating with nervousness. This was his first real encounter with the pirates' battlefield. Ryan sprang to his feet, his face displaying just the right amount of tension and excitement. They're finally here? A pirate crew with a 3,500 million bounty. There must be at least dozens of people on board. This time we should get quite a lot of loot, it's a sure thing. All personnel, prepare for combat at level 1. Sakazuki, a cigar dangling from his lips, slowly emerged from the cabin. He wasn't even wearing his lieutenant general's cloak, only his dark red floral shirt. He walked to the bow, glanced at the pirate ship turning around in the distance, and commanded in his hoarse voice. You two recruits will stay by my side, Sakazuki said coldly. Get used to the first battle. Yes. The two quickly ran behind him. Men, it's a naval warship. There's only one. Meanwhile, inside the cabin of the finger-severing pirate's ship, a chaotic and revel-rouse party was taking place. This pirate crew is known for massacring civilians and plundering villages, and its captain, One-Eyed, is a villain with a bounty of 3,500 million berries. They seemed to have just looted a small town. The ship was piled high with treasure, and the faint wails of women could be heard coming from the cabin. Men, it's a naval warship. There's only one. Captain One-Eyed arrogantly held up a bottle of liquor, 1 foot on the treasure chest, laughing loudly. Brothers, let's slaughter these sailors and rob their warships. Our reputation will be even greater. Turn the ship around and teach them a lesson. Most of the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are such ignorant fools. Chapter 44 Absolute Justice. Lieutenant General, they're charging, a Marine reported. Rosinante nervously drew his pistol, his hand trembling violently. Rain also nervously gripped the hilt of his sword. He was ready for boarding action, calculating how much force to use to make the performance more convincing, while also accidentally killing a few more pirates. However, Sakazuki had no intention of giving them a chance to board. He simply watched coldly as the pirate ship drew closer and began firing, only to find that all the cannonballs ridiculously missed their mark. When the two ships were still nearly a kilometer apart, Sakazuki raised his right arm, which was covered in lava. The moment Sakazuki raised his hand, Rain's observation haki sensed a terrifying heat capable of destroying the world gathering. At the same time, his observation haki also penetrated the pirate ship, clearly seeing into the depths of the cabin there. Not only were there the auras of dozens of pirates, but also several civilians who were already exhausted and emitting faint life signals. Alarm bells rang in Reden's mind. He suddenly turned his head to look at Sakazuki. He believed that with his strength, it was impossible for him to be completely unaware of this. However, Sakazuki's expression remained completely unchanged. Oh no, he's trying to steal my kill. The thought had barely crossed Ryan's mind when it was replaced by an even angrier one. He's going to take the civilians too. The next second, a gigantic lava fist, trailing black smoke and flames, ripped through the sky at a speed exceeding that of a cannonball. Before Rosinante could react, the lava giant fist had already struck the center of the pirate ship with pinpoint accuracy. There were no earth-shattering explosions. There was only a loud whoosh. The wooden pirate ship, along with the dozens of arrogant pirates on board, was like plastic waste thrown into a blast furnace. Before their screams could even travel far, they were melted, ignited, and vaporized in an instant by the extreme heat. A few seconds later, all that remained on the sea surface was a violently boiling expanse of water and a few pieces of charred remains floating on the surface, still burning. Total annihilation. The deck was deathly silent. Clang. Rosinante dropped his gun onto the deck. His face was ashen, and as he stared at the churning sea, his stomach churned. He rushed to the side of the ship, grabbed the railing, and began to dry heave violently. He was trembling all over, with only one thought in his mind. This is not justice, this is a massacre. Behind him, Ren was also stunned. He didn't vomit, but his whole body was trembling slightly, and his face was a little pale. Rosinante did so because of disgust and fear. Ren was filled with rage. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. This guy, he actually wiped out all those innocent victims too. He doesn't consider himself a saint. For the sake of his sin index, he can mercilessly slaughter pirates. However, the innocent victims who were kidnapped by pirates were also destroyed in the same way. Is this your absolute justice? Sakazuki slowly turned around, the lava on his arm still sizzling. He saw Rosinante vomiting profusely, and a hint of undisguised contempt flashed in his sinister eyes. Then he saw another recruit. Ren was also trembling slightly and his face was a little pale. Sakazuki thought Ren was also frightened, but he was somewhat accepting of Ren's performance in not vomiting on the spot. He began, there is no need for pity or hesitation when it comes to evil. Your internship has only just begun. I will spend the next 3 months teaching you what justice truly is. After saying that, Sakazuki ignored the two recruits, put on his cigar, and turned to walk into the cabin. He didn't even bother to order the salvage of the wreckage, because there wouldn't be anything of value left under his magma fruit. Only after Sakazuki's figure had completely disappeared did Rosinante shakily straighten up from the side of the ship. He slumped onto the deck, panting heavily, his face ashen. Rain remained standing in the same spot, slowly loosening his clenched fists and taking a deep breath of the sulfurous air. That night, in Ryan and Rosinante's dormitory, The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Rossi Nandi didn't eat all day and just sat blankly on his bed without saying a word. Rain sat calmly at the table, slowly wiping his knife, a habit he had developed from Jun, which allowed him to maintain absolute composure. Rain. Finally, Rosinante spoke in a hoarse voice. Ryan paused in his action of wiping the knife. Don't you think that's going too far? Rosinante suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his voice trembling with confusion. He didn't try to board the ship, didn't try to arrest them, he growled, he just burned them all. What's the difference between that and pirates? Upon hearing this, Rain put down the knife and the protective cloth in his hand. He turned around and calmly looked at Rosinante, who was on the verge of a breakdown. There is a difference, Ren said calmly. Pirates are driven by personal desires. Vice Admiral Sakazuki is driven by his belief in justice. That's not it either, Rosinante excitedly tried to refute. Rossi Nandi, Ryan interrupted him, you feel disgusted, you feel something is wrong because you're too weak. Rossi Nandi was stunned for a moment. What? Why was Lieutenant General Sakazuki able to do this? Ryan's tone was as cold as iron. Because he had power. He has the power to decide everything. And we are just two interns. We don't even have the right to vomit in front of him. Rossi Nandi was stunned by these harsh but realistic words. Ryan stood up, walked up to him, and looked down at him. If you don't want this to happen, if you want to use your gentle sense of justice to save people, you have to strive to become stronger. Become stronger than him. Stronger than him, so strong that he can hear your voice. Rossi Nandi stared blankly at Ren. Ren's dark eyes were devoid of any emotion, yet they seemed to possess a power that could see through everything. Become stronger. Rossi Nandi clenched his fists, his trembling body seemingly finding a direction. I understand. He lowered his head. Rain, thank you. Ryan patted him on the shoulder and said nothing more. He didn't tell Rosinante that there were actually innocent civilians on that ship who had been kidnapped by pirates. Rosinante was already devastated by the destruction of the pirates. If he knew the truth that innocent people were also wiped out, Rain had no doubt that this blonde-haired man would immediately draw his gun and rush into Sakazuki's bedroom. That would be truly courting death. Some truths are not for the weak to know. Chapter 45 Blood Axe Pirates. A few days later, the opportunity came. The warship received intelligence again that the Blood Axe pirate crew, with a bounty of 8,000 million, was gathering on a fortress island. In the operations room, Sakazuki stood in front of the map as usual, his expression cold. Target, Blood Axe pirates. According to intelligence, they are all in the fortress in the center of the island, an adjutant reported. This is a purely military fortress island, with no civilians. They seem to be holding a feast to celebrate yesterday's looting. Lieutenant General, a senior officer immediately suggested, the enemy is fully assembled and their defenses are lax. I recommend that we launch a night landing tonight and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Sakazuki's stern face remained expressionless, he simply nodded and said, okay. He turned to his adjutant, Dal, this mission will be handled by your squad. I have only one requirement, uphold absolute justice. Sakazuki's gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Ren and Rossi Nandi. And remember to bring those two new recruits with you, they need to see some blood too. You two, he gestured to Ren and Rossi Nandi, are assigned to the landing team and will be responsible for the assault. The two men immediately stepped forward. Yes, Lieutenant General. Ryan lowered his eyes, not letting others see his expression. After waiting for so many days, we can finally make our move. Dark as ink. The gale swept up the dark clouds, swallowing up the moonlight and stars. The cold raindrops began to pound against the sea, stirring up surging waves. In this stormy, dark sea, a naval warship, like a ghost, silently anchored outside the site of the Blood Axe Pirates' fortress island. A somber atmosphere permeated the aft deck of the warship. 30 fully armed naval soldiers are divided into 3 assault boats and are making final preparations for departure. Each of them was expressionless, moved with precision and efficiency, and had cold eyes. This was the army under Sakazuki's command, known for its strict discipline and iron-fisted style. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl, Sakazuki's trusted adjutant, stood at the front of the ranks, issuing final instructions. His voice, though not loud, easily pierced through the howling wind and rain. Listen up. Our mission is to completely wipe out all the pirates on the island. He glanced at his watch. The Lieutenant General has only one requirement, to uphold justice. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The unified, low roar was filled with a chilling aura. Among this elite group, the 2 trainee recruits stood out from the crowd. Big golden retriever Rossi Nandi was clearly extremely nervous. His night combat uniform was askew, his face was ashen in the dim light, and his hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold his gun. As he boarded the assault boat, he lived up to expectations and stepped into thin air, letting out a cry of awe, before falling headfirst into the icy sea water. Snapped. A strong hand firmly grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back. Thank you, Ryan. Rossi Nandi, still shaken, climbed onto the assault boat and looked at Ryan gratefully. Rain didn't say anything, but calmly let go of his hand. Compared to Rosinandi's disheveled appearance, Ren appeared much calmer. He showed no fear of the impending battle, instead calmly checking his equipment. His movements were meticulous, as if what was about to begin was not a life-or-death raid, but a routine sea training exercise. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl glanced coldly at Rossi Nandi, who was on the verge of tears, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He would never have brought along such a clearly unhelpful recruit if the lieutenant general hadn't specifically requested it. Set off. At his command, the 3 assault boats shot off like arrows, taking advantage of the wind and rain, and rushed toward the cliff landing point on the side of the island. Half an hour later, at the bottom of the cliff on the island, cold rainwater slid down Redden's cheeks. He hung on the slippery rock face with one hand, while making a safe gesture upwards with the other. Because of Ryan's volunteering and his keen intuition shown in previous training sessions, coupled with his decent skills, Lieutenant Colonel Dahl assigned him as the vanguard, making him the first to scale this easily defensible landing point. Soon, Lieutenant Colonel Dahl and his entire landing squad of 30 men climbed the cliff silently, like raccoons, without making a sound. Rossi Nandi, keep up! Ryan shouted, pulling the golden hair who was almost falling off the cliff again. Everyone, stay alert and advance under alternating cover. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl lowered his voice. Scouts ahead, Sergeant Rain, you assist with reconnaissance. Yes. Ren nodded, and his figure instantly disappeared into the dark bushes. With its advanced stealth and superhuman senses, it moved silently through the forest like a cheetah in the night. Rain soaked his hair and clothes, but he didn't care, his attention was highly focused. Stop. After advancing 100 meters, Ryan suddenly raised his hand. The entire squad froze on the spot like statues, and everyone held their breath. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl cast a questioning look at Rain. Rain pointed to the shadow of a boulder not far ahead. There are 2 people there. Their breathing is heavy, they must be sentries. Dahl's eyes narrowed, and he made a hand gesture. 2 experienced veterans immediately moved in from either side like ghosts. Pft, pft. 2 barely audible muffled sounds, like a sharp blade slicing through a throat, were almost inaudible under the cover of the wind and rain. The veteran dragged the 2 corpses of pirate sentries back, nodded to Dahl, and looked at Rain with a hint of approval. This recruit's perception was indeed extraordinary. Keep going. The procession continued forward. Along the way, with his beast-like intuition, Ryan pointed out 3 more hidden sentries and 2 traps, all of which were cleanly and efficiently dealt with by the team. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl's attitude towards Rain changed from a recruit brought along to a rather elite Navy officer. This kid's reconnaissance ability is almost no less than that of his strongest scout. Meanwhile, Rossi Nandi stayed nervously in the middle of the group the whole time, barely daring to breathe. The fortress is now within reach. Through the rain, one could even vaguely see the lights shining from the high walls of the fortress, and hear the faint sounds of revelry coming from inside. Once they cross this last open area, they'll be able to reach the corner of the armory. A cold glint flashed in Lieutenant Colonel Dahl's eyes as he prepared to give the signal for the final sprint. Just then, achoo! A deafening sneeze suddenly erupted in the deathly silent queue. Chapter 46 Assault. It's Rossi Nandi? He simply couldn't hold it in any longer. The cold rain made him catch a chill. Who? The searchlights on the high walls of the fortress turned instantly. The beams of light swept across the open ground like sharp swords. Clang, clang, clang. Even worse, Rossi Nandi was so startled by his own sneeze that he shuddered violently, swayed, and knocked over a string of primitive sirens made of cans and metal sheets hanging from a nearby tree. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout the entire fortress. The bright white searchlights instantly locked onto the area where Rain and his group were located, exposing everyone to the beam of light. Damn it! Lieutenant Colonel Dahl was so angry his eyes turned red. He turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with a look that seemed to want to skin Rossi Nandi alive on the spot. That good-for-nothing bastard? We've been exposed. All-out attack. At this point, stealth was pointless. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl acted decisively, drawing his sword and charging forward. Team 1, Team 2, charge with me. Target, Armory and Command Center. Third team, go blow up the ships in their port. Yes. The naval elites immediately sprang into action, charging towards the brightly lit fortress like unsheathed blades. The battle erupted instantly. Inside the fortress, the noisy banquet music abruptly stopped. A large number of Blood Axe Pirates members, drunk and still not fully recovered, poured out from all corners, cursing and brandishing their weapons. At first, there was some chaos and disorder, but upon seeing the Navy charging in, the ferocity of those desperados was instantly ignited. It's the Navy? Take them down. Kill these sons of bitches. The pirates surged forward like a tidal wave, brandishing their swords and spears, and clashed fiercely with the well-trained elite Marines. Gunshots, the clash of swords, explosions, and screams filled the air. The entire fortress instantly transformed into a bloody meat grinder. Rainwater mixed with blood, pooling into filthy streams on the ground. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl took the lead. His swordsmanship was wide and powerful, precise and deadly, cutting down several pirates at the forefront as easily as slicing melons and vegetables, and heading straight for the pirate officers deep inside the fortress. Ryan plays the role of a qualified elite recruit. In fact, even before landing on the island, Rain had already used his observation haki to sense the situation on the island. This so-called Blood Axe Pirates crew, apart from the captain and first mate who barely have any strength, the rest of them are not even worth fighting. If I go all out, I can wipe this place out in 5 minutes, let alone 10. He drew his sword from his waist and followed closely on the flank of the squad, not rushing forward. Rain handled the situation with ease, dealing with several pirate henchmen wielding curved swords and reeking of alcohol. His movements were precise and efficient, each strike accurately parried the opponent's attack before piercing their heart or throat. He didn't demonstrate any ability beyond the level of an elite recruit, but his killing efficiency was by no means low. In just a few moments, the notification that the trial had been successful had flashed several times on Rain's system panel. Tisk, as expected of pirates from the Grand Line, they don't even have a single N rank. As he dodged an axe that came crashing down, Ren thought to himself, but that's all there is to it. Even if they're both R rank, it won't be much of an improvement for me right now. Rain glanced at the pirates to see if they offered any interesting skills or talents. He actually found a intermediate fishing skill on one of the pirates named Jimmy. Without hesitation, Rain immediately selected the skill he had been longing for. Meanwhile, Ren was also keeping an eye on the blonde-haired Rosinante. Seeing him cowering and hesitant to fire at the pirates, Ren couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed in him. Rosinante? Stop standing there, shoot. Ryan slashed down the enemy in front of him with his sword and yelled at Rosinante, who was almost paralyzed with fear and could only fire wildly. Huh? Oh. Rosinante finally realized what was happening and hurriedly raised his gun. But he was so nervous that his hand was shaking violently, and the bullets all hit the ground at Ren's feet, scattering a series of sparks and almost hitting friendly fire. Idiot. Ren cursed under his breath, dodging his own men's firepower support. Just then, a pirate who looked seriously injured, clutching his arm, staggered and collapsed near Rosinante, groaning in pain. Upon seeing this, Rosinante's damned kindness kicked in again, and he instinctively wanted to go forward to check on things, even putting down the gun in his hand. Careful. Rain's observation Haki had already perceived every single detail. The pirate, clutching his arm, was hiding a poisoned dagger in his hand. His seemingly pained eyes were filled with a sinister killing intent, just as a fierce glint flashed in the pirate's eyes, and he was about to launch a sudden attack. Call out. With a flick of his wrist, a throwing knife struck like lightning in the night, arriving before the enemy could react. Pfft. The throwing knife pierced the pirate's wrist, pinning his hand firmly to the ground. What? The pirate let out a shrill scream. Rain. Rosinante was startled, only then realizing the dagger in the pirate's hand and his ferocious expression. Don't stand there. He's going to kill you. Ren growled, his voice icy. Your kindness will get you killed? This is a battlefield, not a game. Rosinante's face turned pale, his fists clenched, and his eyes were filled with struggle. Just then, boom. A more violent explosion suddenly rang out from the side and rear of the group. It seemed that the pirates, in a desperate move, had detonated a barrel of explosives that had been placed in the corner. A powerful shockwave swept in like a raging torrent. Debris and flames flew in all directions. Rain's eyes narrowed, instantly judging the location and power of the explosion. He shifted his weight slightly, managing to withstand the main force of the shockwave. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Rosinante, who was about to be blown away, and pulled him behind him. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, and debris flew everywhere. The entire battlefield instantly descended into chaos. Rain stood calmly in place, the smoke and dust automatically repelled by the armored camouflage on his body. He looked around and realized that he and Rosinante had been completely separated from the main force by the explosion. Several Navy soldiers and pirates around him had been knocked unconscious by the blast. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl's voice rang out from the other side of the explosion, gradually fading into the distance. They got separated. Cough cough. Ren, are you all right? Rosinante scrambled up from behind Ren, coughing awkwardly, his face covered in ash. I'm fine. Ren brushed off imaginary dust from his clothes and looked calmly toward the end of the alley. There, several tall figures slowly approached, blocking their path. The rain washed away the bloodstains on their bodies, making them appear even more ferocious. Leading the group was a one-eyed giant who was nearly 4 meters tall and carried a huge, blood-red battle axe. He exuded a fierce and violent aura. He was none other than Blood Axe Barton, the captain of the Blood Axe Pirates. Bounty, 8,000 million berries. Chapter 47 Devastating Victory. Behind Blood Axe Barton were 4 pirate officers whose auras were equally formidable. One of them, a burly man wielding a huge iron hammer, had a particularly strong aura and was clearly a ruthless character. They seemed to be preparing to escape the fortress via this secluded path. Barton was taken aback when he saw Ryan and Rosinante in the alley, then a cruel grin spread across his face. He recognized their naval uniforms. 2 lost little sailors. Patton pointed his battle axe at them and grinned maliciously at the officers behind him. Perfect. Don't kill them yet. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a sadistic light. Break their limbs first. Drag them away. Once I'm safe, I'll give them a proper treatment. I can't let them die so easily. Captain is brilliant. That's right. We need to show the Navy what happens when they oppose us. The officers behind him also drew their weapons, letting out cruel, eerie laughs as they approached with sinister grins. That look in his eyes was like looking at 2 lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Rosinante turned pale with fright and instinctively raised his gun, but his trembling arm prevented him from even aiming. The big fish has finally arrived. Ren sneered inwardly, but on his face, he perfectly displayed panic and despair. He shoved Rosinante hard, pushing him towards a corner of the alley. Run. Go find Lieutenant Colonel Dahl. I'll hold them off. Rain? No, they. Rosinante exclaimed. He knew that Rain's strength seemed to have improved under the guidance of Commodore Jun, but the opponent was a great pirate with a bounty of 8,000 million and 4 of his officers. Just as Rosinante was pushed back and his view was blocked by the corner. On the other side, the panic on Ryan's face vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling coldness and indifference. His dark eyes seemed to have turned into a bottomless, icy pool. Break this kid's limbs first? Hurry up. Barton waved his hand impatiently, ordering his subordinates to deal with Ryan. The 2 officers grinned maliciously and charged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. One swung his knife at Redden's left arm, while the other clawed at Redden's right leg. They moved with incredible speed. Ren moved. It still starts with the basic sword stance taught in Jun, but in his hands, it unleashed a completely different kind of terrifying sharpness. Shave. His figure was like a ghost, leaving an afterimage in place before disappearing in an instant. The 2 cotters only felt a blur before their eyes, and then a chilling killing intent coiled around their necks like a venomous snake. Pft, pft. There were no unnecessary movements, only 2 extremely fast and precise slashes, like a gazelle's horns hanging from a tree, leaving no trace. The 2 pirate officers, each with a bounty of tens of millions, didn't even have time to scream before 2 deep, bone-revealing cuts of blood burst open on their necks. Their eyes widened, and they fell straight backward. Hooker, nicknamed Iron Claws. Overall rating, R8. Sin Index, 9180. Simon, the Quick Knife. Overall rating, R9. Sin Index, 6500. What? Barton and the remaining 2 officers' pupils constricted sharply. They couldn't believe what had just happened. They didn't even see what happened. This seemingly ordinary junior Navy officer, how could this be? It's your turn. Rain calmly turned around, the tip of his knife pointing diagonally at the ground, rainwater sliding down the blade. His cold eyes calmly gazed at them, as if looking at 3 corpses. Damn it! Kill him. The remaining 2 cotters, both shocked and furious, roared and charged forward. The burly man wielding the giant iron hammer roared, his muscles bulging, and the hammer in his hand smashed down on Redden's head with tremendous force, like a meteorite. Another officer brandished chains, coiling them around Redden's legs like venomous snakes. Ren neither dodged nor avoided. A layer of jet-black armament haki instantly covered the blade. Facing the oncoming giant hammer, Ren did not retreat but advanced, his long sword slashing upwards at an incredible angle. It's still the basic technique taught in Jun reverse Kessa slash. But with the enhancement of top-tier swordsmanship and top-tier armament haki, this strike seemed to transform into lightning that sliced through the night. When a deafening clang of metal clashing, sparks flew everywhere. The first mate felt an unimaginable, terrifying force surge from the hammer handle. His massive hammer, capable of shattering steel, was actually severed in 2 by a seemingly ordinary standard-issue longsword. How is this possible? The first mate roared in despair. The blade of light that had severed the iron hammer still had momentum, and it sliced across his neck as easily as cutting tofu. Pfft. A huge head shot into the sky. Iron hammer Grom. Overall rating, SR5. Sin Index, 32,000. At the same time, another officer's chain also wrapped around Redden's ankle. Rain didn't even glance at him. My left leg trembled slightly. Crack. The power covered in armament haki erupted, and the steel chains instantly shattered inch by inch. What? The cotter was shocked and turned to run away. But it was too late. With a backhand slash, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, Ren pierced his back with pinpoint accuracy. Kasardi. Overall rating, SR2. Sin Index, 22,000. In an instant, only Captain Barton remained standing there, his face filled with extreme horror and fear. He finally realized that he hadn't encountered a little Navy officer at all, but a monster in sheep's clothing, a true god of death. He didn't even see how the other party made their move, and all 4 of his capable subordinates were gone. Who are you? His voice trembled as he gripped the massive blood axe tightly with both hands, shouting with a fierce but weak voice. His answer was a cold, gleaming blade. Rain appeared before him as if by teleportation, his longsword covered in an even more solid black armament haki, and with an aura of cutting through everything, he slashed down fiercely. This time, it wasn't about fancy moves, but simply the most basic and direct strike. Vertical cleave? Don't underestimate me, I'm Blood Axe Patton. Barton let out a desperate roar and, with all his might, raised the massive blood axe to parry. Snap. A deafeningly loud bang. Patton's prized blood-red battle axe, capable of cleaving through warship armor, was as fragile as paper, along with his massive body and armor. With this one stroke, it was cleanly and decisively cleaved in 2. Blood and entrails gushed out like a waterfall, staining the entire alleyway red. Bloody Axe Patton. Overall rating, SR8. Sin Index, 50,000. Chapter 48, Good Luck, but encountered internal strife. Rain calmly sheathed his sword. Not a single drop of blood stained the blade. He glanced at the 5 consecutive trial successful notifications that popped up in his mind, as well as the soaring Sin Index, and nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he selected all the system rewards for physical inheritance. 5 warm currents, some large and some small, instantly flowed throughout my body, making me feel as comfortable as if I were soaking in a hot spring. Ren could clearly feel his muscles, bones, and even internal organs becoming stronger and more explosive under the nourishment of this warm current. Not enough, Ren felt the surging power within his body. My physique is just one step away from the top level. If I can do this one more time, no, perhaps I only need to kill one more SR level guy to break through. A slight smile played on his lips. Indeed, shortcuts always outweigh arduous practice. He was the only one left standing in the alley. Rain washed away the bits of flesh and blood scattered on the ground, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. Rain walked to the corpses of the pirates, bent down, dipped his finger in some warm blood, and casually smeared it on his combat uniform, especially on his left arm, where he applied it particularly thickly. After doing all this, he walked to the corner of the alley. Rossi Nandi was still slumped on the ground, his face pale and his eyes vacant. His view wasn't completely blocked by the corner. He heard Ryan tell him to run, and then he saw Ryan rushing towards him. It started with 2 incredibly fast slashes that cleaved the burly man with the hammer in two, weapon and all. Then came wave after wave of increasingly efficient slaughter. This was not the Ryan he knew at all. This was not the strength a recruit should possess. Only when Rain walked up to him did the chilling killing intent recede like a tide, and Rossi Nandi suddenly came to his senses, his whole body trembling violently. Rain. He looked at Rain's blood-stained combat uniform, his voice trembling. Are you alright? What are all these pirates? Rain wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, pointed to the pieces, on the ground, and casually offered an extremely perfunctory and flawed excuse. Good luck. These guys seem to have had infighting and are killing each other. He shook his blood-soaked left arm. Hiss. I was careless, and I still got caught in the crossfire and got injured. Rossi Nandi looked at Rain's miserable state, and then at the pirate corpses scattered on the ground, clearly killed by some kind of sharp weapon, especially the blood axe that had been split in two, and his mind went blank. Internal strife? Fighting amongst themselves? Being caught in the crossfire and injured? Who would believe such nonsense? But, looking at Ryan's calm eyes, Rossi Nandi ultimately swallowed the question that was on the tip of his tongue. He knew Ryan didn't want to talk about it. Besides, even if I knew the truth, what could I do? Go and inform Lieutenant General Sakazuki? Rain is my good friend, how could I betray him? Ren understood as he looked at Rossi Nandi, who seemed to want to say something but ultimately chose to remain silent. He didn't care whether Rosinante believed him or not, the golden retriever's kindness, or rather naivete, destined him to be the one not to inform on him. That was enough. Let's go. Without waiting for a reply, Ryan grabbed the limp Rossi Nandi and pulled him to his feet. We need to hurry and meet up with Lieutenant Colonel Dahl and the others. Rossi Nandi was half dragged, half pulled away from the bloody alley by Ren, like a puppet on a string. Half an hour later, at the central square of the fortress, the battle was nearing its end. Under the surprise attack of the elite navy, the main force of the Blood Axe pirates was quickly defeated. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl was directing his soldiers to mop up the remaining enemy, but his face was somewhat gloomy. Captain Patton and several key officers seemed to have escaped in the chaos. Just then, 2 figures, covered in blood and supporting each other, staggered out of the alleyway on the side. It was Ren and Rossi Nandi. Lieutenant Colonel, Ryan called out weakly. Ryan? Rossi Nandi. Dahl was taken aback, then quickly went to meet them. Are you alright? What happened in the alleyway just now? Sir, Ryan gasped, we were scattered by the explosion, and encountered Blood Axe Barton and his men. What? Dahl exclaimed in shock. Where is he? They seem to be fighting amongst themselves. Ryan pointed to the alley behind him, then to his bloody arm. Barton and his men seem to be fighting amongst themselves, killing each other. We hid, and when we came out, there was only one of them left. We took care of the wounded, but we got a minor injury. Dahl, still somewhat skeptical, sent men to investigate the alleyway. Soon, the soldiers returned to report that Patton and several officers' bodies had indeed been found there, their deaths, extremely gruesome. Dahl looked at Rain's grotesque wound, then at Rossi Nandi, who was nearly fainting from fright, and finally nodded. Well done, Ryan. The process was bizarre, but the result was good. You guys go down and get bandaged up. Inside the bridge of a warship, Sakazuki sat in the main seat, expressionless as he looked at a battle report that had just been submitted by the landing forces. The report was very detailed. After the landing team was unexpectedly exposed, they launched a strong attack on the fortress and successfully wiped out all the pirates. The Blood Axe pirates were confirmed to be completely annihilated. The landing squad suffered minor casualties. Regarding the missing Blood Axe pirates, Captain Blood Axe Barton and his core crew, the report states that they engaged in infighting and killing each other in a flank alleyway of the fortress, and were fortunately discovered and killed by 2 stray recruits, Rain and Rosinante. The report also included video footage of the horrific scene inside the alleyway. Sakazuki exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, his stern face revealing no emotion amidst the swirling smoke. Internal strife? Killing each other, he repeated in a low voice, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He tossed the report onto the table. His flimsy explanation wouldn't fool even a 3-year-old. But, the horrific scene seemed to confirm it. Sakazuki looked out the window at the still stormy sea. He couldn't help but recall Ryan's calm gaze, which was unlike that of a recruit, and the report's seemingly flawed yet ultimately unassailable explanation. Snort. His face, as hard as rock, was expressionless, except for his slightly narrowed eyes, which revealed a dangerous glint. That's interesting. Chapter 49 SOS Signal. The smoke of battle from the Blood Axe pirates seemed to dissipate quickly on this iron-blooded warship. Like a pebble thrown into a lake, it may create brief ripples, but the lake will soon return to its stagnant calm. Over the next few days, the warships continued to patrol the first half of the Grand Line according to their established route. Inside the medical room, Ryan's arm was still wrapped in a brand new bandage as he leaned against the hospital bed, idly flipping through a basic naval chart. After all, he wasn't actually injured, and the blood was just something he smeared on himself. The bandages he's wearing now are purely for show. Rossi Nandi sat on the chair next to him, holding a cup of hot cocoa, but his eyes kept drifting towards Ren, looking somewhat preoccupied. The bloody scene in the alley that day, and Rain's ghostly killing posture, had a great impact on him. But he did not distance himself from Ren because of this. Firstly, Ryan was the only person he could talk to on this cold warship. Secondly, no matter what Ryan was hiding, he ultimately pushed himself to safety at the most dangerous moment and faced the powerful enemy alone. This sentiment alone was enough for the kind-hearted Rosinante to choose to believe in and protect him. However, looking at Ryan's overly calm profile, the confusion in his heart lingered like a fog. The sound of clothes rustling came from the doorway. The two men looked up at the same time and saw Lieutenant General Sakazuki appear at the door of the infirmary at some point. He merely glanced at them through the door, his sinister eyes lingering on Rain's bandaged arm for a fleeting half-second. Rossi Nandi was so startled he almost spilled his cocoa, and hurriedly stood up to salute. Ren also put down the nautical chart and pretended to struggle to get up. No need, Sakazuki's voice was icy. Focus on recovering. After saying that, he turned and left, as if he were just passing by. Sakazuki, of course, didn't believe the internal strife story. The report was full of flaws, but he didn't care. The most important thing was that the Blood Axe pirates were wiped out, and that was enough. As for that recruit named Ryan, whether it's good luck or superior strength, Sakazuki doesn't care. As long as his justice is served, that's enough. Ren watched Sakazuki's departing figure with a calm and unwavering gaze. Then he continued to study his nautical chart, playing the role of the lucky marine who was recovering from his injuries. This period of calm lasted for a while. The warships, like tireless steel behemoths, cruised along the perilous Grand Line. During this period, they also docked for supplies several times. Each time they docked, the soldiers on board would get a short half-day break to relax their tense nerves. Ryan and Rossi Nandi also disembarked together for a stroll. Rossi Nandi was always curious about the novelties of the port town, and his clumsiness would lead to some hilarious troubles, which were usually resolved by Ryan quietly helping him out. Rain wasn't particularly interested in his time on land. He was more concerned with when he would encounter pirates again. After absorbing the nutrients from two SR-level beings, Blood Axe Spartan and Grom, his physical realm was just one step away from reaching the top level. He desperately needed a sufficient amount of experience points. Rossi Nandi seemed to be gradually adapting to life on the ship. Although he was still clumsy and would occasionally trip or knock things over, after Ryan's guidance and help in several situations, he seemed to have gained a bit of the resilience that a soldier should have, and was no longer as fearful and anxious as he had been at the beginning. During training breaks, he would habitually go over to Ryan and hand him a bottle of water. "Rain, when do you think our internship will end?" Rossi Nandi muttered to himself, wiping the sweat from his brow. "It's all training and patrolling every day, so boring." Ren mostly listened calmly, occasionally humming in agreement. He knew Rossi Nandi just needed someone to talk to, especially on this warship where even the air seemed to be thick with the smell of rust. "Really, Ryan, you didn't see it," Rossi Nandi said in a low voice, still shaken. "Yesterday I was delivering documents to the Lieutenant General and accidentally dropped the folder on the ground. The look in his eyes, it was like he was burning me alive. It was terrifying." Rain listened absent-mindedly, his gaze drifting towards the distant horizon. "I don't know when we'll be able to open for business." Just then, a communications soldier hurriedly passed by the two men and rushed straight to the command room, seemingly having some important intelligence to report. Ren and Rossi Nandi exchanged a glance, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. Something's happened. Rossi Nandi clenched his fists nervously. Ren's eyes flickered slightly, and he thought to himself, so they've finally arrived. Meanwhile, in the warship's command room, a communications soldier, drenched in sweat, was loudly reporting to Sakazuki. "Report, General, we have just received an extremely weak emergency distress signal. The signal source has been confirmed to be from the direction of the Misty Islands." Sakazuki and Lieutenant Colonel Dahl immediately turned their attention to the dangerous area marked with a skull on the nautical chart. The communications officer continued. "The signal was intermittent, and the interference from that generation was extremely strong. We could only barely make out keywords like ghost ship, attack, and spider. The signal was completely cut off a few minutes ago." "The Misty Islands." Lieutenant Colonel Dahl frowned, his expression grave. "It's the Seagull 3 gunboat from the 3rd Patrol Squadron. They just entered that area yesterday to conduct a routine patrol. The Misty Islands are a special sea area located in the first half of the Grand Line. It is shrouded in dense fog that cannot be dispelled all year round. The magnetic field is so chaotic that the logging needle is completely ineffective, and the seabed is full of reefs. It is an extremely dangerous area clearly marked on the nautical charts. Because of the harsh environment, it also became an ideal hiding place for many pirates and outlaws. Ghost ship, spider, Sakazuki stood in front of the huge nautical chart, a cigar dangling from his lips, looking at the area of the Misty Islands. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he slowly uttered these keywords. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Lieutenant Admiral, the only one who can operate in that area and is capable of attacking naval gunboats is probably that guy, the Whirlpool Spider Squad. His latest bounty is 120 million berries. He is extremely skilled at using fog and eddies to ambush passing ships, especially our navy, where he is extremely ruthless." Squad, huh? Sakazuki slammed his fist on the chart with a loud thud, his anger almost palpable. That cowardly bug? How dare it run wild in my patrol area? He was furious about this sneak attack on the navy. Give the order? Adjust course? Full speed ahead? Target, Misty Islands. Sakazuki turned to Lieutenant Colonel Dahl. "I want to see for myself whether this giant vortex spider really has 3 heads and 6 arms. "Yes, Lieutenant General." The warship's massive hull began to turn, its engines roaring loudly as it sped towards the unknown, Misty Sea. Considering the main ship's large size, which would make navigation in the complex waters of the Misty Islands inconvenient and easily expose its target, Sakazuki quickly made a decision. He looked at Lieutenant Colonel Dahl. "Dahl, take a reconnaissance speedboat, select 10 elite soldiers, including those 2 recruits, and go into the archipelago to scout ahead. Find out the reason for the signal interruption and try to locate Seagull 3. He specifically mentioned the names of Ryan and Rossi Nandi. Chapter 50 Squad. The order was quickly relayed to the deck. Rosinante couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard that he was going on another reconnaissance mission with Rain, and that they would be facing the infamous Whirlpool Spider pirates. When Rain heard the names of the Great Vortex Spider and Squad, his heart stirred slightly. Where have I heard this name before? Rain tried hard to recall the comic book plot from his past life deep in his mind. Marineford War. Backstabbing Whitebeard. I remember now. So it was that guy who later became a captain under Whitebeard, but during the Marineford War, due to a misunderstanding, he was misled by Akaino and betrayed Whitebeard. Although he can no longer recall many details, Ryan still remembers this key event. To become a captain under Whitebeard, one's strength is definitely not weak. Although he hasn't recognized Whitebeard as his father yet, he should be a genuine SSR-level strong opponent. I was just hoping for an SR-level enemy to be enough for my physique to break through to the top level. Isn't an SSR a bit too much? Ren made up his mind not to be the first to stick his neck out. Several hours later, as night fell, the sea began to rise and the waves picked up. A small reconnaissance speedboat painted in naval camouflage silently glided into the boundless thick fog. On the speedboat, besides the driver and communications officer, there were only Lieutenant Colonel Dahl and 8 elite soldiers he had selected, as well as Ryan and Rossi Nandi. The atmosphere inside the submarine was oppressive, one could almost hear each other's heartbeats. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes scanning the swirling fog around them warily. Only the low growl of engines and the sound of speedboats cutting through the waves echoed in the deathly silence. After sailing only a few nautical miles, the surrounding scenery began to change strangely. The fog grew increasingly thick, resembling a solidified gray-white wall, and visibility plummeted to less than 5 meters. Even more alarming was the sudden hissing noise from the Den Mushi, a type of electric scooter, used for communication on the speedboat, which completely lost contact with the main ship. Damn it! The veteran navigator slammed his fist on the steering wheel, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The magnetic field here is too chaotic. The gyroscope is completely malfunctioning. We're totally lost. The speedboat had to slow down. The driver could only rely on years of sailing experience and his perception of subtle changes in the ocean currents to navigate the dense fog and reefs with difficulty. Crash, bang. The speedboat jolted violently, as if its hull had scraped against something. Is it a reef? Rossi Nandi gripped the gunwale nervously. No, judging from the sound, it sounds more like it hit a floating object. The veteran's expression grew even more serious. Strange noises could be heard from time to time in the thick fog. Sometimes it's a creaking sound like a ship breaking apart, and sometimes it's a splashing sound like a huge eddy spinning nearby. Even more eerie sounds could be faintly heard, echoing in the deathly silence of the fog, sending chills down one's spine. The atmosphere inside the submarine was extremely tense. All the Marines gripped their weapons tightly, scanning their surroundings warily, even their breathing was barely audible. Ryan leaned against the side of the cabin, closing his eyes to rest, seemingly oblivious to the perilous surroundings. But in reality, his observation haki had already spread out. This strange, dense fog did indeed interfere with the range of observation haki, significantly reducing the distance at which one could perceive objects. Just then, the veteran piloting the speedboat suddenly exclaimed, "What's that ahead?" Following his pointing finger, everyone looked and saw a scene of wreckage floating on the water where the thick fog had thinned. That was the wreckage of a naval gunboat? Lieutenant Colonel Dahl's expression changed. "It's Seagull No. 3. Move closer." The speedboat cautiously approached. The sight before them made everyone gasp. The gunboat's hull was torn to pieces by some force, with broken masts and shattered decks floating everywhere. The ship's hull was covered with deep claw marks and impact dents, and the deck was stained with blood, the dark red bloodstains even seeping into the cracks in the planks. The scene was horrific, with only some mutilated limbs hanging from the broken ship's side or bobbing with the waves. Ugh! Rosinante could no longer hold back and began to gag violently while holding on to the gunwale. "Lieutenant Colonel, look at this," a soldier said, pointing to a piece of floating deck, his voice filled with terror. The deck and all the visible wreckage surfaces were covered with a strange white, filamentous substance. These filamentous materials are extremely tough, even gleaming faintly in the dim light. They wrap and entwine the remains like a spider web, resembling a nest left by some creature. A soldier tried to cut the spider web with his knife, only to find that the blade struck tough leather, leaving only a shallow white mark. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Seeing the soldier struggling, a thought struck Ran. He approached a cobweb-covered wreckage without making a sound, and when no one was looking, he drew his sharp sword from his waist. After being meticulously sharpened with the top-of-the-line maintenance tools gifted by Jun, its sharpness far surpassed that of ordinary fine knives. Ren casually swung the knife in a single stroke. Sizzle. A barely audible sound. The incredibly tough spider silk was cut as easily as ordinary hemp rope. The cut was smooth. As expected, a glint flashed in Rain's eyes. It seems that the Jun set is truly extraordinary. He quickly sheathed his sword, as if nothing had happened. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl frowned, bending down to carefully examine the spider silk and the damage to the hull, not from artillery fire, more like it was torn apart by some giant creature, or a special weapon. This spider silk, could it be the slime of some sea monster, or some special material? His mind raced through information about the various strange abilities and creatures of the Grand Line, and a strong sense of unease rose within him. This enemy is far more troublesome than they imagined. Just as the naval soldiers were intently examining the wreckage, trying to find more clues, a sudden change has occurred. Rain's observation Hacky instantly detected several high-speed moving objects rapidly approaching from the depths of the dense fog. Enemy attack. Ren shouted, no longer caring about holding back. Chapter 51 Ambush. Before the words were even finished, to everyone's astonishment, several uniquely designed pirate ships silently burst out of the thick fog from all directions. They perfectly concealed their tracks using water currents and mist, launching a surprise attack only at the last moment. These pirate ships were long and narrow, with sharp rams on both sides and a high, upturned bow that resembled a spider's fangs. A ferocious white spider pattern was painted on the sails. It's the Great Whirlpool Spider Pirates. Open fire. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl was the first to react, shouting fiercely, but it was too late. On the largest pirate ship at the head of the fleet, a long-haired man with a spider tattoo on his forehead stood at the bow, licking his lips with his long tongue and letting out a sinister laugh. He wore two samurai swords, one large and one small, at his waist, and looked treacherous and cruel. It was none other than the Great Vortex Spider Squad. Ha ha ha, what stupid Navy scum. Another bunch of suicide bombers have arrived. Squard grinned maliciously, pointing his long katana at the Navy speedboat. Perfect timing? We're not full yet. Men, tear them to pieces. Oh, the pirates let out a bloodthirsty roar. The next second, a barrage of attacks came down like a torrential rain. The pirate ship not only fired dense cannonballs from all angles, but also shot out huge white spider webs from a special device on its bow. The spider web spread out in the air, covering the naval speedboat like a net from heaven and earth. Evade! Evade quickly! The pilot frantically turned the steering wheel. The speedboat was still a step too slow. A huge spider web landed precisely on the stern, instantly entangled the propeller. The speedboat's speed plummeted, as if stuck in mud. Damn it! The propeller is tangled. Starboard? Shells coming. Boom, boom. Several shells exploded beside the speedboat, creating huge splashes and causing the boat to rock violently. Ryan pressed Rossi Nandi against the side of the cabin, using his body to shield him from the shockwave. Fight back. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl drew his sword and roared as he gave the order. The naval soldiers also raised their guns and fired, or used the few small rapid-fire cannons on the speedboats to fight back, but the number of enemies was simply too great. Moreover, these pirates were clearly extremely familiar with this foggy sea area. Their ships were like slippery eels, using the dense fog and complex currents to constantly evade the Navy's cannon fire, while launching attacks from tricky angles. While using his sword to deflect incoming stray bullets and shrapnel, Rain used his observation Hacky to sense the battle situation, and his expression became somewhat solemn. The naval speedboat was completely surrounded, like a moth caught in a spider's web, struggling to stay afloat and facing imminent danger. The hull was constantly being hit by cannonballs and the ram, emitting a series of teeth-grinding groans. Lieutenant Colonel, the port side of the hull is severely damaged. It's taking on water. Sir, can you get in touch with Lieutenant General Sakazuki? No, the interference is too strong. We can't get in touch at all. A sense of despair began to spread on the speedboat. Squard laughed wildly and leaped off his flagship. Ha ha ha, game over, Navy scum. His towering figure pierced through the thick fog like a cannonball, his long sword, carrying a terrifying force that tore through the air, slashing down fiercely towards the cockpit of the naval speedboat. Clearly, he intended to eliminate the commander first. Damn it! Protect the Lieutenant Colonel. Several naval soldiers roared and fired their guns. But when the bullets hit Squard, they only sent up a few sparks. They couldn't even penetrate his skin. Clearly, he was also a powerful user skilled in armament Hacky. Get out of my way. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl roared, his eyes bloodshot, as he gripped his sword with both hands and used all his strength to parry the massive blade that was slashing down at him. When a deafening clang of metal clashing, Lieutenant Colonel Dahl felt an irresistible, terrifying force surge through him, and his hand instantly split open, but with his rich experience and strong willpower, he managed to withstand the blow. However, the overwhelming difference in strength sent him flying, crashing into the bulkhead behind him. A hint of surprise flashed in Squard's eyes, as if he hadn't expected that this naval lieutenant commander could actually withstand his attack without dying. He grinned maliciously, and with another burst of force, he cleaved Dahl and the cockpit in two. If this strike landed, Dahl would surely die. On the deck, Ren pulled Rosinante, who almost slipped, behind him and with a backhand slash, beheaded a pirate who pounced on him. He saw Dahl's perilous situation, and he also saw the marine soldiers around him who, despite their fierce resistance, were clearly no match for the elite pirates. Tisk. This is troublesome. Ren frowned slightly. That bastard Sakazuki, what the hell is he up to? Ren couldn't help but complain inwardly. He knew Dar was no match for him, so why didn't he take action himself? Why did he have to play this sitting on the flagship trick? Now look what's happened, his lieutenant is going to die here. After spending these days together, he developed a strong liking for Dahl, this upright and responsible lieutenant colonel, and for the soldiers who had risked their lives alongside him. It would be such a pity to die in a place like this. Just as Squard's longsword was about to fall, and Lieutenant Colonel Dahl's face showed despair, a figure appeared suddenly in front of Lieutenant Colonel Dahl as if by teleportation. It's Ryan? Huh. Squard's pupils contracted, clearly not expecting this seemingly unremarkable marine to be so fast. Without the slightest hesitation, Ren drew his sword instantly. The blade was covered with an incredibly dense layer of jet black armor color. Faced with the mountain-like strike, Ren did not retreat but advanced, his longsword drawing a sharp and unparalleled arc as he met the attack from below. The speed, power, and refined armament haki of that strike were far beyond what Jun could achieve with the hard-working ordinary people he usually saw. If Jun were here right now and saw this strike, she would probably be so surprised that she couldn't even hold the sword. Clang. An even more piercing and violent clang of metal rang out. The sparks exploded like fireworks. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Squard's unstoppable giant blade was actually blocked by this unknown naval recruit. Although the immense force caused the deck beneath Reden's feet to shatter into pieces, he did manage to withstand it. No doubt about it. Just based on this power feedback, this guy's physique is definitely above mine. He's a genuine SSR-level formidable enemy. Rain made a judgment instantly. You. For the first time, a look of horror appeared in Squard's eyes. How could this brat possibly possess such power and armament haki? Kill them all. Seeing that the Navy speedboats were about to give out, Squard temporarily suppressed his doubts and once again lunged at Ren with his sword. He had to get rid of this obstacle first. Immediately afterwards, pirates from the surrounding pirate ships also jumped over with strange cries, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. A fierce battle instantly erupted on the deck. Ren and Squard engaged in direct combat. Blade light clashed violently with the giant blade. Armament haki surged. Rain unleashed his full power, combining it with exquisite swordsmanship and an indestructible armament haki. His fierce attacks were like a storm, forcefully suppressing Squard head-on. Squard grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed, forced to parry repeatedly. However, the battlefield was, after all, on the violently rocking deck of a ship. The intense turbulence caused by the raging winds and waves hampered Ren, who was not yet fully accustomed to naval warfare. Occasionally, his footing faltered, preventing him from unleashing his deadly combos, which is why he couldn't immediately defeat his opponent. Even so, the surrounding marines and pirates were stunned by the battle between the two. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl was utterly dumbfounded. This kid. Rosinante stared blankly at Ren's godlike figure. Seawater kept pouring in, and the ship tilted more and more violently. On the rocking, slippery deck, the naval soldiers were engaged in a desperate battle with pirates who outnumbered them many times over. While fighting Squard, Rain used his observation haki to sense the condition of the ship. It was about to collapse. We can't keep fighting on the ship. The ship is going to completely break apart. Ren thought anxiously. Just then, boom. The speedboat jolted violently. The tilting hull seemed to have crashed completely into an underwater reef. Crack, crack. A teeth-grinding cracking sound came from the bottom of the ship. The ship began to completely disintegrate. The deck suddenly ripped upwards. A massive wave, carrying fragments of the ship's hull and the bodies it had swept up, crashed violently onto the teetering deck. Grab him. Ren stopped fighting, feinted a slash to force Squard back, then turned around abruptly and grabbed the arm of Rosinante, who had been thrown into the air. Splash. The massive wave instantly engulfed the two of them. The instant he was thrown into the air, Ren had already locked onto a nearby isolated island shrouded in thick fog. Now, he held back. In the instant he fell into the water, he used the force of the wave to push off with both legs underwater like an explosive underwater moonwalk. Pfft. Like cannonballs launched with precision, the two flew over the chaotic center of the battlefield at a precise angle, cutting through the thick fog and crashing heavily onto the rocky shallows of that dark, isolated island. The icy sea water instantly engulfed them, and the violent impact caused Rosinante to lose consciousness. Rain withstood the attack thanks to his physical strength, quickly surfaced, and took a deep breath. He glanced back at the battlefield, which had been completely swallowed by the thick fog and vortexes. The presence of Squard, Dahl, and the others had vanished beyond his perception range. Chapter 52 Responding to the Challenge. The icy seawater crashed against the rocks, making a splashing sound. Rain took a deep breath of the cold air, shook his head, and dispelled the last trace of dizziness. The chaotic fall just now didn't cause him too much damage, it was just that his blood and chi were churning from the few blows he exchanged with Squard. He looked down at Rossi Nandi, who was lying unconscious on the rocks at his feet. The golden retriever was pale, with purple lips and a cut on its forehead from a piece of gravel. It was soaking wet and looked utterly disheveled. Ryan reached out and checked his breathing, confirming that he was still alive, but had been knocked unconscious by choking on water and the impact. Tisk, it's good that he's still alive. Ren shook his head, bent down and hoisted the nearly 3-meter-tall Rossi Nandi onto his shoulder. He couldn't just leave this guy here, it wouldn't be safe if pirates patrolled by or he got dragged away by something in the sea. With Rosnandez on his back, Ren instantly activated his observation haki, scanning the small island shrouded in thick fog. The island is small, but its structure is quite complex. There are probably more than 30 pirates, scattered in various corners of the island. They're not very strong, just grunts. Ren frowned slightly. Shouldn't all the officers be on those ships with Squard? His observation haki stretched out toward the sea, but the chaotic battlefield of the speedboat had been completely blocked by the thick fog, and he could no longer sense the presence of Lieutenant Commander Dahl and the other naval soldiers. It's highly likely that he's in grave danger. Ren stopped in his tracks, a hint of regret flashing through his mind. He had a fairly good impression of Lieutenant Colonel Dahl, who was tough but fair. In that situation just now, I almost went all out, but in the end, I still lacked experience in such chaotic naval battles and failed to completely take down Squard before the ship broke apart. Otherwise, I might have been able to save them. He took a deep breath, his eyes turning cold again. In that case, Ren muttered to himself, let's start by collecting some interest here. More importantly, that Squard guy is definitely an SSR-level monster. Recalling the terrifying power he had just experienced during their brief exchange, Ren thought, this could be the perfect opportunity for me to break through to the top-tier physique. Let's deal with his men first. Carrying Rossi Nandi, he moved swiftly into the interior of the island, quickly finding a dry cave hidden by vines. After settling Rossi Nandi deep inside the cave, Ren did not linger for a moment. He drew the sword from his waist, its blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. With a flash, Ren disappeared like a ghost into the fog-shrouded jungle of the isolated island. The hunt has begun. Inside a seaside watchtower on the west side of the island, 2 pirates on lookout duty were gathered around a campfire, drinking and complaining about the awful weather and their boring mission. Damn it, the fog is getting thicker and thicker, we can't even see the boss's ship anymore. What's the rush? Once the boss and the others have slaughtered those marines, we'll definitely get our share? I wonder if there are any female marines on board. The 2 men were grinning lewdly, completely unaware that a dark figure had silently appeared in the shadows of the watchtower. Rain's observation haki had already pinpointed their location. He stumped his foot and instantly closed in. Pft, pft. Before the 2 could react, the cold blade had already precisely sliced across their throats. The smiles on the 2 pirates' faces froze instantly. Without even uttering a sound, they clutched their necks and collapsed into pools of blood. The 2 R-class pirates contributed a total of over 900 sin points. Rain calmly sheathed his sword, glanced at the numbers flashing on the system panel, and without pausing, disappeared into the thick fog once more. On the east side of the island, a 5-man pirate squad is on patrol. They walked along the muddy path, grumbling and cursing, not very vigilant. Just as they passed a pile of stones. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 pebbles covered in jet-black armor coloring shot out from different angles with a sharp whooshing sound. Ugh. What? The 5 pirates didn't even see the enemy before they were pierced through the throat or temple by incredibly accurate pebbles and died instantly. 5 more R-rank individuals contributed over 1,500 sin points. Rain emerged from behind the strange rock and dusted off his hands. The efficiency is still too low. He frowned. We need to hurry up and clear out these monsters before Squard finds us, and see if we can find an opportunity to break through. For the next half hour, Rain completely transformed into the most efficient Grim Reaper on this isolated island. He no longer deliberately pursued silence, but instead, like a ghost moving through the mist, he hunted down every pirate he sensed with astonishing speed. Whether it's a sniper hiding in a tree, a gambler hiding in a cave, or a pirate searching for the wreckage of a ship washed ashore on the coast, almost every target that Ren targeted was killed with a single blow. Plus 420. Plus 580. Plus 1,350. Plus 610. The number of pirates on the island is decreasing at an alarming rate. Only a few pirates remain gathered near the temporary stronghold on the mountaintop, and we haven't had time to deal with them yet. The stench of blood that permeated the thick fog grew stronger and stronger, like ink that couldn't be dissolved. Just as Rain was preparing to take care of the last few pirates at once, Rain's observation haki instantly detected a familiar aura. Ren suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction from which the aura came, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. This aura, there's no mistake. The Great Vortex Spider Squard. He really came back. Rain could clearly sense that Squard had just stepped onto the island's beach, alone, indicating that their ship had also been affected. Perfect timing. A cold fighting spirit, and excitement flashed in Ren's eyes. Rain flashed past the last few pirates like a ghost. After a few soft sounds, the last few small fish were cleared away. The miscellaneous fish have been cleared away. Rain shook the blood off his knife and calmly looked in the direction Squard was charging from. The recent naval battle, in which Lieutenant Commander Dahl and the other naval soldiers were left in the unknown, and the bloody slaughter on the island at this moment, seemed to ignite something long dormant within him. Escape and hide? That's not what he wants. Moreover, Ren needs a worthy opponent to test whether his path is correct. I'll use you as a stepping stone for my breakthrough. Rain flashed by, no longer concealing his presence, and took the initiative to head towards the direction where Squard landed. A true battle to the death is about to begin on a deserted island shrouded in thick fog. Chapter 53 Breakthrough. The island was shrouded in thick fog, and the rain mixed with the smell of blood made the air sticky and pungent. Rain stood calmly in the center of the open space, his body stained with freshly splattered blood. Opposite him, a tall figure slowly emerged from the thick fog. It was none other than the great vortex spider Squard. He exuded violence and murderous intent, and still bore the minor injuries sustained in the previous naval battle. It's you, that Navy brat. Squard stuck out his tongue, licked his fangs, and fixed his cunning gaze on Ren. You're really unlucky. Squard grinned maliciously. You survived the sea just to be torn to pieces by my own hands here. I'll say the same to you. Ren slowly drew his sword from his waist, the blade reflecting the thick fog. While on the ship, I was indeed somewhat restrained in my fighting because I had to be mindful of that vulnerable warship. But now, he slightly lowered his body, and an extremely concentrated killing intent instantly locked onto Squard. Your good luck has run out. Arrogant. Squard roared, the ground beneath his feet shattering with a deafening roar. He was like a bloodthirsty thunderbolt, his giant longsword whistling through the air as he cleaved down. Ren stood still, not even blinking. The moment Squard made his move, the world in Ren's eyes had changed. He clearly saw the future, saw every detail of Squard's strike, and even noticed the muscle stiffness left on his left shoulder due to his eagerness to achieve victory. Clang! Ren took a precise, small diagonal step, his sword tilting slightly. The jet-black armament haki instantly covered the blade, a deeper and more solid armament haki than Squard's. Blades clashed, sparks flew. With just a casual gesture, Rain deflected Squard's overwhelming force into the soil to the side. How is this possible? Squard's pupils shrank dramatically. This feeling is like you've unleashed a full-force attack, only to find yourself walking right into a trap set by the opponent? Too slow. Rain's voice rang in his ears. The next second, Ren's figure vanished abruptly. Squard felt a cold sweat run down his spine, and he instinctively swung his short sword backward. However, before he could swing his blade, Ren had already bent down and dodged that spot. Using the momentum from his sidestep, his sword, like a living snake, slashed across Squard's side. Puff! The sound of the blade tearing through flesh was particularly jarring in the rainy night. Squard's side was instantly ripped open with a deep, bone-revealing gash, and scalding blood gushed out, but it was dispersed by the sharp energy surrounding Rain the instant it approached Rain's body. Ah! Squard let out a beast-like roar of pain, staggering to regain his balance, his eyes filled with madness and disbelief. He couldn't accept that his pride in his strength and experience was nothing more than a clumsy circus act in front of this boy. Damn it, you brat! He wildly brandished his two katana, one long and one short, his muscles turning crimson from excessive blood flow, and even his armament haki became more ferocious due to his rage. Spider, 1,000 blades. In an instant, an impenetrable barrage of blade light erupted fiercely within the thick fog. Each strike carried the ruthlessness to cleave gold and shatter stone, and countless vacuum slashes intertwined to form a massive net of death, sealing off the entire space within several feet of Rain. But in Ryan's eyes, which could see into the future, this so-called ultimate move was nothing more than that. The trajectory of every blade of light, the flow of every bit of power, and even the slight tremor of Squard's muscles with every breath were dissected and clearly presented in Ren's mind. Rain's movements were unpredictable. He strolled leisurely amidst the flashing blades. Squard grew increasingly terrified as the fight progressed. He felt as if he were facing not a naval recruit, but a ghost capable of seeing through everything. No matter how he changes his tactics, no matter how fast he speeds up, his opponent can always appear in the safest position a fraction of a second earlier. What kind of monster is this? Squard's confidence began to crumble, and his movements became increasingly erratic. Is this your limit? Ren's indifferent voice shattered Squard's last line of defense. With his observation haki fully activated, Ren saw the outcome. 8 seconds later, Squard will launch a full-force attack out of impatience, attempting to trade blows. And that was his death day. As expected, Squard roared with a ferocious expression, "Die, you damned Navy!" He abandoned all defenses and transformed into a blood-red whirlwind, rushing straight at them. Faced with such an offensive, Rain slowly sheathed his knife at his waist, leaned forward slightly, and at this moment perfectly mobilized all his strength into his legs and right arm through life return. The jet-black armament haki was compressed wildly at the edge of the scabbard, emitting bursts of buzzing. Just as Squard's longsword was about to touch Ren's nose, Ren moved. "Draw your sword and strike." The speed was so fast that it seemed even the raindrops were suspended in midair. A dark blade of light swept across the thick fog, splitting the fog over the entire isolated island in two. Squard froze. His body remained in the sprinting posture, but his head, filled with horror and resentment, flew into the air along with a gushing column of blood. Thump. Squard's body fell heavily to the ground. Trial successful. Prisoner, the Great Vortex Spider Squad. Overall rating, SSR2. Status, executed. Sin Index, 217,790. Execution participation rate, 100%. Optional benefits, 7 options available. Bucket list, active. Call. Ren let out a long sigh of relief, his previously rapid breathing quickly calming down. Although he displayed absolute dominance on the battlefield, Ren harbored no contempt. This was indeed the strongest enemy he had faced since his transmigration. Having defeated a formidable foe, it's time to reap the rewards of victory. Ren glanced at the system panel and made his choice without hesitation. Physical inheritance? Improving physical fitness is the key. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of warmth coursed through my entire body. He could feel every cell, every muscle, and every bone in his body transforming and sublimating under the wash of this warm current. The fatigue from continuous combat was swept away, and a sense of fulfillment, as if he could shatter the entire island with a single punch, filled his senses. Ren slowly clenched his fist. Power, unprecedented power, surged through every corner of his body like molten lava. Rain slowly raised his hand, opening his palm as if to grasp the fog-shrouded world and the storm-swept sea in his hands. Chapter 54 Vortex Perception. After calming himself down, Ren was about to open his personal panel when his gaze was suddenly drawn to a line of small print at the end of Squad's file. Bucket list, active. Huh. Ren raised an eyebrow slightly. This guy has a last wish? Let me see. Could it be that he wants me to take care of his pet spider? He curiously clicked activate. As Rain confirmed his thoughts, the line of text finally shone with a brilliant light and appeared before his eyes. Squad's regret, the obsession with revenge. Description, GOLD Roger, that man? He personally destroyed my proud pirate crew and made me lose everything? My biggest regret is that I couldn't take revenge on him with my own hands, that I couldn't plunge my blade into his heart. Mission objective, kill GOLD Roger with your own hands. When Ryan saw the mission objective, he was taken aback at first, then chuckled, kill Roger with your own hands. Ding. Found, the host is GOLD Roger's executioner. Squad's regret, the obsession with revenge is complete. Reward, you can choose another benefit from Squad's remaining options. Ren was stunned. Holy crap, such a good thing. His inner elation was almost overflowing. When I killed Roger, you were probably nowhere to be found, and this counts as me helping you accomplish something. This is like a windfall? Rain suppressed a laugh and unceremoniously opened up the remaining optional benefits of Squad. I was so focused on choosing physical inheritance that I haven't had a chance to really look at what good stuff this SSR level guy has. Swordsmanship, advanced. No need. Armament hacky, advanced. Same as above, even worse than my own. His gaze finally settled on a unique talent of Squad. Talent, Vortex Perception. In the complex and ever-changing environment of the sea, combat intuition and physical stability will be greatly enhanced. This is great. Redden's eyes lit up. On this vast ocean, this is a god-tier passive ability. No wonder this guy was so powerful on the chaotic deck before, it turns out he had a passive bonus. Select Talent, Vortex Perception. As a strange sensation flowed into his body, Ren opened his newly revamped personal panel. Name, Corvo Rain. Age, 17. Military rank, Sergeant. Physical realm, top tier. Talent, hearing the voice of all things, return of life, vortex perception. Skills, swordsmanship, top tier, shooting, top tier, naval 6 styles, advanced, combat techniques, top tier, cooking, top tier, stealth, advanced, fishing, intermediate. Hacky, observation hacky, peak, armament hacky, top level. Sin index, 365,237. My physique has finally reached the top level, and my shooting and fighting skills have also reached the top level thanks to the optional benefits. Feeling the surging power within him, Ren began to calmly plan for the future. Now that the physical fitness requirement has been met, what's next? He immediately opened the exchange shop, his eyes fixed intently on the upgrade options for dominance and skills. Hacky, top tier armament hacky rightward arrow peak armament hacky. Cost, 1 million sin points. Skill, top tier swordsmanship rightward arrow pinnacle swordsmanship. Cost, 1 million sin points. 1 million. Ren stared at the long string of zeros and gritted his teeth. Robbery? My meager possessions aren't even worth a fraction of that? Ren abandoned the idea of immediately spending money to upgrade and began to plan for the future. Reaching the top level in physique means that as long as he has enough sin points, he can raise his armament hacky or swordsmanship to the peak level. At that time, a top-tier physique, combined with peak-level armament hacky or swordsmanship, plus already peak-level observation hacky. By then, their strength will probably be close to that of those general-level monsters. Even a weaker general-level being is enough to truly establish themselves and protect themselves on this vast ocean. Having finished his plan, Rain suppressed his excitement, picked up his knife, and turned back to the cave where Rossi Nandi was. As soon as he entered the cave, he heard a weak groan. Rossi Nandi was leaning against the rock wall, swaying as he stood up, clearly having just woken from unconsciousness. Rain, you're all right too? That's great. Rossi Nandi looked relieved to see him, but then asked nervously, where are we now? He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly exclaimed as his gaze was drawn to something in the corner of the cave. Rain, look, what's that? Rain looked in the direction he was pointing, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Amidst a pile of damp moss and rotten fruit, a purple fruit with strange patterns on its surface lay quietly in a crevice. Holy crap! Ren was shocked. When I hid Rossi Nandi here, I thoroughly checked this cave. There was nothing there except a few rotten fruits. He remained calm and secretly accessed the system. Quickly browsing through the judgment files of all the pirates he had just killed, he didn't see any information about devil fruit users. This means that this is not a devil fruit that allows a user to possess another devil fruit nearby. This just appeared out of thin air. What kind of incredible luck is this guy? Did God force-feed him a fruit? Rossi Nandi had no idea about Ren's complex thoughts. He simply walked over out of curiosity and clumsily picked up the fruit. Rain, this isn't the legendary devil fruit. Rosinandi's eyes sparkled with innocent light. Rain, eat up. You're so strong, this will definitely make you even stronger. Ren did not immediately take the fruit from Rosinandi's hand. He is not opposed to devil fruits. In fact, after witnessing the abilities of some devil fruits in the original work, he was filled with longing for a top-tier, natural disaster-type Logia-type devil fruit. Alternatively, a mythical beast species that can further enhance his physique would also be one of his best options. After all, it is extremely difficult to break through to the peak of physical strength, and a powerful fruit is undoubtedly the best shortcut. But all of this is predicated on knowing what you are eating. Ren would never want to gamble on a blind box with such unclear functions, risking becoming a landlubber for the rest of his life. Wait a minute, Ren said calmly. I need to find out what this is first. He turned around and pretended to rummage through his pockets. Rossi Nandi watched curiously, but it wasn't surprising. He had already witnessed Ryan's storage magic when he was surviving on a desert island. While searching through the documents, Rain opened the system and spent 1 sin points to exchange for a devil fruit encyclopedia. When he saw Rain pull the devil fruit encyclopedia out of his pocket, "Wow, Ryan, you even have books like this," Rossi Nandi exclaimed. Rain ignored him, placed the encyclopedia on a flat rock, and began to rapidly flip through the pages by the dim light from the cave entrance. Purple, strange patterns. His fingers, which were turning pages, suddenly stopped and landed on a particular page. He carefully compared the illustrations in the book with the fruit in Rosinanti's hand. This pattern, there's no mistake. It's the silence fruit. Isn't this Corazon's fruit from the original story? It's destiny. Rossi Nandi urged from the side. How is it, Rain? Is it a very powerful fruit? Hurry up and eat it. Rain didn't answer, but simply pushed the devil fruit encyclopedia in front of Rosinanti. See for yourself. Me. Rosinanti was taken aback. By the dim light from the cave entrance, he read aloud the description on the page, word by word. Silence fruit, paramecia type. The user can create a soundproof space, completely preventing sound from entering or leaving the space. The user can also eliminate all sound they emit. After Rosinanti finished reading, the excitement on his face turned into visible disappointment and confusion. Silence. He scratched his head. What's the use of this? It can't breathe fire or generate electricity. It's impossible to fight like this. Who says strength has to be used for fighting? Ryan's calm voice interrupted him. You crave power, don't you? Rain spoke slowly. You despise Lieutenant General Sakazuki's actions, and you want to use your own sense of justice to save people. But you don't even have the ability to protect yourself on the battlefield. Ren's fingers gently tapped the illustration of silent fruit on the encyclopedia. And this is the power tailor-made for your kind of justice. Me. Rosinanti still couldn't quite believe it. That's right. Ryan's tone left no room for doubt. Think about it. You'll stumble and fall even when you're walking, and you'll miss when you shoot. But if you had this ability, you could act without anyone noticing and infiltrate the most dangerous places. You could create a silent zone at a critical moment to rescue the person you want to save, while the enemy remains completely unaware. Ren looked at Rosinandi's eyes, which were gradually brightening. It can't make you breathe fire, but it can allow you to save people in crucial moments. Isn't that the power you want? Rosinandi was completely convinced. His gaze as he looked at the purple fruit in his hand was filled with a sense of mission. He remembered Sakazuki's all-destroying lava, and the cold, icy figure of Rain in the alleyway. He took a deep breath, and the naive awkwardness on his face faded, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Okay, Ryan. He nodded emphatically. I'll do as you say. Without further hesitation, as if performing a sacred ritual, he closed his eyes and took a large bite. Puff. The next second, Rosinandi's face contorted into a bitter grin, his features all scrunched up. He suddenly opened his mouth and shouted with all his might, as if trying to vent his frustration. It tastes so bad. However, not a sound was made. The cave was deathly silent. Chapter 55, Rosinanti killed the man. It has nothing to do with me. Rosinanti stared in horror at his own mouth, which opened and closed but could not make a sound, then looked at Ren in terror, gesturing wildly with his hands. However, due to the power of the silence fruit, all the movements were like a bizarre silent play, without making even the slightest sound. Ren leaned against the rock wall, his eyes twitching as he watched. This guy used to be just clumsy. Now he's clumsy in a silent film style, with a much stronger visual impact. Ryan interrupted Rosinanti, who was gesturing wildly, and made a stop gesture. Concentrate, he mouthed. Try to control your own abilities. Upon seeing this, Rosinanti quickly took a deep breath, his forehead beaded with sweat. He desperately tried to concentrate and shut down that ability. A few seconds later, he tentatively let out a sound. What? The sound wasn't loud, but it was undeniably clear. The moment Nandi heard his own voice, he nearly collapsed, plopped down on the ground, and patted his chest with relief. I was so scared. I thought I would never be able to speak again. You'll get used to it. Ryan changed the subject. The most urgent thing now is to find other survivors and transportation. Upon hearing this, Nandi's face regained its characteristic tension and worry. Then let's go quickly. The two did not linger any longer and left the cave. Follow me, Ren said, gazing into the fog. When I was clearing out the pirate outpost, I remembered there was a small lifeboat they used for patrolling in the bay on the east side. He led Nanti through the jungle, and sure enough, they found the small boat in a secluded spot in the bay. Where are we going now? Nanti asked nervously. When the ship broke apart, the shock wave went southeast. If Lieutenant Colonel Dahl is still alive, he's most likely in those shallows over there. Let's go look for him there. He steered the lifeboat precisely through the thick fog and reefs, and soon arrived at a shallow beach littered with shipwrecks and boulders. The scene before my eyes was horrific. The shallows were littered with fragments of the speedboat's hull, and the bodies of several unidentifiable naval comrades floated in the icy water. They had clearly not survived after the speedboat disintegrated. Nandi's face turned pale instantly. Just when Ren thought his entire army had been wiped out, his gaze suddenly fell on a huge broken mast not far away. Beneath the shattered wreckage, they found Lieutenant Commander Dahl, along with 2 other unconscious elite naval soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl was badly injured, one of his legs was pinned down by the broken mast, and the cold sea water was soaking his wounds. Due to excessive blood loss, his consciousness was already becoming blurred. Lieutenant Colonel Nandi exclaimed and was about to step forward. Don't move. Ryan grabbed him, signaling him to be on guard around, and then walked over himself. He glanced at the heavy mast that was pinning Dahl down, made no extra movements, simply bent down and exerted force with one hand. Crack. To Nandi's astonishment, the mast that required 4 or 5 people to lift was easily lifted by Ren, who casually tossed it aside. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl was awakened by the noise. He opened his eyes abruptly, saw Ryan's face, and a look of shock and gratitude for surviving the ordeal flashed in his eyes. It's you, Ren. His voice was hoarse as he struggled to sit up. Where's Squard? He's dead, Rain said calmly. I killed him. Dahl was completely stunned. He looked at the calm recruit in front of him and couldn't connect Rain with killing Squard for a moment. Ryan didn't give him much time to think. He crouched down, looked directly into Lieutenant Colonel Dahl's eyes, and calmly said, Lieutenant Colonel, you owe me a life, back on the speedboat. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl nodded without hesitation. That's right. You stopped Squard and saved me. Now, I need your help. Rain's tone left no room for argument. To deal with Lieutenant General Sakazuki, Squard must die in a different way. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl's pupils constricted sharply. What do you mean? Ryan must fabricate a perfect lie. With his internship coming to an end soon, he didn't want to get into any unnecessary trouble at this crucial moment. After all, we've been keeping a low profile for so long, so a few more days won't make a difference. Once the internship is over and we're assigned to a branch, then we'll be free to roam the world. Therefore, a perfect explanation is necessary. Ren glanced at Nanti, who seemed lost and unsure of what to do, and continued to say to Dahl, Squard must have been killed by Nanti. Huh? Me? Nandi, who was squatting nearby trying to wake another unconscious soldier, was so frightened by these words that he sat down on the ground with a thud. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl looked at the calm-faced Ryan, then at the panicked Nandi beside him, and his mind went blank for a moment. Ryan began to fabricate a perfect logical loop. Nanti obtained a devil fruit on the island called the Silence fruit. After we were scattered, Squard also came to the island to hunt us down. While I was holding him off head-on, Nanti used the power of the Silence fruit to completely eliminate his presence and footsteps, approaching Squard from behind. Ryan's tone was cold and calm, as if stating a given fact. Then, a fatal sneak attack was launched, killing him instantly. Ryan casually fabricated a story. After hearing these words, Lieutenant Colonel Dahl fell silent, staring intently into Ryan's eyes. He wasn't a fool. He clearly remembered that on the speedboat, it was Rain who had withstood Squard's terrifying slash head-on. Ryan just admitted that he killed Squard. Now, this man, who is as strong as a monster, is asking himself to give this enormous credit to a new recruit who can't even walk straight. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl gave Ryan a deep look. He instantly understood everything. Rain was hiding his strength. He didn't want to expose himself. His willingness to tell him the truth was both an exchange and a way of fulfilling the life he owed him. And now I owe him 2 lives. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl slowly closed his eyes, seemingly adjusting to the injury on his leg, before opening them again a few seconds later. Their gazes turned to Nandi, who was completely bewildered. Nanti. Lieutenant Commander Dahl struggled to give Nanti a somewhat unorthodox naval salute, his voice hoarse yet utterly solemn. Thank you, for avenging Seagull 3 and us. Nanti? Huh? Chapter 56. The result is everything. Rain carried Dahl and 2 other unconscious soldiers onto the lifeboat. Rain, what do we do now? Nandi asked anxiously. Return. Rain spoke succinctly, and soon after, in the early morning as the thick fog gradually dissipated, a dilapidated lifeboat emerged from the mist like a ghost and appeared in the sight of Sakazuki's steel behemoth flagship. On the deck of a warship, Sakazuki stood at the bow, expressionless, watching the survivors being carried aboard on stretchers one by one. When he saw that 2 recruits were still alive, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in his sinister eyes. The medical officer was about to carry Lieutenant Colonel Dahl away when he raised his hand to stop him. Lieutenant General. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl, lying on a stretcher, was deathly pale, but still managed to report loudly, "After entering the Misty Islands, we were ambushed by the great whirlpool spider pirates. Our speedboat was destroyed, and the entire crew, only 5 men survived. All of Seagull No. 3's colleagues have perished in the line of duty." The deck fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of the wind remaining. But Dahl's voice suddenly rose, "The great vortex spider squad has been killed." Sakazuki's stern expression finally softened slightly, and his sinister gaze swept over the 5 survivors. "Who did it?" Lieutenant Colonel Dahl's gaze passed over Sakazuki and fell on Ryan, who was standing at the back of the group like a nobody. Then, he turned his head and pointed to Rossi Nandi on the other side. "It's Rossi Nandi." Lieutenant Colonel Dahl continued his report in a hoarse voice. "Rosinante obtained a devil fruit on the island, the silence fruit. When we were being chased by Squad, it was he who used the fruit's power to launch a surprise attack, assassinating Squad from behind, successfully." Upon hearing this, all the sailors on deck gasped in shock. All eyes were focused on the usually clumsy golden retriever. Everyone, Sigma, O_O. The atmosphere on the deck instantly became incredibly eerie. Sakazuki remained silent. His cold gaze lingered on Rossi Nandi for a moment, then fell on Lieutenant Colonel Dahl's injuries. Finally, his gaze fell on the calm-looking Ren at the back of the line, lingering for a full 5 seconds. He certainly didn't believe a single word of it, but in the end, he just snorted coldly. "The result is everything." Sakazuki turned around, his cloak fluttering in the sea breeze. "The pirates have been wiped out. Dahl, you did a good job. Mission accomplished, return to base." Rain leaned against the railing at the stern, the sea breeze ruffling his bangs. He watched as Rosinante was surrounded by the other sailors on board, but because he hadn't controlled his silent ability, he was unable to make a sound, his mouth agape, and he was sweating profusely with anxiety. The objective has been achieved. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl is a smart man and knows how to cooperate. The atmosphere inside the medical room of the Sakazuki warship was somewhat strange. Rossi Nandi was sitting on a hospital bed, frantically dealing with the military doctors who wanted to examine him. I'm fine." Because of some nervousness and a lack of familiarity with the skills, the voice was sometimes absent and sometimes absent. Ryan sat to the side, calmly drinking the hot cocoa handed to him by the army doctor, watching Rosinandi's mime performance. "I'll go out." At that moment, Lieutenant Colonel Dahl walked in, leaning on a cane, and dismissed all the medics. Only Ryan, Rossi Nandi, and Dahl, the eyewitness, remained in the infirmary. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl. Upon seeing this, Rossi Nandi quickly tried to stand up from his hospital bed to salute. "Lie down, you haven't fully recovered yet." Lieutenant Colonel Dahl raised his hand to stop him. "Lieutenant General Sakazuki has already issued a report on your merits, and your achievement in killing Squad has been confirmed." After Lieutenant Colonel Dahl finished speaking, he looked at Rain. "Sergeant Rain, I have also truthfully reported your merits. The Lieutenant General has also approved your commendation." Without waiting for Ren's reply, he simply raised his hand and patted Ren on the shoulder. "Take good care of your injury." A few days later, at the warship's mess hall, Rossi Nandi, who had finally been discharged from the infirmary, walked in. Instantly, all eyes in the cafeteria were on him. Ryan silently ate his meal in the corner, watching Rossi Nandi, who was caught off guard by the storm of gazes. "Oh, isn't this our hero?" Several veterans who had just finished their meals sat down opposite Rossi Nandi, carrying their trays and smiling. They looked like they were there to see something new and interesting, their faces filled with undisguised curiosity. The leading veteran, a one-eyed man, grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. "A few of us were on the ship at the time and didn't experience the battle firsthand. We heard, you took down Squad in one move." "No, it wasn't me, I didn't." Rossi Nandi waved his hands nervously. "Don't be modest, it's all in the report." Another veteran curiously leaned over. "We just want to see what your silence fruit is all about. How could it make a monster like Squad fall for it?" Surrounded by onlookers, Rossi Nandi was sweating profusely with nervousness. He looked at Ryan in the distance for help. Rain picked up the soup bowl, took a sip, and gave him a look that said, "Good luck to you." I'll try." Left with no other choice, Rosinante had to bite the bullet and tentatively activate his ability. An invisible, silent space unfolded around him, enveloping the entire table. The noise from other parts of the cafeteria remained. But on this table, everything becomes a silent film. "How was it? Did you activate your ability?" the one-eyed veteran asked curiously. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he found that his voice was gone. He opened his mouth in terror, but no sound came out. "Hey, it's really silent." His companion across from him, not understanding what was going on, also tried to shout, only to find that he had also become mute. This completely piqued the curiosity of the veterans. "Try this." The one-eyed veteran became interested, picked up his metal spoon, and banged it hard on his plate. A bizarre scene appeared. Ryan stopped eating and quietly looked at the table. The soup spoon slammed heavily onto the plate, creating a violent vibration that splashed soup out of the plate, but without making a sound. After seeing that they had witnessed it, Rossi Nandi voluntarily deactivated his ability. The noise from the cafeteria instantly returned, making the previous deathly silence seem even more intense. After witnessing it, the veterans' faces showed a mixture of excitement and awe. Your ability is fucking bizarre. The one-eyed veteran patted Rossi Nandi on the shoulder. Chapter 57 O'Hara. Time flies, another 2 months have passed, and the 3-month internship is finally coming to an end. After completing the final clearing mission, Sakazuki's warships finally embarked on their return journey to Marineford. The sailors on board, including Rossi Nandi, visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Ryan leaned against the deck railing, enjoying the sea breeze and letting himself relax for a rare moment. During this internship, my physique broke through to the top level, and I also gained the talent of vortex perception. I also earned a small amount of sin points. Choosing Lieutenant General Sakazuki was definitely the right decision. High risk, high reward, Ren thought to himself. I wonder if going back will count as officially graduating, and if I'll still have the chance to get private lessons from Commodore Jun and make her midnight snacks again. His mind involuntarily flashed back to Jun's stunningly beautiful face and the breathtaking curves outlined by her languid silk robe under the moonlight. Just when everyone thought the journey to Marineford would be smooth sailing, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the tranquility on the deck. The warship's engines roared, and the ship suddenly turned, the immense inertia causing the unsuspecting soldiers on deck to sway a few times. Ren's heart tightened. He looked towards the sun. The flight path had changed. The warships no longer sailed towards Marineford. Rain. Rossi Nandi rushed over in a panic, grabbing the railing. What happened? Shouldn't we be heading back to headquarters? Ryan did not answer him. He watched as Lieutenant Colonel Dahl, who had recovered from his injuries and returned to his unit, rushed from the deck toward the command room with a solemn expression, and the atmosphere on the ship instantly froze again. This oppressive atmosphere and the highest priority transfer order indicate that the task is of extremely high priority. Damn it, Ryan cursed inwardly. I just said I was going to leave work, and now they're forcing me to work overtime. Looks like it's the highest level. After turning, the warship began sailing at full speed without saying a word. All soldiers received orders to be on standby, but no one knew what was going on. After an unknown period of sailing, Rain, look, there are so many ships at sea. Rossi Nandi pointed into the distance, his voice tinged with excitement. Ren looked in the direction Rossi Nandi pointed. 4 massive warships are approaching from different directions. Soon, the 5 massive fleets assembled on the sea, forming an invincible fleet that inspired awe. Rain stood on the deck, his gaze sweeping over the other 4 warships. A monster gathering. He saw a tall man with thick, black curly hair standing at the bow of a warship. The man was wearing small round sunglasses and a V-neck t-shirt underneath. He was leaning against the railing, exuding a lazy air that seemed out of place with the somber atmosphere around him. This lazy, slouching aura, there's no doubt, it's Kuzan, Ren thought to himself. He saw Smoker with a dark expression behind Kuzan. On the other warship was a man wearing a tall, pointed hat and with a straight, long beard. He stood at the bow of the ship with a serious expression, as meticulous as a statue. Strawberry. Ryan recognized him. Standing behind him was Hina. 3 months at sea had helped her mature considerably, and she now resembled the cool and sophisticated older sister figure from Rain's past life memories. There was another boat, led by a man with a mohawk and a signature mustache, who was standing with his arms crossed, coldly watching the sea. Flying Squirrel. Behind him, Rain saw T-Pen standing as straight as a javelin. Finally, there was Lieutenant General Huashaishan's warship. The Lieutenant General, who always had a cigar in his mouth and a friendly, money-making expression, now had a particularly cold smile. Except for Vice Admiral John Joender's ship, which was not present, the ships of the other 5 trainee vice admirals who were leading the teams had all gathered here. 5 lieutenant generals, 5 fleets. For a moment, Ren was a little dazed. What kind of enemy could possibly require such a show of force? The massive fleet did not stop. After regrouping, they headed in the same direction. After reaching the outskirts of a lush green island, the fleet slowly came to a stop, and Ren saw that small boats had been lowered from the other 4 flagships. Lieutenant Generals Kuzan, Strawberry, Flying Squirrel, and Fire Mountain boarded Sakazuki's flagship and went straight into the command room. Rain turned around and looked at the island in front of him, where a towering tree grew in the center. The tree was so enormous that its canopy almost covered half the island, and countless houses and buildings were built around it, as if the entire civilization of the island resided on this giant tree. West Sea, 5th Lieutenant General. Giant tree. In Ren's mind, these clues were pieced together. Holy shit, O'Hara. A storm raged through Rain's heart. It was that Buster call that destroyed the sacred site of archaeology, initiated by Spondam, with Sakazuki and Kuzan both involved. No wonder it's like this. Just then, as if to confirm his conjecture, the door to the command room of the Sakazuki flagship opened. Ren suddenly looked up. Lieutenant Generals Kuzan, Strawberry, Flying Squirrel, and Fire Mountain emerged from the crowd, each with a different expression. The meeting has obviously ended. The next second, Sakazuki's icy voice rang out through the warship's internal broadcast den mushi, echoing throughout the entire ship. Attention all soldiers. This is not a drill. Sakazuki's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. The island before us O'Hara is harboring a group of demons who intend to overthrow the world. They have violated the highest taboo of the world government. Just then, a sudden commotion broke out in the command room. A communications officer rushed onto the deck in a panic, holding a pure silver den mushi in his hands. He ignored everyone on the deck and went straight to Sakazuki, who was standing in front of the bridge command platform. Lieutenant General. The communications soldier's voice trembled. The buster call signal has been connected. A silver den mushi. Ren's pupils contracted sharply. He knew the difference between the two den mushi better than anyone else. The golden den mushi was an access key, used to activate the buster call, possessed by only a very few supreme rulers worldwide. The silver one was a receiver. Once it rings, it means that the person who possesses the golden den mushi has pressed the button of destruction. Damn it, they came as soon as they said they'd come. Sakazuki accepted the silver den mushi, which was emitting a piercing scream, without any expression on his face. He coldly pressed the answer button, and the piercing scream abruptly stopped. This is Sakazuki. A rapid, commanding voice came from the other end of the line. Understood. Sakazuki hung up the communication. His stern face remained expressionless, as if he had just received a routine weather forecast, not an order to destroy an island. He picked up another den mushi microphone that was connected to the fleet's public channel. On deck, there was a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath. All fleet, listen up. Sakazuki's words were curt, cold, and devoid of any emotion, transmitted to every warship in the sea via den mushi. Target confirmed O'Hara? The buster call activated. Repeat, the buster call activated. He paused, then continued issuing orders with cold indifference. All personnel, launch a landing operation. Completely eliminate all the demons on the island. Immediately afterwards, he issued a second, even more chilling order into the microphone. All warships, immediately launch an indiscriminate bombardment of the entire island of O'Hara. Boom. As the order was given, the cannons of the 5 warships roared in unison. Ren looked at the silver den mushi, then at the giant tree in the distance. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, this internship has been full of surprises. Landing craft? Prepare. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl had already drawn his saber and began roaring as he assembled the troops. Chapter 58 The Tragic Wish of the Omniscient Tree. The deafening roar of artillery fire instantly drowned out the sound of the waves. The landing craft jolted violently and crashed into the shore of O'Hara with a loud bang. The icy sea water, mixed with the scorching heat from the exploding shells, slapped against Ren's face, carrying the smell of gunpowder and burnt flesh. Before Ren was a sea of fire. The cold, impersonal orders had already reached the ears of every soldier via den mushi. Not only them, but also the warships of Kuzan, Strawberry, Flying Squirrel, and Fire Mountain on the horizon launched several landing craft, which simultaneously surged toward this peaceful island from all directions. Execute the order? Drive all civilians to the refugee ships on the west coast? No scholars are allowed to board. Lieutenant Colonel Dahl was the first to draw his sword and rush out. Ren and the terrified Rossi Nandi were caught up in the landing forces. They stepped onto the shore, and the scene before them was utterly chaotic. The naval soldiers, like wolves and tigers, brutally pounded the civilians' backs with their rifle butts, driving them in one direction. Hurry up! Don't dawdle! No luggage allowed! Move along! A mother screamed as she shielded her child beneath her. A Navy soldier hesitated for a moment, but then, with a cold expression, kicked her, "Get out of here! Do you want to die?" Flames engulfed the houses, and the fleeing, shouting civilians were like livestock being driven away. Sudden, boom! A crisp gunshot rang out. Ryan turned his head sharply. Not far away, an elderly man dressed as a scholar was trying to run back from the line towards the Tree of Omniscience, crying out, "My books, my history." A CP agent in a black suit raised his pistol expressionlessly and pointed it at the old man's back. The old man slowly collapsed, the books he was holding scattered on the ground, stained with blood. Ren stood there, stunned. He watched as the CP agent coldly put away his gun, then glanced at the naval soldiers around him who were still brutally driving away civilians. He saw that the word justice on the capes behind the soldiers was incredibly clear and dazzling in the firelight. Damn! Ryan's Adam's apple bobbed. Is this what justice is? Rain thought he had long since become numb. After more than 2 years in the world of One Piece, his hands were already stained with blood. He thought his modern soul had long been hardened by this cruel world. However, when he saw the hellish scene before him, a strong sense of physical discomfort suddenly surged up from his stomach. Rain, what are you spacing out for? Lieutenant Colonel Dahl noticed his hesitation, turned around and roared, "Execute orders? Get moving." The veins on Rain's hand, gripping the hilt of the knife, bulged, yet it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He can be ruthless towards pirates because they are all villains. But these people before me, are unarmed civilians? Scholars? Inside his body, the values emanating from his modern soul acted like the strongest shackles, pinning him firmly to the spot. Just as he was struggling to the extreme, his talent of listening to the voice of all things allowed him to sense the vast amount of negative emotions on the island. Ryan abruptly covered his ears, his face turning deathly pale. He had heard it. He heard a child's desperate cries as he searched for his mother amidst the flames. He heard a scholar's lament on the eve of his death, lamenting the loss of knowledge. He heard the mournful cries emanating from the roof beams as flames engulfed the building. He heard the land, rocks, trees, of the entire island crying, "Stop, stop, stop!" shouting. With a thump, Ran knelt on one knee, his mental strength nearly collapsing from the overwhelming torrent of negative information, cold sweat instantly soaking through his standard naval uniform. Rain, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Razanandi's pained expression, he instinctively rushed over to help him up. All he heard was Ryan's painful howls as he squeezed out a few words, "It's too noisy, stop shouting." Noise. Razanandi was taken aback, then realized that Ren was stunned by the sound of gunfire and screams. Without a second thought, he activated his still unskilled Devil Fruit ability, and an invisible barrier instantly opened, enveloping the two of them. In an instant, all the sounds of gunfire and screams from the outside world disappeared. The world fell into a deathly silence. However, Razanandi discovered that Ren was not getting better. Instead, he was trembling violently and his face was as pale as paper. Just as Rain was about to be overwhelmed by this enormous wail and his mind was about to completely collapse, a voice forcefully intervened, drowning out all the noise. "This sound does not belong to any human being. It is ancient, like countless pages turning simultaneously, carrying wisdom and weariness spanning millennia. Can you hear me, listener?" In the midst of his mental turmoil, Ren grasped at this lifeline. Who are you? I have lived for so long that I have forgotten my own name. People now generally call me the Tree of Omniscience." "It's you?" Ren suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the flames and smoke, looking at the huge Tree of Omniscience in the center of the island, which had already begun to burn. "Why can you talk to me?" Ren found that the enormous wail in his mind had been blocked. "Because of your talent." The tree's voice carried a hint of weariness. "It allowed you to hear the voices of all things, and also made you endure pain you shouldn't have to bear. I have temporarily sheltered your spirit with my will." "Why are you helping me?" Ren asked, full of confusion. "I'm a marine too, just like the people who are destroying this place. I sensed the struggle deep within your soul. You do not belong in this destruction," the omniscient tree explained. "I have been rooted in O'Hara for 5,000 years, I have witnessed history, and I have protected history. Now all of this is doomed, please, save them." Ding! Special will detected. Triggering side quest, The Tragic Wish of the Omniscient Tree. Mission objective, do everything in your power to save the scholars of O'Hara. Task rewards, unknown. An hour earlier, in the forest on the other side of O'Hara Island, a little girl with black hair was running desperately through the woods. She was wearing a tattered dress, her fair skin was covered in mud, and her big eyes were brimming with tears, but she bit her lip tightly to keep from crying. Her mind was in complete chaos at that moment. The giant sorrow's warning and the news of her mother's return collided wildly in her little head. She ran against the flow of people. The island's residents were rushing towards the port with their families, but she was desperately running in the opposite direction. The Tree of Omniscience is her only home. At the next intersection, she brushed past a woman in a coat who looked flustered. The woman was running towards the shore. After an unknown amount of time, the little girl finally ran to the library of the Tree of Omniscience. Unlike the panic outside, this place remains as quiet as ever. The scholars were immersed in a vast sea of books, completely unaware of the impending catastrophe. The only sound in the air was the rustling of pages turning. The arrival of the little girl broke the tranquility. PhD. Dr. Clover, who was organizing documents, was startled. He turned around and saw Robin covered in mud. "Robin, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" "Professor." Robin rushed over, grabbed Professor Clover's robe, and was almost crying. Wasn't my mom just here?" "Alvia." Professor Clover's aged face was filled with shock. "Robin, you." Before the professor could answer, Robin immediately grabbed his robe and cried out, the Navy is coming." "Saul, what did you say?" Professor Clover finally reacted. He grabbed Robin's shoulder, realizing the seriousness of the situation, and was about to order an evacuation. Boom! The library's massive wooden door was blasted open by an immense force. Amidst the smoke and dust, a group of secret agents dressed in black suits walked in. The man at the head of the group pushed up his sunglasses and coldly looked at the flustered scholars. "By order of the world government," the lead agent said coldly, "the Library of the Tree of Knowledge is to be sealed off immediately." Chapter 59 is a bit impolite. A powerful gust of air swept countless precious pages into the sky, only for them to fall back down in a flurry. SHH, SHH, SHH. The uniform sound of military boots treading on the scattered pages and fragments of door panels was unsettling. A group of expressionless agents dressed in pure black suits quickly poured into the Tree of Omniscience. "Don't move. Put down whatever you're holding." "Robin." Dr. Clover's face turned pale. Instinctively, he pulled the terrified Robin behind him and shielded her with his aged body. Robin clutched the doctor's clothes in terror, peering through the gap at the intruders. "Forget about those pieces of paper," the lead agent roared hoarsely. "Everyone, assemble immediately in the open space outside the library. Anyone who resists will be executed on the spot." The agents, like wolves and tigers, brutally drove the scholars away from the sacred Tree of Omniscience. The scholars were pushed and shoved, gathering in the open space in front of the tree. The wind began to pick up, whipping at the scholars' hastily put together garments and bringing with it the damp, chilly air from the sea. The sky, unnoticed, had become terribly overcast. Just as the scholars were filled with anxiety, the crowd parted. A man in a suit with a mustache and an arrogant expression walked over. Behind him were 2 agents, escorting a woman who was almost unconscious. Bang! The woman was casually thrown onto the muddy ground. The woman was very tall and had a rare head of long, light white hair, which was now covered in blood and mud like a mop. Her coat was tattered, and a gruesome knife wound in her abdomen was still bleeding. With each breath, new blood foam would spill from the corner of her mouth. Robin stared intently at the woman. Even though it was their first meeting, her heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, a sudden, inexplicable pain threatening to engulf her, and an indescribable sadness almost swallowed her whole. Olvia, Dr. Clover looked at the woman, his aged face instantly drained of color, leaving only pain and shock. Doctor, Olvia raised her head with difficulty, her unfocused gaze sweeping across the crowd, finally, settling on the black-haired little girl hiding behind the doctor. Her pupils constricted sharply, and tears mixed with blood instantly washed away, leaving 2 pale streaks. Luo, Bin. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Doctor. Spandane strode over triumphantly, his leather shoes stopping beside Olvia. He didn't even bother to look down at the heavily wounded criminal. This woman is a fugitive. A few days ago, all her companions were executed for deciphering ancient texts. If you have any relationship with her, things will be much easier. Dr. Clover instantly understood something. He saw the unbreakable gaze between Robin and Olvia, and he also saw Spandam's sinister grin. Robin. The doctor's expression changed drastically. He shoved Robin in another direction and growled with all his might, "Run. Don't look back. Go to the refugee ship at the port. Run." "Oh, where do you want her to go, doctor?" Spandam let out a sharp, cold laugh. "Too late. Everyone's here. Now we're just waiting for the result." No sooner had he finished speaking than a muffled boom was heard. A violent explosion erupted at the entrance to the basement of the Tree of Omniscience. The scholars cried out in despair, "What are you doing? That's the Tree of All Knowledge? What do you take it for?" "Found it." A CP9 agent emerged from the smoke and debris, ignoring the charred edges of his clothes, excitedly holding up a book. "Sir," the agent reported excitedly, his voice distorted with elation, "found it? They're researching evidence of ancient writing, they've found it. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. I've got the credit." Upon hearing the report, Spandam could no longer conceal his ecstatic joy. He laughed loudly, his face contorted in a grimace, and strode triumphantly to the center of the open space. Under the desperate, angry, and fearful gaze of all the scholars, he slowly pulled out the golden Den Mushi, a symbol of absolute destruction, from his pocket. "All fleet, heed my command." Spandam roared into the microphone, spittle flying. "This is CP9 Commander Spandam. The evidence against O'Hara for researching ancient scripts is irrefutable. In the name of the world government, I hereby declare a buster call against O'Hara." He pressed the button on the golden Den Mushi in his hand hard. Boom. At the same time, the warships in the distance roared in anger. Terrifying shells ripped through the gloomy sky, carrying a destructive shriek as they flew over the coast, with several shells striking the trunk of the Tree of Omniscience. Flames shot skyward. No, the Tree of Omniscience is on fire. The scholars stared at the burning giant tree and let out heart-wrenching cries of despair. The knowledge they dedicated their lives to protecting is being mercilessly devoured by flames. Spandam. Dr. Clover's eyes turned bloodshot. He broke through the obstruction of the agents around him and shouted at Spandam, "I don't care what you're going to do to us, but before that, let me speak with the 5 elders." Spanda initially didn't want to pay attention to the old man, since his mission was already complete, but after a second thought, he still connected the line with a cold smile. He wanted to see the old man's last performance. The Den Mushi connected, and an old yet dignified voice came from the other end, carrying an air of superior indifference. "Is it Clover? Now that things have come to this, do you have any last words?" The 5 elders. Dr. Clover gripped the microphone tightly with both hands, as if holding on to O'Hara's last hope. "We study the poneglyphs simply to find out what happened in the past. We have absolutely no intention of being enemies with the world government. Even a thirst for knowledge without malice can sometimes bring about irreparable disaster." The voice on the other end of the Den Mushi remained cold. "For the sake of world stability, some things must be buried forever." "Absurd." Dr. Clover roared. "History is the commonwealth of all mankind. Whatever happened in the past is a path that humanity has walked. If we don't face the past, how can we move towards the future? The future has no need for those dangerous noises. Your O'Hara's thirst for knowledge has gone too far. Whatever happened in the past, it is history created by humankind. It is the wealth of all mankind. You have no right to erase it." After a brief silence, the person on the other end of the Den Mushi seemed to lose patience. "If this is your last message, then you can go on your way." And many more. Seeing that the other party was about to hang up, Dr. Clover knew he couldn't persuade them and had to play his last card. He took a deep breath, his voice becoming exceptionally clear amidst the gunfire. "Since you insist on this, then at least listen to our final conclusion. We already know why you are so afraid of that void century." The breathing on the other end of the Den Mushi seemed to pause for a moment. "In that period of history, there existed a vast kingdom that was your enemy." "Shut up." A cold, authoritative roar came from the other end of the Den Mushi, its oppressive force reverberating through the receiver, making Spandam's ears ring. "You bug, you know too much. Spandam, kill him, now, immediately." The other party hung up the phone immediately after saying that. Yes, yes. Spondam was terrified by the roar. He instantly drew his pistol and frantically aimed it at Dr. Clover's head, who was right in front of him. Die, you demon. Boom. Gunshots rang out. Firelight, wind, cannon fire, and cries of agony, all seemed to be silenced at that moment. The anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. Spondam stared in astonishment, his hand holding the gun frozen in midair. Dr. Clover slowly opened his eyes, which had been waiting to die. A tall figure had appeared in front of Dr. Clover without anyone noticing. Dressed in simple black casual wear, his back was straight as a pine tree. Tall and slender, with short, neat black hair, the man slowly raised his right hand, which had been covering the doctor's forehead. Between his index and middle fingers, he held a slightly deformed lead bullet that was still emitting blue smoke. The bullet's kinetic energy didn't seem to have completely dissipated, causing a slight sizzling sound between his two fingers. I said. His voice was so calm and even, as if he were complaining. However, this calm sound clearly drowned out the sounds of wind, fire, and artillery fire, spreading throughout the deathly silent open space. Isn't it a bit impolite to resort to shooting so readily? Chapter 60. They're already dead, it doesn't matter. Spondam's hand holding the gun trembled. He stared in astonishment at the man who held the bullet between two fingers, then looked at his own still smoking pistol. Who are you? After a brief silence, Spondam let out a piercing roar, trying to mask his fear with volume. I don't care who you are. How dare you obstruct CP9 from carrying out its duties? We are acting on orders from the world government. You are declaring war on the world government. You accomplice of O'Hara. Dr. Clover and the scholars were on tenterhooks, both shocked by the man's abilities and worried that he would be labeled an O'Hara accomplice. However, Ryan completely ignored Spondam's taunts. He slowly turned his head, his gaze passing over Spondam, sweeping over the severely injured and dying Alvia in the mud, and finally, settling on the little black-haired girl behind Dr. Clover, who was peeking out with half her head out, her face streaked with tears and terror. This act of ignoring is precisely the greatest contempt. Asshole. CP9 agents are top-notch experts and the sharpest blades of the world government. When have they ever been ignored like this? An agent behind Spondam, wielding a long knife, could no longer bear the humiliation. He roared and drew his sword. How dare you disobey your superior? You're asking for death. Watch out. Dr. Clover and the scholars exclaimed in unison. The agent gripped the knife in both hands, adopting an offensive stance, his muscles tense, seemingly preparing to use shave to teleport and deliver a fatal blow. He was just about to move. SHH. Redden's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The CP9 agent's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. He hadn't even had a chance to activate his masterful 6 styles of the Navy? What about people? A chill ran from the solace of my feet straight up to the top of my head. He instinctively sensed the extreme danger, but his body couldn't react in time. The next instant, Ryan's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, so close that the agent could see Ryan's terrifyingly calm eyes behind his glasses. The agent's ferocious expression froze on his face, replaced by boundless fear. He held the knife high, but could no longer bring it down. Because Ren had already extended his right hand, using his index and middle fingers to pinch the sharp blade with his bare hand. 2 fingers covered in jet black armor color stood as steady as a mountain. The agent was horrified. He used all his strength to try to pull the knife back or strike it down. However, the knife seemed to be welded to the air, remaining completely still. You're too slow and too weak, Ren commented calmly. Seeing that the struggle had completely failed, the agent made a decisive move, immediately releasing his grip on the knife and flashing his right hand to reach for the gun at his waist, attempting to switch to shooting to deal with Ryan. Unfortunately, Ryan was faster than him. Before his right hand, which was reaching for the gun, could even touch his waist, Ryan's figure had already appeared behind him like a ghost. Click. With a crisp cracking sound, Ryan's left-hand karate chop cleanly and decisively sliced the agent's nape. The agent's body flew out like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the burning trunk of the omniscient tree, killing him instantly. Jasper. Overall rating, SR3. Sin Index, 11,180. As expected of the world government's henchmen, even an ordinary CP9 agent has earned over 10,000 sin points. Ran quickly glanced at the prompts on the system panel. The long sword, now without its master, began to fall straight to the ground. Without even looking, Rain scooped up the falling knife hilt with his right hand and caught it steadily. The entire room fell silent. The remaining CP9 agents were completely stunned by this overwhelming scene. They understood better than the scholars how horrific what had just happened was. It wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. They immediately and instinctively raised their pistols, pointing the dark muzzles at Ryan. Even though they knew it might be useless, this action was the only thing that could give them a tiny bit of security. Cold sweat soaked their suits, their fingers trembled slightly on the triggers, but no one dared to fire the first shot. Spondam was so frightened that he collapsed onto the muddy ground, his legs trembling violently. Although he collapsed to the ground in terror, he still refused to admit defeat, pointing at Rain and screaming menacingly, "You're dead. You're absolutely dead. Do you know what's outside? It's the Buster call. It's 5 lieutenant generals. You killed our people. You're dead. Go sink to the bottom of the sea with O'Hara. I don't know if I'll live or die." Rain faced Spandane and casually twirled his sword, the sharp blade gleaming coldly in the firelight. "But I know. Rain looked up, his glasses reflecting a cold, fiery light. You're all dead. As soon as he finished speaking, jet black armament haki instantly surged up from his hand holding the sword, covering the entire blade. If you kill 100 pirates, you might accidentally kill one adventurer who doesn't deserve to die. It's absolutely impossible for a world government CP agent to accidentally kill someone. They are the dirtiest black gloves of the world government, the lackeys who trample on justice, and every single one of them deserves to die. Ren waved his hand casually, his heart unmoved. A jet black sword aura, too fast to be seen with the naked eye, swept across. The sword energy precisely bypassed Spandam, who was lying on the ground, and flew past his nose, creating a gust of wind pressure. Spandam felt a chill in his groin, and then, to his horror, he saw the dozen or so CP9 agents standing behind him freeze in place. The next second, their upper and lower bodies separated neatly, and blood mist gushed out. Plus 12,420. Plus 9,580. Plus 8,350. Plus 15,610. Dr. Clover and the scholars were completely stunned. They had spent their entire lives studying history, and had never seen such absolute power, as if a demon had descended. Rain used his observation haki to sense the entire area and confirmed that there were no living CP agents within range. He clicked his tongue in disgust and casually tossed the knife aside. I thought it would be a long and drawn-out fight. Rain muttered to himself. I didn't expect it to be so weak. He stretched his neck and walked toward the only enemy still standing in the room, Spandam, who was completely terrified. Just then, in the distance, Rosinandi's voice could be faintly heard, not loud, but with a distinctive urgency. Rain, wait for us. Why are you running so fast? Ren glanced back. But he didn't stop what he was doing. He took 2 steps forward, picked up a pistol from the ground, and pointed it at Spandam, who was lying on the ground speechless. Boom. The gunshots rang out, barely noticeable amidst the artillery fire. Spandam had a bullet hole between his eyebrows, and his terrified expression was forever frozen on his face. Spandane. Overall rating, SR5. Sin Index, 217,790. Ryan blew away the smoke from the muzzle of his gun and casually tossed it aside. His face showed no expression, but his mind was focused on the 21 sin points Spandam had brought him. It's surprising that Spandane has brought us the second highest number of sin points after Roger. But considering the tragedy of Raya Hera in the original story and its far-reaching impact, it makes sense. With a thought, Rain glanced at the available benefits from the CP agents and then converted them all into physical inheritance. Something is better than nothing. On the other side, Rossi Nandi and Smoker were running from a distance, with shells constantly falling behind them. I wonder if this guy has given birth to that beast Spandam yet. A silly thought suddenly flashed through Rain's mind. Never mind, it's not important anymore. Rain thought for a moment and then suddenly laughed. Now that I'm here, Robin's fate has been rewritten, so there won't be any more Ice Lobby incidents in the future. Chapter 61 I must save these scholars. The roar of artillery fire was the only melody on the land of O'Hara at that moment. The sky was terribly gloomy, as if it might collapse at any moment. The burning tree of omniscience, like a towering torch, illuminated the entire gloomy daytime with a ghastly red glow. The scorching air was filled with the smell of burnt paper and the salty, fishy vapor carried by the wind from the sea. Boom! Another shell landed not far away, sending up a hail of dirt and rubble. The surviving scholars let out a new round of screams, instinctively huddled together and crouched down, trembling in despair. In the midst of this chaotic moment, Rossi Nandi and Smoker scrambled to the edge of the open space. When Smoker arrived, he was taken aback when he saw Rain standing calmly amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The next second, he spat out the cigar from his mouth, threw it on the ground, and crushed it with his muddy military boots. Rain. Smoker rushed up, not even bothering to wipe the soot off his face, and said in a low voice, "What the hell are you doing? Didn't you say there was something important? Why did you suddenly speed up and leave us behind? What's the meaning of rushing over here first?" Rain, Rossi Nandi, clutching his knees, gasped for breath. He looked up, and his gaze froze instantly. The corpse of a CP9 agent. Headless, broken-waisted, severed at the waist by sword energy, streams of blood. Rossi Nandi felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. His gaze moved from the corpse to Rain's calm profile, and then to the scholars in the distance, whose faces were filled with despair. Rosinandi's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to understand something. "These people are?" he asked, trembling. Rain clapped his hands without changing his expression and slowly straightened his wrinkled collar. "Who else could it be?" he said casually. "A bunch of pirates who wanted to take advantage of the buster call to land on the island and loot. I took care of them in the process." Pirates. Smoker's brows furrowed deeply as he recognized the distinctive insignia on the black suits. Pirates dressed so uniformly. "Never mind who they are." Ryan's voice was extremely serious, without a trace of a joke, forcefully interrupting Smoker's questioning. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the desperate scholars, over the seriously injured Alvia, and over the little girl named Robin who was clinging tightly to Dr. Clover's clothes. Finally, his gaze returned to Smoker and Rosinanti's faces. "I have something more important to ask you now." The atmosphere froze at that moment, and the sounds of gunfire seemed to fade into the distance. "Do either of you trust me?" Rossi Nandi didn't hesitate at all. This wasn't a problem for him at all. He nodded vigorously, his voice cracking with excitement. Of course, Ryan? Of course I trust you. Smoker fell silent. He wasn't as naive as Rocinante. He looked at the CP9 corpses scattered on the ground, then at Rain's unwavering gaze. He knew that Ryan was lying. But, nonsense. Smoker finally spoke, his voice hoarse as he roared. I dropped everything and came fucking over here the moment I got your signal, and now you're asking me if I trust you. After living as roommates for so long, the name Ryan had long since become as important to Smoker as Hina. What exactly are you trying to say? Smoker pressed. It is good. Ren nodded. That was exactly what he was waiting for. He took a deep breath and, under everyone's gaze, uttered those earth-shattering words. I plan to save all these scholars. Rossini, degree. Smoker and Rocinante both gasped in shock. Are you insane? Rain. Smoker practically jumped up, his voice low and menacing. This is the Buster Call? It's the world government's highest order? Even if we don't carry out the order, openly disobeying it? Do you want to be executed as a war criminal? An order from the world government. Rain sneered. Smoker, look around. He pointed to the unarmed people trembling in the firelight. What crime did they commit? Just for studying history? Just for knowing things that some people shouldn't know? I don't care what the government's orders are. Ryan's voice suddenly rose, filled with unquestionable authority, but this is a massacre. These words struck Smoker and Rocinante like a heavy hammer blow. Rocinante was kind by nature and already deeply resented such indiscriminate attacks. At this moment, he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. Smoker's chest heaved violently. He believed in justice, but he believed in the justice in his own heart, not in the indiscriminate orders from above. Oh shit. Smoker spat angrily on the ground. I knew nothing good would come of hanging out with you. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Ren. Tell me, what are we going to do? There are at least dozens of scholars here. We're too big a target. How are we going to escape? There are warships everywhere outside. A slight smile finally appeared on Ryan's lips. Now it's right. He didn't answer immediately, but walked straight to Smoker and ripped the military satchel he was carrying off his shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? Smoker was taken aback. Ryan unzipped his jacket, reached inside, and pretended to rummage through it. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, Ryan pulled out a whole bunch of things from his small satchel: sterile gauze, hemostats, rolls of bandages, several large bottles of medical alcohol, suture needles and thread, and 7 or 8 small pill bottles filled with various kinds of pills. The items quickly piled up into a small mountain on the ground. Smoker rolled his eyes on the spot. He glanced down at the pile of supplies, then at his own deflated satchel, too lazy to even shake it. I knew it. It's that trick again, Smoker muttered, clearly unfazed by it. Ignoring his two companions' reactions, Ryan grabbed some essential first aid supplies and shouted to the group of scholars behind him. Does anyone know anything about medicine? This lady is in critical condition. Help her control her injuries. Several scholars in the crowd immediately realized what was happening. I know. I used to be a doctor. Okay, come here quickly. Rain handed them the things and then knelt down beside Alvia. Her breathing was very weak, and the wound in her abdomen had started to bleed again. Looking into her gray eyes, which were beginning to glaze over from blood loss, Ryan said softly, "Hang in there, madam. Soon you will be able to reunite with your daughter and live together forever." Alvia's unfocused pupils suddenly contracted. With her last ounce of strength, she gripped Rain's wrist, her lips parting slightly. Who are you? Why are you helping us? Helping O'Hara. There will be plenty of opportunities to chat later. Ryan gently placed her hand back. Let's save your energy for now. He stood up and watched as the scholars, though somewhat clumsy, began to clean and stop the bleeding for Alvia. Redden's gaze fell upon the blazing tree of omniscience. He asked himself whether he would have chosen to save these scholars had the tree of omniscience not intervened. The answer is yes. This has nothing to do with any saintly heart. Rather, it's because his soul from a past life cannot tolerate being a bystander. If today, having the power to rewrite everything, he still chooses to ignore it like a tortoise, and afterwards comforts himself that it is all their fate, he would despise himself for the rest of his life. He didn't want to live like that kind of useless person. Chapter 62. It's not that easy. Just then, Dr. Clover, leaning on a cane and supported by several scholars, walked over. He bowed deeply to Ren. "Thank you for saving our lives," he said sincerely, "but the world government has issued a buster call against us, and there is nowhere left for us on this vast ocean. You saved us, but where can we go? Despair still looms over everyone. Do not." Ryan shook his head. "I know a place. A place that is absolutely safe and perfect for you to do your research in peace." He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick smoke and flames, looking up at the sky. "We'll set off once Ms. Alvia's injuries have been treated." For the first time, a glimmer of hope truly shone into the hearts of the scholars. Ryan turned back, wasting no more time, and began giving instructions to Smoker and Rocinante. "The plan is simple. Smoker, you're in charge of creating a large area of smoke to engulf us all. Rocinante, you're in charge of eliminating all sound. We must break through to the port undetected." He paused, then added, "I will take care of any minor troubles that may arise on the way." Upon hearing this, Rocinante felt that his abilities were finally going to be put to good use. He nodded heavily, eager to prove himself, and immediately activated his abilities. The realm of silence. An invisible circular domain unfolded instantly. In an instant, the sounds of wind, fire, cannon fire, scholars' discussions, and weeping, everything was silenced. The scholars, who were engaged in a heated discussion, suddenly found themselves unable to utter a sound. They opened their mouths in horror, but could only see each other's silent mouth movements. A new wave of panic is spreading? Rain opened his mouth as well, but found that no sound came out. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Boom! He swung a powerful punch, slamming it into the back of Rosinandi's head. Pfft! Rosinandi was hit so hard that his eyes rolled back. Ryan mouthed a silent roar at Rosinandi. Idiot! At least wait until I've finished explaining to them before you start driving. Sorry. Rosinanti finally realized what was happening and quickly deactivated his ability. A piercing noise surged back instantly. The scholars were taken aback at first, then erupted into an even bigger uproar. They looked at Ryan and Rosinandi in horror and instinctively took a few steps back. What just happened? Why can't we speak all of a sudden? Is it the power of a devil fruit? This unknown fear of devil fruit abilities lasted only a few seconds before being replaced by another, much larger emotion. What? An elderly scholar abruptly turned to the burning giant tree, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. He rushed over, grabbed Redden's sleeve, and pleaded desperately. The tree of omniscience is still burning? Please help us, for it contains all the fruits of our wisdom. Yes? I have to go back. Those manuscripts haven't been backed up yet. Yes? Let's go back. Death is not terrible, but knowledge must be preserved. His words ignited a powder keg, and the other scholars became agitated, some even desperately trying to rush back. Looking at the giant tree was more painful than seeing themselves die. Stop right there, you bastards. Rain's voice even drowned out the artillery fire from not far away. Books? You're still thinking about books. Books are merely vessels of knowledge. They are inanimate. You are the living ones. As long as you live, knowledge exists. When you die, those books, even if they remain, will be nothing more than waste paper for future generations to admire. He pointed to the burning giant tree, his voice filled with unquestionable authority. Human wisdom and its inheritance depend on your minds, not on those pieces of paper. If you survive, you can create 10 or even 100 times more knowledge than those papers contain. Now, everyone follow my orders. The scholars were stunned by these words. Although their faces were still full of grief, the madness in their eyes finally faded and was replaced by the will to survive. Rain quickly informed all the scholars of the plan to break out in smoke and silence, and sternly warned them not to fall behind no matter what happened. Faced with the threat of death and the hope of new life, the scholars displayed astonishing determination. Smoker. White smoke. Smoker transformed his arms into smoke, creating an unprecedented thick fog that resembled a moving white wall, enveloping dozens of scholars. Rosinandi. Silent domain. Rosinandi activated his ability again, this time being more careful and confining the area to the smoke. Set off. Ren waved and walked at the front, and the group began to silently advance toward the port amidst the smoke and silence. Speaking of which, Rain sensed the chaos around him with his observation haki. Where's that giant Vice Admiral Saul? Why didn't he rush over as planned? Never mind him. Anyway, I remember in the story, although he was frozen by Kuzan at the end, he didn't seem to die. This combination worked surprisingly well. The island was in chaos, with the Navy carrying out bombardment and encirclement missions. This silent fog moving in the chaos did not seem particularly abrupt, but rather resembled a huge cloud of smoke and dust stirred up by artillery fire. A dozen minutes later, the port came into view in the distance. Just as a glimmer of joy began to rise in everyone's hearts, Ren suddenly stopped in his tracks. Smoker and Rosinanti stopped in their tracks and looked at him with puzzled expressions. Rain didn't answer, he simply looked up and gazed at the back of the line. The temperature seems to be dropping. Rain's extraordinary observation haki spread out like a radar network covering the entire island. Not far behind them, from the other end of the island, a powerful, icy aura was rapidly approaching along the coastline at an incredible speed. This aura was cold and powerful, without a doubt. Kuzan. Ren was instantly paralyzed. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. This aura, it's clearly coming straight for us. It seems like he knew we were here from the very beginning. Rain's observation haki detected that Kuzan's icy aura was rushing straight towards their cloud of smoke at high speed, without the slightest deviation. Where's Saul? Ren screamed inwardly. Come out and save him? You should be the one stopping him. Seeing that he couldn't rely on them, Ren frantically calculated in his mind. If we don't stop him, at his speed, we'll all be caught up in a minute at most. What to do? Ren hesitated for less than a second. Damn it, he thought fiercely, glancing at his personal panel. So what if you're Kuzan? You're just a lieutenant general now? My blade isn't exactly dull either. If you really push me too far, I'll break your leg 20 years early today. He grabbed Rosinanti, who was standing next to him, and gestured for him to deactivate his powers. Rosinanti didn't understand, but he did as he was told immediately. The instant the voice returned, Ryan spoke at top speed. You guys go first. There's a tail following us, I'll take care of it. You take your men to the port, find any of the biggest ships, and try to leave O'Hara. I'll catch up with you, trust me. Rain? You Smoker exclaimed in shock. But Ryan didn't give them any chance to ask further questions. After saying that, he didn't look back. In a flash, he went against the flow of people and rushed alone out of the smoke. Chapter 63 Horse-Faced Guy. O'Hara is burning. Like a doomsday torch, the omniscient tree scatters thick smoke and ash into the sky, turning the daytime a despairing, dim yellow. The roar of cannons, the sound of collapsing buildings, the cries of civilians, and the roars of soldiers mingled together, creating a chaotic symphony of destruction. In the center of this inferno, on the only road leading to the port, Ren stood alone, silent. The blazing firelight in the distance cast a long shadow of him. He calmly put on Clark's glasses. In an instant, his entire demeanor underwent a subtle change. That sharp, piercing edge, like a drawn blade, was completely concealed, replaced by a gentle, approachable older brother-like feeling. Click, click, creak. A chill is creeping in. The chill did not come from the weather in the West Sea. The burning houses around them seemed to be suppressed by an invisible frost, and their pulses were no longer so intense. Accompanied by the sickening sound of a bicycle, an exaggeratedly tall figure approached from afar. The man was riding an old-fashioned bicycle, his exaggeratedly long legs awkwardly pedaling with nowhere to go. He wore an expensive white three-piece suit with a dark blue shirt, a navy bowler hat that covered his fluffy black curly hair, and a comical green eye patch on his forehead. In this raging inferno, the man riding the bicycle seemed so out of place, utterly absurd. He is none other than Kuzan, the monster admiral codenamed Aokiji, who will become one of the Navy headquarters' top combat forces in the future. Kuzan had clearly noticed Ryan, who was blocking the way. He slowly squeezed the brakes, and the old bicycle came to a stop right in front of Ren with a creak. His sleepy eyes lazily surveyed Ren, especially his black-rimmed glasses that seemed completely out of place in this hellish scene. "Allah, Kuzan began, his voice as languid as he was. "This, bespectacled young man, I'm so sorry to disturb your enjoyment of the scenery." "Excuse me," he said, his lazy gaze sweeping around. "Did you see about a dozen scholars, making a racket, passing by here?" Ryan looked at him. Clark's glasses really work, even against a monster like Kuzan. Ryan gave a friendly smile, raised his hand, and casually pointed to the fork in the road to his right. I saw them." Ryan's voice was gentle and sincere. "I saw them rushing off in that direction. They looked really anxious. If you don't hurry, you won't be able to catch up with them." "Oh, really?" Upon hearing this, Kuzan smiled, his expression seemingly saying, "What a kind and helpful citizen. That's a huge help. Thank you so much for giving me directions, sir." With that, he pushed off the ground with his long legs, and the bicycle creaked. "Continue riding in the same direction toward the port." He didn't believe Ryan's nonsense at all. However, they had only ridden for less than 2 meters. Boom. A dull, short, yet extremely penetrating gunshot rang out. A bullet wrapped in jet-black armor-colored material seemed to teleport, striking the path that Kuzan's bicycle was sure to take half a meter in front of. Boom. The hard stone pavement was blasted open, instantly creating a crater half a meter deep at the point of impact. Debris and dust flew everywhere. Kuzan's bicycle screeched to a halt, the front wheel just centimeters from the still smoking crater. He slowly turned his head, tilting it to the side, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes, which seemed half asleep. He looked at Ryan, who was still holding his gun, as if asking, "What do you mean by this?" Ryan slowly lowered the oddly shaped pistol in his hand. His kind smile grew even wider. He raised his hand again and pointed to the fork in the road on the right. "This guy with the horse face." Rain's voice remained gentle. "I'm pointing in this direction. If you go the wrong way again, I can't guarantee where the next bullet will hit. Kuzan, _" The moment the words horse-faced guy were uttered, the air seemed to freeze. The sounds of wind, fire, and artillery fire seemed to vanish at that moment. Kuzan's sleepy expression began to disappear inch by inch. A terrifying chill, so cold it seemed to freeze the soul, suddenly erupted from him. The temperature plummeted at that moment. Click, click, click. Kuzan slowly lowered his long legs off the bicycle. The moment his military boots touched the ground, frost began to condense on the hard stone pavement at a visible speed. This chill even overwhelmed the flames of the exploding shells, and quickly spread wildly towards Ren. The surrounding burning ruins, the flickering flames, sizzled and dimmed in the face of this chill. "Allah." Kuzan slowly pushed up the blindfold on his forehead, revealing his cold and sharp eyes. There was no longer a trace of languor in them. Greeting someone with bullets coated in armament haki. His voice had lost all its languidness, replaced by a chilling coldness like a Siberian blast. "This is the first time I've ever seen someone do this in all the years I've been asking for directions." He stared into Ryan's glasses and asked, word by word, "Who exactly are you? Why are you obstructing the Navy from upholding justice?" "Justice." Upon hearing this, Ren smiled. He casually pretended to tuck the pistol into his waistband, but actually secretly put it into his ring. The lens reflected a white light in the firelight. He pointed to the blazing tree of omniscience behind Kuzan, and then to the 2 words on his cloak that were incredibly glaring in the firelight. "You call that justice?" Ren's smile carried an undisguised mockery. "Well, maybe I just find your justice too glaring." "Yeah." Kuzan slowly removed his navy bowler hat and casually tossed it aside. His signature voluminous black curly hair danced wildly in the interplay of cold and heat. "It seems you're not a kind passerby after all." He sighed, as if he was extremely troubled by what was to come. "That's really such a shame." Chapter 64 Rain vs. Kuzan. Before the words were finished, ice skates. With a casual wave of his hand, Kuzan instantly condensed the moisture in the air into an extremely sharp ice samurai sword, which he then grasped in his hand. SHH. Kuzan's figure blurred, instantly closing the distance, and he thrust his blade straight at Ren's heart. Go straight to the point of attack. Was Kuzan this hot-tempered when he was young? Ren was startled. He quickly realized that Kuzan still believed in the justice of burning. Despite his lazy demeanor, he was full of passion for fighting evil. This strike was as fast as lightning. However, instead of retreating, Ren advanced. The instant Kuzan made his move, his terrifying observation haki had already predicted the trajectory of the ice blade. Paper drawing. Ren's body slid to the side at an incredible angle, as if his entire body had no bones, perfectly gliding past the sharp ice blade. The two figures passed each other. Oh. Kuzan was taken aback. He hadn't expected his opponent's observation haki and physical skills to be so formidable. To actually dare to draw on paper in front of me, he's incredibly skilled and audacious. His confidence in his observation haki is abnormally high. If he were to be caught out, Rain would be seriously injured in just one hit. But he is Kuzan after all, with reaction speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. If he misses his attack, he must immediately turn around and retreat to defend. Late. It was as if Ryan's voice was right next to his ear. Just as the two passed each other, Rain's right fist, which was already prepared, was covered with inky black armament haki. A heavy punch containing terrifying power slammed into Kuzan's chest. Boom. A deafeningly loud bang. Under the influence of armament haki, Kuzan's elemental body was forcibly struck in its physical form. Well. Kuzan's pupils suddenly contracted. However, he wasn't knocked away as Ren had expected. He stood firmly on the ground, letting the immense force pound against his chest. Kuzan looked down at the expensive dark blue shirt on his chest, where a faint fist mark was clearly visible. He slowly exhaled a breath of cold air, raised his head, and for the first time, his icy eyes were filled with genuine solemnity. It hurt so much. Kuzan's expression turned completely serious. It actually managed to hit my physical body head-on. No, this domineering aura. Kuzan felt the pain as if the point of impact was vibrating internally. Where did you come from, you monster? Ren shook his slightly numb right fist, his eyes behind his glasses narrowing slightly. The gravity in his heart far exceeded what he showed on the surface. He used 80% of his strength in that punch, and even added the advanced application of armament haki, internal vibration, thinking it would at least cause some minor injury, but it only left a fist imprint. This is Kuzan. No wonder he's the youngest of the three future admirals. Even though he's only a lieutenant general now, his strength far surpasses that of ordinary lieutenant generals. No wonder Saul, who was also a lieutenant general in the original story, was almost instantly killed by him. This guy has been a monster from the very beginning. La. Ren shook his slightly numb right fist and mimicked Kuzan's tone. Looks like I won't be able to keep you here unless I show you some real skills. Kuzan's temple twitched with anger at this sarcastic remark. A quick-wit brat. He stopped wasting words and fully activated his battle mode. Ice block, two-spiked spear. With a wave of his hand, Kuzan instantly conjured several incredibly sharp ice spears in the air, which, accompanied by a biting cold wind, shot towards Ren from all directions. A trivial skill. Rain stood still, facing the whistling ice spears coming at him, and calmly swung a few slashes in front of him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 exquisitely refined azure vacuum slashes shot out like crescent moons, arriving first despite being launched later. Locked in by observation haki, the trajectory of each slash was crystal clear, precisely striking the tip of each ice spear. Crack. The ice spear shattered in midair, turning into countless ice crystals. Oh, your swordsmanship is quite good too. Kuzan praised, a hint of surprise flashing in his cold eyes. What about this move? Kuzan stomped the ground hard. Crack. A chilling aura, visible to the naked eye, clung to the ground like a venomous snake, and spread like lightning toward Rain's feet. Kuzan's tactics were clear. As long as he could freeze Rain's feet and limit his speed, the battle would be over. Moonwalk. How could Ren let him have his way? He suddenly stepped into the air, his whole body rising from the ground, nimbly dodging the frozen ground, and hovering in midair. Want to fly to the sky? Kuzan sneered, his figure blurring as he chased after them, seemingly walking on thin air. Ice skates. Kuzan conjured an ice blade in midair once more and slashed at Ren, who was unable to gain any leverage. Tisk, what a hassle. Rain forcefully twisted his body in midair, his domineering aura covering the entire blade. Ding. The domineering blade and the ice blade collided fiercely in midair. The immense impact sent Ren's arm numbing, and he was sent flying backward. Just as Rain was knocked back in midair, his old strength exhausted and new strength yet to arise, and was about to fall from the sky. Rain's observation haki suddenly jolted. He saw the future. He saw it for a second, and Kuzan on the ground seized the opening and slammed his hands down on the ground. He saw the ice age that devoured everything. He saw the future where he would be completely frozen along with the earth the moment he landed. Damn, I'm going to freeze. The moment this future flashed through Ren's mind, reality had only just begun. As Ren had seen, Kuzan on the ground seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon landing, he immediately slammed his hands into the ground. Ice age. Boom, boom, boom. The visible ice layer, like an ancient behemoth awakening, transformed into a white tsunami that seemed to devour everything, spreading wildly from all directions. The speed of this ice layer is indescribable. The whole earth is wailing. Kuzen's goal was clear, to freeze Rain and the surrounding land completely the moment Rain landed. Meanwhile, in midair, Rain remained calm in the face of this deadly attack. Thanks to his innate vortex perception and its ultimate control over his body, he managed to stabilize his falling form in midair and forcibly adjust his posture to the posture of holding a knife with both hands, gathering strength, and then slashing downwards. He focused all his power on a single point, aiming at the surging ice below and Kuzen behind it. Clang! A crisp, soul-severing slash resounded. A terrifying blade of light, so dark it seemed to devour light, slashed down fiercely from his hand, one sword style, parting the sea. At this moment, Ren poured all his domineering spirit, all his power, and all his spirit into this ultimate strike. Ren remained in the position of slashing downwards from midair. Before him, the surging, unstoppable ice river was cleaved open, creating a 100-meter-long ice-free passage. Wherever the blade's energy passed, the ice shattered. After tearing apart the ice age, the jet-black slash continued its momentum, heading straight for Kuzen himself behind the ice. Kuzen's expression changed drastically at that moment. He never expected that his opponent could unleash such a domineering slash even when in dire straits in midair. He immediately abandoned any further control over Ice Age, crossed his arms sharply in front of his chest, covered his entire body with the strongest armament haki, and simultaneously condensed an ice shield several meters thick. Boom! The pitch-black slash collided violently with the ice shield. A terrifying blast of air erupted instantly, knocking down all the surrounding houses. Kuzen was blasted backward by this unparalleled force. His ice shield, which he used for defense, shattered inch by inch. When he finally stopped, the surroundings were a mess. Kuzen slowly lowered his crossed arms, which had been used for blocking. A thin trail of blood flowed slowly down his strong forearm, dripping onto the newly frozen ice surface, where it shone with a glaring red. He got hurt. Kuzen looked down at the shallow scar on his arm, then glanced at the glasses guy in the distance. Ren also sized up Kuzen. Damn it. I used my ultimate move, and all I got was a scratch on his arm. Chapter 65, a great success in negotiation and inspection. The two were locked in a brief standoff. Kuzen lowered his head and slowly wiped away the faint bloodstain on his arm. His expression turned completely cold, and there was no longer the slightest bit of contempt in his eyes. The way he looked at Ryan was no longer that of an amusing brat, but that of a major threat that had to be eliminated immediately. I retract my previous statement. Kuzen's voice was icy cold. You are not only an accomplice of demons. You are 10,000 times more dangerous than those scholars. He slowly raised his hand, and the cold air began to gather again. Kuzen's killing intent began to spread. Glasses, you're strong. But if you manage to stop the Buster Call like this, the Navy will lose face. He was clearly going to use his true abilities to end this battle once and for all. Ice Cube, Tyrannosaurus Beak. With a wave of his hand, Kuzen instantly conjured several lifelike ice birds, which, carrying a chilling aura, shrieked as they charged toward Ren from different angles. Again, this is never going to end. Ice birds are very agile, and it may not be possible to stop them all with just sword energy. The next second, a strangely shaped pistol appeared out of thin air in Ryan's empty left hand. Bang, 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 bang. Ryan didn't even aim at the move. Under his terrifying observation haki lock, the trajectory of each ice bird was crystal clear. He fired 5 shots in a flash, each bullet imbued with armament haki hitting the core of each ice bird precisely. Crack! The 5 tyrannical beaks exploded simultaneously in midair, turning into a sky full of ice crystals. Kuzen's icy gaze was fixed on Reden's left hand. That gun appeared out of thin air. A space-type devil fruit. The thought flashed through Kuzen's mind, and he began to recall every detail of the battle just now. Kuzen's gaze shifted from Ryan's gun to his knife, and then to his fist. Physical combat, swordsmanship, haki, marksmanship. This guy has honed every imaginable fighting technique to a monstrous level. Kuzen's gaze finally settled on Rain's excessively young face. Are you kidding me? This is beyond genius. Where did this monster come from? Kuzen took a deep breath. He knew that this kind of enemy absolutely could not be let go. How many more surprises can you possibly bring? He slowly raised his hand, this time with a killing intent far exceeding that of before. This is troublesome. Ren sensed the surging killing intent coming from the other side. His palms were slightly sweaty as he gripped the knife. Should we really fight? Even if we go all out, facing this future general, the best outcome would be mutual destruction, and the commotion would be too great. My goal is to stall, not to fight a monster here. Rain's gaze swept over Kuzen's cold face, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Winning hearts and minds is the best strategy. Lieutenant General Kuzen. Rain's voice was exceptionally clear amidst the gunfire. Are you proud of this Buster Call? Kuzen paused, looking at him coldly. These scholars are just studying history, and O'Hara is going to perish because of it. Ren pointed to the burning giant tree in the distance. Tell me, what kind of bullshit logic is this? This is for the future of the world. Kuzen shrugged, his expression returning to its lazy seriousness. Besides, these scholars did break the law, to burn down the past for the sake of the future. Rain pointed to the nearby ruins bombarded by artillery fire. Is this the Navy's so-called justice? Kyuzin was speechless for a moment. He looked at the burning giant tree, a barely perceptible struggle flashing in his eyes. But he took a deep breath, preparing to continue his mission. Further words are unnecessary. My mission is... Boom, rumble. Just as Kyuzin raised his hand again, preparing to attack. Suddenly, a burst of intense artillery fire erupted from the distant sea. Rain and Kyuzin both turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. A refugee boat, crowded with civilians, was being accurately hit by broadside fire from a naval warship. The shells exploded in a series on that ship. Wood chips, flames, and crying civilians were thrown into the air together, and the ship exploded into a sea of fire in just a few seconds before quickly sinking into the sea. Kyuzin's pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, an expression of disbelief appeared on his usually languid face. He recognized the flag of the warship that had fired its guns. Sakazuki, that bastard. Kyuzin squeezed out the name through gritted teeth. Rain was also startled and immediately activated his observation haki to the fullest extent, scanning the direction in which his own people, including Smoker, had left. They breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that their ship had not yet left the port. But his anger was completely ignited at that moment. Ren whirled around and posed a soul-searching question to Kyuzin. Lieutenant General Kyuzin. Ryan's voice was like thunder, even drowning out the sound of artillery fire. Is this the justice you believe in? He pointed to the sinking refugee ship. They're even going to exterminate the civilians who just want to survive. I'm not like that guy. Kyuzin was struck on a sore spot by those words and appeared somewhat out of control. His momentum immediately waned, and his voice became hoarse. I was just completing a mission. Completed the mission. Ren pressed on relentlessly. Your mission was to be an accomplice to that guy who sank the civilian refugee boat? What's the difference between you and him? Kyuzin couldn't find the right words to explain. He looked at the sea, then at the bloodstains on his arm. Suddenly, he cried out, ouch. Ren, Omega, ouch. Kyuzin suddenly clutched his arm, which bore several shallow scars. It hurts so much. I can't take it. Under Rain's bewildered gaze, the future admiral seemed to have all his strength drained away, and he collapsed onto the ice with a plop without any regard for his image. Ouch, it hurts so much, I'm badly injured. Kyuzin began to read in a dry, monotonous tone. That bespectacled guy's mysterious swordsmanship broke my bones. I can't move. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fall asleep. After saying that, Kyuzin didn't forget to pull down the green eye patch on his forehead to cover his eyes, and just like that, he fell asleep right in front of Ren. Zzzzzzz. Ren, asterisk. So I've passed the inspection. He instantly realized Kyuzin was letting the game slide in his own way. Without further hesitation, Ren turned around and prepared to run towards the port. Hey, I had only taken 2 steps when Kyuzin's voice came from behind me. I need to know who defeated me today. Kyuzin's voice came lazily. So I can go back and report. Ren stopped in his tracks. He turned around and raised his index finger to push up the unremarkable glasses on the bridge of his nose. Clark. His voice came calmly. My name is Clark. After saying that, Ren's figure turned into a blur and disappeared completely into the thick smoke and fire without lingering for a moment. Kyuzin was left alone, lying on the ice, continuing to snoring away. Chapter 66, A Truly Remarkable Invention. On the dock of the port, a huge refugee ship is untying its mooring lines. The sounds of gunfire rose and fell in the distance, and the scholars, under Dr. Clover's loud commands, moved swiftly. Quick. Raise the sails. Tighten the ropes. Smoker stood at the stern, his arms transforming into thick white smoke, acting as an auxiliary propulsion unit, forcefully pushing the stern to help the ship slowly leave the dock. Alvia lay on a makeshift stretcher on the deck, her wounds already treated. Robin knelt beside Professor Clover, clutching his clothes tightly, watching the injured woman with concern. Boom. With a loud thud, Rain Moonstep descended from the sky and landed on the deck. You've finally arrived. Smoker cleared the smoke, wiped his sweat, and said irritably, if you weren't here, I wouldn't have been able to get them all out safely. Dr. Clover rushed over excitedly. You're all right? That's wonderful. Ryan smiled and nodded to Dr. Clover. He, are you Ryan? A kind, honest voice came from the shadows of the cabin. Ren turned around abruptly and saw a somewhat disheveled giant emerging from the shadows. It was former Vice Admiral Haguvel D. Salo. He. Saul scratched his messy orange hair and chuckled. Sorry I'm late. I was helping civilians shield them from cannon fire on the other side when I got entangled by a group of sailors. It was a struggle to shake them off. He was clearly completely unaware of Kyuzin's existence. Ren stood frozen in place, petrified. He looked at Saul's silly grinning face, as if he had just helped out, and had a million things he wanted to say but couldn't. The job of stopping Kyuzin was supposed to be yours according to the plot, right, giant brother? It made me fight a tough battle myself. If it weren't for my good communication skills, which allowed me to pass the negotiation and verification, I might have been left there to be frozen like an ice sculpture. Hello, you. In the end, Ren just waved his hand, looking exhausted. Anyway, let's get out of this area first. He looked around and his gaze fell on Rosinante, who was looking at him with a worried expression. Ryan pulled him to the stern, away from the crowd. You can't come with us. Why? Rosinante exclaimed in surprise, quickly lowering his voice. Aren't we partners? It is precisely because you are a partner that you cannot leave. Rain's expression was extremely serious. You are Sengoku's adopted son. If you were to disappear, the consequences would be too great. He paused, then lowered his voice even further. Don't worry, Smoker and I are more than capable of settling these scholars. If you're hanging around with us now, it'll only make things harder to explain later. Rossi Nandi seemed to want to argue, but Ryan interrupted him. And I need you to go back and do something for me. Ryan stared into his eyes and said, word by word, when you get back, you have to tell a lie. Tell Lieutenant General Sakazuki that we encountered a terrifyingly powerful, mysterious master on the island. Tell him that Smoker and I were both knocked unconscious by that expert, and our fates are unknown. As for you, you barely escaped thanks to the power of the silence fruit. Rossi Nandi instantly understood Ren's intention. Only in this way can the disappearance of Ryan and Smoker over the next period of time be perfectly explained, and all the responsibility be placed on that fictitious mysterious master. I understand. Rosinante gritted his teeth and nodded forcefully. Let's go. Ren patted him on the shoulder. Find a place to hide, and once things calm down, just rejoin the team. Rossi Nandi knew that Ryan was right. He gave Rain and Smoker a heavy hug, glanced at the scholars one last time, and then, taking advantage of the chaos, silently used Moonwalk to leap towards the ruins of O'Hara. With Smokers propelling, the ship finally slowly sailed out of the inner bay and into the open sea. The ship had been sailing at sea for less than a minute. A warship? It's a naval warship. The scholars on deck suddenly cried out in despair. They recognized the warship that had just sunk the civilian refugee boat. On the distant sea, Sakazuki's fleet indeed turned around and spotted the refugee ship that had escaped from O'Hara. On the warship, Sakazuki gazed at the ship from afar. Having already learned of Aokiji's defeat, he confirmed that this was indeed the ship laden with scholars. So this is the demon of O'Hara? Unforgivable. Turn the cannons around. Target, the fleeing ship ahead. Sink it completely. Boom boom boom. Dozens of shells, trailing fire, rained down on the refugee ship that had just set sail, like a meteor shower. It's over. The scholars were so frightened that they crouched down, covering their heads. Soro roared angrily, preparing to use his body to block the cannonballs. Smoker's expression also turned serious, and he was about to take action. Don't move. Rain walked to the bow of the ship, facing the barrage of cannon fire, and drew the sword from his waist. He swung a slash at the incoming cannonball. Although this slash was not as exaggerated as the previous one-sword style, Divide the Sea, it was still infused with a huge amount of armament haki, and it unleashed a crescent-shaped sword aura with a huge range from bottom to top. Boom 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 boom. All the cannonballs were intercepted by this sword energy in midair. A burst of dazzling fireworks erupted in the sky. The ship was completely silent. On Sakazuki's warship, he watched the terrifying slash, and for the first time, a solemn expression appeared on his face. So they've shown their true colors, the evil umbrella. Full speed ahead. Turn the ship around. Crush them. They've caught up. The scholars on board exclaimed again, watching the Sakazuki warship's movements. He's really like a dog, so persistent. Ren clicked his tongue. He took out the mini weather jar he had previously bought from the rare treasure shop from his storage ring. It was a bronze pot about the size of a palm, with an ancient and simple body, carved with unique storm patterns. Looks like it's time to give this a try. It can change the weather within a 1 kilometer radius. As long as a stable easterly wind is generated around its ship, it can quickly shake off the Navy's fleet. Rain lifted the lid, and a powerful blue vortex emerged from the spout. Call. A very steady east wind suddenly burst forth, fiercely blowing all the sails on the ship. Now, charge. Just as Ryan was about to shout charge out, he froze when he saw the scene elsewhere. Boom. At the very instant their ships accelerated, behind them, in the entire sea area where the naval fleet was located, the sky suddenly turned black. A completely illogical superstorm, accompanied by purplish-black lightning and tornadoes, descended from the sky without warning. Its vast area covered all the naval fleets on the outskirts of the island, but there was no storm near the ship that Rain was on. Ren, Sigma. He suddenly looked down at the palm-sized pot in his hand. He turned back and looked at the distant, apocalyptic severe weather. Ryan's mind went blank for 3 seconds. What's going on? The description says it affects an area of 1 kilometer in radius? This storm covered such a large area, and it's the one that created it. Ren had no time to think, because this sudden storm had completely cut off any possibility of Sakazuki coming to pursue him. We can't worry about that now. Ren's elation overwhelmed his shock. Now, charge out. Meanwhile, on the burning cliffs of O'Hara, a man wearing a green hood and with tattoos on his face stood against the wind, frowning as he watched the disappearing shadow of Rain's ship. Strangeness. The dragon's voice was deep and confused. He just used his devil fruit power to create a storm covering the entire sea area, attempting to stop the pursuing naval ships. Why is it that my storm has no effect on that ship? He could clearly see that the ship glided along the edge of the storm, as if protected by a huge barrier, sailing with perfect smoothness. Is this the latest research finding from O'Hara scholars? The dragon's gaze turned serious. Something that can neutralize devil fruit abilities? Or a barrier technology? What an amazing invention. Long withdrew his gaze. If this technology could really be mass-produced, the world would most likely be transformed. Chapter 67 Reunion. With the help of the weather pot, Ryan's boat sailed at full speed for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that they had completely escaped the stormy sea, Ren breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, He put the lid back on the small weather pot and activated it. The strong east wind that had been pushing the sails finally stopped, and the storm that blotted out the sky in the distance, as if having completed its mission, stopped at the same time without warning. The sea returned to calm within minutes, and the sky cleared up again. The scholars on board were taken aback at first, and then some of them ran tremblingly to the stern. He looked back. O'Hara had become a black dot on the distant horizon, and the naval fleet was nowhere to be seen. No more pursuers. After a brief silence, we're saved. We escaped? We really escaped. Why? On the ship, the scholars who had escaped death could no longer contain themselves and burst into huge cheers and cries of relief. Some embraced and wept, some knelt on the deck and kissed the planks, and some simply gazed in the direction of O'Hara, silently shedding tears. Rain finally released his grip on the knife, leaned against the mainmast, and let out a long breath. Phew, finally, I won the bet. He was well aware of the immense risks he had taken. If he is caught up by Sakazuki or captured by Kusen, he will inevitably be accused of betraying the Navy. At that point, he will have nowhere to go, let alone the Navy or the entire world. As for the present, a smile appeared on Redden's lips. On O'Hara Island, there is a mysterious expert named Clark who can injure Lieutenant General Kusen. After Rossi Nandi returns to the team, he will report back to Smoker and me. We will most likely be treated as missing. This will give us a good excuse for whatever we plan to do in the future. Only after he understood this did he truly relax. He glanced at the palm-sized bronze pot in his hand, secretly pleased. Whether you've bugged it or not, I've still bought a treasure. The cheers and cries lasted for a long time. Gradually, the crying and laughter subsided. A new, bewildered silence spread across the deck. The scholars helped each other to their feet, wiped away their tears, and looked around. Below them was an unfamiliar deck, and all around them was the vast sea. They survived. But the tree of omniscience is gone, their home is gone, they have become rootless duckweed, demons wanted by the whole world. After the joy fades, there is a great fear and uncertainty about the future. Just then, Dr. Clover walked up to Ren. He didn't speak, but instead led the dozens of scholars behind him to bow deeply to Ren. Mr. Rain. Dr. Clover looked up, a light rekindling in his aged eyes for the first time. You gave O'Hara a future. Rain met his gaze and said calmly, even without my intervention, the flame of O'Hara will never be extinguished. Yes, it won't go out. Dr. Clover didn't understand Redden's metaphor. Instead, following Redden's words, he asked the question that was causing everyone the most anxiety. So, where does our future lie? This question plunged the deck, which had just quieted down, into a deathly silence once more. Everyone looked at Ren with expectant and hopeful eyes. Their only savior. Ryan smiled but did not answer immediately. He turned to Smoker. Where's the chart? He took the nautical chart from Smoker and slowly spread it out on the deck. With his advanced navigation skills, Rain saw the sea chart as a clear and concise 3D navigation tool. His slender fingers traced across the nautical chart, finally stopping at the entrance to Upside Down Mountain, where the West Sea and the Grand Line intersect. Our next stop is Belltown in front of Upside Down Mountain, where we'll resupply. Rain's calm yet powerful voice dispelled the scholars' last vestiges of confusion. We must pass through here, go against the current, and enter the Grand Line. Ren looked up at the sky. Then, go to that legendary Sky Island. The moment those words were uttered, the deck erupted in chaos, even more so than when the announcement of heading to the Grand Line had been made. Empty island. Mr. Ren, you mean that floating island that only exists in legends? Isn't that a fairy tale? Could it be true? The scholars were abuzz with discussion, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Rain smiled, not explaining directly, but turning to Dr. Clover. Doctor, with your knowledge, do you also think that Sky Island is just a legend? Dr. Clover was taken aback at first, but then he understood what Ren meant. He smiled knowingly and said, what is impossible in a world where even the blank century truly exists and is covered up at all costs? That makes sense. Ren nodded. All right, everyone go and rest, especially the wounded. Just as Rain put away the sea chart and was about to let everyone go to rest. Mr. Rain. A weak but grateful voice came from behind him. Rain turned around and found that Alvia, with the help of others, had managed to stand up. Although her abdominal wound had been bandaged, the excruciating pain from moving still made her pale and sweat profusely. Robin, holding tightly to Professor Clover's hand, peeked out from behind the professor, her large eyes, just like Alvia's, fixed on the injured woman. You should lie down, Ms. Alvia. Ryan frowned. Your injuries are serious. No, I must. Alvia took a breath. She didn't look at Rain, her gaze was fixed on the little girl clinging tightly to the doctor's clothes. That face, those eyes. Alvia's breath hitched. She bowed deeply in the direction of Ren, her voice trembling. I must thank you personally. Thank you for saving us all. Thank you for saving. Alvia's lips began to tremble. She could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face, her voice hoarse. Saved my daughter. Upon hearing this, Professor Clover breathed a long sigh of relief and looked down at little Robin beside him. Doctor, Robin's small hands gripped even tighter. Looking at the injured woman, an indescribable, bittersweet, yet familiar feeling welled up inside her. Go, Robin. Professor Clover's eyes were filled with love and sorrow as he gently nudged Robin's back. She's the one you've been waiting for. Huh. Robin was completely dumbfounded. Robin. Alvia could no longer contain her emotions. She pushed away the people who were helping her, and despite the tearing of her wounds, she staggered and lunged forward. Alvia! Dr. Clover exclaimed in surprise, and was about to step forward to help her. But Alvia had already knelt down in front of Robin with a plop. She gripped Robin's thin shoulders, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam, her voice hoarse. Robin, my Robin. Robin was completely stunned. She looked at the woman in front of her, tears streaming down her face. The word mother seemed so distant and vague in her mind, but her intuition, her senses, her bloodline, were telling her the answer. Mother. Robin tentatively responded to the address in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible. It's Mom. Alvia hugged Robin tightly, as if she wanted to meld her into her own body. I'm sorry, Robin, Mommy's back, Mommy's back. Mother. Robin's taut string snapped completely at that moment. The grievances of being bullied by peers, the loneliness of being treated like a monster, the endless longing for his mother, all the emotions erupted at this moment. Mommy? Mommy. The little girl cried loudly in her mother's arms for the first time. On the deck, everyone fell silent. They watched the mother and daughter reunited, silently wiping away their tears. Saul collapsed onto the deck, his huge hands covering his face, tears streaming uncontrollably from between his fingers. He. It's great. Alvia. You found her. It's so great. Smoker seemed a little uncomfortable with this warm scene. He turned away irritably, his back to everyone, and took a deep drag on his cigar, the smoke he exhaled trembling slightly. Ryan stood at the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, without turning around, a genuine smile playing on his lips. Very nice. Chapter 68 Demon Clark. You bastard. A deafening roar erupted from the top floor of the Marshal's office at Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, causing the windows of the entire building to tremble slightly. Inside the office, Admiral Kong, with his steel-like fist, slammed it hard onto the desk, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the hard mahogany surface. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Kong's face was ashen, and his imposing presence seemed to freeze the air in the room. He paced back and forth in the office like an enraged lion. The Navy deployed almost its entire elite force. A buster call executed by 5 vice admirals, plus CP9 from the world government, and the result. The air marshal abruptly stopped, a shadow looming over everyone present. Almost all the demons of O'Hara have escaped. CP9 has been wiped out, even Commander Spandine is dead. How am I going to explain this to the 5 elders? He slammed his hand on another document on the table. Tell me, what are the 5 lieutenant generals here doing? When was the last time the Navy suffered such a crushing defeat? Faced with the marshal's thunderous rage, the other people in the office reacted in different ways. Crunch, crunch. On the sofa, Garp was casually stuffing senbei into his mouth, the crisp sound of which was particularly jarring in the deathly silent office. He even picked his nose and lazily said, Kong, aren't you getting a little too excited? Garp. The veins on the Sky Marshal's forehead bulged. Well, don't be so angry. Garp crossed his legs and said in a nonchalant tone, if the scholars are really just studying history, then they're not really demons. Making such a fuss over something like this is really an overreaction by the world government. Garp? You bastard. Before Fleet Admiral Kong could erupt in anger, Sengoku stood up first, his face dark with rage, and roared, is this the time to make such sarcastic remarks? Are you openly questioning the world government's decision? All right, everyone quiet down. Lieutenant General He, who had been silent all along, spoke up. She calmly pushed over several newly compiled emergency reports from the Western Sea. Crane's tone was calm and wise. The main reason for the failure of this operation was that we encountered a suddenly appearing enemy. She pulled out the first report. This is Cusan's report. He encountered a mysterious man in O'Hara who called himself Clark. In the direct confrontation, Cusan was defeated by the opponent with overwhelming strength. Cusan's arm was even severely injured by the opponent's slash. Sengoku took the report, his face grim. Cusan was defeated in a direct confrontation. This isn't over yet. Tsuru's expression grew even more serious. According to the on-site investigation, Spandam and his elite CP9 troops were wiped out in an instant by a single slash. There were no signs of a second person attacking at the scene. It is speculated that the person who severely injured Cusan and wiped out CP9 was the same person. A monster with top-tier strength. If Cusan was no match for him, then none of the lieutenant generals present at the time, except for Sakazuki, would have been his match. Sengoku picked up the conversation, saying that although Cusan was only a lieutenant general at the moment, he already possessed strength far exceeding that of other lieutenant generals of the same rank. Moreover, Tsuru continued, at that time, Sakazuki had already ordered the fleet to turn around and prepare to pursue the fleeing refugee ship at all costs. However, a terrifying superstorm suddenly erupted in that sea area without warning. The storm's intensity even threatened the safety of the warships, forcing Sakazuki to order the pursuit to be abandoned, and he could only watch helplessly as the ship disappeared into the storm. Ha ha ha. Garp, who had been sitting to the side munching on senbei, suddenly burst into laughter, spraying crumbs everywhere. Even that magma brat got thwarted. Garp laughed without restraint. Looks like the heavens are on their side. Sengoku's temple throbbed, and he glared at Garp, but did not refute. Finally, Saru picked up Rosinante's report. According to Rosinante's testimony, Saru's tone became somewhat strange. He encountered a mysterious master in the chaos. At the critical moment, Rosinante activated his silence fruit ability, creating a silent field to hide himself. Upon hearing the name, Sengoku abruptly stopped, his gaze fixed intently on the document in Saru's hand. Although he managed to evade it, but, Crane paused, that mysterious expert kidnapped Smoker and Rain. It's now basically confirmed that the mysterious expert is Clark, who defeated Kuzan. Kidnapped. Sengoku was shocked. For a fleeting moment, amidst his complex emotions, there was even a hint of relief. Relief that it wasn't Rosinante who had been kidnapped, but this was quickly replaced by greater rage. How dare he openly kidnap a naval soldier? Crane glanced at him and continued calmly, Smoker is a rare Logia type, and the young talent from the Rain Elite Training Camp has amazing potential. This is a major loss for our navy. Enough, I already know. Steelbone Kong sat down again, his terrifying rage subsided, replaced by the marshal's cold decisiveness. The problem now is how to explain this to the 5 elders. He glanced at the report on the table. The annihilation of CP9 is a scandal, and the defeat at Kuzan is even more so. We must come up with a solution to quell the anger of the higher UPS. Sengoku instantly understood the marshal's meaning. You mean, to blame the failure of the Buster Call, the annihilation of CP9, and the defeat of Kuzan all on this Clark? That's right. That's indeed the case. Marshal Kong snorted coldly. Immediately begin drafting an arrest warrant for this Clark. Air Marshal looked at Sengoku. To be able to defeat Kuzan and instantly wipe out CP9, this is quite something. Sengoku pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, 500 million. It must start at 500 million berries. Good. Marshal Kong made the final decision. It's 500 million. I want him to be hunted down by bounty hunters all over the world, unable to move an inch. The resolution is as follows. First, classify Demon Clark as the highest threat level and offer a bounty of 500 million berries for his capture, regardless of life or death. Second, he said, looking at Sengoku, Smoker, and Rain, the 2 interns, are temporarily listed as missing during a mission, and no further explanation will be given to the public. Third, O'Hara is destroyed, and the deterrent objective has been achieved. The Buster Call ends here. The Air Marshal's gaze swept over everyone. Meeting adjourned? I need to see Clark's bounty poster as soon as possible and spread it throughout the world. Chapter 69 500 million. A week has passed since Ryan and his men escaped O'Hara. The sea breeze is salty, and it is also free. The huge refugee ship is sailing smoothly in the Western Sea. The scholars have calmed down and, under Dr. Clover's guidance, have not become immersed in grief. They are the spark of O'Hara. On the deck, dozens of surviving scholars spontaneously gathered together, took out paper and pens from the ship's reserves, and began to transcribe from memory the rare books that had been burned in the Tree of Omniscience. The wind rustled the paper, unable to mask the soft, rustling sound of writing. They want to use their own brains to rebuild the Tree of Omniscience. He. Soro sat at the bow of the boat, using his huge body as a windbreak, smilingly as he protected the group of hard-working scholars. Smoker stayed alone at the stern, puffing on one cigar after another. He was frustrated because, as a naval officer, he was now on the same ship as a group of enemies of the world government, including a former vice admiral. This betrayal stance made him feel extremely uncomfortable, yet he didn't feel any regret. This contradiction was driving him crazy. On the other side of the deck, in the sunniest corner, Alvia, whose injuries had stabilized, was leaning against a deck chair on the ship's side, covered with a blanket. Nicole Robin, an 8-year-old girl, sat quietly beside her mother for the first time without having to hide behind anyone, holding an adventure notebook that Alvia had given her. Mom, is this the talking elephant you were talking about? Yes, it's huge, as tall as several mountains. Alvia's voice was still weak, but filled with unprecedented tenderness as she stroked Robin's black hair. Mother and her companions rode on its back for a whole week. Then have you really seen the underground people? The ones drawn in the notebook. Robin pointed to a rough sketch in the notebook, her little face full of curiosity. I've seen them, Alvia smiled. They're not as scary as the legends say. They're just very shy, and they especially love sparkly things. Robin listened intently, his eyes wide open, just like his mother's. Alvia smiled as she recounted her 6 years of adventures around the world, sharing tales of extraordinary quests in search of the poneglyphs. This is the childhood that Robin missed for 8 years, the childhood that truly belonged to her. The others on deck all tactfully walked past, careful not to disturb the mother and daughter who had endured so much hardship. Ryan was alone in the captain's cabin, taking stock of the spoils from the Battle of O'Hara. He opened the system panel. In the task list, the Morning Wish of the Omniscient Tree is still shown as grayed out and marked incomplete. As expected. Ren thought to himself, we'll probably have to see this through to the end before this mission is truly complete, once we've completely settled them on the Sky Island. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, even without this mission, he would still do his best to save these people. He then looked at his crime points. Sin points, 835, 420. Thanks to Spondam and those CP agents for their sponsorship, it was a real lifesaver. Rain opened the system store. His gaze passed over the complex skills and landed on 2 side-by-side items, both priced at 1 million. Skill, top-tier swordsmanship rightward arrow pinnacle swordsmanship exchange requirement, 1 million sin index. Haki, top-tier armament haki rightward arrow peak armament haki exchange requirement, 1 million sin index. Ren frowned slightly, lost in thought. I want both of them so badly, but even if I don't redeem anything since I got the system, I still can't buy them both. He sighed. Forget it, we don't even have 1 million right now, there's no point in worrying about it. He recalled his battle with Kuzan. Although his own attacks could indeed injure Kuzan, but I can feel the gap between myself and him. That guy's physique is probably already at its peak, Ren concluded. If it's a life or death struggle, I'm unlikely to win in the end. But since I'm determined to leave, he can't stop me. Suddenly, a thought unconsciously popped into Ren's mind. Right now, if you want to become stronger, besides the system, there is another way, devil fruits. Speaking of which, Sky Island. If history hasn't changed, that rumble fruit, which would definitely be in the top 10 no matter how you rank it in the One Piece world, most likely, hasn't been eaten by that guy Enel yet. Once the thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. If I could get that fruit, plus top-level armament haki or swordsmanship. Rain wished he could fly to the Sky Island right now and get his hands on the rumble fruit before he could feel at ease. Unfortunately, it cannot fly. He forced himself to suppress his excitement and decided to keep the plan to himself for the time being. You have to eat one bite at a time. For now, let's get to the Sky Island first. Just then, a commotion broke out on the deck, interrupting Ren's thoughts. It was a newsbird. The scholars excitedly gathered around it. They had been isolated from the world at sea for a week and desperately needed information from the outside world. A scholar took out 50 berries and bought a newspaper. He had just unfolded. This, the scholar's hands began to tremble. What's wrong? Dr. Clover asked with concern. Let me see. Solo curiously leaned over, but the moment his huge gaze focused on the front page of the newspaper, his signature he expression froze instantly. What is this? Sol's voice was filled with shock and confusion. Smoker also went over to see what was written in the newspaper. The moment he saw the headline, the 2 cigars he was holding fell to the deck with a thud. Hearing the commotion, Ryan also came out of the cabin. What's all the noise about? Smoker suddenly looked up, staring intently at Ryan with a complex expression that suggested he had seen a ghost. Ren was baffled by his reaction. Are you constipated? Smoker did not answer. On the deck, all the scholars gathered around. The front page of the newspaper featured a newly released bounty poster that occupied the entire page. The photo shows a young man with a cold expression, against the backdrop of the towering flames of O'Hara and the cleaved ice river. That face was none other than Clark's form, wearing glasses, and standing in front of Kuzan. Below the photo are 3 shocking bounty offers. Regardless of life or death. Demon Clark. Bounty, 500 million berries. 1, 10 million, 10 million. 5, 500 million. Berry. On the deck, the scholars let out a unified gasp of surprise. What exactly did he do? A scholar pointed to the small print above and said loudly. It says here, it was this guy named Clark, who destroyed O'Hara. What? Lie. The scholars were instantly enraged. It's clearly the Navy? It's the world government. Dr. Clover took the newspaper with trembling hands. He saw the photo clearly and the small print below it. Demon Clark, clashed with CP agents in O'Hara, and the doctor's voice was trembling, and defeated Vice Admiral Kuzan. Ren, degree. I only used the perfect disguise once. Just like that, this pretty young woman became a wanted criminal with a 5 million bounty. Smoker remained silent on the other side. He stared intently at the wanted poster, his gaze darting back and forth between Ryan's face and the photograph in the newspaper. He remembered it clearly. 3 days ago, when he and Rossi Nandi were escorting the scholars from O'Hara to the port, he saw with his own eyes as Ryan turned around that Ryan pulled a pair of identical glasses out of his pocket. Testimonials. Hello everyone, I am the author of this book. First of all, thank you to everyone who has supported me all the way here. Every collection, every monthly ticket, every recommendation ticket, and every comment you have given is the motivation for me to keep creating. This book will be officially available on the shelves at midnight tonight, 24:0. This is my first book on Gideon, and it's also a book I have high hopes for. The initial inspiration for writing this book stemmed from my feelings after finishing the Kuma arc. On one hand, I marveled at how Oda is still the same Oda, and on the other hand, I felt saddened by Kuma's tragic fate. So, I had a sudden thought, what would it be like if someone could go back 20 years to where the main storyline began and change those predetermined tragedies? I spent a month preparing the outline for this idea, confirming various timelines and details. After all, it's a story from 20 years ago, and many things need to be carefully researched. And so, there was rain, and there was that gunshot in Logue Town. Returning to the book itself, I have seen the criticisms and suggestions raised in the comments section, such as the problematic plot points in the early stages and the misuse of points. I have read every comment carefully and will humbly accept them. I have also tried my best to go back and revise some of the parts that readers felt were unreasonable. Hopefully, it's not too late to mend things. As for myself, although I wrote some things on other websites before, and made a little money, but now it seems more like a dark history, so let's not talk about it. I am still a complete newbie on Gideon. Here, I would like to express my special thanks to my editor, Fubuki. At the time, this book was in a state of anxiety, waiting for its release. The moment it was picked up by the author, Chuixue, the feeling was no less than when Looming Fi was redeemed by Nyanyo in the movie theater. Without Chuixue's appreciation, this book would not be where it is today. Speaking of myself, I have to admit that at my age, my energy is definitely not as good as that of younger people. Seeing everyone in the author group easily writing 10,000 or 8,000 words a day, while I struggle to write even 4,000 words a day, I really feel a bit overwhelmed. The drafts I wrote during the month-long preparation period were almost all used up during my recent illness and writer's block. However, although my typing speed is slow, my attitude must be right. To prepare for the release, I've been frantically writing during the day while working. I expect to have 5 chapters saved up by midnight tonight, which I'll release all at once after the book goes live, and I'll make sure to write the regular Friday morning 8 a.m. update, even if it means staying up all night. So, on the first day of release, Friday, I guarantee at least 7 chapters. As for more bonus chapters, yes. Although I know I'm just a nobody, I still have to have dreams, just in case things go well. 1 extra chapter for every 100 average subscriptions? 1 extra chapter for every 10,000 points of donations? P.S. Because I write part-time, my typing speed is limited, so I may not be able to deliver all of these extra chapters on Friday. But I promise that even if I have to give up all my weekend entertainment, I will definitely make up for the missed chapters. This is my first time writing a launch message, and I feel like I have so much to say, but I'm also afraid of being too verbose and wasting everyone's time. After some editing and rewriting, I think I should focus my energy on the main text. Lastly, I sincerely request that all readers, if you have the time and energy, please subscribe to support me. It means a lot to me. I will strive to repay your support with even better content. Vow. Chapter 70 The Grand Line. The ship sailed smoothly in the Western Sea. Everything seemed so peaceful. Ryan was alone in the captain's cabin, studying the huge nautical chart. Boom. The door to the captain's cabin was violently pushed open. Smoker walked in with a gloomy face, closed the door behind him, and walked straight to Ren without saying a word. He slammed the crumpled newspaper in his hand onto the nautical chart. It was that $500 million bounty on Devil Clark. Ryan looked up, glanced at Smoker, and then at the bespectacled face in the newspaper. He feigned surprise and said, "Oh, what's wrong, Smoker? You're also interested in this Clark? A bounty of 500 million, he's definitely a big shot." Smoker didn't say a word. He stared intently at Ryan's face, his eyes filled with shock, anger, and a sense of regret that I should have expected. Ryan felt a little uneasy under his gaze, but he remained calm on the surface. The two men faced off in the cramped captain's cabin for a full half-minute. Finally, Ren broke the silence. He didn't look at Smoker, but instead stared down at the wanted poster, as if talking to himself. However, now it's easier to explain if we go back. Smoker's eyebrows shot up sharply. Rain continued slowly. After all, we 2 naval recruits were knocked unconscious and disappeared in O'Hara by Devil Clark, who had a bounty of 500 million and had defeated Vice Admiral Cusin. He looked up and gave Smoker a knowing smile. To survive a monster like that is incredibly lucky, isn't it? Smoker's chest heaved violently. He understood. This guy has even come up with an excuse. Smoker snatched the newspaper from him and turned to leave. Humph. A cold snort escaped his lips through clenched teeth. He opened the door, slammed it shut, and stormed out. Ren looked at the swaying door and smiled. This guy has finally completely boarded the pirate ship. A few days later, the ship arrived at its last stop before Reverse Mountain, Zhongming Town. This is an extremely prosperous port town. The dock was filled with all sorts of ships, and the air was thick with the sweet smell of rum. Everywhere you looked, there were rookie pirates, their faces beaming with excitement at the prospect of entering the Grand Line. "Soro, you and the scholars stay on the ship," Rain commanded. "You're too conspicuous, don't go ashore." "He, don't worry, I've got you guys covered." Ryan and Smoker changed into casual clothes, put on hoods, and blended into the noisy crowd in town. The two first found the largest trading company and directed the porters to unload barrels of fresh water, large quantities of rum, smoked meat, fruit, and medicine onto the small boat they had come from. This boat needed to support dozens of people, so the supply volume was enormous. After working for most of the day and getting all the supplies sorted out, the two finally went into the largest nautical supplies store in town. "Boss," Ren asked bluntly, "do you have a logbook for going to Jaya Island?" The shop owner, a one-eyed man, glanced at Rain and said, "Huh? Jaya Island? That's an island on the Grand Line? Kid, you're in the West Blue." He suddenly lowered his voice and glanced warily at the door. "The world government strictly forbids the sale of log Poseidons from the Grand Line across the 4 seas. Are you trying to kill me? Get out of here." Ryan and Smoker exchanged a glance and walked out of the store. "What do we do?" Smoker frowned. "Without a pointer, we're like headless flies once we're on the Grand Line. Don't rush." Ren glanced around. He pointed to a tavern across the street. "Go there and wait for me. I'll go ask around somewhere else. There'll always be a way." Smoker nodded. He knew Ryan always had a way with things, and it would be more convenient for him to go alone. After Smoker left, Ryan turned into an empty alley and opened the system shop. "I remember, there seem to be permanent pointers for sale in the system shop," Ren thought to himself. He searched for the record pointers of Jaya Island in the shop, and sure enough, there was a category for permanent pointers. He found the permanent pointer, Jaya Island. Description: it can permanently lock onto the magnetic direction of Jaya Island, unaffected by the chaotic magnetic field of the Grand Line, and can directly navigate to the target island. Price: 80,000 sin points. That's really outrageous. Ren felt a pang of regret, but still chose to exchange it. A strange object appeared out of thin air in Ryan's hand, a glass sphere fixed to the bracelet, with the pointer inside pointing firmly in one direction. Ryan pulled down his sleeve to cover it completely. He looked at the system store and suddenly became curious and tried searching for Loftru. The system panel froze for a moment, then an option popped up. Permanent pointer, laugh tail. Status: not available for exchange. Exchange request: insufficient information, unable to locate. As expected, Ren shrugged, not dwelling on it. He adjusted his hood, walked out of the alley, and arrived at the tavern. Smoker was sitting at the bar drinking. All done? Smoker asked. Rain sat down next to him, raised his left hand, pulled up his sleeve, revealing the permanent pointer. All done. Smoker glanced at the pointer, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions. He simply assumed that Ryan had special black market connections. That's good. Smoker finished the last sip of his drink. Let's go, let's get out of this hellhole. With a permanent pointer, everything becomes simple. The ship had been repaired. Under the control of Rain's advanced navigation skills, this massive refugee vessel headed towards the legendary, one-way devilish sea upside-down mountain. Doctor, have all the scholars hold fast to the anchor points in the cabin. Soro, go to the wheelhouse and use your weight to stabilize the helm. Don't let go no matter what happens. Smoker, go to the deck. Be ready to use smoke to cushion the impact. Standing at the bow, facing the terrifying upstream current, Ryan gave the final command. Full speed ahead. Boom. The boat plunged headlong into the canal against the current. A terrifying acceleration came in an instant, and the entire ship seemed to be about to fall apart, emitting a mournful creaking sound. Why, we're going to take off. The scholars screamed in terror. Robin, clinging excitedly to the ship's railing, his face flushed red, watched the red earth rushing past on either side. The ship was lifted up by the giant waves, climbing higher and higher, through the clouds, over the mountain top. At the moment of reaching the top, a feeling of weightlessness came over me. Hurry up. He. Solo used his massive body to firmly press down on the rudder. The ship plunged sharply from the summit, heading straight for that legendary sea. Boom. With a loud bang, the ship crashed heavily onto the calm sea. The surrounding chaotic airflow, the eerie magnetic field, and the completely different smell in the air. The scholars, trembling, stepped out of the cabin and, looking at the brand new ocean before them, erupted in thunderous cheers. We did it. This is the Grand Line. Ryan stood at the bow of the ship, ignoring the cheering crowd. He raised his left hand and looked at the direction of the permanent pointer on his wrist. The Grand Line. Here I come. Chapter 71. Now it's your turn to be the boss. A week has passed since we arrived at the Grand Line. The sun was shining brightly on the deck. Nicole Robin is holding her mother's adventure diary, her little face full of focus. This is Alvia's personal belongings, and also Robin's most treasured possession. Whenever she has free time, she holds this adventure diary and won't let go of it. Alvia's condition has stabilized under the careful care of the scholars. She is now reclining in a chair, covered with a blanket, smiling as she looks at her daughter. Mom, Robin suddenly looked up and asked in a low voice, the diary says, you used to eat something soft and sweet like a cloud, called cake. What was it like? Alvia was taken aback, a hint of heartache flashing in her eyes. Robin has lived alone since she was a child and has never even tasted the most ordinary dessert. She gently stroked her daughter's black hair. That's a very happy taste. Mom hasn't tasted it in a long time. When we get to a safe place, Mom will definitely. You don't need to wait that long. A calm voice broke the silence. Ryan walked over with a glass of water and overheard their conversation. He stopped and smiled. Robin's eyes lit up when he saw him. Brother Ryan. Ryan crouched down to be at eye level with Robin. A cake, is it? He winked mysteriously. Wait here for me a moment. Huh. Under the puzzled gazes of Robin and Alvia, Ryan turned and walked into the ship's makeshift kitchen. A short while later, Ren came out. He now held a clean white plate in his hand, with a soft, white sponge cake in the center. Wow. Robin's eyes widened instantly, sparkling with disbelief. This is cake. We don't have much material, so please try this first. Ryan handed the plate and a small spoon to Robin. Robin carefully took it, scooped out a small piece with a spoon, and put it in his mouth. In an instant, the soft texture and just the right amount of sweetness won over her taste buds. Delicious. Robin squinted his eyes happily, almost burying his face in the plate. Mommy, this is the taste of happiness. She ate in small bites, her face beaming with the innocent joy that comes with her age. Seeing her happy expression, Ryan couldn't help but reach out and gently pat Robin's head. As Alvia watched this scene, her eyes filled with tears. She gave Rain a smile of immense gratitude. After several more days of sailing, with the help of Rain's navigation skills and the precise guidance of the permanent pointer, the ship finally arrived at the famous island in the first half of the Grand Line J Island. The ship slowly docked at the chaotic port of Magic Valley Town. Soro, Doctor, you two stay on the ship, Ren instructed. Sorrow is too conspicuous, and it's not suitable for the scholars to go ashore. Smoker, just come with me to buy some supplies. Dr. Clover looked at the strangely shaped, fierce-looking pirates outside and couldn't help but feel worried. Mr. Rain, we still have plenty of supplies, so we don't need to resupply for now. Ren simply nodded calmly. He remembered that in the comics, Skypiea also used berries. The scholars would need a considerable amount of startup capital to settle on Skypiea. His purpose in disembarking was to secure sponsorship for them. He and Smoker changed into inconspicuous casual clothes, put on hoods, and disappeared into the noisy crowd of Mortar Valley like two drops of water merging into the sea. Damn it, the air here smells like a mixture of spoiled rum and vomit. Smoker frowned as soon as he stepped ashore. As a marine, he instinctively loathed this lawless land that bred evil, and his whole body was tense. Relax, we're not here to enforce the law, Rain's voice came calmly from under the hood. We're here to beg for alms. He ignored the malicious and scrutinizing gazes, as if he were strolling through his own backyard. After some searching, Ren settled on a pirate who reeked of alcohol. Under Smoker's puzzled gaze, Ryan took the initiative to go to meet him. Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment. The pirate was taken aback, then looked at Rain drunkenly. Huh? Who are you, kid? How dare you block my way? Rain took a small bag of money out of his pocket and quietly slipped it into the drunken pirate's hand. This is a small gift, brother. Ryan's voice, hidden under his hood, sounded even more sincere. My brother and I have just arrived in your esteemed land and are looking for a powerful backer. Seeing how impressive you are, brother, your pirate crew must be very powerful, right? Could you, please introduce us? The drunken pirate weighed his money pouch, then looked at Rain and Smoker. Although their faces were covered by hoods, they were both quite tall, and he immediately beamed with joy. He thought he had encountered two hotheads who were eager to join the crew as pirates and were physically strong but not very bright. Haha, you have good taste. The pirate patted his chest smugly. Come with me. Our boss is Giant Bull Whiteman, a big shot with a bounty of 2,200 million berries. The drunken pirate, swaggering arrogantly, led the two through the chaotic streets to a tavern in town. This was clearly the hideout of the Giant Bull pirates. The tavern was filled with smoke and dozens of pirates were partying. Boss. The drunken pirate excitedly pushed through the crowd, pointing at Rain and the other man. Two new recruits want to join us. All the pirates stopped what they were doing and turned to look at them. At the head of the table stood a burly man with a scarred face, nicknamed Giant Bull Whiteman, who was embracing two women. He looked up, his eyes glazed with drunkenness, and said, "Oh, want to join? Well, what skills do you have? Show me." Ryan, still wearing his hood, ignored the laughter around him and walked straight to the center of the hall. Smoker stood behind him with a dark expression. "Hello," Ryan said calmly. "Your men may have misheard. I'm here to borrow some money from you." The entire tavern was deathly silent for 3 seconds. Ha 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 ha. What did this kid say? He wants to borrow money from the boss. How much fake alcohol did he drink? Has he lost his mind? Whiteman himself was laughing so hard he had tears in his eyes. He shoved the woman away from his arms, stood up, pointed at Ryan, and laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Kid. Are you fucking drunk? Do you know who I am? I'm a $2,200 million bounty hunter. Boom. A crisp gunshot rang out. Sin points plus 12, 320. A pistol had appeared in Ryan's hand without his noticing, with a wisp of smoke rising from its muzzle. Baroque's laughter stopped abruptly. A charred bullet hole appeared right in the center of his forehead. The smile on his face froze instantly, and his tall body slammed forward, overturning the table with a thud. The deafening laughter was instantly cut off. The expressions on all the pirates' faces froze, as if they had been frozen in place. With a blank expression, Ryan blew on the muzzle of his gun, slowly turned it, and pointed it at the one-eyed man next to Baroque, who was clearly the first mate. Ryan's voice remained calm, as if he were merely asking for directions. Now, you should be the boss. Can you give us the money? The one-eyed first mate finally snapped out of his shock, his extreme astonishment turning into boundless rage. You bastard! You fucking search for! He had just drawn the sword from his waist. Boom! Another gunshot rang out. Sin points plus 9,800. A burst of blood erupted from the one-eyed man's chest. He looked down at his chest in disbelief and then collapsed. Rain moved his gun again, first pointing it at the pirate who had led them the way, who was now paralyzed with fear on the ground. Rain glanced at him, then looked away with disdain, finally pointing his gun at another pirate officer in the tavern who seemed to be of high rank. Ryan flashed that friendly smile again. Now, it's your turn to be the boss. Can you give us the money now? The newly appointed third-generation boss looked at the two still convulsing corpses on the ground and trembled violently. He knelt down with a thud, waving his hands frantically, his voice trembling with tears. Yes, of course. He whirled around and roared at the group of terrified pirates behind him. What the hell are you standing there for? Quick, hand over all the money, all the treasure, to these two lords. Hurry up. A few minutes later, Ryan and Smoker walked out calmly, carrying several heavy boxes, amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone in the tavern. A rough calculation shows that this pirate crew has nearly 30 million berries in cash. After purchasing a bunch of supplies, Rain and his companion walked back to the port. Smoker was still puzzled. Rain, he asked in a low voice, extremely dissatisfied, what the hell are you doing? Why didn't you just kill them all? Don't you hate living pirates the most? Smoker, don't forget who we are, Ryan replied calmly. Smoker was taken aback. What identity? A missing person. Ryan glanced at him. Our script is that he's a poor recruit who was knocked unconscious and kidnapped by that devil Clark with a $500 million bounty, and barely escaped with his life. If we commit a massacre in Mogo Town and some photos are taken, it will be difficult to explain later. Smoker was instantly speechless. A massacre would be too high profile and would attract unnecessary attention, which wouldn't be worth it. Rain weighed the money box in his hand. But in a place like Mogo Town, when pirates fight each other and the boss and first mate are killed by two newcomers who want to take over, that's called infighting. It's a normal death indicator that happens here every day. Nobody will care, and it won't make the newspapers. This is the best way to ensure we don't get exposed, understand? Smoker's face darkened, though still displeased. He could only admit that Ryan's logic was impeccable. Chapter 72 Rushing to the Sky Island. On the deck, the scholars looked at the boxes of supplies that had just been brought up and quickly went up to help count and move them. Seeing this, Smoker stopped interfering and instead walked over to Ryan and asked, "Hey, how exactly do we get to the Sky Island? We need some direction, right?" "Oh, right." Rain seemed to just remember, raised his wrist, pulled up his sleeve, revealing an ordinary log pose that he had just casually picked up from the giant bull pirates. The two looked down at the same time. The next second, Smoker's expression froze. The compass needle, which should have pointed to the next island on the Grand Line, was now defying all common sense about navigation, pointing straight up. This. Smoker looked stunned, instinctively reaching out to tap the glass dome. "Why is it pointing to the sky?" "No, it's not broken." Ryan's voice was calm. "It refers to our destination." He pulled down his sleeve to cover the pointer, offering no further explanation, and simply gazed at the unknown sea ahead. After sailing for most of the day, the ship arrived at the designated sea area indicated by the pointer. Here, the record in Ryan's hand points vertically to the sky. The surrounding sea was unusually calm, without a single wave, like a giant mirror. "Mr. Ryan, there's nothing here." Dr. Clover walked onto the deck and looked around in confusion. Smoker frowned as well. This unusual calm was more unsettling than a raging storm. Ryan walked to the bow of the ship and stood facing the wind. He spoke calmly, his voice carrying throughout the entire ship. "Hold on tight. Sorrow, hold the helm steady. No matter what happens, don't let go. Smoker, use your abilities to restrain all the scholars on deck. Ms. Alvia, take Robin back to the cabin and lock the door." The command was clear and swift. Robin, though curious, obediently let his mother pull him back into the cabin. Saul used his massive body to hold down the rudder, while Smoker released smoke that bound the scholars on deck like seat belts. Amidst everyone's astonished and uncertain gazes, Ren pulled out the antique-looking small weather pot from his pocket. "Accumulated clouds and towering ocean currents must also be a type of weather," Ren muttered to himself. Then the lid of the pot was lifted. "Call." A powerful vortex of air shot out from the spout of the kettle and soared into the sky. The calm sky seemed to have been enraged. In just a few seconds, the weather changed dramatically. Dark clouds that blotted out the sky gathered from all directions, pressing down from above, turning day into night in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The sea beneath their feet began to tremble violently. A terrifying ocean whirlpool, hundreds of meters in diameter, rapidly formed beneath the ship. The whirlpool seemed to swallow the entire sea, with towering waves that even made the air tremble, emitting a roar like that of an ancient beast. "Wah! The ship is being sucked in." The scholars screamed in terror. "Hold on tight." Saul roared, using his giant strength to firmly hold on to the rudder and resist the terrifying suction that threatened to tear the ship apart. The ship was caught in the center of the whirlpool, its hull rocking violently and creaking under the strain. Just when everyone thought the ship was about to break apart in the whirlpool, the world suddenly fell silent. All the wind, waves, whirlpools, and roars seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving the sea surface eerily smooth, like a mirror. This bizarre transition from extreme motion to extreme stillness caused everyone to experience temporary hearing loss and dizziness. "It's over." Smoker was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. No, Redden's voice was calm but incredibly serious. "Hurry up, this is just the beginning." Boom! Before the words were even finished, an indescribable surge of seawater, like a tectonic plate eruption, suddenly gushed forth from beneath the ship. It was a colossal white pillar, hundreds of meters in diameter, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. Lifted by this terrifying, earth-shattering force, the ship suddenly soared into the sky. Wah! The ship hovered almost vertically above the water column, hurtling towards the clouds with speeds exceeding those of cannonballs. The whistling sound of the air was so sharp it pierced eardrums, and the immense overload pressure nearly made the scholars faint. Robin stood by the cabin window, her face pale, watching the clouds rushing past outside. This was crazier than any story she had ever read in the adventure diaries. Amidst the violent tremors, the ship suddenly broke through an incredibly thick cloud curtain. Suddenly, everything turned white. The ship sank abruptly, as if it had plunged from the seabed into the surface of another world. The surrounding area was filled with damp, cold mist, and the deck was instantly submerged by the white fog and cloud water. Cough cough. Smoker wiped the moisture from his face and looked around in shock. As the ship slowly came to a stop due to inertia, the moisture on the deck gradually dissipated, revealing the full view of the sea of clouds to everyone. It was a vast, boundless white plain. As far as the eye could see, the horizon was completely covered by solidified, wave-like clouds that stretched to the sky. Sunlight streamed through gaps in the clouds, reflecting a pearly luster and painting an ethereal, sacred scene between heaven and earth. Several strangely shaped skyfish swam curiously past the ship's side. This is... Dr. Clover trembled as he took off his glasses. The sky, there really is a sea. Alvia and Robin also came out of the cabin. Robin leaned on the ship's railing, curiously activating her devil fruit ability to reach out and touch the soft sea of clouds, her little face filled with awe. Hesso. A somewhat comical sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up sharply and saw a knight dressed in medieval armor, holding a long spear, riding a strange bird with wings like a pegasus, slowly descending from the clouds. Is that a pegasus? Saul asked in surprise. Ah la la. The knight landed on the deck and stared at the huge Qinghai ship before him, a giant and a group of strangely dressed people, and was also stunned. How rude of me. It has been many years since we have had any guests from Qinghai. He removed his helmet, revealing the face of a kind old man. I am Gan Fall, the Sky Knight of this place. Welcome to the White Sea. Dr. Clover, acting as their representative, immediately stepped forward and explained to Gan Fall that they were scholar refugees seeking asylum. Gan Fall was a kind-hearted man, and upon hearing of O'Hara's plight, he immediately expressed his sympathy. I see, you have met with misfortune, he sighed, then looked troubled. However, the kingdom of gods that I govern is just a small island in the sea of clouds, and I'm afraid, it cannot accommodate so many of you. We're not going to Skia. Ryan's calm voice interrupted him. Redden's gaze had already pierced through the sea of clouds, landing on the vast, boundless land shrouded in mist not far away Apaidu. He knew that it was the ruins of Shandora, and a place truly suitable for scholars. We're going to that land, Ren said, pointing to Apaidu. Gan Fall's face instantly changed. No, he immediately exclaimed, his expression more serious than ever before. That's Apaidu? It's the sacred land that the indigenous Shandian people have protected for generations. They are extremely hostile to outsiders, regarding us as invaders. Even I cannot get close? A landing by a large ship like yours will definitely trigger a war. Ryan ignored his advice. Meeting Gan Fall's anxious gaze, he calmly gave the order to those behind him. Sorrow, take the helm. Full speed ahead, land on that land. Hey, stop right now. Gan Fall frantically circled in the air on Pierre. You'll die. Chapter 73, Can we talk about it now? The ship broke through the cloud boundary of Apaido and slammed heavily against the solid island cloud shore. Ren was the first to jump off the ship, followed closely by the scholars who disembarked one by one, curiously observing this unknown land. Call out? A flaming spear hurtled through the air with a piercing whistle, and with a thud, it embedded itself deeply in the ground half a meter in front of Redden's feet, the spearhead still trembling violently. The atmosphere froze instantly. Rain slowly raised his head. From the shadows of the jungle ahead, dozens of pairs of eyes, filled with cold hostility, slowly lit up. Get out of Apaidu. The voice of the Shandia warriors was as ancient and furious as the land itself. Invaders. A cold, furious roar, accompanied by the flaming spear still trembling in the ground, echoed along the edge of Apaidu's jungle. Chief Shandia, a resolute old warrior, spear in hand, emerged from the shadows with dozens of guerrilla fighters. They exuded a fierce aura, each pair of eyes fixed intently on the invaders. Soro was the first to step forward, raising his hands in an attempt to explain, we mean no harm. We're here to seek refuge. However, Chief Shandia simply didn't believe it. He had endured too much oppression, and in his view, this enormous ship that had fallen from the sky, and this giant, must be in league with Gan Fall of the Kingdom of God. Another group of invaders from the Kingdom of God. The chief pointed his spear at the largest of the group, Soro. Apaidu does not welcome you? Get out of here now, or don't blame us for being impolite. Hey, old man, are you sure you're not mistaken about something? Smoker walked out with a dark expression, 2 cigars dangling from his mouth, and exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. As a naval officer, he instinctively loathed this indiscriminate hostility and could not tolerate the threat posed by these primitive people. I don't care what kind of bullshit territory this is. Smoker roared, his shoulders swaying, and his lower body instantly turned into billowing smoke. White smoke. He charged toward Chief Shandia like an arrow released from a bow, attempting to capture the king in one fell swoop before trying to reason with him. Faced with that terrifying cloud of smoke, Chief Shandia showed no sign of panic. Just as Smoker's smoke hand was about to touch him, the chief calmly pulled a peculiar seashell from his waist. Huh? A seashell? Smoker sneered inwardly. He assumed it was just some kind of primitive throwing weapon. Out of his naval combat skills, he did not rely entirely on elemental transformation, but instead covered his arms with armament haki, preparing to subdue the opponent in one fell swoop with his physical form and withstand the opponent's ridiculous counterattack. He didn't even bother to dodge and charged straight at them. Impact shell, the chief roared, aiming at Smoker's materialized arm, and suddenly pointed the shell in his hand at him. Boom. A terrifying shockwave, visible to the naked eye, suddenly erupted. What? Smoker's pupils constricted sharply. He felt as if he had crashed not into a seashell, but into an erupting volcano. That power was so pure and domineering. Smoker's hastily summoned armament haki was instantly torn apart like paper by this terrifying impact. Puff. The shockwave slammed solidly into his chest, which hadn't turned into smoke. Smoker felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His tall body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through 7 or 8 giant trees before falling heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Smoker! Saul exclaimed in surprise. The scholars were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. Pathetic. The chief snorted coldly, putting the impact shell back on his waist, his arm trembling slightly. The recoil of the impact shell was just as great, but he endured it. He raised his spear, aiming it at Ren and Saul. If you don't leave now, you're next. Get out. The morale of the Shandia guerrillas soared, and they all took up their weapons. Cough, cough. Smoker struggled to his feet from the tree trunk, staring in shock at his chest. What a joke, what kind of power is that? Honestly, it seems you haven't made any progress in these 3 months of internship. Just then, a calm voice broke the standoff. Rain slowly walked out from in front of the scholars, casually stretched his wrists, and stood in front of everyone. Rain! Smoker cried out, clutching his aching chest, as he saw him emerge. Watch out for those shells. They're incredibly powerful. The chieftain saw Rain as a new enemy. Looking at this younger-looking fellow, he decided to use his full power to utterly destroy him as a warning to others. He let out a roar and pulled out another shell from behind his back. This shell was larger than the impact shell that had just knocked Smoker down, and its shell even had a dark red hue. Ganfall, who was circling in the air, saw the seashell in the other person's hand and immediately swooped down, shouting, "Watch out. That's a shock shell. It's 10 times more powerful than an impact shell." Brother Ren. Robin's face turned deathly pale instantly. She gripped Alvia's clothes tightly and shouted at Ren, "Be careful." The chief gave Ren no chance to react. He pointed the glowing red shell at Ren, his face showing a mixture of madness and resolve. "Pay the price for your arrogance? Invaders." Boom. A terrifying shockwave, several times thicker than the previous one and almost solidified, roared in with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. However, Ren neither dodged nor avoided the situation. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, Ren slowly raised his right arm. A layer of dark, solid armament haki, so dense it seemed to drip water, spread from his shoulder to his fingertips in an instant, as if it were alive. Boom. The terrifying shockwave slammed solidly into Ren's dark arm. Under the glaring eyes of everyone, that terrifying energy seemed to crash into an unshakable wall of size before Rain's unfathomable armament haki. The white shockwave energy collided violently with the jet-black armament haki, producing a hissing annihilation sound, and the violent shockwave rippled wildly outwards from Rain's center. The wind was so strong that the surrounding scholars couldn't open their eyes. The ground beneath Rain's feet cracked open like a spider web, but he himself remained standing, motionless. As the shockwave dissipated, Ren stood unharmed. He simply shook his arm, which still exuded perfect domineering aura, as if brushing off dust that didn't even exist. Puff. In stark contrast to Rain's relaxed demeanor was Chief Shandia, who launched this suicidal attack. That terrifying recoil, 10 times stronger than normal, backfired on his body at the same time. The chief coughed up a mouthful of blood. His right arm, which he had used to launch the attack, was twisted at an odd angle, clearly shattered. He could no longer hold on, and with a thud, he knelt down on one knee, the conch shell in his hand rolling to the ground, still emitting blue smoke. He raised his head and stared intently at the unharmed young man with a look of utter terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Are you kidding me? Ren slowly lowered his arm, the dark armament haki fading away. Meeting the chieftain's horrified gaze, he calmly spoke. Now, can we talk? Chapter 74 The Agreement. Now, can we talk? These calm words seemed to carry more weight than the piercing shell that had been 10 times more powerful, pressing heavily on the hearts of every Shandia warrior. Absolute silence. Clang. The spears in the hands of several guerrillas could no longer be held and fell to the ground. The chief knelt on one knee, blood gushing from his mouth. He clutched his shattered arm and gasped for breath. He endured the excruciating pain, looked up and stared intently at Rain, his gaze no longer simply hostile, but as if he were looking at an incomprehensible monster. Cough, cough. Smoker climbed up from the pile of broken trees in the distance. He clutched his chest, which was still throbbing with pain, and looked at Ryan's unharmed back. He even forgot to light the cigar that was in his mouth. Damn it, just how strong is he now? That's 10 times the power. Just then, Ganfor, who had been circling in the air, finally found his opportunity. He rode his winged horse Pierre and slowly landed in the middle of the standoff between the two sides. He looked at Rain with a grave expression, then turned to the chief and raised his hands. Chief, stop. Can't you see that this gentleman is no ordinary invader? We should hear their purpose first. Ganfal's appearance further fueled the chief's anger. Ganfal. The chief, enduring excruciating pain, stood up, pointing at him with his remaining left hand, glaring angrily. You leader of invaders. How dare you set foot on our homeland? They are the new accomplices you've recruited. That's right. Get out. The Shandian warriors raised their weapons again, aiming them at Ganfal. Stop it, all of you. Rain's calm voice broke the 400-year standoff. He slowly walked between the two men. He first looked at Ganfal. You're a good man, but you're also a failure. After all these years, you still can't stop this pointless war. Ganfal paused upon hearing this, and a look of shame appeared on his face. Ren then turned to the chief, his gaze calm. Chief, you are the same. 400 years of fighting have almost made you forget the original purpose of your battles. What did you say? The chief's eyes widened in anger. You Shandians, who fought and bled yourselves to reclaim Apayadu, did it all for revenge. Ren looked at him and said calmly, no, you're just fulfilling an agreement. The chief was taken aback. 400 years ago, an explorer named Mont Blanc Nolan arrived at Jaya Island. Ryan continued, directly revealing the buried truth. When Nolan left, Kalgra made a vow to him. Ryan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire venue. I will keep ringing the golden bell. Even in the midst of a storm, the bell will guide you and ensure you never get lost on the vast ocean. When you return here one day, the bells will tell you we've always been here. Upon hearing these words, the chieftain dropped his spear to the ground with a clang. The resolute old soldier's body began to tremble violently. Looking at the sky, Ryan calmly said, unfortunately, the surging ocean currents swept this island 10,000 meters into the air. Nolan believed in the existence of the Golden City until his death, yet he was ridiculed by the world as a big liar and died unjustly. He looked at the Shandia warriors, whose faces were already streaked with tears. You have fought here at an altitude of 10,000 meters for 400 years, just to ring that bell once again. You just want to tell him, we are here. Why? The chieftain could no longer hold on. He collapsed to his knees, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. All the Shandian warriors dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. The truth was revealed, and 400 years of grievances finally broke down at this moment. Gan Fall, standing to the side, was completely stunned. He stared at the scene before him, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. So, that's how it is, Gan Fall murmured to himself, 400 years. So what we were supposed to stop wasn't an invader, but a promise to answer the call of a friend. The spear in his hand fell limply to the ground. Now, the matter is clear. Rain surveyed the silent exchange. He knew the time was ripe for negotiation. He pointed to the enormous bean vine reaching for the sky. The golden bell is right there. Now, the only obstacle is removed. An obstacle? The chief asked, puzzled, then filled with grief and indignation. No, we still can't get up there? The priest's there. That's right. Gan Fall sighed at this point, taking over the conversation with a look of helplessness and shame on his face. Mr. Ryan, the problem lies with me. He explained, for 400 years, the top of Apayadu has been regarded as a sacred site, guarded by the most fanatical priests. Their duty is to prevent anyone including the Skya and the Shandians from setting foot there. He smiled wryly and said, even I cannot order them to break 400 years of tradition. In their eyes, the Shandians are heretics, blasphemers of the Forbidden Land. Very good. Ren smiled. I will help you fulfill your 400-year-old wish and ring the golden bell. I will also help you end this 400-year-old meaningless war. In exchange, both of you will accept these scholars and allow them to live and conduct research on this land. Under Rain's unequivocal and forceful mediation, the chief and Gan Fall exchanged a glance, and finally, both slowly laid down their weapons. The first temporary reconciliation in 400 years was achieved. He turned to Smoker and Saul, you two stay here, I'll be right back. Smoker was taken aback. Huh? You don't mean to? Rain didn't answer, but simply looked up at the top of the giant bean vine. There are too many people, it's inconvenient to visit. Before he finished speaking, Rain stumped his foot on the ground and instantly became a blur, disappearing from the path leading to the top of the bean vine. Hey, Ryan. Gan Fall and the chief exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. He actually charged up there all by himself. Half an hour later, as everyone waited anxiously, Ren's figure reappeared silently in the same spot as if by teleportation, his body spotless. Mr. Ren. Gan Fall was the first to approach, asking anxiously, those priests, they... Ryan gave a kind smile and calmly said, they're all asleep. Sleeping? Asleep. Gan Fall and the chief were both stunned. Ryan nodded, as if talking about something trivial. They're sleeping soundly. I promise they won't wake up and disturb us until tomorrow morning. Everyone, All right, the obstacle is cleared. Ryan clapped his hands. Doctor, Chief, Mr. Gan Fall, we can set off now. After Soro stayed behind to guard the large ship, Rain and her group finally embarked on their journey to climb the giant vines. Because the priests were all sleeping soundly, the climb proceeded without any obstacles. After several hours of trekking, they finally broke through the clouds and reached the top of the giant vine that existed only in legends. The magnificent ruins of the golden city of Shandora stand silently amidst the sea of clouds, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. At the very center of the ruins, the magnificent clock tower and the enormous golden bell came into view. Rain stood beneath the clock tower, looking up at the enormous golden bell. He knew that his purpose for this trip was about to be achieved. Chapter 75 Ringing the Golden Bell. Rain stood aside, calmly observing everything. He understood the feelings of everyone present, whether it was the scholars' reverence for history or the Shandians' unwavering devotion to their homeland and the long-cherished wishes of their ancestors. His gaze swept over the historical inscription stone that Dr. Clover and the others were surrounding, but only lingered for half a second before looking away. As a time traveler, he already knew what the contents of the document were. Compared to those predetermined paths, he cared more about the task at hand. His gaze swept over everyone else, fixing firmly on the enormous golden bell. Mr. Rain, the chief wiped away his tears, pointing with his still functioning left arm to the enormous pendulum. This is our long-cherished wish. Please. Ryan nodded. He knew that his first mission was about to be completed. He calmly walked towards the enormous golden bell and stood before the massive pendulum, large enough to be used as a battering ram. Hey, Ryan, Smoker frowned, do you need help with this pendulum that's so big? He hadn't finished speaking. Ren took a deep breath. He placed his hands on the cold, heavy pendulum. Under the breathless gaze of everyone, Ren's arm muscles slowly bulged, pouring all his strength into them. Click, click, click. The pendulum, silent for 400 years, emitted a teeth-grinding groan as it was pulled inch by him with an unstoppable force. Thump. A deafening roar, seemingly from ancient times, suddenly exploded. The sound was so loud and so clear, it was as if rings of golden sound waves, visible to the naked eye, were bursting out from the golden bell. The golden sound waves transformed into a soul-cleansing shockwave, instantly dispersing the thick fog that shrouded Apaido. Wherever the bells rang, even the sea of clouds trembled, as if paying homage to this promise, 400 years overdue. As the chieftain and the Shandian warriors heard the bells that had not been rung for 400 years, they no longer wept, but felt a sense of relief and liberation. Raising their spears high, they pounded their chests with all their might, letting out a roar mingled with tears and pride, as if declaring to their ancestors Kalgra and Nolan, we did it. Gan forerode Pierre, circling in the air. He removed his helmet, closed his eyes solemnly, and listened to the peace bells that heralded the end of the 400-year war between the two races. Qinghai, Gaia Island. The pirates of Magic Valley Town were so startled by the sudden sound of the bell that they fell to the ground. What was that sound? Something fell from the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, the man known as the descendant of the big liar Mont Blanc Kulik was drinking by his houseboat. When the chimes that pierced through the clouds reached his ears, the wine bottle in his hand clattered to the ground. He suddenly looked up, listening incredulously to the familiar chimes. This voice, there's no mistake. He wasn't lying. Kulik's legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees on the beach. This resolute man could no longer hold back, letting out a heart-wrenching cry, "Ancestors! The Golden Land, it really is in heaven." After the chimes subsided, Ren calmly walked down from the base of the golden bell. He watched as the scholars and Shandians embraced, celebrating this reconciliation and redemption that was 400 years overdue. The problems of the scholars and the Shandians have been resolved, now it's time to think about our own affairs. Without making a sound, Ren quietly left the reveling crowd, his figure flashing a few times before he arrived alone on the other side of the Shandora ruins. Where did Enel get his devil fruit from? Rain stood on a broken wall, looking down at the huge golden city. This Apaidu is so big, I can't possibly turn it upside down inch by inch, can I? He closed his eyes and pushed his observation haki to its limit. His senses were like an invisible giant net, sweeping across every inch of land, every ruin, every cloud. He could hear the cheers of the Shandians, the excitement of the scholars, and even hear the ancient voices about Poseidon coming from the historical inscription stone. But after searching for a full 10 minutes, he still couldn't sense the devil fruit. I can't find it. Rain opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly, but he quickly remembered the item in the system shop. Devil Fruit Compass. Description: you can specify a devil fruit, and the compass will guide you towards the fruit. Price: 100,000 Sin Index. 100,000 points. Ren calmly closed the shop. Too expensive. I need to save my points to upgrade a peak skill. He thought to himself, let me think of another way first. If all else fails, then I'll consider buying this item. Tired, I decided to try the most basic intelligence gathering first. He jumped down from the ruins and found Gan Fall, who was negotiating a settlement with the chief. The conversation between the two came to a temporary end. Rain stepped forward, took out the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and turned to the page for the Rumble fruit. Have you seen this fruit before? Ryan asked Gan Fall, pointing to the illustration. It might be worshipped as a sacred object somewhere among you. Gan Fall examined it carefully for a long time, but finally shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan. I have never seen this kind of fruit in Skypia or Apaidu. Even he doesn't know. Ren frowned. Could it be that the fruit isn't here? Or, is it simply not time to respond yet? The search for the fruit has been temporarily thwarted. Suppressing his disappointment, Rain decided to settle the scholars first and then plan for the future. That afternoon, the group returned to the ground in Apaidu. With Red's strong mediation and witnessing, Chief Shandia and Gan Fall officially announced their reconciliation. Scholars were granted the right to live and study the poneglyphs near the ruins of Shandora. Rain handed over the nearly 30 million berries he borrowed from the giant bull pirates to Dr. Clover as startup capital for their reconstruction of their home and library. With money, land, and security guarantees, the scholars' enthusiasm was completely ignited. In the following days, the entire Apaidu was engulfed in a flurry of construction activity. Soro used his enormous body to easily use the felled giant trees as materials to build the framework of the library and houses. Smoker was also forced to join the ranks of laborers at Rain's request, constantly using his smoke ability to hoist heavy objects to high places, always complaining, but his hands never stopped working. Rain has been trying to find the Rumble fruit for the past few days, but has yet to find any clues. After several days of joint efforts, a rudimentary but brand new and hopeful prototype of New O'Hara was finally built next to the ruins of Shandora. That evening, Ryan stood on the outskirts of the new O'Hara, looking at the new homeland that was already lit up in the distance, preparing to discuss the return journey with Smoker. Big Brother Ran. Robin's clear voice rang out. She took her mother Alvia's hand and jogged over. Mr. Ryan, Alvia walked up to him and bowed deeply. I really don't know how to thank you. You not only saved us, but also gave O'Hara, gave Robin a real home. Mom is right. Robin bowed in response, then looked up at his big face, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Thank you, Brother Ryan. Everyone here, the Shandians and Mr. Ganfall, they all say you are the one who brought peace. Ren chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Robin's hair again. I'm no benefactor, he said, looking at Alvia. Ms. Alvia, from today onwards, you are completely safe. He said calmly, you can study your history here to your heart's content. There will be no more buster calls, and no one will bother you anymore. Live peacefully, with Robin. Looking into Ren's calm yet powerful eyes, Alvia's eyes reddened again, and she nodded heavily. Just as Ren watched the mother and daughter walk towards the new wooden house that was being built in the distance, a system notification sounded in Ren's mind. Ding! Side quest, the Tree of Omniscience's sorrowful wish has been fulfilled, the flame of O'Hara has been rekindled across the boundless land. Rewards are being processed. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 76 Superior Observation Haki and the Rumble Fruit. Gained new skill, proficiency in ancient scripts. Description, you can now read the historical text. Observation Haki has been upgraded. Promotion. Ren was stunned. Hadn't his observation haki already reached its peak? How could he possibly advance? The next second, he instantly realized what was happening. Wait, above the peak, there seems to be a level called? The moment he came to his senses, an indescribable and profound perception suddenly swept through his mental world. The world, in his perception, fell silent instantly. No, it's not quiet. The distant sound of the sea of clouds lapping against the shore, the hushed conversations of scholars, the rustling of leaves in the wind, even the faint sound of earthworms wriggling in the soil beneath our feet, everything remained crystal clear. But it was no longer just background noise. If the peak level of observation haki allows him to hear the sounds of everything in the world, at that moment, he seemed to be able to understand the will behind these voices. He could see the newly planted sapling in the distance, radiating the joyful will to take root in the new soil. He could see the warm will within Alvia, a blend of maternal love and reassurance. He could see the bright, sunny will in Robin, a will full of curiosity and goodwill towards the world. The sounds of all things are no longer noisy, but have transformed into a harmonious melody. Even the rumble fruit, which he couldn't find even after repeatedly scanning with his observation haki, became clearly audible at this moment. So, it was here. Ren slowly opened his eyes, revealing a knowing smile. Finally, I've found you. Upon opening my personal panel, sure enough, the display had been updated. Haki, observation haki, beyond level. He turned around and, under Smoker's puzzled gaze, said, wait here for me a moment. Hey, didn't you just say you wanted to discuss going back? Smoker frowned, wondering what this guy was up to now. Rain didn't answer. He simply waved his hand, and with a few flashes, he vanished into the depths of the jungle leading to the giant bean vine. This guy. Smoker clicked his tongue in annoyance. A few minutes later, alone, Ren walked back to the towering giant vine. Instead of climbing upwards, he reached the base of the massive, hill-like root system of the vines. This was the oldest land in Apayadu, covered in moss and slippery rocks. I see, Ren understood. It had always been hidden here, only perfectly concealed by the vines and the vast, ocean-like sound of life emanating from the infinite earth itself. And it's located at the very bottom, no wonder Enel was able to find it in the future. Rain inserted his entire arm into the steel-hard vine roots as easily as inserting it into tofu. A moment later, Ryan withdrew his arm. In his hand, there was a golden fruit, like an apple, with spiral-shaped raised patterns on its skin, resembling solidified lightning. Rumble fruit. After finally obtaining the fruit, Ren fell into a long silence. This is a crucial decision. As a time traveler, he knew better than anyone the terrifying power of the rumble fruit. Don't be fooled by the fact that Enel was defeated by Luffy, who didn't even know how to use gear yet. That was entirely due to him appearing too early in the story. The rumble fruit is undoubtedly one of the top Logia-type devil fruits, and could even be considered one of the strongest. Once consumed, one's already considerable speed, destructive power, and perception will undergo another qualitative change, and one's strength will instantly surge to a whole new level. But the cost is equally enormous. Once he eats it, he will become a landlubber cursed by the sea, just like other devil fruit users. He will forever lose the freedom to swim in the sea and will have a fatal weakness. Sea stone. My current path: physical strength, domineering presence, and swordsmanship is the best choice. Many established and powerful figures have proven that this path leads to the top. Is it really necessary to shackle oneself for the sake of a shortcut? Ren's eyes flickered uncertainly. But, involuntarily, the image of the so-called 12-person final round in the manga from his previous life surfaced in his mind. Apart from a few individuals, the vast majority of them were monsters who had honed their devil fruit powers and haki to the extreme. A powerful aura is the ticket to the top, but a top-tier fruit can also be a trump card that determines victory or defeat. Moreover, Ren looked down at the fruit in his hand, which seemed to be solidified lightning. Even powerful fruits choose their hosts. The fact that it found the rumble fruit on its own was itself a kind of guidance. What God does not take is to be blamed. Ryan's gaze hardened completely. Without further hesitation, he calmly put the rumble fruit into his mouth and took a big bite without changing his expression. Well, a nauseating smell, as if he had swallowed a leaky battery and a rotten rag mixed together, exploded on his taste buds instantly. Even with Ryan's strong will, he almost vomited on the spot. He suppressed the urge to vomit and swallowed the pulp, trying his best to swallow the whole fruit. Although he only needed to eat one bite, what if missing that one bite affected the fruit's awakening later? Next second, the sky has changed. The once clear and calm white sea turned dark in just a few seconds. Centered on where Ren was, the clouds above began to rotate rapidly, forming a huge eye of the storm that covered the sky. Boom! Countless blinding blue lightning bolts erupted from the pitch-black clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if the end of the world had arrived. The terrifying pressure caused the scholars and shandians of Apaido in the distance to kneel in terror. He didn't need an instruction manual. The instant he ate the fruit, he instantly understood how to master this power. An extremely violent energy surged wildly within Reden's body, and then Reden's transcendent level observation haki and the power of the rumble fruit instantly combined. Then, Reden's field of vision changed, like a third-person perspective that suddenly zooms into the extreme in a game. His consciousness seemed to leave his body and instantly rise to the top of the clouds, tens of thousands of meters high, like a god, coldly looking down on the entire earth. He saw the entire sky island. In his eyes, the entire Apaido was no longer just soil and trees, but a precise blueprint composed of countless energy threads. The unique bioelectric field emitted by each living organism is as clearly visible as twinkling stars in the night. No wonder Enel became so arrogant, thinking he was a true god. That feeling of controlling everything and looking down on all living beings is indeed too easy to lose one's way. At the same time, an extremely pure lightning energy began to flow slowly through Reden's body. This energy is constantly and slowly nourishing every cell and every muscle fiber. Ren could clearly sense that, over time, his physique, nervous system reflexes, and even his recovery ability would become stronger and stronger through this cumulative nourishment. Retracting his consciousness from overlooking the entire land, Ren slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a pure blue arc of electricity flashed. He raised his hand, pointing towards a vast, empty sea of clouds in the distance. Boom! A terrifying pillar of lightning, so thick it blotted out the sky, descended silently from the heavens, carrying the power to destroy the world. The distant sea of clouds was pierced and vaporized by this pillar of lightning in that instant. A huge hole, thousands of meters in diameter, appeared above the sea of clouds and has not healed for a long time. Chapter 77 That's Too Slow, bonus chapter for first-time subscribers. Outside the new O'Hara, the air hissed and crackled because of the lightning bolts that pierced through the sea of clouds, and was filled with a strong smell of ozone. Smoker paced back and forth in frustration, glancing up every now and then at the giant hole in the sky that had not yet completely disappeared, his cigar chewed out of shape. Where did this guy go? He was feeling both agitated and nervous. The sudden disappearance of rain and the inexplicable explosion of a large hole in the sky made even this Logia-type devil fruit user feel a chill run down his spine. Just as Smoker was filled with suspicion, the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end. A strong static electricity made the air feel sticky, and his navy uniform even clung to his skin. Zzz la la la. A piercingly sharp shriek and a blinding blue bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Boom. The lightning struck precisely in the open ground not far in front of Smoker, blasting a small, charred crater. What? Smoker instinctively jumped back a step and shielded his eyes with his arm. The blinding blue light slowly dissipated, and in the smoke and dust, a tall figure stood there quietly. Ren. He was still dressed in the same clothes, but he was completely different now. His black hair stood on end slightly, and wisps of fine blue electricity crackled around his body. He slowly opened his eyes, and deep within his pupils, it seemed as if thunder was brewing. The cigar in Smoker's mouth fell to the ground with a thud. He wasn't a fool. He looked at the still unhealed void in the sea of clouds above, then at rain bathed in lightning before him, and an absurd yet unique answer welled up in his mind. Just now, that, Smoker's voice was a little hoarse, that thing that blew a big hole in the sea of clouds, was it you? Rain calmly raised his right hand and opened his palm. Fuck dash. A dazzling blue spark of lightning, like a mischievous sprite, danced and exploded merrily in his palm. Ah, not bad luck. Reden's tone was as calm as ever. I just found a Logia-type devil fruit, the rumble fruit. Smoker's expression froze completely. He subconsciously raised his hand as well, a thought flashing through his mind. Puff. A harmless wisp of white smoke emerged from his palm. Smoker stared expressionlessly at the white smoke in his hand, then slowly turned his head to look at the ball of lightning pulsating with destructive energy in Rain's palm. An indescribable bitterness and frustration, mixed with jealousy, suddenly rushed to his head. What kind of international joke is this? On what grounds? We're all nature type, so why am I just a choking cloud of smoke that can only make people cough, block their vision, or turn into a rope to grab people, and has almost no destructive power? You've got some nerve. You went straight to becoming lightning itself? This is a power that only exists in mythology? It's synonymous with destruction. Smoker felt his mentality crumble. This art style is from completely different dimensions? How are we supposed to play together like this? Cut. Smoker, his face dark, pulled 2 more cigars from his pocket and lit them menacingly. He took a deep drag, the smoke he exhaled carrying a sour smell. Fancy, he mumbled indistinctly, don't think you're so great just because you can glow. Seeing his frustrated expression, which seemed to indicate he'd eaten too much lemon, Rain smiled and withdrew the lightning from his palm. Let's go, it's time to go back. Say goodbye to the scholars. At the new O'Hara camp, scholars are working diligently on reconstruction. When Ryan and Smoker returned, Dr. Clover immediately came to greet them. Mr. Ryan, Mr. Smoker, what are you going to do? Doctor, Rain nodded, we should leave. This place is completely safe now. The rest is up to you. Dr. Clover's eyes were filled with gratitude. He once again led all the scholars in bowing deeply to the 2 men. O'Hara will forever remember your kindness. From behind the crowd, Robin grabbed Alvia's hand and ran over. Brother Ren. Little Robin looked up, his big eyes filled with reluctance. You're leaving. Ren crouched down, reached out again, and patted her head. Robin, this will be your real home from now on, he said with a smile. Study hard and grow up well. From now on, no one will be able to hurt you and your mother. Then, will you come back to see us? Robin asked softly. Of course. Ren stood up and glanced at Alvia, who had a gentle expression on her face. Next time, I'll bring you the best cake. Yes. Robin nodded emphatically. Finally, the 2 found Soro, who was building the library framework with a huge log. Soro, we're leaving, Ren said, looking up. He. Soro put down the log, scratched his head sheepishly, and said, are you leaving so soon? And you? Ren asked. Even though you've defected from the Navy, with your strength, you could live well anywhere else. Soro shook his head upon hearing this. He glanced at Robin, who was chattering away around his mother not far away, and then at the scholars who were working hard to rebuild their homes. No, I'm not leaving for now. Soro's voice was calm and firm. These scholars are safe, but rebuilding O'Hara will not be easy. They need me. He patted the giant tree beside him, grinned, and revealed his white teeth. I will stay here until the tree of knowledge of O'Hara grows anew on this boundless land. Only then will I consider returning to my homeland, Elbaf. Ryan and Smoker exchanged a glance. They both saw in each other's eyes the deepest respect for this kind and honest giant. It was a pure sense of responsibility and justice. Take care. Ren didn't try to persuade him any further. You guys too. After saying goodbye to everyone, Ryan and Smoker once again arrived at the edge of the Sea of Clouds in Apaido. 10,000 meters above the ground, there are bottomless clouds and the distant Qinghai Lake. Smoker stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the refuge ship that had been forever left to the scholars, and then at the boundless sea of clouds, his brows furrowed. Hey, Ryan. How are we going to get down? He scratched his head in frustration. I can't exactly tie a rope to myself and climb down. Climb down. Ren reached the very edge of the cliff, the wind whipping his clothes. No, that's too slow. Then what do you want? Smoker, Ryan suddenly interrupted him. What? Don't forget who we are. Smoker was taken aback. What? We're all Logia-type ability users. Rain slowly turned around, a near-maniacal smile on his face. Before Smoker could even comprehend the meaning of those words, Ryan's right arm had already transformed into a streak of blue lightning, grabbing his shoulder with lightning speed. Hold on tight. Don't fall apart in midair. Hey, what are you trying to do, you lunatic? Why? Amid Smoker's terrified screams, Ryan grabbed him and leaped away. Chapter 78. Yes, I even rang the golden bell. Bonus Chapter 2 for first subscription. The 2 jumped straight off Apaido, which is 10,000 meters above the ground. A strong feeling of weightlessness instantly enveloped them. The howling wind felt like countless knives, scraping against their skin. The clouds rushed past them, and the whole world seemed to be spinning wildly. Rain, you idiot! You'll kill us! Smoker roared hoarsely in the gale. He instinctively tried to become an elemental, but the smoke was blown away as soon as it formed under the terrifying wind pressure. Take it easy. Rain's voice came through with unusual calm. In this terrifying, extremely rapid descent, Observation Haki was unleashed with a thunderous roar. His perception penetrated the clouds and 10,000 meters above the ground, like the most sophisticated radar scanning the vast ocean. He saw countless islands of varying sizes, countless auras. Then, he set his sights on his destination, Jaya Island Mogo Town. Ren suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of electricity in his pupils. Found it. He growled at Smoker, who was still screaming, Smoker? Elemental eyes? Follow me. Sizzle. Rain's body suddenly exploded in midair, no longer in human form, but transformed into a huge, dazzling blue lightning bolt several meters in diameter. The lightning tore through the clouds, adjusted its angle, and with a tilted trajectory, like a blue meteor, crashed fiercely towards the direction of Magic Valley Town. Damn it! Smoker could only curse under his breath as he watched the lightning bolt disappear into the distance. He then transformed his body into a thick cloud of white smoke, like a white comet, closely following the lightning bolt. Jaya Island, Mogu Town. As always, this place is chaotic, filthy, and rife with sin. Giant Axe Mills, a one-eyed man with a bounty of 3,800 million berries, kicked open the tavern door and threw out a pirate who owed him gambling debts. Damn it, a bunch of trash. Mills spat on the ground and irritably took a swig of his drink. He's been in a bad mood these past few days. A few days ago, a damned bell rang out from somewhere, and the brainless idiots in town started spreading rumors about a sky island and a golden bell, making people restless, and even fewer people came to pay their respects to him. Sky Island? Golden bell. Mills sneered at his men. That's all bullshit? I only believe in the berry I stole with this gun, and you all remember this. Those unfounded legends are just for fooling idiots. Yes, yes, the boss is right, the subordinates echoed. Just then, a pirate who was leaning against the corner drinking suddenly pointed to the sky, and his bottle fell to the ground with a clatter. Hey, look at the sky. What are you looking at? Idiot. In broad daylight, Mills looked up impatiently, but then his words caught in his throat. In the azure sky, two enormous points of light, trailing long flames, were rapidly expanding at an alarming speed. A shooting star. No, what the hell is that? It's going to come crashing down. Could it be? Could it really be? It's treasure that fell from the Sky Island. In an instant, greed triumphed over fear. Mill's one eye suddenly widened, and extreme greed made him tremble all over. Bang! He pulled out a signal gun and fired a shot into the air, which emitted a piercing whistle. It's mine? Nobody take it, he roared excitedly. Men, get over here, all of you. Countless pirates poured out from every corner of the town, led by Mills, howling excitedly as they swarmed toward the point where the two meteors had crashed. Amidst the pirates' revelry, the two shooting stars finally landed. Boom! A deafening roar, accompanied by a blinding blue light and a shockwave, suddenly exploded in a corner of Magic Valley Town. The earth trembled violently. The terrifying shockwave, like a typhoon, instantly blew off the roofs of houses within a radius of hundreds of meters. Countless pirates were blasted away by this shockwave like rag dolls. The entire town of Mogu seemed to have experienced a massive earthquake. Smoke and lightning filled the air, obscuring everything. The pirates, blown away by the blast, scrambled to their feet from the rubble, staring in horror at the epicenter of the explosion. Mills, covered in dust, also rose to his feet, his eyes fixed on the center of the crater. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. In the center of the massive, charred crater, tens of meters in diameter, two tall figures slowly rose to their feet. Rain stood at the bottom of the pit, tiny arcs of electricity still crackling on his body. The pirates were completely dumbfounded when they saw what was inside the pit. It wasn't the treasure you imagined, but two people. Mills squinted his one eye and carefully examined the two people at the bottom of the pit. One of them had a head of white hair and looked intimidating, but at that moment he was supporting himself on his knees and coughing violently, clearly in poor condition. Another one. Mills was taken aback. It was a seemingly harmless, handsome young man, who looked to be no more than 20 years old. He was slowly brushing the dust off the corner of his clothes, his calm demeanor completely out of place with the surrounding ruins. Just these two brats. Mills can't even remember how many of these brats he kills every year. Seeing that they were two such young brats, Mills' initial worry was instantly replaced by boundless greed. They fell from the sky? These two kids definitely carried the secret of the Sky Island. They really were gold. Hey, you two bastards. Mills mustered his courage, gripped his musket tightly, and shouted sharply, where did you come from? Did you fall from a sky island? Rain remained calm, patted off imaginary dust from his clothes, and glanced up at him. Correct. Rain's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. I rang the golden bell a few days ago, you all heard it, right? The words golden bell were like igniting a powder keg. The breathing of all the pirates instantly became heavy, and their greedy eyes turned blood red. He admitted it. They really are from the Sky Island. Golden bell? He said golden bell. Gold? The gold must be on them. Mills was also swayed by Ryan's words. Seeing that his hundreds of men had arrived, he suddenly felt very confident. He grinned maliciously, stepped forward, and pointed the dark muzzle of his gun at Ren. Kid, I don't care what kind of monsters you are, hand over all the gold you brought down from the Sky Island. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. When the men saw their boss draw his gun and point it at the two men at the bottom of the pit, they all immediately raised their guns and aimed at Ryan and Smoker in the pit as well. Seeing this, the other pirate crews around, though also drooling over the gold, could only reluctantly give up their ideas when they saw that Mills and his hundreds of men had already surrounded the area. However, despite the threat of hundreds of guns, Ryan at the bottom of the pit seemed oblivious to it. He even leisurely turned around and looked at his side. Smoker was coughing violently, expelling the dust and dirt he had inhaled. Are you all right? Ren asked calmly. Cough, cough, damn it, Ren. Smoker wiped his face, gritting his teeth and growling, if you do this again, I'll fight you to the death. Hey, are you two deaf? The relaxed ease with which they chatted as if no one else was around, even under the gun, made Mills feel deeply insulted. His only remaining eye instantly turned bloodshot. You bastard, how dare you ignore me? Mills trembled with rage at the contempt, and the sneer on his face turned into pure fury. Looks like you guys don't want to live anymore. He stopped talking nonsense and swung his arm down sharply. Fire? Turn them into mincemeat. Chapter 79 Divine Punishment covering the entire island. Bonus Chapter 3 for first subscription. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of muskets simultaneously unleashed their fire. The deafening gunfire echoed throughout the entire town of Mogu. The dense hail of bullets formed a metallic storm, mixed with gunpowder smoke, and it looked like it was about to completely engulf the two people at the bottom of the pit. Click, click, click. As the gunfire gradually subsided and the bullets in the gun were emptied, the gunfire subsided. The surrounding pirates retreated in fear. The two people at the bottom of the pit remained standing calmly, unharmed. A meter in front of them, hundreds of whistling bullets seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and all of them hovered in midair. Each bullet was covered with fine blue arcs of electricity, emitting a soft sizzling sound, but it could not advance any further. Rain didn't even bother using armament haki. He simply deployed a small-scale electromagnetic barrier. The pirates who had opened fire remained in their firing positions, their expressions completely frozen. The wind blew, stirring up the dust on the ground. The entire town of Mogo fell into a deathly silence. Clang. A pirate standing at the very front row unconsciously dropped his musket to the ground, unaware that his legs were trembling wildly and his teeth were chattering. What happened? The bullet has stopped. Rain looked at the bullets hovering in midair, then at the terrified pirates, and calmly released his fist. Pat, pat, pat. All the bullets seemed to lose their support instantly, clattering and falling to the ground. Boss Mills, a pirate looked at Mills tremblingly, only to find that his boss was also backing away in fear. A pirate with even a little knowledge, upon seeing the two unharmed figures at the bottom of the pit, collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him, his voice trembling with despair. That one is a devil fruit user. Panic spread like a plague among the pirates in the vicinity. Run, run. It's a monster. Hundreds of pirates, abandoning their armor and weapons, fled frantically toward the port like startled rabbits. It's noisy. Rain looked at the group of pirates scattering and fled, and spoke coldly. He had no intention of letting the pirates of Magic Valley Town off the hook. They were walking crime points. While it's possible that killing 100 pirates might result in one innocent adventurer, Rain was too lazy to find out who that innocent adventurer was at the moment. If you choose to set sail, you should be prepared for that. Besides, I'm a marine. It's only natural for marines to kill pirates. He slowly closed his eyes. The transcendent level observation haki instantly covered the entire Demon Valley town. In his perception, hundreds of life signals lit up. The filtering was completed in 1 second. He precisely targeted over 500 pirates throughout the entire town of Moga. Ren slowly raised one hand and pointed it towards the sky. His expressionless face, at this moment, was as indifferent as a god. Thousands of thunders. In an instant, the sky, which had been clear just moments before, turned overcast at a speed visible to the naked eye. A terrifying thundercloud, so huge it covered the entire town of Moga, was gathering wildly in the sky above the town. Boom, 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 boom. Blinding blue lightning bolts danced wildly in the dark clouds, and the terrifying pressure made everyone hold their breath. What is that? Oh my god. Redden's hand slowly fell. Boom 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 boom. Hundreds of thick bolts of lightning, like divine spears of judgment, descended from the sky at the same time. This was a thunderstorm that was both incredibly beautiful and incredibly terrifying. The thunder transformed into the purest web of destruction. A pirate was rushing towards the port when lightning pierced through his skull, turning him and his ship into charred remains. A pirate was hiding inside a barrel of wine when lightning evaporated the barrel and him together. A pirate who attempted to rebel was reduced to ashes by lightning before he could even act. Before the screams could even be uttered, they were drowned out by an even louder clap of thunder. When the thunderclouds dispersed, the sun shone down again. The entire town of Mogo fell into a deathly silence. The air was filled with a strong smell of ozone and burning protein. Smoker stood on the edge of the crater, a cigar dangling from his lips, staring blankly at the clean street before him. No, he wasn't truly calm. He had a cigar in his mouth, but his hand was trembling slightly, so much so that he forgot to light it. He looked at the horrific scene around him, the charred, humanoid ashes, and then at Rain, who was bathed in electric light and looked like a god. He had already basically confirmed that Ryan was the Devil Clark with the $500 million bounty. Admittedly, he had no intention of reporting Ryan. Having spent nearly a year together, he had long since come to understand Rain's character. He simply felt powerless against the gap in strength between himself and this monster. He hadn't expected Ren to be so powerful, far exceeding his expectations. Smoker subconsciously glanced at his smoking hand and wondered if he could wipe out all the pirates in one fell swoop. Sin Index, 990. Sin Index, 2190. Sin Index, 760. Sin Index, 217,790. Sin Index, 4,790. At that moment, system notifications were flashing wildly in Redden's mind like a screen being refreshed, and his Sin Index surged by hundreds of thousands in just 10 seconds. Faced with a vast array of potential rewards, Ren tried searching and surprisingly found 3 pirates with the intermediate medical skill. This skill was indeed somewhat useful. Selecting all 3 intermediate medical skills resulted in a advanced medical skill, a pleasant surprise. The rest were all selected with the default physique bonus. However, since the top-tier physique was introduced, the benefits of lower-tier physique have become negligible. Bathed in the lingering electric light, Rain slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, as if he had only done something insignificant. Smoker finally came to his senses, and with his trembling hand, he fumbled around for a few moments before finally managing to pull out a lighter. Click. He lit the cigar, took a deep drag, and the hot smoke filled his lungs, finally bringing some feeling back to his cold limbs. Then, he turned around, his back to the monster he couldn't look directly at. "Let's go," Smoker said, his voice a little hoarse. "We need to find a ship at the port first. Then we need to figure out how to contact headquarters." He paused, as if using all his strength, before finally finishing his sentence. "Report on our near-death experience." Ryan looked at Smoker's broad back and smiled. He stepped forward and stood beside Smoker, both gazing towards the harbor. Yes." Ryan's tone lightened. "After all, we were captured by that devil Clark with a 500 million bounty. It's a miracle we escaped his clutches." Smoker stiffened, seemingly angered by Redden's shamelessness. He didn't turn around, but squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. "Next time I cook, I'll be the first to eat something hot and I'll eat my fill. Make a deal." Chapter 80 Peak Armament Hacky. Smoker's face, which had been frozen by Ryan's shamelessness, finally softened, and he snorted, accepting the deal. But before that, Rain dusted himself off and looked around at the overly cleaned square. "We need to collect some travel expenses first. We can't have come all this way for nothing." Travel expenses. Smoker was taken aback, then rolled his eyes. He knew this guy would definitely skim off every penny. Rain ignored him and walked straight across the charred street. The surviving civilians peeked out from their hiding places, watching him with eyes of utter terror, as if he were a god. He ignored the stairs and walked all the way to the largest tavern owned by Mills the Great Axe. He sensed that Mills's secret stash was down there. Rain walked to the area that used to be the tavern's kitchen, calmly raised his right hand, put his index finger together, and aimed it at the wooden board under his feet. Sizzle. With a piercing shriek, a beam of lightning, so solid it was almost pure white, shot out from his fingertip with the precision of a scalpel, instantly melting through the foundation. A smooth hole emitting blue smoke appeared before the two of them. Smoker stood to the side, watching this scene, and his eye twitched involuntarily. Ryan nimbly jumped into the hole. The vault was filled with treasure boxes of pesos, jewels, and swords were piled up there. Under Smoker's silent gaze, Ryan skillfully stuffed box after box of berries and jewels into his storage ring. He was too lazy to pretend in front of Smoker anymore. After filling most of the bag, Ryan glanced at the silent Smoker beside him and casually tossed him a bag of berries. "You should fill some too." Smoker instinctively caught it, but then threw it back with a dark expression. "I don't need this kind of stolen money." "Oh." Rain raised an eyebrow. "I'm just confiscating the proceeds of crime to fund subsequent operations," Ryan explained calmly, casually pulling a beautifully packaged box of cigars from a corner and tossing it to Smoker. "You'll need this eventually." Smoker took the cigar and gave a non-committal humph. After looting nearly 30 million berries, the two headed towards the port. The port was filled with pirate ships of all sizes. Rain's thunderclap only wiped out the pirates, it did not destroy these vital vessels of transport. Considering that his team consisted of only 2 people, Ryan's eyes searched the harbor for a while before finally settling on a sloop moored in a corner. "That's the one." The two jumped onto the boat, and Smoker diligently inspected the rudder and mooring lines. After searching the boat for a while, Ryan spoke to Smoker. "Wait here for me a moment." Then, in a flash, he vanished from the town like a bolt of lightning. Less than 10 minutes later, Rain reappeared, his storage ring already filled with supplies he had bought from the town store. The Grand Line, late at night. A thin mist rose from the sea, and the moonlight appeared hazy and cold in the mist. The small sailboat sailed steadily on the sea with the help of the wind. All around was dead silence, except for the whoosh of the waves breaking through the bow. Smoker was fast asleep in the cabin. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters and witnessing the divine punishment of 10,000 lightning bolts descending upon the world had a tremendous impact on his spirit, leaving him utterly exhausted. Rain stood alone at the bow of the ship in the moonlight. He was not sleepy at all. The excitement of his initial success in Mogo Town, and the anticipation of becoming stronger again, made his mind clearer than ever before. He opened the system panel. Sin points, 1,257,210. The CP9S and Spondum of O'Hara, along with the Purge in Mogul, finally pushed his crime index past the million mark. Redden's gaze fell on the 2 options in the system shop priced at 100 million. Skill, top-tier swordsmanship, rightward arrow, pinnacle swordsmanship. Hacky, top-tier armament, hacky, rightward arrow, peak armament, hacky. He was caught in a brief moment of inner conflict. Swordsmanship is a skill, but domineering aura is power. While peak swordsmanship can certainly make me stronger, its improvement is singular. Armament hacky is the foundation of everything. Whether it's attaching to a blade to make a slash invincible, attaching to a fist to deliver a more powerful punch, or even attaching to a fired bullet. When facing true powerhouses on the high seas, the strength of one's domineering aura is the fundamental factor that determines everything. This kind of improvement is far more comprehensive than simply relying on swordsmanship. Ren no longer hesitated. Consume 100 million sin points to upgrade armament hacky to peak. There was no expected heat flow or impact. The instant the points were cleared, Ren felt as if his body had been suddenly jolted, as if some invisible shackles had been completely unlocked. A feeling of power completely different from anything I'd ever experienced surged through my entire body. If we say that top-tier armament hacky is like covering the skin with an indestructible armor, so, the pinnacle of armament hacky is to completely integrate the armor with oneself. Rain slowly raised his right hand, and with a thought, the pitch-black armament haki instantly covered it. Under the moonlight, the arm seemed to become the darkness itself, so deep that even the moonlight could not be reflected, carrying a terrifying texture. As Ren felt this power, he had a strange impulse. He casually threw a punch at the air in front of him. There was no wind, no sonic boom. Boom. A muffled, loud bang. The air in front of his fist was instantly compressed, forming a visible white shockwave that roared out like a cannonball. This pure shockwave spanned nearly 100 meters across the sea, blasting a small reef in the distance into countless fragments. An unprecedented sense of expansion welled up within me. Ren looked at his fist, pondering. This indestructible hardness and pure destructive power. I wonder which is harder, Garp's unreasonable iron fist of love or Zephyr's battle-hardened black arm. After finishing his business, Rain suddenly remembered the dimensional treasures section that he had almost forgotten about. Because this place almost encompasses all the worlds, the probability of finding something reasonably priced and usable is extremely low. Sometimes, Ren even almost forgot that the system had this function. He clicked in to see what had been updated this month. There was only a magnificent golden display stand, and in the very center of the stand, an item floated. Below it was a line of small print, refresh countdown, 8:15 on the 21st. Rain looked closer and saw that it was a strangely shaped, silver collar. This month's rare feature, Animal Companion Translator, cat-specific, beta version, description, wear this around your feline companion's neck, and you'll be able to understand its noble meows. Note, ineffective for sea lions, translation errors may occur with large felines, the development team is not responsible for this. Price, 80,000 sin points. Ren looked at the description of the item and fell silent. He remained silent for a full 10 seconds. 80,000 points, just to hear a cat meow. However, Ren quickly suppressed his urge to complain. Thinking about it from a different perspective, he had the ability to hear the voice of all things, and now he had saved 8, making him feel like he had made a profit. With this comforting thought, Ren closed the page of dimensional treasures, and with a thought, brought up his personal panel to examine his current full power. Name, Corvo Rain. Age, 18. Military rank, Sergeant. Physical realm, top tier. Devil fruit, rumble fruit, unawakened. Talent, hearing the voice of all things, return of life, vortex perception. Skills, swordsmanship, top tier, shooting, top tier, combat skills, top tier, cooking, top tier, stealth, advanced, navigation, advanced, fishing, intermediate, medicine, advanced, proficiency in ancient writing. Haki, observation haki, transcendent level, armament haki, peak level. Sin points, 657,210. Equipment, good quick knife X1, excellent firearm X1, storage ring, small weather bottle, Clark's glasses. Rain glanced at the upgrade options after peak armament haki, but frowned slightly. Haki, peak armament haki rightward arrow, armament haki, gray locked. Why are there still 3 question marks? Ren found it strange. Since my observation haki broke through from its peak, the system clearly indicated that the next level was transcendent. Why are there still 3 question marks here when I reached armament haki? Could it be that the evolution paths of different types of haki are not the same? Can't figure it out. Ren shook his head, temporarily withdrawing his thoughts, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Call. A top-tier physique, peak-level armament haki, and superior observation haki, plus the rumble fruit. With this combination, one could definitely be considered a powerful figure in the entire ocean. Chapter 81 Long time no see, Commodore Jun. Under the impact of this overwhelming sense of power, Ryan stood at the bow of the ship, letting the sea breeze flutter his clothes, and an idea surged up uncontrollably. Why should I go back? I now possess the rumble fruit, superior level observation haki, and peak level armament haki. Why would he want to go back to that corrupt marine headquarters? To become a dog for those bloated celestial dragons? He could easily live as Clark, free and unfettered, judging the injustices and evils he witnessed. In his mind, the civilian refugee ship of O'Hara, sunk by Sakazuki, and Spondam's ugly face came to mind. But where can I go? Become a pirate? To fight Kaido, Big Mom, and the others for One Piece? Ren shook his head, his mind wasn't on that. If given the chance, he would prefer to change this corrupt world with his own hands. He recalled that afternoon in Logetown. The reason he didn't execute Roger quickly, and even hoped that he would start the Great Pirate Era, was not only due to the consideration of sin points, but also because it was Roger's way of using his own death to impact the world and change it. Until he finds a better way, he doesn't know how to make the world a better place. This fucking world. Rain's eyes turned cold. This world is terrible, not only because of pirates, but also because of those high and mighty celestial dragons in Mary Gosa. It's too difficult to break it from the outside. But what if we break it from the inside? Ryan's mind suddenly cleared. He was an orphan adopted by the Navy from a young age, with impeccable revolutionary credentials. He grew up in Logetown and was later favored by Vice Admiral Tsuru to join the elite training camp. His resume was as clean as could be. Now, having fortuitously eaten the rumble fruit, the source of his terrifying power has a perfect explanation. Therefore, he must go back. I need a legitimate identity and a platform where I can openly and legitimately accumulate power. Whether you become an officer, piloting a warship around the world chasing pirates, or are assigned to a base in the New World, the speed at which your strength increases is definitely better than being a wanted criminal without a base. I will use my identity as a member of the Navy to legally and efficiently hunt down the evils of the world, until one day I can judge those high and mighty celestial dragons and 5 elders without any scruples. Ryan's eyes regained their calm, but his overwhelming ambition had already taken deep root. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight fall on the sea. Smoker yawned as he walked onto the deck and saw Ryan standing calmly at the bow, facing the rising sun. Good morning. Smoker lit a cigar and asked indistinctly, where are we now? How do we contact headquarters? Rain didn't turn around, but calmly felt the sea breeze. Don't rush, Rain said confidently. Turn the rudder 30 degrees to the southeast. If we sail a little longer, we should be able to encounter a naval warship. Huh. Smoker was taken aback. How did you know? You rascal. Of course, Rain wouldn't tell him. While Smoker was still sleeping, his transcendental observation haki and the electromagnetic perception of the rumble fruit merged, transforming into an invisible radar network that covered hundreds of nautical miles around. Smoker looked at Ryan's everything is under control expression, and although he was full of questions, he knew he wouldn't get any answers. Damn, so secretive. Despite his grumbling, Smoker obediently ran towards the ship's wheel. With practiced skill, he turned the rudder, and the small sailboat braved the wind and waves, heading at full speed in the direction Rain had indicated. The Grand Line, the first half. The naval commander, the flagship of Jun, is sailing on its designated patrol route. Inside the cabin, Jun rested her chin on her hand, but her gaze was not on the official documents in front of her. Instead, she stared absently at the nautical chart on the wall. Her fingers tapped the table unconsciously, her pale index finger finally stopping at O'Hara in the West Sea. It's been almost 3 months. Since the buster call ended in O'Hara, the names Rain and Smoker have disappeared from the Navy's active duty roster and been classified as missing on missions. Jun's mood remained irritable for 3 months. She couldn't understand why she cared so much about a student. Admittedly, the boy named Ryan had a handsome face that even she had to admit was undeniably good, and his cooking skills were impeccable, but how many talented young men had she seen? What she truly couldn't let go of was the fleeting, profound look in the boy's eyes that night, under the influence of alcohol, a look inappropriate for his age and his past experiences. Just a student, she muttered to herself, trying to convince herself. But her reaction was quite honest. Last week, she submitted her transfer application to Lieutenant General Tsuru for the 3rd time, hoping to join the newly established Demon Clark Special Investigation Team, or at least, be transferred to patrol the route near the West Sea, the area where Clark was last seen. Lieutenant General Tsuru's reply was as cold and wise as ever. Jun, your judgment has been clouded by unnecessary emotions. I just don't want such villains to get away with it. You know very well, Lieutenant General Tsuru's voice left no room for doubt, that Clark is capable of defeating Kuzan head-on. Even if you were to actually encounter him, you would only face defeat. Don't go and die in vain. Remain in your defensive zone. Crack. The Den Mushi was disconnected. Jun knew that Vice Admiral Tsuru was telling the truth, but she just couldn't give up. That feeling of powerlessness made her train harder than ever before for the past 3 months. Boom boom boom. The urgent knocking interrupted her thoughts. Come in. The adjutant rushed in, looking flustered. He even forgot to salute, holding up a copy of the newly delivered World Economic News. Brigadier General, today's newspaper, it's big news. What's the panic? Jun took the newspaper, her gaze casually sweeping over the front page. The next second, her phoenix eyes, which always carried a hint of languid charm, suddenly widened. The judgment of God has arrived? The town of Magic Valley vanished overnight. Subtitle, Thor descends? Over 500 pirates annihilated in an instant. Jun's breath hitched. She read every word carefully. The newspaper didn't contain a photo of the murderer, only the terrifying crater tens of meters in diameter on the edge of Moga Town, the charred human-shaped ashes scattered all over the ground, and the terrified testimonies of surviving civilians about the divine punishment. Thor, Jun murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the newspaper. Her first thought was that this must be some kind of extremely powerful Logia-type devil fruit ability, killing over 500 pirates in an instant. Jun had only ever seen such devastating power in those few monster vice admirals in the Navy, the Demon of O'Hara, the Thor of Moga Town. What is happening to this world? Monsters are appearing one after another. Jun felt powerless, each of them seemed to be far beyond her ability to cope. Just as Jun was deep in thought, the alarm on the lookout tower suddenly sounded. Wah! Commodore? A small pirate ship has been spotted directly ahead. Jun snapped back to her senses, her eyes regaining the sharpness of a naval commodore. She immediately rushed onto the deck and raised her binoculars. On the horizon, a small sloop with a tattered sail is cutting through the waves. Brigadier. The lookout's voice carried a hint of confusion. The enemy appears to be charging straight at us. What? Jun lowered the binoculars, her eyes instantly turning cold, yet a hint of doubt flashed across them. How dare such a small pirate ship ram our main warship? However, his professional competence as a naval commodore outweighed everything else. Who cares who they are? She scoffed. As long as they're pirates, they're the enemy. She drew her golden sword from her waist, pointed it forward, and issued a cold command. Gunners, take your positions. Aim. Fire as soon as it gets within range, and sink it. Yes. The naval soldiers sprang into action, the gun ports on the sides creaking open, their dark muzzles aimed at the approaching small sailboat. Report? We're within firing range. Fire. Boom boom boom. The warship's cannons roared in unison, and several shells, trailing sparks, tore through the air and crashed into the oblivious pirate ship. Just as the shell was about to hit, something unexpected happened. Sizzle. A blinding blue bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the ship. The lightning, like a long whip, precisely struck all the subsequent cannonballs in midair. Boom boom boom. Shells exploded one after another in midair, creating huge shockwaves. What? Jun was completely stunned. Before she could even process the Thor imagery from the newspaper, a plume of white smoke, accompanied by lightning, detached itself from the sailboat at incredible speed, tracing a strange arc through the air and covering a distance of hundreds of meters. Boom. Two figures landed heavily in the center of the main deck of the Jun warship. Don't move. Enemy attack. The entire navy on board instantly surrounded the two men, their dark gun barrels and gleaming blades pointed at them. As the smoke and lightning dissipated, Ryan stood with his hands in his pockets, a half-smile on his face, while Smoker stood beside him, smoking 2 cigars with an arrogant expression. Jun stood at the very front, her hand holding the conpora trembling slightly. She stared intently at that familiar figure, then glanced at the lingering blue arcs of electricity crackling around him. Her breathing became completely disordered. Clap. The newspaper she hadn't yet put down slipped from her stiff fingers. The newspaper fluttered down onto the deck, landing right on the front page. That shocking headline was right at Jun's toes. Thor descends upon the world. Over 500 pirates wiped out in an instant. A deathly silence fell over the deck. Ignoring all the weapons around him, Rain simply looked up, met Jun's shocked yet incredulous gaze, and gave her a familiar smile.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.